transformed into Tang Sung. Armed with the ultimate scripture-seeking system, I grow stronger by defeating monsters and draw treasures at will. Son Wukong. I shall never forget my master's resounding proclamation of great might heavenly dragon, which shattered the five-finger mountain, as he grasped my neck and inquired whether I would accompany him to the west or allow him to send me there. Dragon Horse. I shall forever remember my master. Chapter 1. My desire to return to secularity. Gently touching the smoothness of my own crown, Tang Sang's heart was in turmoil. Awakening from slumber, I found myself transformed into Tang Sung, who had just departed from the city of Chang'an and journeyed to the west. Was it fate that a person named Tang San in his past life was destined to become Tang Sung? Surely not. I have no desire to be a monk. I have yet to woo a maiden. How can I accept this fate? I must return to secular life. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, a voice resonated within him. Detected host's identity as a heavenly scripture seeker, yet burdened with a desire to return to secular life. The super scripture seeking system is now activated. A system, a golden finger, the quintessential feature of every time traveler, capable of bending heaven and earth. With this golden finger, what could I possibly fear? I, Tang Sung, shall embark on my own magnificent journey. Since I possess a system, why should I remain a monk? I must return to secular life. Kind reminder. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in their scripture-seeking endeavors. The host must complete scripture-seeking tasks to return to secular life. Should the host neglect the scripture-seeking tasks or attempt to return to secular life before completion, the system will forcibly erase the host. At that moment, the system's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Tang Sang's fervor and plunging him into despair. To return to secular life, one must first complete the scripture-seeking tasks and otherwise face annihilation. This is truly a predicament. After a fleeting moment of despair, Tang Sung regained his spirits. Wasn't it merely the 81 tribulations required for the scripture-seeking task? Even the original Tang Sung could accomplish it. Surely I, a time traveler endowed with a system, could as well. With this thought, Xuanzang immediately inquired, System, what is your function? This system allows the host to earn merit points by defeating monsters. These merit points can be used to draw rewards, enabling the host to grow stronger and better accomplish the scripture-seeking tasks. Please complete your first monster-defeating task to unlock the novice gift pack. Defeating monsters to grow stronger? I could simply crush my way through. Once I complete the scripture-seeking tasks, I can gain strength and ultimately achieve freedom. Tang Sung felt a surge of excitement. This system seemed quite reliable. Then he forced himself to calm down. The immediate priority was to complete the monster-defeating task and unlock the novice gift pack. Tang Sung furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to defeat monsters. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he hastily dismounted from the white horse, nearly twisting his ankle. Yet, he paid no mind to such trivialities, instead widening his eyes and searching the ground intently. Saint, may I inquire what you are searching for? Do you require our assistance? Asked two guard assigned by Li Shimin, observing Tang Sang's peculiar actions. However, Tang Sung was too preoccupied to acknowledge them, continuing his search. After a brief moment, a glimmer of delight appeared on his face. He lifted his robe and darted a short distance away, then raised his right foot and stomped down decisively. Boom! As his foot struck the ground, a cloud of dust erupted, and the system's voice rang out. Congratulations on defeating an ant. You have gained 1 merit point. Congratulations, host, for completing your first monster-defeating task and successfully unlocking the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100,000 cultivation points, elevating your cultivation to the 5th level of human immortal. As the system's voice faded, a surge of energy suddenly coursed through his body. Radiating outwards to his limbs and bones, he felt as if he had been thrown into a hot spring, enveloped in a sense of comfort, as though countless gentle hands were massaging him, nearly causing him to cry out in bliss. Simultaneously, an aura began to emanate from Tang Sung, growing ever stronger. Qi Refinement Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Great Ascension Stage, Snap, Human Immortal Realm, 5th level of Human Immortal. This transformation, though it felt prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Awakening from this sensation, Tang Sung was overwhelmed with excitement upon realizing the tremendous power surging within him to attain immortality simply by crushing an ant. This system is astonishingly powerful, verging on the miraculous. Tang Sung sensed that his cultivation was entirely genuine, as if he had cultivated step by step, mastering it with ease. One moment he was a mere mortal, and the next he had ascended to immortality. What ecstasy! Meanwhile, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Chaos Pearl, 9th Layer Seal. Chaos Pearl contains a world that can provide the host with an endless supply of magical power. The host can store all living and non-living entities within it. Additional functions will gradually unlock as the seals are released. Releasing seals requires the host to continuously complete tasks or achieve milestones. Tang Sung was utterly astonished. This was the most powerful Chaos Supreme Treasure. The system had gifted it to him. To start with the Chaos Pearl, this is an extraordinary beginning. The Chaos Pearl surpasses those essential spatial treasures of protagonists. It is, in essence, an entire world. Yet, before Tang Sung could fully marvel at his fortune, the system's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Great Tao Technique, Pangu Creation. Technique. Pangu Creation Technique is the method by which Pangu opened the heavens, allowing direct cultivation to the realm of the Great Tao. The cultivation realms of immortals, from low to high. Human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo. Golden immortal, quasi-saint, saint, heavenly Tao, great Tao. Each realm is divided into 10 layers. The techniques awarded by the system can be enhanced using cultivation points. The first layer of the Human Immortal chapter of Pangu Creation Technique requires 100 merit points. Please complete tasks or draw rewards promptly to acquire cultivation points. The system's detailed explanation left Tang Sung in disbelief. First, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, and now the Great Tao Technique. This was undeniably invincible. Once I reach the realm of the Great Tao, who could ever rival me? I shall become unconquerable in this world, effortlessly traversing the realm of journey to the west. Beware, demons of a journey, you will no longer face the weak and helpless Tang Sung, but a formidable figure, vanquishing countless foes. You shall ultimately fall before me, transforming into my experience as I liberate you. Tang Sung could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on his scripture-seeking mission, longing to complete the tasks and return to secular life. With this in mind, Tang Sung turned to the 2 guards and inquired, "Where are we now?" Reporting to the saint, "We have just exited the boundaries of Chang'an, and ahead lies the Double Fork Ridge." The guards replied, "Double Fork Ridge?" Tang Sung furrowed his brow, recalling the details. In Journey to the West, Double Fork Ridge was the first trial Tang Sung faced after leaving Chang'an. A tiger demon known as the Tiger King resided there, who, in the original narrative, captured Tang Sung and devoured his 2 hapless guards, leaving Tang Sung terrified and nearly breathless. Ultimately, it was the intervention of the Venus star who rescued him. However, now, with the system and human immortal cultivation, the narrative could not unfold as it originally did. In Tang Sung's eyes, the Tiger King was no longer a fearsome demon, but rather an adorable source of experience. If I can vanquish the Tiger King, I wonder how many merit points I could earn to cultivate the first layer of the Pangu Creation Technique. Thoughts turned into action. Tang Sung was eager to confront the Tiger King, so he leaped onto the white horse, pointing his staff forward, and shouted, "Follow me, my disciples." With that, Tang Sung charged forth, leaving the 2 bewildered guards in a state of confusion. Caught in the wind, is this a saint? He resembles more of a bandit leader. As dusk approached, the trio finally arrived at Xuanzang Ridge. Just as they stepped into the area, a fierce gust of wind arose, tossing the 2 guards off balance, while Tang Sung employed his mystical powers to shield himself and his steed from the tempest. Moments later, the wind subsided, revealing the forms of 7 demons. At the forefront stood a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. Indeed, it was the Tiger Demon King. Upon seeing this, Tang Sung's eyes sparkled with delight, for he had anticipated an encounter with but one adversary, and now there were 7. A monster! At that moment, the 2 guards shouted in terror and bolted away, leaving Tang Sung at a loss for words. What kind of guards were these? Li Shimin had truly sent him a most unreliable lot. Ho. Who dares intrude upon the domain of this king? Thundered the Tiger Demon King, feigning seriousness. In truth, he had been coerced by an old man named Tai Bai Jinxing to perform this charade to frighten Tang Sung. Having awaited his arrival for nearly a year, the Tiger Demon King was eager to commence his act, for he feared the wrath of his formidable mate awaiting him at home if he delayed. Further, after delivering his proclamation, the Tiger Demon King anticipated a look of terror from Tang Sung, prompting him to continue his performance. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback that he witnessed the fabled, frail Tang Sung advancing toward him, staff in hand, and bellowing, "What foul demon dares to challenge me? I shall deliver you to the path of redemption." Chapter 2. The first challenge, accomplished. Tang Sung could sense that the imposing Tiger Demon King before him was merely a mortal celestial being, likely at the second or third tier, somewhat inferior to himself. Upon realizing this, Tang Sung felt invigorated and charged forward, wielding his staff. It is worth noting that the staff in Tang Sung's possession was the revered nine-linked golden cudgel, bestowed upon him by Guanyin, a remarkable artifact that qualifies as a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Legend has it that this cudgel originally belonged to the fifth patriarch of Ma Huaina, who journeyed far and wide. Through his travels, it acquired sentience. Later, it was wielded by one of the 10 disciples of the Tathgata, Laobua, who is said to have traversed the 13 layers of hell with it, breaking through to rescue his mother. The Tathgata, through Guanyin's grace, gifted the cudgel to Tang Sung for his protection, ensuring that he would not fall victim to wild demons. Originally, Tang Sung lacked the magical prowess to harness the true potential of the nine-linked cudgel, but now, in the hands of a mortal celestial being like himself, it was as if he had been imbued with the strength of a tiger. A surge of power flowed through him, and the cudgel erupted with a brilliant golden light, descending upon the Tiger Demon King with tremendous force, creating a whirlwind that sent his 6 subordinates tumbling in disarray. These 6 minions had yet to reach the celestial realm, and could not withstand even the residual force of Tang Sung's attack. The Tiger Demon King himself was not faring any better. His expression turned grave as he hastily brandished his large blade in defense, inwardly cursing the Taisui Jupiter star for misleading him into believing he was merely intimidating a mortal. This mortal was incredibly formidable, unafraid of demons, and now charging directly at him. Was this a monk? More like a death god. With a resounding clash, the cudgel met the blade, producing a deafening sound. Tang Sung remained steadfast, while the Tiger Demon King staggered back several steps. Crack! Just as the Tiger Demon King regained his footing, his blade emitted a mournful wail, and cracks spiderwebbed across its surface before shattering into countless fragments. Though the nine-linked cudgel was not a sharp weapon, it easily crushed the inferior spiritual blade. Upon witnessing the shattered weapon, Tang Sung's eyes gleamed with determination, and he charged forward with the cudgel, seizing the moment. "You beast, reveal your true form," he proclaimed, channeling the exorcist's incantation he had seen in a film in his previous life to bolster his own confidence. However, in the next instant, Tang Sung was taken aback. The Tiger Demon King, upon hearing his words, ceased all resistance and bowed low to the ground, transforming into a magnificent striped tiger. Simultaneously, he cried out, "Spare me." Holy monk! Tang Sung, with his cudgel raised high, froze in disbelief. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. The Tiger Demon King should have fought fiercely, employing his ultimate techniques only to be easily vanquished by Tang Sung. What was this absurdity of transforming and pleading for mercy? This was far too compliant. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Tiger Demon King and his 6 minions, earning 600 merit points. Congratulations on completing the first challenging task, earning an additional 1000 merit points and 1000 cultivation points. Your merit points have exceeded 100. The lottery system is now activated." Realizing that defeating a monster did not necessarily entail killing it, but rather incapacitating it or eliciting genuine surrender, Tang Sung set down his cudgel and pretended to place a hand over his heart, saying, "Amitba, do you wish to take refuge with this holy monk?" Initially, he had intended to slay the Tiger Demon King, but now that the merit points were secured, this creature might serve another purpose. After all, his chaotic pearl world was barren and in dire need of individuals like the Tiger Demon King to contribute to its development. The Tiger Demon King hesitated, assuming Tang Sanzang was inviting him into the Buddhist fold, as he still had a wife to consider. Holy monk, I was merely captured and did not intend to cause you trouble. How about you let me go? He pleaded, filled with a glimmer of hope. He dared not mention the Tai Sui Jupiter star's name, for such a celestial being was beyond his reckoning. It seems my efforts at salvation are insufficient. Tang Sanzang observed his hesitation and promptly lifted the cudgel, striking the seemingly docile tiger's head without hesitation. Although Tang Sanzang did not employ magic, the 9-linked cudgel was still a formidable mid-grade artifact, and it struck the Tiger Demon King's head with a resounding thump, causing a large bump to form upon the royal emblem upon his forehead. The Tiger Demon King cried out, emitting pitiful sounds, as the pain was truly excruciating. Still unwilling, Tang Sanzang frowned and raised his hand for another strike. The Tiger Demon King opened his mouth to protest, but Tang Sanzang, seemingly addicted to the action, struck again. What do you mean, what? The bump on the Tiger Demon King's head grew to the size of half his head, and he was on the verge of tears. What do you mean, what? Tang Sanzang struck once more. I am willing. I am willing. The Tiger Demon King took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, his voice tragically touching, evoking sorrow in listeners and tears in onlookers. Hearing his words, Tang Sanzang struck his head again. After the blows, Tang Sanzang finally realized. Glancing at the Tiger Demon King's resentful eyes, and sheepishly remarked, "Oh dear, I got carried away and couldn't stop." The Tiger Demon King, on the verge of tears, bore the brunt of it all alone. Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to draw the Tiger Demon King into the chaotic pearl, then gesturing to include the 6 trembling minions as well. After all, building a prosperous chaotic pearl world required many talents, as there is strength in numbers. Having dealt with the Tiger Demon King, Tang Sanzang intended to examine the rewards he had just received when the system's voice resonated once more. Random task issued. Uncover the conspiracy of Tai Sui Jupiter Star. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up. A task had arrived. According to the system, cultivation points that could enhance his power could only be obtained through lottery draws and tasks. Completing tasks could also randomly unlock seals on the chaotic pearl, making them opportunities not to be missed. Tang Sanzang analyzed the task and deduced that since the system instructed him to expose the conspiracy, it indicated that Tai Sui Jupiter Star was likely nearby. Furthermore, in Journey to the West, Tai Sui Jupiter Star arrived just in time to rescue Tang Sanzang. So this white-bearded elder must be lurking in some hidden corner, spying on him. With this thought, Tang Sanzang cleared his throat and called out, "Do not hide. Come forth." Tai Sui Jupiter Star, a figure of such stature, should not be ashamed to reveal himself. Hidden among the clouds, Tai Sui Jupiter Star frowned, observing Tang Sanzang below. As various thoughts raced through his mind, he had not anticipated that the reincarnation promised from the West would still possess cultivation power, a detail not mentioned in the original agreement. This needed to be reported to the Jade Emperor. With this in mind, Tai Sui Jupiter Star prepared to depart on his cloud. But to his astonishment, Tang Sanzang had already discerned his whereabouts. Tai Sui Jupiter Star was taken aback. As a celestial being, he was 2 realms above Tang Sanzang. How could he be discovered? Could it be that Tang Sanzang had concealed his cultivation? With doubts swirling in his mind, Tai Sui Jupiter Star revealed himself, descending gracefully from the clouds to stand before Tang Sanzang. After a slight bow, he addressed him. "How did the holy monk know I was here?" In his previous life, Jin Shanzi had been a figure of the highest celestial rank, a direct disciple of the Tathagata. Though now reincarnated, Tai Sui Jupiter Star dared not show any disrespect and referred to himself humbly as a minor celestial. Tang Sanzang nodded, stepping closer to Tai Sui Jupiter Star, placing a hand on his shoulder, and with a compassionate expression, remarked, "Tai Sui, how could you be so heartless to forcibly bring the Tiger Demon King, who was simply living his life, to this place? Obstructing my path is one thing. You may trouble me, yet I shall not hold it against you. However, should you claim that if this holy monk inadvertently slays the Tiger King, then this sin of murder shall fall upon your head." Tang Sanzang sighed and shook his head, wearing an expression that conveyed his concern for your well-being. Just moments ago, the Tiger King, having acquired the Chaos Pearl, in a state of fright, confessed all, revealing that this mischief was orchestrated by the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing. Tai Bai Jinxing's countenance stiffened, his heart roiling with turmoil. He had descended to fulfill the Jade Emperor's directive, creating the first trial for Tang Sanzang on his journey westward, a matter unbeknownst to others. How could this Tang Sanzang possibly be aware of it? In this instant, Tang Xing appeared profoundly mysterious in the eyes of Tai Bai Jingxing. Yet, given his many years of existence, Tai Bai Jingxing possessed a mastery of maintaining his facade that rivaled his cultivation. Even when confronted with the truth, he mustered a smile and said, "How could the holy monk tarnish an innocent's reputation? This humble celestial did not commit such acts. You must be mistaken." Upon hearing this, Tang Xing chuckled, thinking Tai Bai Jingxing was brazenly lying through his teeth. "Tai Bai, at your advanced age, can you not retain a shred of dignity? What do you mean I tarnished your innocence? One must understand the caliber of this holy monk. The celestial maidens who pursued me were countless. How could I possibly tarnish your reputation?" Tang Sung retorted dismissively. "You." Tai Bai Jingxing's face darkened completely. He had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. "What do you mean by you? To act without accountability is no mark of a true celestial." Tang Xing scoffed. "Humph. I shall never admit to actions I did not commit." Tai Bai Jingxing huffed, clearly stubborn as a mule. "In that case, I shall return without obtaining the scriptures. When the Bodhisattva inquires, I shall assert that it was you, Tai Bai Jingxing, who maliciously obstructed my quest. Let us see if you can bear that responsibility." With that, Tang Xing turned to depart for Chang'an, demonstrating that in the art of trickery, Tai Bai Jingxing was merely a novice in comparison. Tai Bai, upon hearing this, panicked and grasped Tang Xing's arm. But before he could utter a word, Tang Sung bellowed, "Perverse fiend. Release this holy monk. Are you not aware that physical contact between men is inappropriate?" With that, Tang Sung shook off his grip, stepping 5 paces away. His face contorted in disdain. Tai Bai Jingxing was nearly driven to madness. Wasn't this supposed to be a revered monk? Yet, this high monk behaved in such a manner? However, he could not bear the consequences of Tang Xing abandoning his quest, so he swallowed his pride and, taking a deep breath, apologized. "It was merely a moment of impulse on my part, disturbing your holiness. I humbly seek your forgiveness." For a celestial to apologize to a monk was unprecedented. But there was no choice. Although this incident was instigated by the Jade Emperor, Tai Bai dared not reveal that, shouldering the blame alone. As soon as Tai Bai Jingxing finished speaking, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task, earning 500 merit points and 500 cultivation points." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that this task would be completed so effortlessly. He interrupted Tai Bai Jingxing's explanation, stating, "Enough, you must be quite busy in the heavens. Return now. For this holy monk must proceed westward to acquire the scriptures. Do not delay matters." Tai Bai Jingxing was left bewildered. Countless mythical beasts named grass mud horse racing through his mind. "So, you threaten me with life and death merely to compel me to acknowledge these claims? And you do not even allow for an explanation before dismissing me?" Tai Bai Jingxing thought in despair. The heart of a baby is filled with suffering, yet the baby dares not speak. He forced a smile and bowed to Tang Sung, saying, "Since this is the case, I shall not intrude further." With that, he ascended on his cloud, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might be compelled to retaliate against the monk. Once Tai Bai Jingxing departed, Tang Sung excitedly opened the system panel to examine his gains. From the 2 tasks and monster encounters, Tang Xing had amassed a total of 3,100 merit points and 1,500 cultivation points. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. "System, how does the lottery function?" With the merit points in hand, Tang Sung inquired eagerly. The lottery system is categorized into different tiers, the lowest being bronze, costing 100 merit points per draw, followed by silver at 1,000 merit points, and the golden tier, which requires 10,000 merit points. There are numerous higher tiers. Once the host accumulates sufficient merit points, the system will provide further explanations. The higher the lottery tier, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable items. Specific probabilities, however, must be discovered by the host through experience. The system's response left Tang Xing astonished. He had initially believed that 3,100 merit points were substantial, only to realize it would only allow for 3 silver draws, far from the golden tier. How disappointing. Shaking his head, Tang Sung resolved to first attempt a bronze draw. "System, I will draw once from the bronze tier." No sooner had he spoken than a treasure chest radiating a soft yellow light appeared on the system panel, concurrently deducting 100 merit points. "Open," Tang Xing said, feeling a slight thrill. In the next moment, the chest sprang open, unleashing a burst of light that momentarily caused Tang Sung to squint. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated along with the chest, and the system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 200 cultivation points." Tang Sanzang stood dumbfounded. What was this? Spending 100 merit points yielded only 200 cultivation points? This was quite a letdown. He had anticipated uncovering some extraordinary treasure. Frustrated, Tang Sanzang clenched his teeth. If the bronze tier is so underwhelming, then let us try the silver tier, 10 times the value. Surely it cannot be so dismal. System. I wish to conduct a silver draw. After his declaration, another treasure chest appeared, this one far more exquisite than the previous, adorned with intricate patterns, clearly a premium item. Open. Subsequently, this silver chest erupted in a blaze of white light, revealing 2 items that leaped forth from within. As the radiance faded, Tang Sanzang discerned the 2 objects. One was a book, the other a card. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the divine ability, Soul Capture, Instant Mastery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the FA High Experience card. FA High, Golden Immortal Cultivation, Experience Duration, 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a tremendous windfall. This was indeed a valuable acquisition. The divine ability, Soul Capture, was one of the 72 divine arts. According to the system's description, as long as the opponent's realm did not exceed his by a major boundary prior to achieving Golden Immortal Cultivation, he could directly seize their soul, exerting complete control over them. With this divine ability, he would be invincible among peers before reaching the Golden Immortal stage. This was a powerful skill for the early stages. Furthermore, the Golden Immortal FA High Experience card, albeit only for 3 minutes, would enable Tang Sanzang to possess Golden Immortal Cultivation upon its use. This could serve as a trump card in future battles, while Tang Sanzang may merely be a mortal celestial. Upon encountering formidable foes, he could suddenly transform into a Golden Immortal, striking down adversaries with a single blow. Would they dare to challenge him then? With these thoughts, Tang Sanzang eagerly opened the book. As he flipped it open, a surge of light erupted from the pages, rushing into his mind, flooding him with a torrent of information. In the next instant, he felt he had completely mastered this divine ability, wielding it with absolute finesse. Feeling empowered, Tang Sanzang no longer hesitated and proceeded to draw 2 more silver tier prizes. He realized that the higher the tier, the more rewarding the draws became. As the 2 silver chests opened simultaneously, the system's notifications chimed in succession. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 cultivation points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,500 cultivation points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spell, 9 Dragon's Flame, Instant Mastery. Congratulations, host. You have received the equipment, Dustless Kasaya. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression darkened entirely. What was this nonsense? Cultivation points? The cassock? Of what use are they? Was this not a waste of merit points? Only this particular spell had some utility, serving as Tang Sanzang's means of attack, but it had cost him a staggering 2,000 merit points. What a loss. It was indeed too much of a loss. Tang Sanzang's face was filled with regret. He had acted impulsively, realizing that even a minor setback could lead to significant repercussions. Yet, no matter how regretful he felt, it was futile. He had no choice but to accept this unfortunate reality. He activated the spell, the skill book of 9 Dragon's Flame, and thus he mastered this technique completely. Tang Sanzang cast his gaze around, and then fixed his eyes upon a large boulder. With a pointed finger, a flaming divine dragon manifested from thin air, charging directly at the stubborn rock. Bang! The fire dragon collided, instantly reducing the boulder to ashes. Goodness, such power! Tang Sanzang was unexpectedly elated. He had initially thought this was merely an ordinary fire spell, but its potency exceeded his expectations. Currently, Tang Sanzang's cultivation was insufficient to summon more than 1 fire dragon. But he envisioned that once his cultivation was sufficiently advanced, unleashing this spell would summon a myriad of dragons, undoubtedly a magnificent sight. Reflecting on his cultivation, Tang Sanzang recalled that he had amassed 4,200 cultivation points, and it was time to upgrade his Panga creation art to enhance his abilities. System. Allocate all cultivation points to cultivate Panga creation art, Tang Sanzang declared boldly. The system responded. Host expends 100 cultivation points. Panga creation art upgraded to the first layer of human immortal realm. Host expends 500 cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to human immortal 10th layer. Host expends 1,000 cultivation points. Panga creation art upgraded to the 2nd layer of Earth immortal realm. Host expends 2,000 cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to Earth immortal 2nd layer. 600 cultivation points remain. insufficient for further advancement. Please continue to strive for cultivation points. A sequence of notifications rang through, and Tang Sanzang felt his internal power surge instantaneously to the Earth Immortal second layer, having crossed 7 minor realms in succession. Without the system's assistance, he would have needed at least 30 years of diligent practice to achieve such a feat. If other immortals were to witness Tang Sanzang's astonishing rate of advancement, they would surely be astounded. Having merely navigated through one challenge, Tang Sanzang was now at the Earth Immortal stage, coupled with the divine spell he had just acquired, rendering him invincible beneath the second layer of celestial immortals. Suppressing his excitement, he recalled the storyline of Journey to the West. After the Tiger King of Twin Forks, he would encounter another fierce tiger, only to be rescued by the hunter Lu Buqin, who would escort him to the Mountain of Two Realms, where he would then rescue son Wukong. So, the next creature he faced was merely a tiger? Not even a demon. How many merit points could that yield? Furrowing his brow, Tang Sanzang realized he had become enthralled by the thrill of battling monsters and leveling up, yet the impending tiger promised little in terms of substantial rewards. Was this not a waste of time? Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. Mission triggered. Unveil Lu Buqin's true identity. Chapter 4. Lu Buqin's true identity. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Tang Sanzang pondered Lu Buqin's true identity. Was Lu Buqin merely a hunter? What could his true nature be? However, since the system had issued such a task, it indicated that Lu Buqin was indeed not an ordinary individual and must possess some concealed identity. After all, throughout the journey westward, numerous deities descended to Earth, disguising themselves in various roles to engage in dramatic narratives with Tang Sanzang. Countless such tales existed. Perhaps Lu Buqin was also a deity in disguise. With this thought in mind, Tang Sanzang resolved to continue his journey westward and discern Lu Buqin's true nature once he made his appearance. With determination, he retrieved the white horse that had fled in fright and mounted it, proceeding westward. After traveling a short distance, he entered a dense forest. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous tiger roar erupted from the nearby woods. Roar. The sound sent the white horse into a state of panic. Tang Sanzang instinctively sought to calm the horse, but suddenly remembered that he needed to discern Lu Buqin's true identity and grant him the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Thus, Tang Sanzang feigned panic and fell from his horse. A vibrant tiger leaped from the thicket, appearing before Tang Sanzang, and lunged directly at him. Help! Tang Sanzang thought to fully embrace the act and began to shout, Beast, do not harm. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, and a spear shot from a distance, embedding itself into the ground before the tiger with a resounding thud, interrupting its charge. Tang Sanzang's pupils contracted. He could see clearly that the spear was no treasure and lacked sharpness. Yet it was thrown with such force that it embedded itself into the stone as if it were an arrow. Could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? Then, a burly figure clad in a brown robe appeared before Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang promptly called out, Brother, save me. Do not worry, Elder, watch as I, Lu Buqin, tame this fierce tiger. The robust man was indeed Lu Buqin, who, after uttering those words, charged toward the tiger. Caution, Lu warrior, Tang Sanzang shouted, then found a spot to observe the spectacle. As darkness enveloped the sky, the forest grew dim, and with Tang Sanzang channeling his powers into his eyes, he was able to see the clash between Lu Buqin and the tiger clearly. After watching for a while, Tang Sanzang was convinced that Lu Buqin was no ordinary man. First, in such an environment, an average person would struggle to even see, let alone fight a tiger. Second, despite his imposing stature, Lu Buqin fought the tiger without breaking a sweat. His strength seemed to surpass that of the beast. Lastly, while Lu Buqin was earnestly performing, his casual swipes that sent the tiger sprawling were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Through careful observation, Tang Sanzang concluded that this tiger was no mere beast but possessed demonic power. Therefore, Lu Buqin, who could subdue such a creature, must also wield some form of magical prowess. Armed with this realization, Tang Sanzang continued to watch the duel while reminiscing. In his previous life, he had come across various analyses online, one of which suggested that Lu Buqin was a manifestation of Erlang Shun. There was evidence to support this theory. Lu Buqin's performance was far beyond that of a typical hunter. It was well known that this area was home to a tiger spirit, a wild bull spirit, and a black bear spirit. Yet Lu Buqin had managed to establish a residence there with a large family. Without some capabilities, he would have been devoured by the monsters in less than 3 days. Furthermore, the original text mentioned that when Lu Buqin brought Tang Sanzang to his estate, he was accompanied by his mother, 6 servants, and a hunting dog. This ensemble closely resembled the company of Erlangshan Yangjian, his mother, the three holy mothers, the 6 brothers of Meishan, and the howling celestial hound. Most importantly, the original text explicitly stated that when Lu Buqin escorted Tang Xing to Wuzhishan to find Sun Wukong. While clearing the weeds from Sun Wukong's head, Sun Wukong remarked, "Thank you, brother, for escorting my master and for clearing the grass from my face." It is noteworthy that throughout Journey to the West, the only one who could be addressed as brother by Sun Wukong was Erlangshan, who was slightly superior to him at the time. Even the Bull Demon King, his sworn brother, had never earned such a title. Another piece of evidence from the original text was when Lu Buqin requested Tang Sanzang to perform a rite for his father, seeking to spare him from the torments of hell and reincarnate him into a prosperous family. The circumstances surrounding Yang Jian resonate deeply. His father was merely a mortal who passed away prematurely. Due to his transgressions against the Jade Emperor, he was condemned to suffer in the depths of hell, unable to be reborn. Thus, it is highly probable that the soul Tang Sanzang was liberating was indeed that of Yang Jian's father, Yang Tianyu. Contemplating this, Tang Xing increasingly felt that Lu Buqin was none other than the Erlang god, sent to observe and protect the Monkey King beneath the 5 Elements Mountain. With this conviction, Tang Sanzang resolved to ascertain the truth. At that moment, the demon tiger was thoroughly subdued by Lu Buqin and was clearly on the verge of being defeated. Recognizing the opportune moment, Tang Sanzang seized it, proclaiming with authority, "Beast, witness my sanctity as I liberate you." With precision, he struck the demon tiger on the head with his staff, instantly extinguishing its life. Lu Buqin was left in shock. Had someone just snatched away his hard-won prey? Fortuitously, Lu Buqin was unfamiliar with gaming, or he would have certainly chastised Tang Sanzang for his opportunistic behavior. "Master, what is this?" Lu Buqin inquired, bewildered as he regarded Tang Sanzang. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the demon tiger and earning 100 merit points." The system's notification echoed in Tang Sanzang's mind, filling him with quiet joy. He retracted his staff, adjusted his robe, and regarded Lu Buqin with a compassionate expression, asking, "Did the valiant one just intend to slay this fierce tiger?" Lu Buqin nodded, acknowledging that had Tang Sanzang not intervened, the tiger would indeed have met its end at his hands. Tang Sanzang continued, "You may not be aware, but every life exists for a reason. To take a life is to invite karma upon yourself. When karma entwines you, it is highly likely that you may meet an untimely end. Since this fierce tiger was destined to die, let me, as a humble monk, take action. I truly wish to prevent your premature demise. If karma must ensnare someone, let it be me. After all, if I do not descend into hell, who will?" Tang Sanzang's earnest demeanor resembled that of an enlightened monk. Yet Lu Buqin sensed something amiss. Observing Lu Buqin's dazed expression, Tang Sanzang's eyes brightened, and he swiftly added, "I must also express my gratitude for the valiant one's assistance." "There's no need for formality, master." Lu Buqin waved his hand, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation, staring incredulously at Tang Sanzang. Noticing Lu Buqin's realization, Tang Xing nodded with a smile. Chapter 5. The Erling God. Yang Jian. Lu Buqin, perceiving Tang Sanzang's knowing smile, felt a wave of embarrassment and explained, "Master, you must have misheard. My surname is Lu and my given name is Buqin. I am merely a hunter in these mountains. Honored by the villagers with the title of the Mountain Protector, I am certainly not the valiant Yang." Tang Xing, observing Lu Buqin's reluctance to acknowledge the truth, shook his head. At this moment, he was entirely convinced that Lu Buqin was indeed the Erling God, Yang Jian, and his confidence soared. "Why would the illustrious Erling God deceive me? In my heart, the formidable Erling God is not one to hide behind a facade," Tang Sanzang remarked, shaking his head deliberately. Lu Buqin, hearing this, could not help but smile wryly, replying, "Indeed, the monk possesses remarkable insight." With that, he dispelled his transformation, revealing his true form, clad in resplendent silver armor, wielding a trident, with a single eye on his forehead. His countenance was both dignified and awe-inspiring. Yang Jian found himself in a predicament. Although he was unsure how Tang Sanzang had discerned his identity, the revelation left him with little room for denial. For the proud Erling God would not stoop to such trivialities. Upon witnessing Yang Jian's appearance, Tang Sanzang could not help but smirk inwardly, considering that such an attire would surely be a devastating charm in the realm of courtship. He mused that he should acquire something similar for himself, hoping that the system would be more generous this time and not bestow upon him another useless item like the dustless robe he had received previously. As Yang Jian revealed himself, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of unveiling Lu Buqin's true identity. You have received a reward of 3,000 cultivation points and the divine ability, mountain moving. Tang Sanzang's heart soared with joy. This reward was far superior to his previous efforts in combat. 3,000 cultivation points equated to 3 levels of advancement. Without hesitation, he utilized the points, instantly elevating his cultivation to the 5th tier of Earth Immortality. Tang Sanzang then examined the divine ability, mountain moving, which belonged to the same category as the previous soul-capturing skill, both being among the 72 divine abilities. Their levels were comparable, and their powers were similarly formidable. The mountain-moving technique, also known as the burden mountain skill, allowed Tang Sanzang to manipulate mountains at will. The stronger his cultivation, the more massive the mountains he could command. Upon mastering this ability, he discovered that it could also be employed in reverse, causing mountains to erupt from their foundations. If timed correctly, this technique could prove immensely powerful. As Tang Sanzang reveled in his newfound abilities, Yang Jian suddenly inquired, "Might I ask how the holy monk came to know my identity?" Tang Sanzang, coming back to his senses, responded nonchalantly, "I merely took a guess. There is no need for the deity to dwell on it." At that moment, Tang Sanzang's demeanor resembled that of a carefree libertine who, having accomplished his task, felt no obligation to engage further with Yang Jian. Yang Jian was taken aback, since attaining his formidable prowess and becoming the divine warrior of heaven, he had never encountered anyone so dismissive. Yet, he could not confront Tang Sanzang directly and adhered to his preordained plan, suggesting, "Holy monk, the day is drawing to a close. Why not rest at my estate for the night?" Tang Sanzang recalled that upon arriving at the estate in the original tale, he would be asked to assist in the liberation of Yang Jian's father's spirit, to which the original Tang Sanzang had readily agreed, as it was his expertise. However, the current Tang Sanzang was different. Not only did he lack the capability to perform such a rite, but he also had no inclination to assist. Would it not be better to expedite his journey to fulfill the pilgrimage? With this thought in mind, Tang Sanzang shook his head, adopting a serious tone. "While I appreciate the deity's generous invitation, I am bound by the weighty duty of my quest for scriptures and cannot afford to delay. I must press on, as it is my responsibility to honor the Bodhisattva and Buddha's regard for me." Thus, he concluded, "There is no need for further discussion. I shall take my leave." With that, he summoned the white horse that had fled moments earlier, having quietly utilized the soul-capturing skill to establish a bond with the creature, ensuring it would heed his call. Mounting the horse, he bid farewell and rode away, leaving Yang Jian in a state of utter confusion. Yang Jian's mind was in turmoil. What was happening? Why had the mortal Tang Sanzang transformed into a formidable earth immortal, and how had he seen through Yang Jian's disguise? Originally, Yang Jian believed that revealing his identity would leave Tang Sanzang feeling unsettled, especially after witnessing the earlier incident with the cowardly Tai-Bai Jinxing. He thought this might lead Tang Sanzang to perceive the heavenly beings as adversaries, potentially causing turmoil. Yet, after Tang Sanzang exposed his identity, he simply departed without a word. What an inexplicable maneuver! As Yang Jian grappled with his bewilderment, the sound of hooves echoed once more, and he saw Tang Sanzang approaching again, having just declared his intent to depart without delay. "What is the holy monk doing?" Yang Jian inquired, puzzled. "I suddenly recalled a matter of great significance. If left unresolved, I shall find it difficult to proceed with my journey westward." Tang Sanzang exclaimed, feigning a look of deep concern. "What matter could that be?" Yang Jian asked, intrigued. "Pray tell, is it true that there are 3 monsters plaguing the region of Xuanzang Ridge, bringing havoc upon the people, inciting the wrath of heaven, and causing the populace great suffering?" Tang Sanzang, with an earnest demeanor and righteous indignation, declared, "Indeed, there are 3 minor demons residing here, yet they are not malevolent." Yang Jian, listening to Tang Sanzang's words, sensed an underlying discord and felt compelled to interject. After all, since the imprisonment of Sun Wukong beneath the 5-Finger Mountain, there had been no ordinary beings within a radius of 500 miles, including the Xuanzang Ridge. Therefore, although 3 demons were present, they posed no threat to humanity. It was not due to their inherent goodness, but rather their inability to find any humans. Before Yang Jian could elaborate, Tang Sanzang interrupted him. "I beseech you, Divine Lord, to reveal the whereabouts of these 3 demons. As a high monk of this generation, I cannot allow demons to wreak havoc upon the world. I shall endeavor to liberate them." Suddenly recalling the 3 demons, Tang Sanzang, equipped with a system that allowed him to grow stronger by vanquishing foes. Pondered how he could possibly overlook these three experience-giving entities now that he had arrived at Xuanzang Ridge. Chapter 6. The Unsealing of the Chaos Pearl. Did you not claim that the journey to the west is of utmost importance? Why waste time seeking trouble with those three demons? Yang Jin inquired. Ah, dear lord, you view this matter too narrowly. Tang Sung retorted, pursing his lips. Do you not see that my arduous journey across mountains and rivers to retrieve the scriptures is to save sentient beings and spare the populace from calamity? Yang Jian nodded in agreement. Now observe, these demons are causing chaos in the world. If I were to ignore them in pursuit of the scriptures, would that not be forsaking the essence for the trivial? Thus, I must liberate these three demons to continue my journey in peace. Tang Sung proclaimed with righteous fervor, akin to a warrior leading the charge against evil. Yang Jian, at a loss for words, realized that since Tang Sang was determined to proceed, he could not impede him. After all, they were not of the same system, and the heavenly war god had no authority to intervene in the affairs of the Buddhist monk. Very well. I shall guide you. Holy monk, Yang Jian conceded. Thank you, divine lord. Please lead the way, Tang Sung replied. Consequently, Yang Jian led Tang Sang to seek out the three demons of Xuanzang Ridge. In a previous life, there had been rumors that the fierce tiger slain by Lu Buqin was one of the three demons, the tiger spirit, Generaline. However, the transmigrated Tang Sang did not share this belief. Judging by the rewards he had just received for defeating the demon tiger, he discerned that this tiger was merely a beast that had cultivated some demonic power, not a true demon. Therefore, the three spirits were patiently awaiting Tang Sang's arrival for their liberation. As a terrestrial immortal, Tang Sung, along with Yang Jian, quickly reached a hillside where a cave named Xuanzang Cave awaited. How uncultured of this demon. Xuanzang Cave is quite an unrefined name, Tang Sung thought to himself. Nevertheless, he wasted no time, raising his staff and striking the cave entrance with a resounding crash. With a loud boom, the so-called Xuanzang Cave's entrance shattered into fragments, utterly destroyed. Who dares disturb the slumber of your grandpa bear? A coarse voice boomed as a bare-headed demon emerged from the cave. You dare to damage the door I painstakingly crafted? I shall devour you whole. Following the bear spirit, a robust figure with a bull's head stepped out. Humph. You three demons have caused havoc in this region, taking countless lives. Today, I shall liberate you, Tang Sung proclaimed with unwavering conviction, asserting his righteous stance. However, upon finishing his declaration, he realized that only the bear spirit and the bull spirit had emerged, and the third, the tiger spirit, was absent. Could it be that the tiger I just vanquished was indeed the tiger spirit? Tang Sung lamented internally, realizing how much merit he would forfeit if so. Infuriated by this thought, Tang Sung wasted no time, raising his staff to charge at the two demons. At that moment, Tang Sung, a terrestrial immortal, found the two demons, mere minor spirits, to be no match for him. The initially impressive entrance of the two demons lasted less than 3 minutes before they lay defeated and battered on the ground, provoking even Yang Jian's pity. Tang Sung, holding his staff, pressed his foot onto the bear spirit's chest and demanded, Speak. Where is the tiger spirit? Where has he gone? Bring him forth at once. The bear spirit, trembling at the fierce Tang Sung's presence, replied, We were captured and brought to Xuanzang Ridge some time ago. We were abandoned here, while our leader was taken away. I know not where he has gone. Indeed, spare us, noble immortal. We are newcomers. How could we possibly cause chaos in this region? The bull's spirit added, distressed. Tang Sung paused, then queried suspiciously, Were you captured by an old man with a white beard? Yes, yes. The bear spirit nodded vigorously. Tang Sung, upon hearing this, released the tiger demon king, who had been working within the Chaos Pearl. Upon his emergence, the tiger demon king was taken aback, while the bear and bull spirits immediately cried out, Big brother, we have finally found you. The tiger demon king, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt beside the two demons, tears flowing as they reunited. Tang Sung, feeling disgruntled, realized that the tiger demon king was indeed one of the three demons, thus depriving him of an experience-giving adversary. Disinterested in their sentimental reunion, Tang Sung invoked his powers, soul capture, subduing the two demons before summoning all three into the Chaos Pearl, opting for mental tranquility. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the bull spirit and the bear spirit, earning 2,000 points of merit. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked all plot lines related to Xuanzang Ridge. Achieving the Xuanzang Ridge First Completion Achievement. The first layer of the Chaos Pearl has been unsealed. Initially dissatisfied, Tang Sanzang's eyes widened at the system notification. Setting aside the merit points, the revelation of unlocking the first layer of the Chaos Pearl was utterly unexpected. He had assumed it would take considerable time to unseal. Yet he had inadvertently achieved a milestone. Congratulations, host. The first layer of the Chaos Pearl has been unsealed. New feature added, Loyalty Aura. Effect. Upon being absorbed into the Chaos Pearl, the target will establish unwavering loyalty to the host. Usable once a month, one target per use. Tang Sanzang was astounded. A loyalty aura? This is akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage. It was crucial to note that the effect of this aura had no limitations regarding strength. If Tang Sanzang could persuade a formidable being to enter the Chaos Pearl, regardless of their power, they would instantly develop absolute loyalty to him. In light of such an exaggerated capacity, the once-a-month cooldown was trivial. Tang Sanzang was now filled with exhilaration. Yang Jian, who had been observing with keen interest, widened his eyes. He had witnessed many methods and artifacts for subduing beings, but those typically exhibited fluctuations of power. However, Tang Sanzang's display had shown no such disturbances. As if the three demons had not been absorbed, but had simply vanished into thin air, leaving Yang Jian perplexed. In that moment, Tang Sanzang appeared even more enigmatic to Yang Jian. Not to mention, the ability to absorb beings was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The holy monk possesses truly remarkable skills. Yang Jian could not help but express his admiration. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang turned his gaze towards Yang Jian, and a glimmer of inspiration sparked within him. Yang Jian, being a heavenly war god of immense power, was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the journey to the West universe. If he could somehow entice Yang Jian into the Chaos Pearl. Chapter 7. A special task. Tang Sanzang's eyes gleamed with ambition, his desire intensifying, which caused Yang Jian to instinctively recoil a few steps. At that moment, Yang Jian began to doubt the intentions of this high monk from the Tang dynasty. Suspecting that the holy son of the Buddhist realm might possess some peculiarities or odd inclinations, for no ordinary person would gaze at another with such fervor. Saint monk, why do you look at me with such eyes? Have I said something wrong? Yang Jian asked warily, observing Tang Sanzang. Oh, no, I was just lost in thought. Tang Sanzang explained, his mind racing with schemes to deceive Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression stiffened. What peculiar thoughts could he possibly be pondering? In that moment, Yang Jian felt an urge to flee, but he restrained himself, knowing that he had a task to complete. Saint monk, you are nearing the domain of the Five-Finger Mountain. 500 years ago, a colossal mountain descended from the heavens and landed here, resembling a hand. Hence it is also called the Five-Finger Mountain. Beneath this mountain lies a monkey, trapped for 500 years. Since you do not appear as weak as the rumors suggest, you must have learned from the Bodhisattva that this monkey is destined to be your disciple. Allow me to guide you to the Five-Finger Mountain, Yang Jian proposed, eager to whisk Tang Sanzang away and complete his mission. Tang Sanzang, momentarily taken aback, suddenly slapped his thigh. How could he have forgotten about the great sage, Sun Wukong? If there were a perfect candidate for the loyalty enhancement of the Chaos Pearl, it would undoubtedly be his soon-to-be disciple, Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong was a formidable fighter, rivaling even Yang Jian, and he was his first disciple. Why pursue the distant when the near was at hand? Moreover, there was the crucial matter of Sun Wukong's unruly nature. Without the tightening spell, it was impossible to make him obedient. Yet, using the spell would reduce Sun Wukong to a mere servant of the Buddhist order. Tang Sanzang held a special fondness for Sun Wukong and wished to spare him from such constraints. Thus, employing the Chaos Pearl's loyalty enhancement on Sun Wukong would serve a dual purpose. With this in mind, Tang Sanzang wasted no time and said to Yang Jian, "Very well, I shall trouble you to lead the way." Yang Jian nodded and turned to lead the way. Tang Sanzang followed closely on his white horse, silently vowing, "For now, I shall spare you. As the twin star of the journey to the west, Sun Wukong is already in my grasp, and you, Erlang Shin Yang Jian, cannot escape." The two traveled swiftly towards the Five-Finger Mountain. Shortly after, they passed through the Twin Fork Ridge and beheld a towering mountain reaching into the clouds. When the moon hung high, they arrived before the Five-Finger Mountain. Tang Sanzang raised his gaze and indeed saw a mountain remarkably resembling a hand. After observing it closely, Tang Sanzang deduced, the Buddha must have a splendid diet, otherwise, this hand could not be so plump. Saint monk, ahead lies the Five-Finger Mountain, where the divine monkey has languished beneath it for 500 years. He is a pitiful creature, And I hope you will treat him kindly on your journey to the west, Yang Jian sighed. A strange expression crossed Tang Sang's face. Yang Jian's demeanor resembled that of a reluctant father sending off his daughter to marry, filled with reluctance and melancholy. Ahem, I will, Tang Sing replied, suppressing his odd thoughts. Then I thank you, Saint Monk. Please follow me, Yang Jian said, leading Tang Sing forward. As they neared the foot of the Five-Finger Mountain, Yang Jian spotted Sun Wukong fast asleep and called out, Monkey, wake up. Your master has arrived. As soon as Yang Jian's words fell, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, which gleamed with golden light as he looked over. His gaze bypassed Yang Jian and fell upon the robed Tang Sing, his eyes instantly reflecting excitement. The one who seeks the scriptures. At last you have come. After 500 years of solitude and suffering, I can finally be free. However, before Sun Wukong could react further, he saw Yang Jian turn to Tang Sung and nod, saying, Saint Monk, I have brought you here. You may proceed on your own. I must take my leave, as I have urgent matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, Yang Jian swiftly departed, his speed surpassing that of their earlier duel. From Yang Jian's actions, Sun Wukong sensed an undercurrent of fear, as if Tang Sung were some formidable being, prompting Yang Jian to flee without a moment's hesitation. Leaving Sun Wukong bewildered, Tang Sung, however, felt a spark of excitement, disregarding Yang Jian's departure, and galloped to the mountain's base, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Sun Wukong. In that moment, Sun Wukong appeared far from his former grandeur, with disheveled fur and weeds tangled in his hair. A pitiful sight resembling a neglected wild monkey. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, Sun Wukong's eyes shone with hope, feeling somewhat uneasy under Tang Sang's intense gaze. He swallowed hard and asked, Might I inquire if the Venerable One hails from the Eastern Tang and is the one destined to journey westward for the scriptures? Before Sun Wukong could finish, Tang Sing interrupted, Indeed, that is I. No more idle chatter. I am here to rescue you. Let us hasten our departure. With that, Tang Sung prepared to ascend and unseal the Buddha's seal. Wait, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Tang Sung frowned, pausing his actions to inquire. Sun Wukong hesitated, taken aback by Tang Sing's eagerness, casting doubt on whether this monk was genuine. Noticing Sun Wukong's silence, Tang Sing chose to ignore him and activated his magical power. Soaring to the summit of the Five-Finger Mountain, Sun Wukong stood dumbfounded. The scripture seeker could fly? Upon reaching the peak, Tang Sing indeed saw a faint golden seal shimmering on the mountainside. Without hesitation, he intended to lift the seal, but just as his hand made contact, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special mission. Recruit Sun Wukong. Mission requirements. Use methods that will astonish Sun Wukong to rescue him. The more shocked he is, the better the rewards. Hearing the system prompt, Tang Sung halted his actions. Had it not been for the mission, he would have acted without fanfare, but now that a task was at hand, he could not simply unseal it in an ordinary manner. With this thought, Tang Sing withdrew his hand from the seal, flew back down to the foot of the mountain, and fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, brainstorming ways to astonish him. Master, what are you doing? Sun Wukong, seeing Tang Sung return, struggled against the seal, confusion etched on his face. Tang Sung ignored him, opening a system panel visible only to himself, scrutinizing his available items for a way to astonish Sun Wukong. Scanning through, he spotted the experience card for the Great Law of the Sea, and his eyes brightened with inspiration. Then, turning to Sun Wukong, Tang Sung wore a mischievous smile and declared, Wukong, my disciple, I shall rescue you now, but be prepared. With that, Tang Sing soared into the air and activated the experience card. Sun Wukong, perplexed, could not fathom Tang Sing's intentions, but then he witnessed a scene that left him astounded. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, infusing Tang Sung with its brilliance. The ordinary robe he wore transformed into a resplendent garment that dazzled Sun Wukong's keen eyes. Then, a colossal golden Buddha apparition manifested behind Tang Sung, exuding an air of majesty. Subsequently, within Sun Wukong's perception, the originally modest aura of Tang Sung, who was merely at the level of an earth immortal, began to swell immensely. Peak earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, peak golden immortal. In an instant, Tang Sung transformed into a formidable being at the pinnacle of golden immortality, leaving Sun Wukong utterly astonished. At this moment, suspended in midair, Tang Sung felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. as if he could unleash a single punch capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. Yet, he remained acutely aware that, even with the experience card from Fa High, he was still but a mere golden immortal. This was merely an illusion brought on by his sudden spike in strength. With a resounding shout, Tang Sanzang's voice reverberated across the landscape, scattering the ominous clouds above and revealing the distant moonstar. The golden light emanating from him and the ethereal image of the Fa High Buddha behind him illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day, casting even the disheveled Sun Wukong in golden hues. Without requiring his master's effort, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "If Master ascends the mountain and removes the seal of the Tathagata Buddha, I shall be free." Reacting to Tang Sanzang's apparent intention to lift the five-finger mountain, Sun Wukong immediately voiced his thoughts. "Humph. Such trifling skills daring to show off before me." Tang Sanzang merely chuckled coldly in response, not wishing to waste any time. Tang Sanzang knew that the experience card from Fa High was limited to 3 minutes. Once the time elapsed, he would no longer be able to display such prowess. "Disciple, protect yourself," Tang Sanzang shouted, activating his divine powers. "Move the mountain. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Great Luo Spell. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Bamam." Without conscious control, Tang Sanzang called out the renowned slogans of Fa High, and the golden light erupted from the 9-ringed staff in his hand as he pointed at the five-finger mountain and commanded, "Move the mountain." Sensing the aura of Tang Sanzang as a son of the heavenly Tao, the seal directly fell from the mountain, vanishing in an instant. Initially, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, believing Tang Sanzang to be overestimating his abilities. However, in that moment when the golden light touched the five-finger mountain, he felt an unexpected lightness, as the sealing power of the mountain dissipated entirely. Sun Wukong stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on Tang Sanzang, filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the five-finger mountain began to tremble violently, and soon the entire mountain range was lifted into the air. Seeing this, Tang Sanzang's face lit up with joy, but then his expression shifted. The magical power was insufficient, although the essence of the mountain lay in the Buddha's seal. The five-finger mountain itself was a manifestation of the Tathagata Buddha's palm, far from an ordinary mountain. Even with the ability to move mountains and the Fa High's golden immortal level power he currently possessed, shifting the five-finger mountain proved to be a formidable task. His internal magical energy drained away like a flood, and in mere moments, it was entirely exhausted. With a thought, Tang Sanzang summoned the Chaos Pearl, and a vast and continuous stream of magical energy surged into his being, replenishing his depleted reserves instantly. This Chaos Pearl, merely capable of providing magical energy, functioned like an infinitely reusable and super restorative blue potion. Tang Sanzang marveled with delight. Observing the astonished Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang smiled slightly and increased the output of his magical energy. In a short time, he elevated the entire five-finger mountain high into the air. Then, with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he aimed a palm at the mountain and declared, "Explode." Simultaneously, the mountain moving divine power reversed direction, directly igniting the immense force contained within the five-finger mountain. With a thunderous bang, the mountain erupted mid-air as if it were a tremendous explosive charge. The massive shockwave radiated outward, striking everything in its path. Tang Sanzang had prepared for this, shielding himself with the Chaos Pearl to withstand the force. However, the astonished Sun Wukong was not so fortunate. Caught off guard, he was struck by the shockwave, plunging him deep into the earth. Meanwhile, in the Western Paradise, the Tathagata Buddha, seated upon his lotus throne, expounding sacred teachings with a voice as melodious as the sound of blooming lotuses, suddenly fell silent. A stream of golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The five-finger mountain was a creation of the Tathagata's immense magical power, bearing his unique seal. This mountain had essentially become a part of him. Thus, when Tang Sanzang destroyed it, he would naturally be affected. More critically, Tang Sanzang's direct detonation of the mountain had indirectly injured the Tathagata Buddha. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he assumed a gesture of meditation, calculating the situation, only to find the heavenly Tao shrouded in chaos. This unexpected turn of events startled the Tathagata, prompting him to speak. Guanyin, the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, seated below, rose upon hearing his name. "You are to investigate the five-finger mountain and ascertain what has transpired." "As you command." Guanyin performed a Buddhist salutation and departed gracefully. The injured Tathagata Buddha wore a grim expression as he dismissed the assembly of monks who had come to hear his teachings, retreating to sit alone in contemplation. Lost in thought, in the heavenly court, the Lingshao Palace trembled slightly. The Jade Emperor, who had been enjoying a banquet with the celestial beings, suddenly changed countenance, the glazed cup slipping from his grasp. His expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward the Five-Finger Mountain. Alien, Xuanzang, go investigate what has occurred. Yes, Your Majesty. In the slanting moon-star cave, the meditating patriarch Su Puti suddenly opened his eyes, calculating a moment before sighing, such upheaval in the world. I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 9. Will you accompany me to the Western Paradise, or shall I send you there? The act of shattering the Five-Finger Mountain, though seemingly prolonged, took Tang Sanzang merely a minute. Descending to the ground, he extended his hand, channeling magical energy to retrieve Sun Wukong, who had been buried in the earth, leaving a large pit in his wake. Sun Wukong was still somewhat dazed, having been overwhelmed by the tremendous force of the recent explosion, having just regained his freedom. He found himself unable to withstand the situation with only the cultivation level of a golden immortal. He stared blankly at Tang Sanzang, who was enveloped in radiant golden light, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master is mighty." Tang Sanzang smiled gently, embodying the demeanor of a venerable monk, and nodded, saying, "Now that we are free, let us not waste time. Follow me to the Western Paradise." At this moment, Sun Wukong finally regained his bearings, his eyes darting as he responded, with the elder's profound cultivation. "There is no need for my escort. Why not travel alone? My absence would pose no hindrance." Tang Sanzang's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such a response from Sun Wukong, who was being rather cunning. Before his liberation, he had called him master. Yet now he referred to him as elder, revealing his trickster nature. "You refuse to accompany me?" Tang Sanzang asked sternly. Elder. You may take your scriptures to the west. I shall return to my flower fruit mountain. Neither of us hinders the other. Of course, should you encounter any difficulties along the way, feel free to seek me out at Flower Fruit Mountain, and I will certainly assist you." Sun Wukong chuckled, clearly indicating his reluctance to join. Tang Sanzang's fury surged. It was not merely that Sun Wukong was an exceptional fighter, but the system's task required him to accept Sun Wukong as a disciple to complete it. Moreover, if the quartet of travelers to the west was incomplete, what would happen if the Tathagata refused to grant the scriptures? How would he return to a mundane life? With a stern countenance, Tang Sanzang appeared before Sun Wukong, grasping his neck in a firm hold, and coldly demanded, "Impudent monkey, will you accompany me to the Western Paradise, or shall I send you there myself?" At this moment, with the strength of a peak golden immortal and the continuous magical energy provided by the Chaos Pearl, Tang Sanzang effortlessly restrained the weakened Sun Wukong, who was only at the initial stage of golden immortality. Sun Wukong struggled briefly, only to realize that he was utterly immobilized beneath Tang Sanzang's magical binding, leading him to abandon any further resistance. To know he is indeed made of bronze skin and iron bones, as solid as dark iron. What use could merely grasping his neck serve? Back in the day when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, even countless deities were powerless against him. Regardless of being cut by blades or struck by thunder, it was all in vain. Would he now fear a mere Tang Sanzang? Tang Sanzang's expression was grave, his icy gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, leaving the monkey feeling breathless. Gradually, the monkey's countenance changed as he felt Tang Sanzang's grip like a blade, rendering him flesh and blood, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, as if his neck were about to snap. In that moment, Sun Wukong sensed the threat of death. All his divine powers seemed to lose their efficacy. He finally understood the essence of fear, his heart racing at the sight of Tang Sanzang's cold eyes. He could no longer breathe and could only nod desperately, conceding, "I am willing." Only when Tang Sanzang slightly relaxed his grip could he utter the words, pleading for mercy repeatedly. "Humph." Tang Sanzang let out a cold snort, seizing the moment of Sun Wukong's mental disarray to unleash his divine ability, soul capture. Instantly, Sun Wukong's eyes turned dazed, but in the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of breaking free from control. Tang Sanzang seized the opportunity, directly encasing Sun Wukong within the Chaos Pearl, and then he himself entered the realm of the Chaos Pearl. After a swirl of vision, Tang Sanzang found himself in a new world, one belonging to the Chaos Pearl. In this realm, mountains and rivers were abundant, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Tang Sanzang could feel that everything in this world was under his dominion. He was the sole supreme deity within it. With a mere thought, he dimmed the moon in the sky, causing it to set in the west, while a red sun slowly rose from the east. In an instant, night turned to day. What place is this? At that moment, Sun Wukong's astonished voice emerged. Without delay, Tang Sanzang gathered the world's power and charged towards the bewildered Sun Wukong. How immense was the strength of the entire world! In an instant, Sun Wukong was completely bound, unable to move, as a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Sun Wukong. This was the loyalty halo, which condensed once a month within the Chaos Pearl. Sun Wukong, ever rebellious, needed to be bound by this loyalty halo to prevent any future mischief. Moments later, the golden light gradually dissipated, and Sun Wukong regained his freedom. How do you feel? By then, the time on the experience card had elapsed, and the golden aura around Tang Sanzang vanished, returning his cultivation to the Earth Immortal realm. Disciple Sun Wukong pays respects to Master. Sun Wukong's expression was complex, and he knelt in reverence. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task. During the process of accepting Sun Wukong as a disciple, you astonished powerful beings such as the Jade Emperor and Buddha, receiving rewards. 10,000 cultivation points, 10,000 merit points, and a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Buddha seal. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's heart soared with joy, yet he restrained his excitement to check the rewards. He stepped forward, assisted Sun Wukong to his feet, and said, "Good disciple." Sun Wukong, now upright, gazed at Tang Sanzang, feeling a tumult of emotions, devoid of any thought of resistance. His heart was in turmoil, as he could hardly fathom that his master, a holy monk of Buddhism, possessed such character. It completely shattered his worldview. "Wukong, your cultivation seems somewhat unstable?" In the world of the Chaos Pearl, Tang Sanzang instantly discerned Sun Wukong's weakened state. "To be honest, Master, I was suppressed by Buddha for 500 years, and my strength has diminished significantly. Now I am only at the golden immortal level, even inferior to your cultivation." Sun Wukong shook his head, offering a bitter smile. In Sun Wukong's eyes, Tang Sanzang had hidden his strength through some means, having reverted to the Earth Immortal realm. Tang Sanzang, upon hearing this, realized something. 5 centuries ago, Sun Wukong had caused a ruckus in the heavens, almost breaching the heavenly palace, whereas 5 centuries later, he struggled against a mere small demon. Now it made sense. "Wukong, do you have any means to restore your cultivation?" Tang Sanzang inquired, knowing that since Sun Wukong was now his disciple, it would be better for him to grow stronger. "To restore my cultivation, I must endure rigorous training. If I wish to regain my peak strength at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, it will take at least 10 years. Sun Wukong shook his head. Previously, during his cultivation, he had consumed countless years of absorbed essence from heaven and earth, as well as elixirs during his rampage in the heavenly palace, enabling him to transform from an ordinary monkey to a Tai Golden Immortal in merely 8 to 9 years. Yet now, devoid of those resources, restoration alone would take a full decade. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow. By then, he might have finished his pilgrimage, rendering the restoration futile. Suddenly, Tang Sanzang posed another question. "Wukong, if there were a substantial amount of magical power provided to you, could you recover your cultivation in a shorter time?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, replying eagerly, "Of course. Does Master have a way?" Tang Sanzang revealed a profound smile, replying nonchalantly, "Indeed." Chapter 10. The Tai Golden Immortal Experience Card. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang pointed at Sun Wukong and softly commanded, "Infuse." As the words left his lips, the spiritual energy in the surrounding world surged violently, rushing towards Sun Wukong. "Master!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, but before he could finish, a boundless flow of spiritual power surged into his body, interrupting his sentence. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the great immortal decision taught to him by Bodhi Patriarch, beginning to absorb this spiritual energy. Observing Sun Wukong in his cultivation, Tang Sanzang had a sudden inspiration, channeling a portion of spiritual energy into his own body, and began practicing the Panga creation technique. However, after a brief moment, he abandoned it, for the pace of cultivation was excruciatingly slow. Accustomed to elevating his cultivation with points, Tang Sanzang found it intolerable to endure his own sluggish progress. Glancing at the diligently cultivating Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang opened the system panel to review the recent rewards. Aside from the 10,000 merit points and 10,000 cultivation points, the low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Buddha seal, already filled Tang Sanzang with exhilaration. It was important to note that in the journey to the West World, treasures are classified into various levels: magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, postnatal spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, chaos spiritual treasures, and Chaos Supreme treasures. The first two levels were merely decent, akin to the 9-section staff, which were man-made, and among the most common treasures in the journey to the West universe. The latter levels, however, were distinct. Spiritual treasures were crafted by the forces of heaven and earth, endowed with various restrictions and immense power. In the novel Investiture of the Gods, there were often scenes where disciples wielding powerful spiritual treasures sent their masters fleeing in panic. Similarly, in Journey to the West, even minor demons wielding spiritual treasures could make Sun Wukong and the deities tremble. These narratives unequivocally demonstrate the formidable nature of spiritual treasures, as they possessed the capability to battle beyond their rank. Tang Sanzang's heart raced as he took out the Buddha seal. A small, earthy yellow seal materialized in his hand, appearing exceptionally plain, with a swastika inscribed at its base. Normally, utilizing a spiritual treasure would require refining its restrictions, and even the lowest-grade postnatal spiritual treasures had 3 restrictions. Given Tang Sanzang's cultivation, it would take at least a year to refine those restrictions. However, the system directly assisted Tang Sanzang in refining the Buddha seal, saving him an entire year. This was simply exhilarating. Now he could use that spiritual treasure. Tang Sanzang infused his magical power into it, and the Buddha seal began to spin rapidly, erupting with a dazzling golden light. Go! Tang Sanzang surveyed his surroundings, seeking a small hill to which he extended a finger. The Buddha seal soared directly into the air, rapidly enlarging as it descended forcefully upon the small hillside. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, and when Tang Sanzang looked again, he found the once small hill reduced to a flat expanse. The sheer power was astonishing. Tang Sanzang couldn't help but marvel inwardly, though his heart brimmed with joy. With the 9 dragons' flame at his command, the ability to capture souls, and now the Buddha seal, his strength had reached an impressive level. Tang Sanzang stowed the Buddha seal and immediately allocated the 10,000 cultivation points he had just acquired to the Panga creation technique. The system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have spent 5,000 cultivation points, elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal level. To cultivate the 3rd layer of the Celestial Immortal chapter of the Panga creation technique, you require 10,000 cultivation points. Insufficient points. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang was taken aback. Although the Panga creation technique was immensely powerful, allowing him to dominate others within the same realm, the cost of cultivation points was staggering. To reach the Celestial Immortal level, a mere 10,000 points were required. What would it be like when he sought to attain the Golden Immortal or even the Great Luo? The thought alone was daunting. Shaking his head, Tang Sanzang refocused on the system panel. With 10,000 merit points, he could draw a gold-level treasure chest. System, grant me a golden treasure chest, Tang Sanzang declared. No sooner had he spoken than a magnificent chest radiating golden light materialized before him. Open, he commanded, taking a deep breath. As the chest opened and the brilliance dissipated, the system announced, Congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time formation disc, the Demon Suppression Formation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Great Witch Xiang Lu, Great Luo Golden Immortal experience card for half an hour. Congratulations, host. You have gained 4,500 cultivation points. Tang Sanzang was immediately astounded. While he was not entirely familiar with who Xiang Lu was, the system's description was clear. This Great Witch possessed the cultivation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a being could be considered one of the supreme powers in the journey to the West universe. Even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were merely at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Although it was only a half-hour experience card, if utilized wisely, it could be a pivotal trump card. Tang Sanzang delightedly toyed with the experience card for a moment before returning it to the system space and examining the Demon Suppression Formation disc. According to the system's introduction, this formation could suppress all demon entities beneath the Tai Golden Immortal level, regardless of their numbers, and could be used at any time. Nodding in approval, Tang Sanzang recognized its value. There were countless demons on the journey westward, and this would undoubtedly prove invaluable. However, one aspect that left Tang Sanzang dissatisfied was that the 4,500 cultivation points granted to him were just shy of allowing him to reach the Celestial Immortal realm. If only they had been 500 points more. But there was no point in lamenting. He would have to wait for another opportunity. After reviewing his rewards, Tang Sanzang turned his gaze to Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong exuded an incredibly potent aura, compelling everything around him to cower beneath his oppressive presence. With only Tang Sanzang remaining unaffected, moments later, a vortex of spiritual energy erupted around Sun Wukong, and as he suddenly opened his eyes, flushed and strained, he exclaimed, "Master, that's enough. Please retract your divine powers." Tang Sung promptly pointed, causing the influx of spiritual energy to disperse obediently. "Thank you, Master, for helping me restore my cultivation." After regaining his composure, Sun Wukong approached and knelt in gratitude, his face reflecting genuine appreciation. At that moment, he wholly acknowledged Tang Sung as his master. "There's no need for thanks. Now that your cultivation is restored, we should not delay further. Let us set off." Tang Sung replied with a nod. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Was his master this sincere? Did he truly wish to waste no time at all? In the next moment, the two vanished from the world of the Chaos Pearl and reappeared beside the ruins of Mount Five Fingers in the journey to the West Universe. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed, "Xuanzang." Both Tang Sung and Sun Wukong turned to see a woman in white, exquisitely beautiful, holding a jade bottle from which willow branches emerged. Gazing at them with a benevolent expression, Tang Sung immediately recognized her as Guanyin Bodhisattva, though puzzled as to why she had suddenly appeared at Mount Five Fingers. He joined his palms together and said, "Tang Sung pays his respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva." Sun Wukong, however, stood silently, observing Guanyin. Previously, he had been forced to bow to her due to his diminished cultivation, but now, having regained his status as a Tai Golden Immortal, he felt no fear and saw no need for pretense. Guanyin furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "Xuanzang, why do you not bow?" It was evident that this time, Tang Sung had deviated from his usual behavior, choosing not to kneel and instead merely uttering a greeting, which signified a stark contrast in attitude. "Why must I bow?" Tang Sung replied with a smile, yet his tone was resolute. Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. Today, as Tang Sung was entirely different, evoking within her the strange sensation of confronting the Buddha's disciple, Jin Shanzi. "The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. Why should I bow to you?" Tang Sung stepped forward, his demeanor assertive. Sun Wukong was astonished, glancing at Tang Sung in disbelief. He never expected his master to be so audacious. To stand before a Buddha and not bow, what sort of Buddhist practice is that? Guanyin inquired sternly. "Are you a Buddha?" Tang Sung asked nonchalantly. Before Guanyin could respond, Tang Sung continued, "You are merely a bodhisattva, not a Buddha." Guanyin's expression darkened. As the universally revered Guanyin Bodhisattva, known for her compassion and ability to rescue beings in distress, how could she tolerate being told to her face that she was not a Buddha, but merely a bodhisattva? Such disrespect was utterly intolerable. "You show such a reverence towards me. How could you possibly have sincerity in your worship of the Buddha? How can you hope to obtain the true scriptures of the Tripitaka?" Guanyin questioned. After a few provocative remarks, Tang Sung lost interest in further debate and stated plainly, "What of it? If I journey to the West, can you prevent the Buddha from granting me the scriptures?" 3 Zong. If you lack sincerity in your worship of the Buddha, this journey to the West will be nothing but a fruitless endeavor, Guanyin warned, shaking her head. "Fine. If it is to be fruitless, then I shall not go. It is not far from here to Chang'an. I can still make it back in time for the offerings at Jinguang Temple." Tang Sung replied, turning to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, since going is pointless, let us not proceed. You return to your flower fruit mountain, and I shall return to my golden mountain temple. The mountains and rivers may bring us together again in the future." With that, Tang Sung turned decisively and began to walk eastward without a hint of hesitation. Sun Wukong stood in shock, bewildered by his master's nonchalant dismissal. Guanyin, too, was left speechless. The designated pilgrim for the scriptures, Tang Sung, was leading the charge to abandon the mission? This was utterly absurd. Was the world not awake, or was it she who was still asleep? Could it be that this Tang Sung was not genuine? Moments later, Tang Sung had already walked far away, seemingly eager to return home, almost as if he wished to sprint back. Guanyin's expression soured. Her intent was merely to intimidate. Yet Tang Sung had shown her no respect and had chosen to abandon the mission. At this point, Guanyin found herself in a dilemma and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Sun Wukong, go fetch your master back." "Humph, you drove him away yourself. You go get him." "I can't be bothered," Sun Wukong replied indifferently. Having regained his peak cultivation as a Tai Golden Immortal, Sun Wukong felt no fear of Guanyin, who was merely at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. How could he, after all, be intimidated by her? Especially considering the chaos he had caused 500 years ago in heaven? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's refusal, Guanyin's fury ignited, just as she was about to administer punishment. She suddenly realized that Sun Wukong had restored his cultivation, which left her astonished and her expression grim. With no other choice, Guanyin extended her hand, attempting to draw Tang Xing back to her. Tang Xing suddenly felt an immense force pulling at him. Instinctively, he summoned his magical powers to resist. But how could a mere earth immortal withstand the might of a great Luo golden immortal like Guanyin? He was directly flung backward, only to be pulled back to his original position by Guanyin. Silently, Tang Sung cast a glance at her. Were it not for his current inability to match her power, he would have surely struck her with his staff. Guanyin, what exactly do you intend to do? I am minding my own business. Yet you threaten me by withholding the scriptures. If I choose not to go, you still insist? Have you come here in a foul mood this month? Tang Sung expressed his exasperation. However, Guanyin paid no heed to his words, her face displaying shock as she exclaimed, "How can you possibly possess any cultivation? Why is it that you are allowed to cultivate while I am not? On this journey, I encounter numerous demons. Without some power, I would surely be consumed by them." Tang Sung had never considered concealing his cultivation level, as it was rather unimpressive. Even if he attempted to disguise it, he would fail. Moreover, with the Chaos Pearl in his possession, he could evade any fatal threats by retreating into it, thus feeling no insecurity. After all, as long as he could survive without peril, why should he be overly cautious? Battling monsters is not limited to mere demons. The deities themselves represent the greatest source of experience. Fearless, Tang Xing openly acknowledged his status, while Guanyin was left astounded. It was known that since the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, the Buddha had bestowed immense magical power upon him, rendering it impossible to cultivate until he had completed 10 cycles and obtained the true scriptures. Now that Tang Sung had acquired magical powers, did it not imply that someone even more powerful than the Buddha was aiding him? How did you cultivate? Guanyin asked, her expression grave. What? Do you wish for me to teach you how to cultivate, Sister Guanyin? It's quite simple. Just come down and chat with me. If I'm in a good mood, I might just share my secrets, Tang Sung replied, sizing up Guanyin, who he found to be quite beautiful. How dare you? Guanyin, hearing his words, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Such blatant flirtation was a first for her, a great Luo golden immortal. And she could not help but feel a mix of embarrassment and anger. Guanyin, did you know that you look quite lovely when you blush? Tang Sung exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Nearby, Sun Wukong was taken aback, astonished that his master had the audacity to tease even Guanyin. Furious, Guanyin pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Xing, exclaiming, Xuanzang, you did not speak this way in Chang'an. How have you changed so much? Has Sun Wukong led you astray? Her gaze shifted ominously towards Sun Wukong. Internally, Sun Wukong felt exasperated. How had he become implicated in this spectacle? Enough, Guanyin. You did not come here merely for a social visit, did you? If you have business, please state it plainly. Do not delay my pilgrimage for scriptures. Tang Sung boldly declared. Chapter 12. The tightening spell. Were it not for Tang Sung being the fated traveler to acquire the scriptures and the protagonist of the journey to the west, Guanyin would have already lost her temper and taken action against him. His insolence was maddening, rendering him utterly infuriating. Yet, she could do nothing, forced to endure. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Guanyin pointed to the remnants of Five Fingers Mountain in the distance and asked, Did you do this? Indeed. What of it? Do you wish for me to compensate you? I am a humble monk, untainted by bribes. So, I possess no money and will not offer my life. Do as you please. Tang Sung shrugged dismissively. You. Guanyin was seething but could not retaliate against Tang Sung, nearly choking on her frustration. How did you accomplish this? Guanyin pondered, suppressing her rage as she needed to fulfill the task assigned by the Buddha and investigate this matter thoroughly. I did this, then that. And ultimately I rescued my precious disciple, Wukong. I must say, you are too cruel. In Buddhism, we speak of saving others. How could you be so barbaric as to imprison Wukong? Tang Sung protested vehemently on behalf of Wukong. Guanyin glared at him, ignoring his complaints. She felt communication with Tang Sung was futile, as he was simply too infuriating. Though Tang Xing's cultivation was inferior to hers, his words alone could drive her to the brink of madness. Noticing Guanyin's silence, Tang Sung whistled and discreetly summoned the distant white horse back to him. He mounted it, grumbling, This horse is far too timid. Is this the extent of your courage? How embarrassing for a holy monk like me. In a few days, once we reach Eagle Cry Gorge, I shall find a dragon to ride instead. You will be fed to it. If the white horse could speak, it would certainly retort. Though I am not human, you truly are a dog. Was that commotion just now a minor disturbance? It shook the three realms, for goodness sake. As a mere horse. Surviving this is already a miracle, yet you demand this and that, even suggesting I be fed to a dragon. How outrageous. Disregarding the non-existent retorts of the horse, Guanyin was now too preoccupied with her thoughts. She found it hard to believe how Tang Xing knew of the prearranged little white dragon at Eagle Cry Gorge, even detailing events that had yet to unfold. Was there an extraordinary individual supporting Tang Xing? Perhaps a sage had intervened? No. She had to return swiftly to report this to the Buddha. With a focused gaze, Guanyin pulled a golden circle from her robes, casting it directly onto the unsuspecting Sun Wukong's head as he watched the scene unfold. She then whispered the tightening spell. Ah! Sun Wukong suddenly cried out in agony, clutching his head and thrashing about. Moments later, he lay writhing on the ground, exclaiming, "What is this? Ah, it's killing me." Tang Sanzang, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy mixed with anger. Now that Sun Wukong was his disciple, a part of his family, how could he allow such mistreatment? One must consider the owner even when beating a dog. How much more so when it was in front of the master? Guanyin, cease this at once, Tang Xing shouted, his voice laced with authority. This powerful proclamation resonated with Tang Xing's magical essence, producing an overwhelming sound that left Guanyin momentarily stunned. She had never expected Tang Sanzang to speak to her in such a manner, and the force of his words disrupted her tightening spell. At that moment, Sun Wukong halted his struggles and, with Tang Xing's support, rose to his feet. Realizing that Guanyin was behind this, he immediately seethed with anger, brandishing his golden staff and preparing to charge, but Tang Sanzang intervened. Although it was possible for Sun Wukong to defeat Guanyin given his strength, one must remember that Guanyin belonged to the Buddhist order. If Wukong were to engage her, it could provoke the Buddha, leading to dire consequences. If Sun Wukong were sealed away again, how would they ever obtain the scriptures? Without them, Tang Xing would have no hope of returning to his former life. Wukong, remain calm, Tang Xing urged. Despite his reluctance, influenced by the loyalty aura of the Chaos Pearl, Sun Wukong could not disobey Tang Xing's command. He shot a furious glare at Guanyin before reluctantly retracting his staff. Seeing Sun Wukong heed Tang Xing's words, Guanyin's expression tightened, a hint of wariness crossing her features. She then pointed at Tang Sanzang, directing a beam of golden light that shot into his mind. In an instant, Tang Xing found himself confronted with a new scripture, none other than the tightening spell. Xuanzang. This is the tightening spell, capable of controlling the headband on Sun Wukong. Should this unruly monkey disobey, recite this incantation, and he will surely feel excruciating pain, leading him to reflect upon his actions. Meanwhile, Guanyin hinted at something deeper. Of course, if this mischievous monkey behaves well, Xuanzang, you may also recite the loosening spell to free him from this headband. Now, hasten your journey and strive to reach the Western Thunder Sound Temple to acquire the true scriptures. After Guanyin finished speaking, she ascended on her cloud and departed. Tang Xing's expression darkened. Guanyin was clearly attempting to sow discord between the master and disciple. This was obviously intentional, for the scripture she had just provided contained no mention of a loosening spell. Once Guanyin had left, Tang Xing turned to inquire, Wukong, do you believe there was no loosening spell in the incantation Guanyin provided? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then grasped the underlying implication, nodding and asking, do you mean to say that Guanyin did this on purpose to incite conflict between us? Tang Xing nodded in agreement, and it was evident that Sun Wukong, the clever stone monkey, was indeed astute enough to deduce this. How despicable of Guanyin. Master, why did you stop me? Otherwise, I would have struck her down with a single blow. Sun Wukong exclaimed with indignation. Tang Xing shook his head, setting aside the fact that Guanyin was a formidable being. Her beauty was among the most exquisite in the journey to the West. How could one simply dispose of such a captivating figure? Such a stunning entity should rightfully be kept for oneself. After comforting Sun Wukong, Tang Xing managed to quell his murderous intent. Yet he remained troubled by the headband atop his head, for if it could not be removed, he would forever be under Guanyin's control. My disciple, do you wish to remove this headband? Tang Xing, noticing his thoughts, directly asked. Of course. Master, do you have a way? But you mentioned there was no loosening spell. Sun Wukong replied, perplexed. Fear not, I certainly possess a method. Tang Xing smiled mysteriously. Chapter 13, Exorcising You. Upon finishing his words, Tang Xing waved his hand, and the two returned to the space of the Chaos Pearl. Sun Wukong marveled at Tang Sing's ability to transport him to another realm despite his mere earth immortal cultivation. Yet he refrained from asking further, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Upon entering the world of the Chaos Pearl, Tang Sung pointed at the headband on Sun Wukong's head, and a mysterious force descended, forcibly refining the headband into Tang Sing's magical artifact. This power, which Tang Sung referred to as the world power of the Chaos Pearl, was the might of the Creator. After the headband was refined, Tang Sung received its information and discovered that it was a low-grade spiritual treasure. Unlike the 3 golden bands mentioned in the original text, Guanyin had only bestowed one upon Tang Sang, while secretly claiming the other 2 for herself. This was understandable, as no one would refuse an abundance of spiritual treasures. I must retrieve the other 2 when the time comes. These 3 bands are clearly a set, and perhaps when combined, they will possess additional functionalities. Tang Sing murmured. Master, what did you say? Sun Wukong, somewhat confused, inquired. It's nothing. Now I shall remove your headband, Tang Sung declared, and as he looked into Sun Wukong's eager eyes, he pointed at the headband. In the next moment, the headband loosened and flew off Sun Wukong's head, landing in Tang Sing's palm. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with surprise and gratitude. Tang Sung shook his head. As your master, it is only natural that I protect you. There is no need for thanks. With that, Tang Sing intended to lead Sun Wukong out of the Chaos Pearl's world and resume their journey westward. However, suddenly recalling something, he said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, let us discuss this. The headband has now been refined by me, and Guanyin can no longer control it. However, our strength is still somewhat lacking. Perhaps it would be wise for you to continue wearing this headband to mislead Guanyin's gaze. What do you think? Seeing Sun Wukong's hesitance, Tang Sung continued, rest assured. It will serve merely as decoration. I will not recite the incantation. What Tang Sung said was entirely true, under the influence of the loyalty aura. The headband had no effect whatsoever. Very well, Master, I agree. Sun Wukong replied after a moment of contemplation. Tang Sung nodded and placed the headband back atop Sun Wukong's head. The 2 then exited the world of the Chaos Pearl and rode westward, as dawn was breaking, marking the beginning of a new day. Both Tang Sung and Sun Wukong possessed magical powers, although they had not slept all night. They felt no fatigue and set forth without delay. After walking for an hour, Tang Sung began to feel hunger and was about to seek something to eat when a tiger's roar echoed from the nearby woods. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. After 500 years of confinement, he finally had the chance to stretch his limbs. However, his smile suddenly froze as he saw a shadow dart into the forest. And upon turning around, he realized that Tang Sung on the white horse had vanished. At that moment, Tang Sing's voice called out, Wukong, start a fire. We shall roast the tiger meat. Sun Wukong's face darkened. Was he not supposed to protect his master on this journey? Did such a formidable master truly require protection? Moments later, Tang Sung emerged carrying a magnificent tiger, only to find that Sun Wukong had already built a fire and prepared a roasting rack. Excellent, excellent. Go tend to it. I shall demonstrate my unparalleled culinary skills, Tang Sung declared, tossing the tiger to Sun Wukong for him to clean. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong returned with the cleaned and cut tiger, wearing a skirt made of tiger skin around his waist. At first glance, it seemed somewhat out of place. But upon closer inspection, it was rather fitting, marking him as a trendsetter in the journey to the Westworld. Tang Sang praised Sun Wukong's sense of aesthetics before taking a piece of meat and placing it over the fire to roast. Master, are you not a monk? How can you still consume meat? Sun Wukong could not help but ask, watching Tang Sung roast the meat. Wukong, you are being rather narrow-minded. Your perspective is limited. Tang Sung replied earnestly. As the saying goes, meat passes through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Tell me, did I kill this tiger merely to eat meat? Tang Sung inquired with a furrowed brow. Before Sun Wukong could answer, Tang Sung continued. No, I did it to eliminate a source of calamity for the common folk. I am ridding the people of harm. The common people are not like us. When faced with a tiger, they risk losing their lives. Thus, while it may seem that I have slain a tiger, in truth, I have saved many lives. As the saying goes, to save a life is to build a pagoda of 7 stories, so rounding up, I have built 1 billion pagodas. Therefore, what is wrong with me roasting tiger meat? Tang Sung spoke with righteous indignation, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily speechless. At first, it seemed somewhat reasonable, yet there appeared to be a flaw in the logic. Just then, 6 or 7 bandits wielding large knives suddenly emerged from the woods. And the leader scoffed. Where did this wild monk come from, hiding here to feast on meat? And you have a pet monkey with you. Do you intend to eat monkey brain as well? Haha, with what you just said, I too feel like having a taste, monk. Please save me a portion. I particularly enjoy monkey brain. Indeed, I never expected we would have the chance to feast on monkey brain today. Look at the size of this monkey. It could surely provide a meal for several of us. The bandits taunted, laughing recklessly, prompting Tang Sanzang to furrow his brow. Wukong, do not move. Seeing Sun Wukong's anger rise, Tang Sanzang immediately commanded him to halt. Sun Wukong, hearing this, had no choice but to stop, feeling somewhat stifled that Tang Sanzang was protecting these people. However, Tang Sanzang's next words left him astonished. You keep an eye on the fire. Leave these people to me. With that, Tang Sanzang leaped forward and stood before the bandits. Esteemed benefactors, this holy monk greets you. It was Tang Sanzang's first encounter with human-like monsters, and he greeted them politely, smiling. Haha, holy monk. The wild monk certainly knows how to embellish his own reputation. What? Do you approach in hopes of begging for mercy? The bandit leader mocked. Not at all. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Tang Sanzang pressed his palms together and declared, I, this holy monk, intend to grant you salvation. Chapter 14. This holy monk robs you. Oh, in this day and age, even wild monks dare to threaten your grandfather? Have you become arrogant? Or is it I who can no longer wield a blade? The bandit leader showed no sign of fear. Instead, he mocked again, but then his expression turned serious. Wild monk, I see you are not dressed in rags. You must be a well-to-do monk. Quickly, bring forth your riches. If I am pleased, perhaps I shall spare your life. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes brightened. Indeed, how could he have overlooked the prospect of robbing them? Gathering some funds to send Sun Wukong to the nearby village and for takeout would be far more pleasant than roasting tiger meat like a wretched beggar. You speak true. Tang Sanzang smiled. Is that so? Since you acknowledge my words, why not hastily present your wealth? No. Come now, this holy monk is robbing you. Hand over your ill-gotten gains, Tang Sanzang said calmly as he brandished his staff and charged forward. Though these bandits were inherently vicious, they were merely mortals and no match for the celestial Tang Sanzang. In an instant, he had vanquished them all and seized their modest silver, tossing it to Sun Wukong for the purchase of food. After defeating the bandits, the system credited Tang Sanzang for his merits, though not a vast sum. He accumulated 300 points. Subsequently, he confined all the bandits within the realm of the Chaos Pearl, which was in dire need of inhabitants for development. Before long, Sun Wukong returned, a table laden with food in tow. At that moment, he had also finished roasting the tiger meat, and the two feasted heartily before continuing their journey. After 3 full days of travel, they finally arrived at the Eagle Cry Gorge of Snake Coil Mountain. In the original journey to the west, Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong encountered the little white dragon Ao Lai, arranged by Guanyin Bodhisattva, who unexpectedly devoured Tang Sanzang's steed, the white horse, only to transform into a white dragon horse under Guanyin's guidance to serve as Tang Sanzang's mount. Tang Sanzang had longed for the white dragon horse, as riding the current horse was quite a jarring experience. He feared he might perish from the jolting on their journey westward if not for his cultivation. Thus, upon reaching the Eagle Cry Gorge, Tang Sanzang grew elated, standing at the gorge's edge, wishing to deliver the white horse right into the jaws of the little white dragon. However, after waiting for quite some time with no sign of the little white dragon, confusion set in. Little white dragon? Ao Lai? Tang Sanzang summoned his magical powers and shouted towards the gorge below. Yet, despite his persistent calls, the entire Eagle Cry Gorge remained eerily silent. Wukong, why not descend and see if the little white dragon resides at the bottom of this lake? Tang Sanzang turned to him. Very well, master. Sun Wukong replied, and, using his divine powers, leaped into the water. Moments later, Sun Wukong emerged from the water, standing before Tang Sanzang. Master, I just searched the lake bottom thoroughly and found no trace of any dragon. What? Tang Sanzang was taken aback. Could it be that the little white dragon has gone hunting? Contemplating this, he decided to rest nearby with Sun Wukong, awaiting the return of the little white dragon. But after an extended wait with no sign of the dragon, Tang Sanzang was utterly bewildered. This was not how the original journey to the west unfolded. How could the little white dragon simply vanish? Just then, the system's notification chimed. Task issued. Forcefully capture the little white dragon Ao Lai as your steed. Task content. According to the system's detection, 3 days ago, Guanyin Bodhisattva came here, and took the little white dragon away. However, as the host journeys to collect scriptures, filled with obstacles, how can one proceed without a suitable steed? Strive on, host. Go to the West Sea and reclaim the little white dragon as your mount. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Sanzang was rendered speechless. What is happening? How could Guanyin Bodhisattva have taken the little white dragon? Is she testing something? After some thought, Tang Sanzang decided that the system's task was of greater importance. Dismissing his curiosity about why Guanyin Bodhisattva had taken the little white dragon, he summoned Sun Wukong and set off towards the West Sea, soaring through the clouds. At present, Tang Sanzang's cultivation could not compare to Sun Wukong's speed of flight, so he simply allowed Sun Wukong to carry him. With the assistance of Sun Wukong's somersault cloud, they swiftly reached the surface of the West Sea. Wukong, summon forth the Dragon King of the West Sea, Tang Sanzang commanded, surveying the placid waters of the West Sea. Sun Wukong chuckled at this. He had once caused chaos in the East Sea, but had yet to explore the waters of the West Sea. Now he had his chance. Dragon King Ao Run of the West Sea, come forth. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, enlarging it before stirring the waters of the West Sea. In that instant, the calm surface of the West Sea erupted into tumultuous waves. Sun Wukong's booming voice, amplified by his formidable powers, resonated throughout the Dragon Palace of the West Sea. Within the Dragon Palace, Guanyin Bodhisattva sat upon the main seat, while the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Run, occupied a lower position beside his third son, Ao Lai, the little white dragon who was originally Tang Sanzang's steed. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's call and sensing the unrest in the waters, the Dragon King of the West Sea cast a troubled glance at Guanyin Bodhisattva and inquired, Bodhisattva, how should we address this situation? Ao Run felt utterly despondent. 3 days prior, his third son had been inexplicably taken by Guanyin Bodhisattva, who claimed it was to test Tang's son. Now, with Sun Wukong at their doorstep, the Dragon King recalled the events of 500 years prior when Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in the East Sea Dragon Palace, which filled him with trepidation. He wished to avoid involvement in this matter, but he could neither provoke Sun Wukong nor Guanyin Bodhisattva, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his grievances. Do not worry. Since that mischievous monkey has called you, you should go out and see what they desire, Guanyin Bodhisattva replied calmly. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas exchanged glances, their expressions grim. None of them wished to confront Sun Wukong, but they could not defy Guanyin Bodhisattva's will. Gritting his teeth, the Dragon King of the West Sea soared towards the surface. Little Dragon is unaware of the great sage's arrival and offers my sincere apologies for the oversight, he greeted courteously upon reaching Tang Sanzang. Long time no see, Dragon King. However, I am not here for myself. My master has business with you. Sun Wukong grinned, stepping aside to reveal Tang Sanzang behind him. What brings the holy monk here? The Dragon King of the West Sea inquired, puzzled. Spare the pleasantries. Summon your third son to serve as my steed. I have an important journey to make to the west, Tang Sanzang stated directly. Chapter 15. The summons of the Four Seas. The expression on the Dragon King of the West Sea immediately soured. Although his third son had been saved by Guanyin Bodhisattva for his transgressions and was promised to serve Tang Sanzang, having this stated so bluntly in front of him left him feeling quite uncomfortable. What is the matter? Do you have any objections? Tang Sanzang asked, observing the West Sea Dragon King's silence. Little Dragon does not dare to object. However, my son is not present in my palace. He was taken by Guanyin Bodhisattva long ago. If the holy monk seeks him, you may find him at Guanyin Bodhisattva's purple bamboo grove. The Dragon King of the West Sea replied. Upon hearing the Dragon King's words, Tang Sanzang's displeasure surged. The system had clearly stated that Guanyin Bodhisattva had brought the little white dragon to the West Sea. It could not be mistaken, thus the Dragon King was deceiving him. Do not use the name of the revered Guanyin to pressure me. Let me tell you about my relationship with her. It is beyond your imagination, Tang Sanzang said dismissively, his eyes harboring a peculiar significance. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King of the West Sea was momentarily taken aback, pondering what such an unimaginable connection could be. Could it be that? Therefore, I advise you to hand over the white dragon quickly, lest you force my hand, Tang Sanzang threatened, brandishing his staff. The Dragon King of the West Sea, with a wry smile, replied, the little dragon truly does not dare to deceive the holy monk. But my son is not in the Dragon Palace. Ah, it seems you are choosing to ignore my advice and are courting punishment. Tang Sanzang, weary of further entanglement, pointed directly at him. In the next moment, Two majestic fire dragons surged forth, materializing from thin air and charging towards the Dragon King of the West Sea. This was the 9-dragon flame spell that Tang Sanzang had acquired earlier. When he was still a mortal sage, his powers could only conjure a single dragon, but now, as an earth immortal, he could summon two. The Dragon King's expression shifted, and he swiftly raised a water barrier to block the two fire dragons. Although the Dragon Kings in Journey to the West are not considered immensely powerful deities, they have nonetheless attained the golden immortal realm, far surpassing Tang Sanzang's capabilities. Holy monk, please temper your wrath. Every word spoken by the little dragon is true. The third prince is genuinely not within our dragon palace, the Dragon King explained. Yet his expression seemed to convey a disdainful message. Even if you strike, what can you achieve against me? Tang Sanzang, incensed, beckoned, addressing son Wukong, Master Wukong. Now is the time for you to take the stage. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King of the West Sea was left dumbfounded. Invoking assistance in a fight? Moreover, summoning such a formidable presence was utterly against the rules. How could a mere golden immortal like him contend with the might of son Wukong? The Dragon King was instantly panicked, hurriedly sending a message to Guanyin for aid, but regardless of his calls, there was no response from her. Cursing inwardly, he dared not face Sun Wukong alone and promptly issued the Four Seas Assembly Order. It must be noted that their dragon lineage had once flourished, although now diminished. They still possessed some valuable artifacts, such as this assembly order. With its issuance, the Four Sea Dragon Kings could converge in an instant to resist external threats. Consequently, in the next moment, 3 beams of golden light appeared beside the Dragon King of the West Sea, and the other 3 Dragon Kings, accompanied by their soldiers, manifested above the Western Sea. The forces of the West Sea were swiftly assembled, with the Four Seas encircling Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong. Tension escalated, and the atmosphere was charged with impending conflict. However, upon seeing the monkey trapped in the center, the 3 Dragon Kings shuddered, particularly Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, whose reaction was the most intense. Great Sage? Ao Guang was astonished. Had he known that the Four Seas Assembly Order was intended to confront Sun Wukong, he would never have come. Oh, you 3 have arrived? It has been a long time. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight. The Dragon King of the East Sea wore an expression as if about to weep, forcing a smile. Yes. Indeed, it has been a while. It seems the Dragon King of the West Sea is quite considerate, knowing that I, the Great Sage, have been pent up for 500 years. Afraid I might not enjoy myself. He has summoned you all. Truly, he understands me well. I shall surely reward him with a few more strikes. With that, Sun Wukong charged forward. The 3 Dragon Kings cast furious glares at Ao Run, blaming him for inciting the wrath of the calamity that is Sun Wukong. Yet at this juncture, they had no choice but to join their forces, attempting to intercept Sun Wukong. Taste my staff. However, for Sun Wukong, who had regained his Tai golden immortal powers, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings were merely fodder. With a single strike of his staff, the 4 Dragon Kings were sent flying, and the soldiers were left in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Tang Sanzang observed this with a pang of regret. The defeat of these experience-giving creatures was a sheer waste. But in the next moment, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for commanding your disciple to defeat 58 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, earning 3,200 merit points. This left Tang Sanzang momentarily stunned. Could it be that he would gain experience points whenever his disciple vanquished foes? How delightful! While Tang Sanzang was lost in thought, Sun Wukong began to toy with the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he tormented them mercilessly, leaving them powerless to retaliate, yet refraining from outright defeating them, thus prolonging their misery. Sun Wukong, if you intend to fight, then do so. If you wish to kill, then kill. Why must you mock us? The Dragon King of the North Sea could no longer endure such humiliation. Ha! I, the Great Sage, have not yet finished my fun. How could I let you concede so soon? Sun Wukong chuckled, swinging his staff and sending the North Sea Dragon King hurtling away. Wukong, cease at once. At that moment, Guanyin's manifestation appeared in midair, calling out sternly. Sun Wukong merely glanced at her, dismissing her, and continued his antics with the 3 Dragon Kings. Guanyin's expression darkened. She had not anticipated this audacious monkey would ignore her entirely, a blatant act of defiance. Without hesitation, she enlarged her jade bottle and hurled it down at Sun Wukong. Humph. Unfazed, Sun Wukong retaliated, sending the 3 Dragon Kings flying before brandishing his golden staff to meet her challenge. In the next instant, Sun Wukong clashed with Guanyin. One an expert of Tai Golden Immortal level, the other a great Luo Golden Immortal, their battle resonating throughout the entire Western Sea. The waves crashing from the force of their confrontation. Though Guanyin's jade bottle appeared to be mere porcelain, it showed no signs of damage upon colliding with the golden staff, indicating it was indeed a divine treasure. Guanyin, taste my staff. Sun Wukong roared, raising his golden staff with intent to strike. Impudent monkey, cease your insolence. Guanyin retorted, brandishing a willow branch from the jade bottle and sending it hurtling towards him. With a resounding clash, the willow branch, imbued with tremendous force, met Sun Wukong's golden staff, creating a deafening noise. The resulting shockwave radiated outward, causing the four sea dragon kings to sway precariously, nearly losing their balance. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang, shielded by the Chaos Pearl, remained unaffected. However, his expression had changed. He noticed Guanyin was about to recite the tightening spell to subdue Sun Wukong. He had previously refined it, but since it had occurred in the realm of chaos, Guanyin had not sensed it. Should she chant it now, everything would be revealed. Thus, Tang Sanzang flew into the fray, positioning himself between the two. Sister Guanyin, why be so angry? Wouldn't it be better for us to be amicable? With Tang Sanzang's intervention, Sun Wukong reluctantly lowered his staff, unwilling to continue the fight. However, Guanyin's expression remained grim, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Sanzang. Oh dear, Sister Guanyin, must you look at this holy monk in such a manner? It makes me quite bashful. Tang Sanzang feigned shyness, only to earn an eye roll from Guanyin. Xuanzang, why are you not embarking on your journey to the west? Why come to the Western Sea to stir up trouble? Guanyin directly questioned. Sister Guanyin, are you unaware? It is fated that I have a little white dragon as my steed, yet upon arrival, I found that the little white dragon had run away. So I came to search for my disciple, Tang Sanzang replied, regaining his composure and speaking earnestly. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Guanyin's expression shifted. How could it be that Tang Sanzang was genuinely aware of her arrangement regarding the little white dragon? How could this be possible? Though filled with incredulity, Guanyin Bodhisattva nonetheless inquired, Xuanzang, who exactly informed you that you have a fated little white dragon as your steed? Was this not a special arrangement made by me out of concern for you? Aware that Guanyin was apprehensive about the lengthy journey to the west, fearing that should he ride a mortal horse, he might not even reach the west before his steed ascended to the heavens, Tang Sanzang, eager to fulfill his mission, wasted no time in articulating his purpose. Since you have arranged for the little white dragon, please summon her so we may continue our journey. Guanyin shook her head, stating, Xuanzang, you must return swiftly with your disciples. I have not arranged for any little white dragon to be your mount. It is essential to understand that the journey to fetch the scriptures is of utmost importance. While some minor details may be altered, the major aspects cannot. Although it had previously been arranged for the third prince of the West Sea to be part of the scripture-fetching team, Guanyin, sensing an unforeseen change in Tang Sanzang, decided to alter this predicament, postponing it and selecting a different mount for him. Perhaps in due course, the origins of Tang Sanzang's transformation would become evident. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, Tang Sanzang was taken aback. He had not anticipated her denial. No little white dragon. What of my mission? If I fail, will the system not punish me? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Sanzang resolved that challenging the system was unwise. Since it was not arranged by you, so be it. However, having come to the West Sea, I have taken a liking to the third prince of the West Sea. Let him be my steed. Surely, when I reach the West, he will reap the benefits. No, Guanyin replied. As a disciple of the Buddha, how could I allow someone to be forced into servitude as a mount? Tang Sanzang retorted. What do you mean? I am not forcing him. I intend to take him along to fetch the scriptures. In the end, he will owe me a debt of gratitude for the immense merits gained. Yet, despite Tang Sanzang's earnest pleas, Guanyin remained resolute, seemingly unwavering in her determination to prevent him from acquiring the third prince of the West Sea as a steed. Tang Sanzang's expression darkened. After trying to reason with her, he felt his patience wearing thin. Guanyin, I ask you once more, will you step aside or not? Ignoring his displeasure, Guanyin simply shook her head in refusal. Tang Sanzang smiled, realizing she was compelling him to resort to drastic measures. Very well, he thought, focusing his mind and activating the Xiang Lu experience card from his system space. In an instant, the calm surface of the West Sea erupted into tumultuous waves, while dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Observing this sudden upheaval, Guanyin furrowed her brow. Her expression shifted to one of shock as she gazed at Tang Sanzang, for she sensed a surge of Deluo Jin Xian power emanating from him, far surpassing her own. How is this possible? She exclaimed in disbelief. A tempest of energy surged from afar, converging upon Tang Sanzang and elevating his cultivation from Earth Immortal to mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were left utterly astonished, realizing that the true powerhouse had been hiding behind Sun Wukong all along. Nothing is impossible, Guanyin. I initially wished to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet all I received was rejection and distance. Well, I shall no longer feign humility. I am, in fact, a Deluo Jin Xian. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Tang Sanzang felt emboldened and began to tease Guanyin. His imposing aura pressed toward her, compelling her to release her own Deluo Jin Xian presence in a bid to counterbalance his might. Guanyin, cease your struggles. Today, I shall traverse the entire West Sea to claim the third prince of the West Sea as my steed. This mount is mine to have. My word is final. Not even Jesus could alter it. Listening to Tang Sanzang's declarations, Guanyin's countenance darkened significantly, and she was increasingly startled by the Deluo Jin Xian energy radiating from him. How can you possess such power? Have you regained your past life's memories? Tang Sanzang, unfazed, responded nonchalantly. Is it truly so shocking for a prodigy like me to attain Deluo Jin Xian? Though Guanyin appeared distressed, she refrained from resisting. For Tang Sanzang was the protagonist of this calamity. Regardless of the circumstances, any confrontation with him would lead to undesirable outcomes. Relieved that she did not retaliate, Tang Sanzang shifted his focus to the Four Sea Dragon Kings. Guanyin, save us. The Four Sea Dragon Kings cried, their golden immortal powers insufficient to withstand the pressure from Tang Sanzang, who now towered over them as a Deluo Jin Xian. They immediately sought refuge in Guanyin's aid. Yet she remained indifferent, her gaze fixed upon Tang Sanzang, lost in thought. Four Sea Dragon Kings, I initially approached you with goodwill. Yet you disregarded my offer and forced my hand. Very well, I shall take action. As he spoke, Tang Sanzang extended his hand toward the Four Sea Dragon Kings. In that instant, a storm brewed. Waves surged violently across the West Sea, crashing toward the Four Sea Dragon Kings. Although the West Sea was their domain, the Deluo Jin Xian experience card Tang Sanzang wielded was formidable, derived from the Great Xiang Lu, a nine-headed venomous serpent capable of controlling wind and rain. Combined with his Deluo Jin skin prowess, he completely dominated the Four Sea Dragon Kings in this aquatic battle. Facing such dire circumstances, the Four Sea Dragon Kings, witnessing Guanyin's indifference, felt despair yet refused to surrender. Form a formation, commanded Ao Guang, the eldest of the four. They transformed into their true forms and positioned themselves in a mysterious arrangement, their powers intertwining as one. Tang Sanzang was taken aback, sensing the aura of Tai Jin Xian emanating from them. Little Dragon Kings, if you wish to resist, at least show some genuine strength. This Tai Jin Xian is hardly impressive. Is this all you have? He remarked, shaking his head. Saint, we have no intention of opposing you. Please spare us, pleaded Ao Guang, yet their united power remained steadfast. Do not. I wish to see all your capabilities, Tang Sanzang insisted. Aware that he had activated a Deluo Jin Xian experience card, he needed to thoroughly defeat the Four Sea Dragon Kings to earn sufficient merit points to compensate for the card's cost. Failure to do so would render his efforts a waste. Saint, do not force us. Ao Guang's expression darkened. Please, unleash your full potential. I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities, Tang Sanzang declared, his demeanor casual. His words darkened the faces of the Four Sea Dragon Kings, who perceived his attitude as a provocation, a contemptuous dismissal of their power. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Tang Sanzang spoke the truth. The greater the abilities they displayed, the greater the rewards he would receive upon their defeat. Four Sea Dragon Formation, activate. Suddenly, the Four Seas Dragon Kings roared in unison, and the four colossal celestial dragons fused together, transforming into a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon. Impressive, indeed. They have even learned to merge to grow stronger. Tang Sanzang marveled at this sight, sensing the peak aura of a Tai golden immortal emanating from the golden dragon. Yet, he remained unfazed, boldly brandishing his staff and charging forward. Monstrous fiend, receive this blow from this holy monk, he bellowed, channeling boundless magical energy as his formidable nine-ringed staff came crashing down upon the golden dragon's head, with the power of a Deluo golden immortal enhancing his speed. Tang Sanzang struck before the golden dragon could react, producing a resounding clang akin to metal on metal. The dragon, having endured Tang Sanzang's blow, seemed momentarily dazed, shaking its head before hastily retreating. "Hey, don't run. I'm not done with you yet," Tang Sanzang shouted, pursuing it with his staff in hand. The five-clawed golden dragon roared defiantly, feeling provoked. With determination, it dove towards Tang Sanzang, a brilliant golden light gathering in its maw. Just before their collision, the dragon unleashed the radiant beam of light towards Tang Sanzang. "How amusing. Let us see how this holy monk dispels your trick." Tang Sanzang chuckled, swinging his nine-ringed staff in response. With a tremendous impact, the staff met the golden light, creating a thunderous explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, scattering the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, leaving them in disarray and causing numerous casualties. The water of the western sea surged as if ravaged by a tempest. The golden dragon was once again sent flying by Tang Sanzang's strike. Though Tang Sanzang could easily vanquish the dragon with his full strength, he opted to reserve his power, mindful of Guanyin Bodhisattva's presence. He refrained from employing his myriad magical treasures and spells, instead relying solely on his Deluo golden immortal cultivation to suppress the golden dragon. "Spare me, holy monk," the Four Seas Dragon Kings, now merged into a single entity, pleaded after being sent flying once more, realizing that even their fusion into a five-clawed golden dragon could not match Tang Sanzang's might. Upon hearing the dragon's plea, Tang Sanzang paused momentarily, but the system did not issue any notification of victory. His expression darkened. Despite the dragon's insistence on mercy, they had yet to acknowledge their defeat, leaving the system unable to make a determination. "Spare you? Spare what? Behold, this holy monk shall transcend you today," Tang Sanzang roared, once again charging forward with his staff raised. This time, the golden dragon had abandoned any thought of resistance, fleeing from Tang Sanzang's relentless pursuit. Yet, no matter how it dodged, Tang Sanzang's nine-ringed staff landed accurately, inflicting immense pain upon the creature. However, to Tang Sanzang's astonishment, even after such relentless assault, the system still failed to indicate his victory over the Four Seas Dragon Kings. The newly fused golden dragon, resplendent in golden light and exuding an aura of majesty, quickly found itself battered and bruised, resembling a wretched dog being chased and beaten by its master. Faced with this stark contrast, the golden dragon lamented silently. "Will you yield? Will you yield?" Tang Sanzang, growing increasingly frustrated, realized that time was slipping away. If he did not defeat them before the expiration of his experience card, all his efforts would be in vain. Despite his relentless inquiries and assaults, the Four Seas Dragon Kings continued to plead for mercy, and the system remained silent. Could it be that once they merge into this golden form, they can no longer be recognized by the system? Perhaps I should try to separate them first, he pondered, intensifying the force of his staff as he targeted the point of their fusion. With a resounding crash, Tang Sanzang's staff struck the intersection of the golden dragon's form, causing its expression to shift dramatically. The impact from the nine-ringed staff shattered the dragon into fragments, revealing the four distinct Sea Dragon Kings once more. "What? You actually managed to break our Four Seas Divine Dragon formation?" Ao Guang, the Sea Dragon King, exclaimed in shock, staring at the unscathed Tang Sanzang. As the Four Seas Dragon Kings were dispersed, they each bore the injuries of the golden dragon, appearing battered and bruised. Yet, Tang Sanzang's fury flared as he surveyed their wretched state. "What is this? You all consider yourselves tough, do you? After enduring such punishment, can you not concede? Can you not allow me a moment's respite?" He thought bitterly, raising his staff once more to pursue the Four Seas Dragon Kings. "It was a mistake, holy monk. We did not recognize your might," Ao Guang pleaded, dodging Tang Sanzang's strikes with a pained expression. Meanwhile, the West Sea Dragon King cried out to Guanyin Bodhisattva, "Bodhisattva? Save us. If this continues, we shall perish." Guanyin Bodhisattva, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, acknowledged that all this turmoil stemmed from her actions. Had she not intervened, the Four Seas Dragon Kings would not have clashed with Tang Sanzang and son Wukong, nor would they be suffering so grievously now. However, she dared not intervene directly, acutely aware that Tang Sanzang's aura surpassed her own. Moreover, his status as the protagonist of the heavenly decree during the journey to the west made her wary. Should the heavenly order take notice of her opposing him, her fate would be dire. "Xuanzang, you should reconsider. The Four Seas Dragon Kings are celestial deities sanctioned by the heavens. Should you harm them, you will face severe repercussions," Guanyin Bodhisattva implored, her smile tinged with resignation. Yet, Tang Sanzang disregarded her words, acutely aware that time was fleeting and his objective remained unmet. He had initially hoped to utilize this experience card to engage with numerous adversaries. Yet his efforts were squandered on the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Despite their current state, the system still did not recognize his victory, causing him considerable anxiety. Will you yield? Will you yield? Tang Sanzang shouted fiercely as he continued to strike the Four Seas Dragon Kings. We of the Dragon Clan never submit. Even if you were to slay us, we would not yield. The North Sea Dragon King cried out defiantly. Hearing this declaration, the expressions of the other 3 Dragon Kings shifted uneasily, silently chastising the North Sea Dragon King. They were already being relentlessly pursued by Tang Sanzang. Provoking him further could lead to their demise. Yet, the North Sea Dragon King's words sparked a realization in Tang Sanzang. Indeed, even as they cried out in pain, the system did not recognize his victory because they were dragons. Despite their decline, their lineage carried a legacy of pride that would not permit them to concede defeat. Thus, a singular solution emerged in Tang Sanzang's mind. He halted his pursuit of the North Sea Dragon King, murmuring to himself. The Four Seas Dragon Kings, bewildered by his sudden cessation of aggression, felt a flicker of hope arise within them. However, before they could reveal their smiles, their expressions suddenly shifted, each one staring at Tang Sanzang with immense shock. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Wukong, widened his eyes and roared, "How dare you? Stop this at once." Observing Tang Sanzang's actions at that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva and son Wukong also displayed astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at him. Ignoring the Dragon King's words, Tang Sanzang was suddenly enveloped by a colossal, serpentine shadow with 9 heads, the true form of the great witch Xianglu. In that instant, an overwhelming force erupted from his being, rapidly spreading across the 4 seas. As the sovereigns of these waters, the Dragon Kings felt the irresistible pull of this power drawing all dragons towards the West Sea, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. They could sense the immense pressure radiating from the shadow behind Tang Sanzang, causing their very souls to tremble. Their hearts roiled like turbulent waves. After all, they were the most exalted bloodline among the demon clans. How could they possibly fear a mere serpent? Since you dragons cling to your pride from years past, let this holy monk shatter it, Tang Sanzang declared with a booming voice, unleashing a surge of magical energy. At that moment, he employed one of the innate divine abilities of the great Luo Golden Immortal Xianglu, the ability to manipulate the seas. Under the enhancement of his great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation and the boundless power from the Chaos Pearl, this ability transformed into a formidable force, enveloping the entirety of the 4 seas. Within a brief moment, the remaining hundreds of dragons in the seas were drawn forth by Tang Sanzang, their expressions blank as they emerged from the waters. Above the West Sea, countless dragons of various sizes, appearances, and colors hovered in the air. This spectacle left even son Wukong dumbfounded. Today, I shall personally shatter your pride, O Dragon Clan. Tang Sanzang's commanding voice sent shivers down the spines of all the dragons on the surface of the sea. Chapter 19. The Lei Feng Pagoda suppressed the demon formation for this holy monk. Tang Sanzang pointed towards the sky, and in an instant, the previously clear heavens darkened, filled with ominous clouds and thunderous lightning, as if the world was on the brink of destruction. What is this? How could such a terrifying phenomenon arise? Guanyin Bodhisattva murmured, her gaze fixed on the strange occurrences above. Father, what is happening? Why have we been brought here? Are you injured? Did that person harm our Dragon King? No. We must show him the might of our Dragon Clan. The captured dragons finally reacted, discussing the unfolding scene among themselves. Among them, a few braver dragons charged at Tang Sanzang, seemingly intent on attacking him. However, Tang Sanzang's aura fluctuated powerfully, subduing the courageous dragons of the West Sea. Before they could approach him, they were repelled by his overwhelming presence, sustaining significant injuries in the process. At that moment, a circular formation appeared in the sky, growing larger by the second, until it obscured the sun and encompassed the entire West Sea. All the dragons present felt an innate fear emanating from this formation, as if it was inherently designed to suppress them. Meanwhile, son Wukong, who had been watching his master demonstrate such formidable power, furrowed his brow, feeling unsettled. As he sensed the hostility towards his kind within the formation, he understood that Tang Sanzang's great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation was fundamentally different from Guanyin's. While he could contend with her on equal footing, he realized he stood no chance against Tang Sanzang. Master, what is this terrifying thing? Sun Wukong cautiously approached Tang Sanzang. His curiosity piqued. Yet, Tang Sanzang was fully focused on activating the demon-suppressing formation, having no time to respond. After gathering his strength for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Demon suppression formation, be subdued." As soon as he spoke, the immense formation in the sky transformed into a tangible presence, descending upon the West Sea. In that instant, endless fear erupted within the hearts of the demon clans residing in the West Sea. They attempted to flee but found themselves immobilized, unable to control their own bodies, forced to watch as the formation slowly descended upon them. Xuanzang, what do you intend to do? Stop this at once. It was only then that Guanyin Bodhisattva realized Tang Sanzang's audacity in directly targeting the entire dragon clan of the Four Seas and admonished him. The dragon clan was no ordinary group of demons. They were sanctioned by the heavenly court. If Tang Sanzang were to capture all the dragons today, although the Jade Emperor might refrain from holding him accountable due to his role as the protagonist of the calamity, he would inevitably have to negotiate with the Buddha regarding compensation, leading to considerable trouble. However, at that moment, Tang Sanzang's eyes had turned red. He had only intended to defeat the Dragon King of the Four Seas, but now the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. This technique would not merely defeat the Dragon King, but would encompass hundreds of dragons across the seas. How many merit points would this yield? Tang Sanzang's eyes glimmered with fervor at the thought of boundless merit. As the demon-suppressing formation descended slowly yet resolutely, it soon hovered above everyone's heads. Seeing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva swiftly produced her willow branch, casting her nectar of compassion upon the Dragon Kings to heal their wounds. Then, she hurled the jade purity bottle into the air, aiming to shatter the descending demon-suppressing formation. The jade purity bottle, a spiritual treasure, was easily capable of breaking a formation under Guanyin's control. But the demon-suppressing formation was a flawless creation of the system, coupled with Tang Sanzang's unrestrained magical output, which was exponentially greater than that of a great Luo golden immortal. The formation's power had reached an immeasurable magnitude. Guanyin's attempt to break it with the small bottle was nothing short of folly. With a resounding clang, the jade purity bottle collided with the formation and was sent flying back towards Guanyin, spilling precious nectar along the way, causing her considerable distress. Suppress. At that moment, Tang Sanzang suddenly pointed his finger at the dragon clan of the Four Seas and roared. As his voice faded, a towering, pagoda-like shadow emerged from the formation, causing the bloodlines of the dragon clan to tremble. What is this? How can it exude such terrifying pressure? They gasped, fear gripping their hearts. Heavenly mercy, please spare us, they pleaded in desperation. Yet at this point, Tang Sanzang showed no signs of relenting. He merely waved his hand. The demon-suppressing formation suddenly radiated brilliant light, sealing the entire dragon clan beneath the Lei Feng pagoda. In the next instant, both the formation and the dragons vanished without a trace, leaving only the towering shadow of the pagoda standing proudly above the West Sea. Guanyin Bodhisattva and Sun Wukong stood in stunned silence, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at Tang Sanzang. They could hardly fathom that he had truly managed to seal the entire dragon clan with his own strength. The peculiar tower before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered, yet it emanated an overwhelming force of restraint against the demon race. Guanyin Bodhisattva wore a troubled expression, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond control. With a cold snort, she vanished, intending to consult the Buddha on how to address this matter. Tang Sanzang paid no heed to Guanyin's departure. Instead, he extended his hand towards the West Sea. Moments later, a trembling little white dragon was grasped in his mighty hand. Under the influence of the power of a great Luo Jingxian, this little dragon appeared weak and feeble. This white dragon was Aeoliet, the steed destined for him. When he had captured the dragon clan of the Four Seas, he had deliberately spared this little dragon's life. Tang Sanzang drew the little dragon close and declared, "Compassionate Buddhas, I am in need of a mount to aid me in cultivating my resolve." Chapter 20. Divine Ability, Invisibility. Aeoliet, caught in Tang Sanzang's grip, glared fiercely, as if any dissent would lead to his immediate suppression beneath the demon-suppressing formation of the Lei Feng Tower. Aeoliet swallowed hard and quickly nodded. The little dragon is willing. Little dragon will accompany the holy monk on the westward journey, serving as his steed. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction, his gaze toward Aeoliet revealing a hint of approval. Then he released his hold on the little dragon. "Master, what are you doing?" Sun Wukong, who had been dumbstruck, suddenly came to his senses and pointed at the distant shadow of the Leifeng Tower. Calm down. It's just a matter of sealing the dragon clan of the Four Seas. This is basic procedure. Stay composed. Tang Sung waved his hand dismissively, wearing an indifferent expression. Sun Wukong regarded Tang Sung with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought his master was merely a minor celestial cultivator. Yet he was astonished to discover that Tang Sung's true power was at the mid-level of Great Luo Jingxian, equipped with formidable abilities. He felt that choosing this master was far from a mistake. He was truly exceptional. At that moment, Tang Sung scrutinized Aeoliet, examining him from various angles, occasionally frowning, which left Aeoliet feeling disconcerted and uncertain of Tang Sung's intentions. Aeoliet cast a pleading glance towards Sun Wukong, who, however, pretended not to notice. After all, in Sun Wukong's eyes, Tang Sung was undoubtedly a superior being. He would never risk offending him for the sake of a little-known white dragon. Holy monk! In this moment of helplessness, the little white dragon can only muster the courage to speak up, Aeoliet said, for Tang Sung's gaze was indeed intimidating to anyone. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung furrowed his brow, but then realized he did not even know the little dragon's name, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Holy monk! My name is Aeoliet. Aeoliet. The little dragon hurriedly replied with a smile. Aeoliet? No, that name is too awkward. From now on, I shall call you Little White. Tang Sung declared, as if it were a matter of course. Aeoliet thought to himself, dragons live for hundreds of years, and I have never heard anyone say their name was awkward. Little White? This is an affront to my dragon dignity. Though internally disgruntled, he nodded with a smile and said, Thank you, holy monk, for the name. From now on, I shall be called Little White. Should anyone call me Aeoliet, I shall take offense. Tang Sung observed Little White's righteous demeanor with appreciation, nodding in approval, a promising disciple. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood in astonishment, thinking, Is this really a dragon? Where is your pride as a dragon? How have you become such a sycophant? Had Little White been aware of Sun Wukong's thoughts, he would have scoffed disdainfully. Pride of the dragon race. What was that? His kin were suppressed beneath the tower. Hearing Tang Sung's praise, Little White grinned broadly. It is all thanks to the holy monk's teachings. Indeed, indeed. Wukong, you must learn from Little White. Tang Sung nodded, clearly pleased with the flattery. Sun Wukong coughed. All right, enough of the nonsense. Little White, what I need is a mount. While your dragon form is striking, it is rather ostentatious. You should transform into a white horse instead. Tang Sung returned to his usual demeanor and addressed Little White. Little White, feeling highly reluctant at the thought of becoming a horse, protested, All right, holy monk. As soon as the words left his mouth, Little White transformed into a magnificent white steed, far more impressive than Tang Sung's previous horse, resembling a legendary steed in the equine realm. Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction and mounted the white steed, which had manifested a luxurious saddle during its transformation, providing him utmost comfort. Enough delay, we must set forth. Wukong, lead the way. We return to Shipan Mountain and Ingqiu Gorge, Tang Sung proclaimed while riding the white steed. Understood, master, Wukong replied, taking the lead as they soared eastward. The white steed also employed its flying technique to follow suit. Seated upon the white steed, Tang Sung took a moment to relax and opened his system space. As soon as Little White expressed his willingness, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Divine ability, invisibility. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 merit points. Current merit points, 4,700. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2,000 cultivation points. Current cultivation points, 11,500. Tang Sung's eyes brightened at the system notification. Yet another divine ability was granted, marking the third one. If this continued, would he soon master all 72 transformations? The ability of invisibility, as the name suggests, allowed for stealth, rendering him undetectable to any being beneath the Great Luo Jingxian level, provided they were not 2 realms higher than himself. Most importantly, this ability would remain effective even during his offensive actions unless he chose to revoke it, allowing him to remain unseen indefinitely. This ability is remarkable. Mastering it would mean I could observe freely, cough. No, I am a monk. Such thoughts must be cast aside. Tang Sung murmured to himself, resolutely deciding that once his pilgrimage was complete and his cultivation improved, he would certainly explore the chambers of every celestial maiden in the Western world. Having earnestly planned to visit Sister Guanin's bathing chamber first, Tang Xing returned to his senses and continued examining the system panel. Over 4,000 merit points now? Should I save up for a while and then draw from the golden treasure chests? Tang Xing pondered, contemplating the merit points displayed on the panel. After a moment of reflection, Tang Xing made his decision. System, open 4 silver treasure chests for me. It is known that merit points only gain value once transformed into strength through the lottery. The stronger one becomes, the faster merit points are acquired. Thus, there is no need to hoard them. Action is required. Last time, he had astonished a host of powerful beings, earning 10,000 merit points and cultivation points. Once he grew stronger, he would surely be able to contend with these powerful figures, and then the merit points would flow in abundantly. As soon as Tang Xing finished speaking, 4 silver treasure chests appeared on the system panel. He inhaled deeply and decisively declared, "Open. Let this holy monk strike it rich." In the next moment, all 4 silver treasure chests opened simultaneously, and upon seeing the contents, Tang Xing exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this is incredible!" Chapter 21. Superior Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasure. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Superior Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasure, Dragon Bone Whip. Congratulations, host, for receiving 200 cultivation points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the spell, Gathering of Ice. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 cultivation points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the middle-grade Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasure, Golden Silk Kasaya. Congratulations, host, for receiving 700 cultivation points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tang Xing was instantly overjoyed. Not only had he acquired a total of 4,400 cultivation points, but the 2 acquired postnatal spiritual treasures were akin to winning the lottery. These treasures were exceedingly rare, so much so that even a typical golden immortal might possess only one. Yet, at this moment, he, a mere earth immortal, had 3. Excited, Tang Xing promptly examined the 2 spiritual treasures he had obtained. One spell was titled Convergence of Ice, allowing the wielder to condense mana into ice, effectively freezing enemies into ice sculptures, provided their cultivation did not exceed 1 major realm. The medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Golden Silk Kasaya, was woven from pure golden threads, exuding immense power. Wearing this kasaya significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities, and every 7 days, it could withstand 1 attack not exceeding that of a great Luo golden immortal. The superior grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Dragon Bone Whip, was forged from the spinal bones of 81 dragons, serving as a formidable weapon with exceptional offensive capabilities, particularly effective against demonkind. As he beheld the descriptions of these 3 items, Tang Xing's heart brimmed with excitement. The spell not only promised to outsmart adversaries, but also allowed him to create ice blocks for consumption during the summer, with 1 treasure for offense and another for defense. The combination was nothing short of perfect. With the acquisition of these treasures, Tang Xing's strength experienced a remarkable leap. With a joyful heart, he absorbed the artifacts into his being and subsequently allocated his cultivation points to enhance the Panga creation technique. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 cultivation points and successfully elevating the Panga creation technique to the celestial immortal level. The system's notification chimed, and simultaneously, Tang Xing felt an overwhelming surge of pure energy erupting within him, shattering the bottleneck that confined him at the pinnacle of Earth Immortal. In the next moment, he ascended to the celestial immortal realm. In less than a week, Tang Xing had traversed what would take others several centuries of cultivation, transforming directly into a celestial immortal. Meanwhile, as Tang Xing's power surged, both Sun Wukong and Bai Long Ma sensed the fluctuations of his aura. However, neither believed that Tang Xing was breaking through. Rather, they suspected he was concealing his true strength. Once he concluded his dealings with the system, Tang Xing refocused on the outside world. Sitting astride Bai Long Ma, he glanced around, realizing they were nearing the Eagle's Cry Gorge. "Wukong, I find myself somewhat famished. We are almost at our destination. Shall we take a detour to a nearby town for a meal?" Tang Xing suddenly suggested. "Certainly, master," Sun Wukong promptly replied, then veered off course, leading the way to the nearest town with Bai Long Ma in tow. When they were merely a mile from the town, Tang Xing instructed Bai Long Ma to land. He then asked Sun Wukong to assume human form, and the trio proceeded toward the town. Moments later, clad in the golden silk kasaya, Tang Xing elegantly entered the town. Since his arrival in the journey to the West world, he had tirelessly strived for his return to the secular world, now having transformed into a celestial immortal. Having traveled through desolate wilderness for several days, he had yet to truly appreciate the local customs and culture, making this his first encounter with such a multitude of mortals. This town was beyond the borders of the Tang Empire, and while he was uncertain of its exact location, he recognized it as a foreign land. The women here dressed in a fashion quite modern, contrasting sharply with the conservatism of the Tang dynasty. As Tang Sanzang strolled through the town on his white horse, his handsome visage and the elegance of his kasaya attracted the attention of numerous women, some of whom boldly cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Though Tang Sanzang felt a stir of desire ignited by their advances, he maintained an air of indifference, refusing to glance aside. After all, the system had rules. He could not indulge in secular pleasures until the quest was complete, nor could he break his vow of chastity. Thus, he could only fantasize and observe, unable to partake. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt, prompting him to dismiss such thoughts entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his demeanor of a chastened male deity only served to amplify his allure, resulting in a few bold women trailing behind him. "Master, we seem to have someone following us. Should I address it?" Sun Wukong suddenly remarked, gesturing towards his neck. Tang Sanzang, slightly exasperated, considered the monkey's antics. No wonder Sun Wukong had remained single for over 5 centuries. After contemplating, Tang Sanzang asked, "Wukong, before your tumultuous foray into the heavenly palace, did you not immobilize the 7 fairies who came to pluck the peaches of immortality?" Sun Wukong paused momentarily before nodding. "Indeed, master. Why do you bring this up? What did you do after you immobilized them?" Tang Sanzang continued. "After immobilizing them, I plucked every last peach from the garden. Those peaches were the most delectable I have ever tasted. Once I have a chance, I shall steal some from the heavenly court and bring them for you to savor." Sun Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. "Ah, only you, dear monkey, could immobilize the 7 fairies just to feast on peaches." Tang Sanzang sighed, then added, "Well, your suggestion has merit. Calculate the right time, and when the peaches ripen, procure some for me." "Master, aside from immobilizing them, what else could I do?" Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed, as this topic ventured into unfamiliar territory for him. "Wukong, let's put it this way. If you were to immobilize them and then, well, you might find yourself with some allies when you create chaos in the heavenly palace." Tang Sanzang shook his head. "Allies? Which deity would be willing to assist me?" Sun Wukong frowned. 7 gourd warriors," Tang Sanzang replied, mounting by Long Ma and heading toward the inn ahead. 7 gourd warriors? Who are they? I have never heard of them." Sun Wukong followed closely behind, bewildered. "Good sir, will you be staying or dining?" Upon reaching the inn's entrance, a young attendant approached, momentarily taken aback by Tang Sanzang's appearance before inquiring. "Dining." Tang Sanzang dismounted by Long Ma, declaring, "Very well, I shall prepare a vegetarian meal for you." The attendant replied, taking the reins of Bai Long Ma with a smile. "Wait, I do not want a vegetarian meal. Bring me meat." Tang Sanzang called out, asserting his demand. The young attendant was momentarily at a loss. He had encountered monks who stole bites of meat before, but one so brazenly requesting meat instead of vegetarian fare was a first for him. "What? Do you not serve meat? Then we shall seek another establishment," Tang Sanzang queried, perplexed. "Oh, we do have meat. Please come inside, and I shall promptly serve you." The attendant recovered and replied, "Excellent, and remember to feed my horse some raw meat. It does not enjoy grass." Tang Sanzang relayed Bai Long Ma's request to the attendant. Once again, the attendant was stunned. Surely, no horse would refuse grass for meat? However, he quickly rationalized that customers' whims must be respected. Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong entered the inn, proceeding upstairs to a window-side table. Shortly thereafter, the attendant arrived with an abundant spread of meat dishes, allowing Tang Sanzang to indulge until he could eat no more. Having feasted, he sipped tea and turned to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, please settle the bill." Sun Wukong paused, taken aback. "Master, I have no silver. How can I pay?" "What? You have no silver? Did you not receive silver from those bandits?" Tang Sanzang widened his eyes in disbelief. "Master, I spent that silver long ago during my last outing." Sun Wukong shrugged. Tang Sanzang's composure faltered. How could one finish a meal without the means to pay? Was he to dine without settling the bill? Observing the frozen expression of Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong appeared quite indifferent and directly stated, "Master, do not panic. I shall conjure some silver at once." Tang Sanzang shook his head, aware that with Sun Wukong's abilities, procuring a bit of silver or performing a transmutation of stone into gold was exceedingly simple. However, Tang Sung understood that these were merely illusions, tricks to deceive the eye into perceiving stones as silver. Moreover, the silver produced by this spell was highly unstable and would soon revert to its original form. Having experienced poverty in his past life, Tang Sing empathized with the struggles of shopkeepers and thus did not wish to deceive them with such means. Just as Tang Sing pondered how to pay, a voice rang out, "Boss, I shall cover that table's expenses." Tang Sung turned to see a handsome scholar standing before the innkeeper, gesturing towards him. Stunned, Tang Sing marveled at the kindness of others. To dine out and encounter such a generous soul willing to settle his bill was truly remarkable. After the man completed the transaction, Tang Sing slowly rose, performing a gesture of respect and saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for your generous assistance. This monk is deeply grateful." The scholar approached and replied, "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. I am not covering the bill out of charity, but rather using your reward to do so." "My reward?" Tang Sing was taken aback, unable to recall having done anything worthy of compensation. "Indeed, you had no reward before, but from today onward, you shall." The scholar continued, speaking to himself. Tang Sing looked at the scholar in bewilderment, noticing that despite the male attire, the absence of an Adam's apple clearly indicated that this was a woman disguised as a man. Observing her refined and handsome features, it became evident that this cross-dressing woman was quite beautiful. Enlightened, Tang Sing adjusted his demeanor and asked, "What do you mean, esteemed benefactor? Today, I invite you to my residence to assist me with a matter. If you can fulfill this request, the cost of this meal is but a trifling sum. I shall offer you 100 taels of gold as well." The scholar stepped forward, towering over Tang Sing. Upon raising his gaze, Tang Sung found himself momentarily captivated. It was evident that the scholar had bound himself in a way to obscure certain attributes, yet from this angle, hints of grandeur could still be discerned. After a prolonged silence, the scholar, noticing Tang Sing's rapt attention, followed his gaze to her own chest. This realization flushed her face with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, "Master." Clearing her throat, she added, "Since you have earnestly invited me, and we have no other engagements, let us see what we can do to assist you." Tang Sung, finally regaining his composure, replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, puzzled, interjected, "Master, do we not still have a however?" He was promptly silenced by Tang Sing's interruption. "Wukong, as a monk, it is our duty to aid those in need. Since this benefactor seeks our help, how can I refuse? Even if we have tasks at hand, we must first address her concerns. Benefactor, please lead the way so that this monk may assist you in your matters," Tang Sung declared, rising to follow the scholar. The scholar, still somewhat dazed, questioned her own judgment. Although the monk appeared noble and dignified, his words revealed a rather comedic and suggestive nature. Could this truly be reliable? In a moment of indecision, Tang Sung began walking towards the inn's exit. Halfway out, he noticed she remained stationary and called out, "Come now, why are you dawdling?" The scholar, snapping back to reality, gritted her teeth and stepped forward to lead the way. After all, it was already set in motion. Why not let this monk try? Thus, the scholar guided Tang Sing, accompanied by the white dragon horse, to the governor's mansion in the town. Upon seeing the opulent residence, Tang Sung cast a surprised glance at the scholar, pondering how such a generous person could exist, offering 100 taels of gold so readily as if it were mere pocket change. "Master, please enter." The scholar gestured, prompting the guards to open the gates. As Tang Sung stepped inside, an eerie chill enveloped him, and an elderly woman rushed towards them, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Ghost! The ghost has returned." Chapter 23. Side mission. Tang Sing's expression hardened, and Sun Wukong stepped forward, whispering in his ear, "Master, be cautious. There are malevolent forces at play here." Without needing Sun Wukong's warning, Tang Sung had already sensed the disturbance. Though merely a minor celestial being, he had cultivated the supreme technique known as the Panga creation art, which granted him an edge over others of his rank and heightened his awareness beyond his current level. This power became increasingly evident as he advanced. "Zhangma, what troubles you? Please, calm yourself," the scholar implored, approaching the elderly woman and grasping her shoulders. "Miss, you have returned at last. There are disturbances in the back courtyard. The master is gravely ill." Upon recognizing the scholar, the woman's eyes regained some clarity, and she spoke urgently. "What? Father is unwell?" The scholar's face paled, and she attempted to rush towards the back courtyard. "Do not go in there. It is dangerous. The ghost is causing havoc." Zhang Ma seized the scholar's arm, preventing her from moving forward. "Zhang Ma, I beg you, let me go. I must see my father." The scholar struggled, but upon realizing she could not break free, She pleaded. No, the master has been harmed by the ghost. I cannot allow you to face the same fate. Zhang Ma held on tightly, refusing to relent. Tears streamed down the scholar's face, evoking deep sympathy. Tang Xing, observing the situation, felt it was time to intervene. Ladies, might you elucidate the circumstances? Perhaps I can offer my assistance. Yes, master. The scholar, suddenly enlightened, clutched Tang Xing's sleeve, desperate. Please, save my father. Tang Sung, witnessing the scholar's tearful plea, replied. Dear benefactor, cease your tears and clarify the situation so that I may aid your father. Is this master indeed the exorcist my lady summoned? Zhang Ma inquired. Her voice steadier now. Tang Sung nodded, and upon seeing the scholar's distress, Zhang Ma continued. Master, the disturbances in our household began 3 months ago. Initially manifesting only at night, but now they appear boldly in broad daylight, endangering our master. Despite our attempts to hire numerous exorcists, none have succeeded in dispelling this haunted residence. We implore you for help. Tang Sung nodded, reassured. Fear not, we are proficient in exorcisms. His confidence was not unfounded. Although he had never caught a ghost, as a celestial being, dealing with a minor spirit would be a trivial matter. Furthermore, his esteemed disciple, Sun Wukong, was renowned for causing a ruckus in the underworld. Surely they could handle a mere specter. Master, please, hurry and save my father. At this moment, the scholar, tugging at Tang Xing's sleeve, began to plead once more. Tang Xing nodded and replied, Very well. Remain here and do not move. I shall go capture a ghost and return. With that, Tang Sung, accompanied by Sun Wukong, made his way towards the backyard. This endeavor promised not only a reward of 100 taels of gold, but also the opportunity to gain merit by vanquishing monsters. It was truly a perfect plan. As Tang Xing stepped into the backyard, the system's prompt echoed, Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random side quest. Investigate the cause of the haunting. Quest details. The home of Mayor Lin is haunted, resulting in his illness. But is the cause merely the haunting? We urge the host to investigate carefully, and rewards will be given based on the accuracy of the host's rendition of the truth. Tang Xing was momentarily taken aback, but then excitement surged within him. He had originally come here simply to repay the scholar's meal and to indulge in a bit of food, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a quest. This quest was indeed valuable, as each assignment could yield a plethora of treasures. Master, it's merely a female ghost causing trouble. If it were up to me, I could simply smash her with my staff. Sun Wukong, who had already used his keen eyesight to survey the area, suggested. Tang Xing shook his head, outright rejecting Sun Wukong's proposition. What nonsense! If you were to kill her outright, how would I complete the quest? Wukong, can you see that female ghost? Tang Xing pondered, planning to approach the ghost directly to inquire about the situation. Of course, she's floating just in that house. Sun Wukong nodded, pointing towards a nearby building. Tang Xing nodded and began walking towards it, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted and turned to Sun Wukong, asking, Can your keen eyesight see through things? Yes. Why do you ask, master? Sun Wukong replied. Hearing this, Tang Xing's expression turned regretful as he glared at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, What a waste of a precious gift. Sun Wukong, bewildered, did not comprehend Tang Xing's meaning. Observing the confusion on Sun Wukong's face, Tang Xing pressed, Wukong, let us make a deal. How about you teach me your keen eyesight? Sun Wukong shook his head. That's impossible, master. My keen eyesight was acquired by chance in the alchemical furnace of the Great Elder. It is my innate ability, and I do not know how to impart it to you. Tang Xing grumbled. This monkey is always useless at critical moments. You can't teach me? Well, I shall learn without you. I can open treasure chests too. With that, Tang Xing turned and strode towards the house, ignoring Sun Wukong. Within Sun Wukong's mind, countless metaphorical beasts raced past, leaving him utterly perplexed by Tang Xing's erratic behavior, and he could only follow along with a frown. Creaking, Tang Xing gently pushed open the door, and a putrid, eerie atmosphere enveloped him. Frowning, he waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind to sweep away the foul stench. Moments later, the strange odor dissipated, yet the sinister aura lingered, showing no signs of retreat. Tang Xing stepped inside the house. As he and Sun Wukong fully entered, the door slammed shut behind them with a bang, startling Tang Xing. Almost immediately, an ominous, eerie presence surged towards him, prompting Sun Wukong to shout, Master, be careful. In the next instant, Sun Wukong positioned himself in front of Tang Xing, brandishing his golden staff and striking forward. Chapter 24. the ghost's tail initially taken aback. Tang Sung urgently called out, "Wukong, stop! Do not harm her." Although Sun Wukong had already swung his staff, upon hearing Tang Sung's command, the golden staff halted just an inch from the ghost's forehead. Had Tang Sung hesitated for even a moment, the blow would have undoubtedly obliterated her. For the might of a peak celestial immortal is not something a mere spirit could withstand. "Master, why not simply eliminate the ghost and be done with it?" Sun Wukong inquired, sheathing his staff in confusion. "Children should not ask so many questions." Tang Sung replied dismissively. Ignoring Sun Wukong's disgruntlement, Tang Sung stepped forward, intent on communicating with the ghost to uncover the truth, but suddenly realized he could not see her. "Ahem, Wukong, aside from your keen eyesight, is there any other way to perceive ghosts?" Tang Sung asked awkwardly, though puzzled by why Tang Sung would ask such a question, given that upon reaching the golden immortal stage, one would inherently possess the ability to see spirits. Sun Wukong nonetheless responded earnestly, "Master, below the golden immortal level, you can channel your magical energy into your eyes to perceive ghosts." "Understood. Thank you," Tang Sung acknowledged, then attempted to channel his energy into his eyes. In the next moment, the world before his eyes transformed. His slightly glowing gaze clearly discerned a beautifully adorned female ghost trembling by the bedside, evidently frightened by Sun Wukong's imposing presence. Tang Sung glanced around and noticed the room was filled with numerous fine brown strands, which were indeed the essence of the ghostly aura he had sensed earlier. After a brief exploration, he approached and stood beside the ghost. On the bed lay a middle-aged man, pale and with sunken eyes, clearly gravely ill. "Is this Mayor Lin? How unfortunate he has been reduced to such a state." Tang Sung lamented, then turned to the ghost and asked, "Can you hear what I am saying?" The ghost merely recoiled a couple of steps, her face a mask of terror, yet she said nothing. "Do you not understand me, or are you unable to speak?" Tang Sung frowned. If communication proved impossible, resolving this matter would be quite troublesome. However, regardless of his attempts, the female ghost remained silent, her expression one of fear. "Wukong, what is happening?" Tang Sung, at his wit's end, turned to Sun Wukong for assistance. "Master, why do you insist on conversing with the ghost? Just strike her down with one blow." Sun Wukong shook his head in bewilderment at Tang Sung's approach. "I ask, and you answer. What is with all the chatter?" Tang Sung retorted impatiently. This quest was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to be calm. "Fine, the ghost can understand you, master. But her silence may stem from fear or simply unwillingness to speak," Sun Wukong reluctantly explained. Tang Sung nodded, gazing at the ghost as he softly spoke. "We are not villains. We come to assist you. If you have any grievances, please share them with me, and I shall advocate on your behalf." Tang Sung endeavored to appear as amicable as possible, yet the ghost continued to stare in silence. As his patience waned, Tang Sung resorted to using the divine ability he had recently acquired, soul capture. Suddenly, a spectral light emanated from Tang Sung's eyes, piercing into the ghost's gaze. The ghost trembled, her spirit seemingly entranced, her eyes becoming vacant. "Now, I will ask, and you shall respond," Tang Sung commanded the ghost. "Yes, master," the ghost replied. "Who are you?" "Master, I am a ghost," she answered, her expression vacant. Tang Sung frowned. "I meant your identity in life. Before my demise, I was known as Gao Yulan, the original wife of Lin Zheng." The ghostly woman, upon hearing this, revealed her malevolence. "You are Lin Zheng, the original wife of the town head?" Tang Sung, perplexed, pondered how a spirit could inflict harm upon her own husband. The female spectre's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, nearly breaking free from Tang Sung's spiritual grip, a testament to the tempest of emotions raging within her. Tang Sung, having subdued the ghost, could deeply sense the overwhelming hatred coursing through her. What anguish must she have endured to harbor such fierce resentment? This ignited a flicker of sympathy within him, prompting him to amplify his spiritual power, reasserting control over the vengeful spirit. Moments later, her countenance shifted back to one of confusion, and she spoke. "Master, I was wronged in life. He was the architect of my death. I cannot rest until I exact my revenge. Pray tell, what transpired?" Tang Sung pressed, as it was imperative for him to grasp the full narrative. "Very well, master." The ghost acquiesced, continuing her tale. 3 years passed. He took a beautiful young concubine, abandoning me entirely. I resigned myself to this fate until 2 years ago, when the concubine bore him a son. That is when calamity struck. As a daughter of the Gao family, my marriage to Lin Zheng was merely a strategic alliance. Yet my status as the legitimate wife entitled my daughter to inherit his possessions. When the concubine's son arrived, she persuaded Lin Zheng to cast me aside and elevate her to the primary wife, ensuring her son would inherit everything. Fearing my family's influence, Lin Zheng would never consider divorcing me. Thus, under that harlot's instigation, he cast me into the well, leading to my untimely demise. This hatred is insurmountable. Chapter 25. News of the treasure. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, initially expecting malevolent deeds of a vengeful spirit, only to uncover a tale steeped in melodrama and vengeance. How did you retaliate? He inquired. Master, after transforming into a ghost, I languished at the bottom of the well, awaiting my chance. When I learned that the harlot intended to eliminate my daughter, I could no longer contain myself. I killed both her and her son. I then lingered here, gradually eroding Lin Zheng's body with my ghostly essence, ensuring his daily torment without release. Despite being under Tang Sanzang's control, a hint of vindictive satisfaction crept into her voice as she recounted her revenge. Tang Sanzang regarded the spirit with surprise. She was indeed formidable, having dispatched her immediate adversaries before tormenting her former husband. With a wave of his hand, Tang Sanzang lifted the spell, restoring the ghost's autonomy. Despite her recent subjugation, she remained cognizant of her words and, upon regaining control, fell to her knees, pleading, Holy monk, I am wronged. I beseech you for justice. Tang Sanzang, somewhat speechless, reflected on the irony of her situation. She had vanquished her enemies and left her husband in a near-death state, yet still sought justice. Ignoring her, he turned his attention to Lin Zheng, who lay incapacitated. The system had not indicated a completed task, suggesting that Tang Sanzang could not rely solely on one account. With Lin Zheng as the last living participant in this tragedy, Tang Sanzang needed to awaken him and ascertain his side of the story. He directed a surge of spiritual energy into Lin Zheng. After a brief moment, Tang Sanzang frowned, although he lacked medical knowledge. His probing revealed that Lin Zheng was beyond salvation. The malevolent energy had ravaged his internal organs and muscles, leaving him irreparably damaged, save for the mythical 9-turn golden elixir. Yet, Tang Sanzang was not foolish. He possessed no such elixir, nor would he squander it on a scoundrel. Shaking his head, he channeled another wave of power into Lin Zheng and summoned the scholar. As the scholar entered, Lin Zheng stirred slightly, bolstered by Tang Sanzang's immense spiritual energy. Father, the scholar exclaimed, rushing to grasp Lin Zheng's hand, joy illuminating his face. Father, you have awakened. Lin Zheng managed a weak smile and nodded. The scholar, overwhelmed with gratitude, turned to Tang Sanzang. Thank you, Master, for saving my father. Tang Sanzang shook his head, responding, Your father is gravely ill. Even deities cannot save him. He is merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity under my influence. He has but half an hour left. The scholar stood frozen, struck by the devastating news, tears cascading down her cheeks. Observing the scholar's distress, Tang Sanzang mused that if she were to learn of her father's culpability in her mother's demise, and her mother's fall at her father's hands, she would likely be driven to madness. Silently, he watched as the scholar wept over Lin Zheng. Once her emotions had somewhat settled, Tang Sanzang spoke. Lin, I must inquire about certain matters. Would you kindly step aside? After hearing of her father's limited time, the scholar was reluctant to leave his side. Yinner, please step back. The master surely has important matters to discuss, Lin Zheng urged, sensing Tang Sanzang's extraordinary nature. Reluctantly, the scholar exited the room, leaving a heavy silence in her wake. Master, ask what you will, Lin Zheng said, managing to sit up with great effort. Tang Sanzang wasted no time. I must ask you, did you indeed cast your original wife into the well a year ago, leading to her death? Lin Zheng let out a bitter laugh. You see through my facade, master. Though there are complexities, it is true. I am responsible. Tang Sanzang felt exasperated. He had awakened Lin Zheng to uncover the truth, yet the man seemed reluctant to divulge it. What complexities? Speak plainly, he demanded. Lin Zheng hesitated before confessing. I never intended to kill my wife. However, that day, she confronted me, claiming she had overheard my concubine and me plotting her demise. She demanded either I dismiss the concubine and banish her and her son, or she would call upon her family's power to ruin me. We argued. And in a moment of anger, I struck her, only to have her stumble backward into the well. When I checked, she was already dead. Fearing retribution from her family, I buried her in the well and claimed she had gone missing, attacked by robbers on her way home. Tang Sanzang was taken aback. It became evident that neither party was innocent. Truly, The adage rings true. One does not enter a household without sharing its burdens. He cast a disapproving glance at both the man and the specter, recognizing that both bore an equal share of responsibility for their tragic fate. However, Tang Sanzang, gazing at the female ghost, suddenly inquired, "It is said that once a person dies, even if they pass away with resentment, it is rare for them to transform into vengeful spirits. How is it that you, having died merely a year ago, possess such formidable power and remain unafraid of sunlight? How have you accomplished this?" The female ghost, taken aback by his question, responded, "Holy monk, my transformation is due to a fortuitous encounter with a treasure." Treasure? Tang Sanzang's eyes brightened at the revelation, astonished that such an item existed. At that moment, the female ghost knelt before him, bowed deeply, and exclaimed, "My vengeance has been avenged. I beseech you, Master, to grant me salvation and guide me into reincarnation. In return, I promise to offer you the treasure." Chapter 26. The reward for completing the task. Tang Sanzang, eager to fulfill his mission, became intrigued by the treasure the woman spoke of. It is exceedingly rare for a spirit to manifest after death. The fact that this woman had acquired a treasure that enabled her to evolve into such a fierce entity in just a year and remain unaffected by sunlight was truly remarkable. "Pray tell, what is this treasure?" He pondered aloud. "Master, after I fell to my demise in the well, a black pearl appeared beside my lifeless body. My spirit drew upon the immense ghostly power from the pearl, transforming me into my current form," the woman recounted as she remained on her knees. "An object that aids in the cultivation of spirits must indeed be a valuable item." Tang Sanzang nodded affirmatively. "As a compassionate monk, upon witnessing your plight as a wandering soul, it is my duty to perform your salvation. I do not seek the treasure for myself." After a brief cough, he continued, "However, based on your description, that treasure does not seem to be a good omen. It is likely a malevolent object. You should hand it over to me, so I may dispose of it and prevent further harm to the living." The woman was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Tang Sanzang's commitment to her salvation, she eagerly nodded. Her sole focus now on this matter. Tang Sanzang guided the female ghost to the well's edge, as her remains lay nearby, necessitating that the rite be performed in close proximity. Meanwhile, the scholar wept as he tended to Lin Zheng. Finding a clean spot by the well, Tang Sanzang sat cross-legged and began reciting scriptures. Despite no longer being the original Tang Sanzang, his innate skills in this practice remained remarkably proficient. After nearly half an hour, he completed the necessary rites to guide the transformed female ghost to salvation. At that moment, she appeared far less fearsome, regaining her former beauty. "Thank you, Master, for your salvation." The female ghost bowed deeply to Tang Sanzang. He nodded, though his gaze drifted, clearly searching for the treasure. Understanding his intent, the ghost swiftly formed a hand seal, and a jet-black pearl emerged from her being, landing in Tang Sanzang's hand. Ignoring the now-vanished female ghost, Tang Sanzang focused on the pearl in his grasp. Before he could examine it closely, the scholar approached, looking weary, with traces of tears still visible on her face. Adding to her charm, "Master, thank you. My father has revealed everything to me," she said, shaking her head sorrowfully, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Tang Sanzang, moved by her distress, instinctively reached out to wipe her tears away. His gesture left the scholar momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, enhancing her allure. Were it not for her current male attire, she would surely have appeared even more captivating. "Bear your grief with patience. This is a matter beyond anyone's control." Tang Sanzang sighed, concealing the black pearl behind him. He continued, "What is your name?" "Master, I am Lin Yuer," she replied, looking at him with an expression that held an enigmatic significance. "Yuel? What a lovely name." Tang Sanzang exclaimed, feigning admiration. Without allowing Lin Yuer to respond, he added, "Now that this matter is resolved, we must take our leave. There are pressing tasks that await us." Very well," Lin Yuer replied, momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing a hint of sorrow as she lowered her head. "Could it be that this young lady has developed an attachment to me, reluctant to see me depart?" Throughout his journey, Tang Sanzang had captured the hearts of many women and spirits, and it was entirely plausible that Lin Yuer too might become one of his admirers. Upon observing Lin Yuer more closely, Tang Sanzang noted that, despite her male garb, her beauty was quite evident, stirring something within him. However, he quickly shook off such thoughts, reminding himself that his primary objective was to complete his journey to acquire the scriptures and return to secular life. Once he returned to the mundane world, he would surely encounter many women, including fair spirits and divine beings. Yet, lingering here, hesitating to leave, would only impede his progress in obtaining the scriptures, complicating his grand endeavor. Furthermore, Lin Yue was not an extraordinary beauty, even if she harbored feelings for him. He would not forsake the array of enchanting women in the world of the journey to the west for her. Thus, how could he allow himself to be distracted by matters of love before completing his quest? Onward, Tang Sung resolved in his mind, nodding at Lin Yue as he declared. Indeed, we must depart. There lies a considerable distance ahead, and we must also seek alms for food. The round trip will consume much time, so we must hurry. Tang Sung subtly implied the urgency of their departure. Lin Yue, perceptive as she was, understood his cue and promptly summoned a servant to bring forth 100 taels of gold. Master, I appreciate your efforts. Please accept this as a token of gratitude. She respectfully offered the gold to Tang Sung. As he beheld the gleaming gold before him, Tang Sung's eyes lit up, yet he replied, "This is too generous. We are monks who do not covet wealth. However, since you insist, it would be remiss of me to refuse your kindness. I shall reluctantly accept it." Though he spoke thus, his actions were swift as he tucked the gold into his robes. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to carry 100 taels of gold in his garments. Rather, he stored it within his system space. The gold was too small. He feared it might become lost in the chaotic realm of the Chaos Pearl, so it was safer in his system space. Very well, we shall take our leave. Tang Sung stated contentedly, calling back the slumbering son Wukong as they prepared to depart. Certainly, master. Allow me to escort you. Lin Yue nodded, accompanying Tang Sung and son Wukong to the door. She watched as Tang Sung mounted his white horse and galloped away until he vanished from sight, before she finally withdrew her gaze. After leaving the Lin residence, Tang Sung received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Demon Identification Talisman. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 cultivation points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tang Sung disregarded the increase in cultivation and merit points. The total of 1,800 merit points held little significance for him. What exactly is this Demon Identification Talisman? He inquired, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 27. The Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure. The Nether Pearl. After Tang Sung posed his question, the system panel promptly displayed the attributes of the item. Demon Identification Talisman. This talisman can reveal the true form of any demon, regardless of their cultivation level. Simply apply it to a target, and their true appearance will be unveiled. Usable 3 times. Tang Sung was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. The Demon Identification Talisman sounded formidable, but in essence, it was merely a limited-use mirror for revealing demons. What is the purpose of this? With son Wukong around, his fiery eyes can discern any monster. Tang Sung, somewhat speechless, put this item away and took out a pitch-black orb he had just acquired, examining it closely. The orb was as dark as ink, roughly the size of his entire palm. After scrutinizing it for a while, Tang Sung could not determine its purpose. Moments later, he tentatively infused a trace of his magical power into it. As soon as his power touched the black orb, the situation changed dramatically. The previously dark orb suddenly emitted a black luminescence, beginning to voraciously absorb Tang Sung's magical energy. Alarmed, Tang Sung hastily attempted to sever the flow of his power, only to find himself unable to control it. His magical energy surged into the orb like a torrent. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he felt his celestial level power within him depleted, yet the absorption rate showed no signs of diminishing. It was as if the orb intended to drain him completely. Desperate, Tang Sung quickly summoned the Chaos Pearl to replenish his power, averting the dire consequence of being drained dry. Master, what is wrong? At this moment, son Wukong, who had been walking ahead, noticed Tang Sung had stopped and turned back to ask. It's nothing, just wait a moment. Tang Sung was preoccupied with managing the black orb and could not attend to son Wukong. As the orb absorbed more and more power, its radiance intensified, emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. Once Tang Sung confirmed his safety, his gaze towards the orb became fervent. This was undoubtedly a treasure. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the black orb ceased its absorption, revealing a thread of white flowing within, aimlessly wandering inside the orb. Observing the iridescent orb in his hand, Tang Sung pondered for a moment before channeling his spiritual energy into it. In the next instant, a stream of information surged into Tang Sanzang's mind, overwhelming him with astonishment. It turned out that this black orb was called the Nether Pearl, a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The origins of the Nether Pearl were profound. It was one of the 3,000 chaos demons birthed in the primordial space before the chaos unfolded. A treasure of the ancestor of the Netherworld. During the great battle with Pangu, the ancestor of the Netherworld fell, and this immensely powerful Nether Pearl was knocked down to a lower grade by Pangu, becoming a high-grade postnatal treasure. If the Nether Pearl could absorb sufficient power from the underworld and be restored with quasi-saint level magic, it could entirely regain its former status as a high-grade innate treasure, to command the underworld and summon legions of ghosts. Upon learning this cascade of information, Tang Sanzang was elated. A high-grade innate treasure. Such an item was something even a great Luo golden immortal might not possess. This was an incredible stroke of fortune. It seemed he should perform more good deeds. Otherwise, how could he have encountered such an opportunity? This was truly remarkable. Tang Sanzang could not help but exclaim, "Master, what did you say?" Son Wukong, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending Tang Sanzang's meaning. Tang Sanzang shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, nothing at all. By the way, do you know where one might find an abundance of nether energy?" Hearing this, while Sun Wukong was unsure of Tang Sanzang's intention, he nonetheless replied, "Master, I have heard that there is an endless supply of nether energy beneath the 18 layers of hell in the underworld." Beneath the 18 layers of hell? Tang Sanzang frowned slightly. Indeed, and it is said that the nether energy is exceedingly strange and can erode the bodies of celestial beings, making it incredibly dangerous. "Why do you ask, Master?" Sun Wukong inquired. "It's nothing. I was just asking casually. Do you know what level of cultivation is required to venture beneath the 18 layers of hell without being eroded?" Tang Sanzang pressed on. "I recall that once one reaches the level of a great Luo golden immortal, they can use the power of the laws to shield themselves from the erosion of nether energy, but that only provides temporary protection. Only quasi-saint level experts can navigate freely within the nether energy without being affected," Sun Wukong replied. "I understand. Let us continue our journey." Tang Sanzang nodded thoughtfully, then stowed away the Nether Pearl, riding the white dragon horse onward. It seemed that the restoration of the Nether Pearl would not be a short-term task. He would have to wait until his cultivation improved before plotting a way to restore it to its previous level. Once Tang Sanzang possessed a high-grade innate treasure, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply. Until then, he could only slowly refine and claim it as his own, for this treasure was laden with restrictions. Although the current Nether Pearl was merely a high-grade postnatal treasure, the number of restrictions within it was akin to that of a high-grade innate treasure. The Nether Pearl was not a reward from the system, so Tang Sanzang had to gradually refine its restrictions to use it. Recollecting his thoughts, Tang Sanzang gazed at the distant scenery, reflecting briefly. The experience of subduing the white dragon horse at Eagle Cry Gorge, while slightly different from the original tale, would not alter the overall direction. After the white dragon horse's tribulation, it would soon be time for the Guanyin Zen temple. Coincidentally, during his previous life, Tang Sanzang had found the abbot of the Guanyin Zen temple quite displeasing, with an air of arrogance and condescension that was utterly distasteful. This time, having traversed into this world, he was determined to teach that individual a lesson. "Sister Guanyin, wait for me. I am coming," Tang Sanzang bellowed, spurring his horse onward. Sun Wukong, trailing behind, was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Guanyin? Where's Guanyin? Oh no, Master isn't planning to cause trouble for Guanyin Bodhisattva, is he?" Chapter 28. The Elder of Guanyin Zen Temple Master. "Wait. You are going the wrong way," Sun Wukong shouted, flying ahead to intercept Tang Sanzang and halt the white dragon horse. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Tang Sanzang frowned and asked. "Master, weren't you heading to the South Sea's purple bamboo forest? Why are you going west?" "The South Sea is clearly to the south," Sun Wukong pointed in the southern direction. Tang Sanzang blinked in confusion. "Wukong, what are you talking about? Who said I was going to the South Sea's purple bamboo forest?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, replying, "Master, didn't you say you were going to find Guanyin Bodhisattva? You just shouted it yourself." "Foolish monkey. I merely shouted that in passing. How could I genuinely go looking for trouble? Why would I seek discomfort for myself?" Tang Sanzang retorted, exasperated, and then ignored Sun Wukong, continuing onward on the white dragon horse. The journey westward to obtain scriptures could not be delayed. Sun Wukong refrained from saying anything further and followed suit. The white dragon horse, transformed from the little white dragon, was remarkably swift, galloping without a jolt, making it the perfect mode of transportation for both home and travel. However, even with the speed of the white dragon horse, it took Tang Sanzang a full 2 days to finally arrive at the Guanyin Zen temple. Master, should I transform to avoid scaring the acolytes in this temple? Sun Wukong suggested, eyeing the grand temple before him. There's no need, absolutely not. Wukong, maintain your current form. It would be best if you could appear even more fearsome. Tang Sanzang disdainfully glanced at the temple and commanded. Sun Wukong, taken aback, did not expect Tang Sanzang to make such a request. They were seeking refuge here. Was it truly wise to act so arrogantly? However, Tang Sanzang's next action left Sun Wukong even more astonished. After giving his orders, Tang Sanzang brandished his 9-ringed monk staff, which, under the enhancement of his magical power, shimmered even more brilliantly, glowing like gold, and looking quite splendid. Tang Sanzang, however, paid it no mind, striding toward the temple entrance and striking down with his staff. Bang! The Zen staff accurately struck the grand entrance, producing a resounding echo. In that instant, the magnificent and exceedingly heavy door shattered before Tang Sanzang, disintegrating into a heap of debris. Master, even Sun Wukong is astonished. This Tang Sanzang certainly exhibits an extraordinary level of violence. Moments later, a throng of young monks burst forth from the Guanyin Zen monastery, clad in gray robes and wielding staffs, encircling Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong. Old monk, how dare you vandalize the entrance of our Zen monastery? The leading warrior monk bellowed. No sooner had he shouted than one of the young monks, facing Sun Wukong, cried out, "A monster!" The entire group of young monks fell into disarray, scattering in all directions and retreating into the monastery, save for a few brave souls who stood at the forefront, brandishing their staffs and shouting at Sun Wukong, "Monster, do not approach. This is the Guanyin Zen monastery, blessed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. If you dare to cause trouble, you shall be reduced to ashes in an instant." Observing this farce, Tang Sanzang could only shake his head slightly. He then addressed the young monks. "I am the holy monk from the Tang dynasty of the East. I happened upon your monastery today with the intention of resting discreetly, yet I was obstructed by your grand entrance. In our Buddhist realm, we welcome all visitors with open arms. How is it that you keep your doors shut, without even a single monk to greet us? What kind of decorum is this? As I bear the sacred duty of a pilgrim on the path to enlightenment, it is my responsibility to oversee all monasteries and temples along the way. Your Guanyin Zen monastery is the first on my list for oversight. Is there anyone who dares to contest this?" As Tang Sanzang's words fell, Sun Wukong stepped forward, baring his teeth, causing those who wished to respond to fall silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Tang Sanzang cast a commanding glance over the crowd and strode confidently to the entrance. The monks blocking the threshold were frightened into retreat by Sun Wukong, allowing Tang Sanzang to cross the threshold with ease. "Who dares to make a racket here? This is the Guanyin Zen monastery. Maintain silence." At that moment, a voice, ancient yet powerful, resonated from a distance. Xuanzang turned to see an elderly monk adorned in an ornate robe, shuffling toward them. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our Guanyin Zen monastery and damaged our door?" The old monk inquired sternly. The presence of Sun Wukong seemed to escape the old monk's notice. Tang Sanzang quickly deduced the reason. After all, in the original tale, the old monk shared a profound bond with several demons and would not be easily intimidated by Sun Wukong, who, despite being a monster, was also considered handsome among them. "Ah, you must be the abbot of this Guanyin Zen monastery," Tang Sanzang remarked, casting a casual glance at him. "Outrageous! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the abbot?" A robust warrior monk stepped forward, reprimanding Tang Sanzang. It was evident that this monk was aware of the old monk's connections with the demons and felt unthreatened by Sun Wukong's demeanor. "What? Is he not old? Or is he not a monk? I call him old monk. Do you take issue with that?" Tang Sanzang retorted, glaring fiercely at the warrior monk. Despite Tang Sanzang's strikingly handsome appearance, his celestial aura was undeniable, and this fierce gaze left the ordinary monk utterly stunned. At that moment, the old monk calmly interjected, "Ah, so you come from the eastern lands. Now I understand why there is such a lack of decorum." Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the old monk's audacity to disparage his homeland. "Old monk, what grievances do you hold against the Tang dynasty? Do I require your respect merely because I am an esteemed monk from the Tang dynasty visiting your Guanyin Zen monastery for inspection?" Tang Sanzang replied disdainfully, "I shall inform you. Even the smallest temple nestled in the mountains of the Tang dynasty surpasses the grandeur of your monastery. And the abbot there is adorned in robes far more exquisite than yours. What is this? You are simply exhibiting your ignorance. Tang Sanzang understood precisely what the old monk valued and struck at his vulnerability. Humph, you, dressed in tatters, dare to speak so boldly before me? Let me tell you, the robes I've collected are older than your years. The old monk initially was taken aback, sizing up Tang Sanzang's attire before dismissively countering. Dressed in rags? It seems necessary to show you what the least appealing robe from the Tang dynasty looks like. Wukong, bring me the brocade robe. Tang Sanzang flicked his head and looked down at the old monk with an air of superiority. Chapter 29. Toying with the abbot of Guanyin Zen Monastery. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's command, Sun Wukong understood that Tang Sanzang intended to showcase his finery before the monks. He had previously seen a splendid brocade robe in Tang Sanzang's belongings and promptly retrieved it from his pack, presenting it to Tang Sanzang. The moment the brocade robe emerged, the old monk's eyes widened in astonishment, his previously squinted gaze now fixated on the dazzling garment, unable to tear his attention away. Tang Sanzang, noticing the old monk's reaction, couldn't help but smile with pride as he donned the brocade robe. Old monk, what do you think of my robe? He inquired. The old monk reached out, yearning to touch Tang Sanzang's brocade robe, only to have his hand swatted away by Tang Sanzang, who scolded, "What do you think you're doing? This robe is not for your hands to touch. Let me inform you, this robe is crafted from the silk of ice silkworms, spun by skilled artisans. It is woven by celestial maidens, adorned with red mist and clouds. The corners are embedded with luminous pearls, topped with an emerald. It radiates mysterious light beyond the three heavens and exudes the essence of treasure before the 5 sacred mountains. Have you ever encountered such a wondrous robe?" The old monk was momentarily speechless, then shook his head, smiling ruefully, and remarked, "Holy monk, your robe is indeed splendid and precious. It has truly opened my eyes." As the old monk spoke, he suddenly bowed his head, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, and began to weep quietly. "Oh, how pitiful. I have spent my life collecting various robes, filling several cabinets. Yet today, upon seeing your robe, I finally comprehend what a truly precious robe looks like. Having lived over 120 years, today I have come to learn of such a magnificent garment, which I have never had the fortune to wear myself. It is truly heartbreaking." The old monk wept and lamented, occasionally casting a glance at Tang Sanzang to gauge his reaction. Tang Sanzang, clad in the brocade robe, bore a smile, merely observing the old monk as he performed. Surrounding young monks rushed over to console the old monk. This farcical display continued for nearly a quarter of an hour before it finally subsided. The old monk, now steadied, wore a sorrowful expression as he addressed Tang Sanzang. "Esteemed holy monk of the Tang dynasty, I have an ungracious request, though I am uncertain if I should voice it." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's expression turned serious as he gently helped the old monk to his feet, saying softly, "Old monk, since it is an ungracious request, it would be best not to speak of it, lest it harm the bond between us." Tang Sanzang wore a countenance of benevolence, leaving the old monk bewildered. Was this not how the scene was supposed to unfold? He had just performed so earnestly, yet Tang Sanzang remained unmoved by his display. An awkward expression crossed the old monk's face, yet he pressed on, "Esteemed holy monk of the Tang dynasty, you are correct in your reasoning. However, I must address this matter. If I keep it bottled up, I may not see the light of day tomorrow, so I implore your understanding." Tang Sanzang shook his head and said, "Old monk, you mustn't say such things. Look at you, having lived for 120 years. How many genuine people can boast of such longevity? Our lifelong pursuit of enlightenment is to meet the Buddha in the West. Yet here I am, embarking on a treacherous journey to see the Buddha while you, upon your demise tomorrow, will immediately meet him. What immense merit you have accrued throughout your life. You must cherish this opportunity and refrain from speaking carelessly." The old monk was taken aback, staring at Tang Sanzang in disbelief. He never imagined that within the realm of Buddhism, there could be someone with a countenance as audacious as his own. It seemed he had encountered a worthy rival. However, he felt his own audacity was slightly greater. So he chose to disregard Tang Sanzang's words and boldly declared, "Great Tang monk, I wish to borrow your cassock for a brief moment, merely for an evening, to admire its grandeur." As the old monk reached out to grasp Tang Sanzang's cassock, Tang Sanzang's expression hardened. A small surge of magical energy erupted from him, pushing the old monk back. With a stern countenance, he rebuked, "Old monk, I thought my willingness to converse with you was a mark of respect. But it seems I was mistaken. Dare to touch my cassock, and I assure you, it is never loaned out. Step aside, I wish to rest. Having toyed with the old monk, Tang Sung felt a sense of relief and, accompanied by son Wukong and leading the white dragon horse, he proceeded toward the rear courtyard of the Guanyin Zen monastery, completely ignoring the gathering of young monks and the old monk's pale visage. Stop. Do you think this Guanyin Zen monastery is your home? You cannot simply walk in uninvited, shouted a relatively young and vigorous warrior monk, unable to tolerate the scene. Tang Sung remained unfazed, continuing to lead the white dragon horse while casually instructing, Wukong, I hope to have a meal soon, and that these individuals will be pleased to let us stay here. He placed particular emphasis on the word pleased, which son Wukong understood, smiling as he turned to comply. Upon reaching the back, Tang Sung surveyed his surroundings and chose the most opulent chamber to enter, inadvertently overlooking the large characters abbot's quarters inscribed above the door. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted from the front courtyard, accompanied by cries, shouts, and the sound of bells ringing, interspersed with the noise of collapsing structures. Moments later, silence descended, and Tang Sung smiled subtly, knowing that son Wukong had resolved the situation, ensuring that the inhabitants of the Guanyin Zen monastery were now very pleased, hoping they could reside there in peace. After a while, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Assuming it was son Wukong returning with food, he opened the door, only to find an old man with a white beard standing there, unmistakably the Jade Star, Tai-Bai Jinxing. Chapter 30. The visit of the Jade Star. Upon seeing the Jade Star at the door, Tang Sung was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the Jade Star would come to this place. Old man, what brings you here? He eventually managed to ask while leaning against the door. Saint Monk, do you not invite me in for a moment's respite? The Jade Star inquired awkwardly, gazing at the figure blocking the entrance. I cannot invite you in, as this is not my monastery but someone else's place. So please, state your business, Tang Sung replied without hesitation. What a jest. The Jade Star's visit surely heralded no good tidings. Why should he invite him in? It was better to clarify matters directly. The Jade Star was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Tang Sung becoming complex. He had not expected that the legendary monk, known for his quest for sacred scriptures, would possess such audacity, occupying someone else's space without hesitation. What a brazen act! Yet, he could only voice such thoughts internally, not daring to utter them aloud. After regaining his composure, he said, Saint Monk, I come at the behest of the Jade Emperor, seeking your assistance with a matter. Oh, the Jade Emperor has requested my help? I cannot recall any prior dealings with him. What could he possibly need from me? Tang Sung asked with a hint of confusion. Saint Monk, it concerns the incident when you displayed your might over the West Sea, sealing the 4 Seas Dragon Kings beneath that peculiar tower. The Jade Star explained with a wry smile. Tang Sung frowned slightly. He had not anticipated that someone would come seeking him so soon over the matter of the West Sea. After some contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement, realizing this was not something he could conceal. Seeing Tang Sung acquiesce, the Jade Star released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He had feared the monk would adamantly deny the event, which would hinder his efforts. Saint Monk, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings and all dragons oversee the reigns in the mortal realm, making their roles exceedingly vital. With their disappearance, chaos has ensued, and many regions are now suffering from drought. The Jade Emperor hopes you might show mercy and release them all, the Jade Star elaborated. I see. Then you should proceed to liberate them yourselves. I have no objections, Tang Sung replied after a moment's reflection. His earlier display of power to seal the 4 Seas Dragons was motivated partly by his mission and partly to demonstrate his strength to the realms. Signaling that he was no longer the ordinary Tang Sung, he wished to ensure that henceforth, any dealings with him would be met with due consideration, as he possessed the capability to resist unwelcome arrangements. This goal had now been achieved. With that objective met, the seal no longer served any purpose. Thus, after contemplating, Tang Sung decided to agree to their request for liberation. The Jade Star, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a wry smile inwardly, thinking, if we could simply release your seal, would we be here conversing with you at length? Why would we bother if it were that simple? Saint Monk, we hope you can personally go to unseal the Dragon Kings. Would that be agreeable? The Jade Star asked, somewhat awkwardly. What do you mean? I have already consented to your unsealing, yet you still want me to do it myself? Tang Sung frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. The Jade Star inwardly rolled his eyes, mentally exclaiming, if we could actually unseal them, why would we come to you? Are we that idle? Currently, we still wish for you to personally unseal the dragons. This would not only alleviate any tension between you and the Four Seas Dragon Kings, but also respect your formidable capabilities. After all, if someone else were to break the seal you established, it would be quite a blow to your prestige. The Jade Star suggested, carefully organizing his words. That won't do. My relationship with the Four Seas Dragons does not require mending. Those feeble creatures are unworthy of such considerations. As for my dignity, it is unnecessary. I have already agreed to your unsealing. You will not be offending me by doing so. Now, please leave me be. Tang Sung waved his hand, intending to close the door. Saint Monk, wait. The Jade Star quickly blocked the door, preventing Tang Sung from shutting it, and said, Saint Monk, let me be candid with you. In truth, we had previously attempted to break the seal, but alas, we found it impossible. Your seal is exceedingly peculiar. While the denizens of the celestial realm possess the capability to forcibly shatter it, doing so would likely result in the near annihilation of the dragon clan within. The absence of so many dragons would inevitably plunge the world into chaos, and the harmonious balance of nature would be lost. Thus, we earnestly hope that you, esteemed monk, might personally undertake the task of unsealing it. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing the explanation from the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, Tang Sung was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that the system's bestowed demon-suppressing formation would possess such formidable power that even the celestial beings were rendered impotent before it. Initially, he had dismissed it as a mere minor formation, unaware of its significant implications. It seems he must reevaluate the rewards granted by the system henceforth. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Sung spoke. Regrettably, my schedule is quite full. As you are aware, my pilgrimage to acquire the sacred texts is a task of utmost importance assigned by the Buddha himself, and I cannot afford any delay. With that, Tang Sung cast a sidelong glance at Tai Bai Jinxing, subtly indicating his desire for compensation. How absurd. I am not a denizen of the celestial realm. Why should I heed your requests to unseal the formation? If you wish to engage my services, appropriate remuneration is required. Tai Bai Jinxing, having navigated the intricacies of the celestial court to ascend to a favored position, was undoubtedly perceptive. Recognizing Tang Sung's intent, he broke into a broad smile and replied, Honored monk, we would never wish to impose upon your busy schedule. However, this matter is of paramount importance, and we find ourselves with no alternative but to request your assistance. To compensate for your efforts, I have procured this item for you, and I hope you will graciously accept it. With that, Tai Bai Jinxing produced a resplendent artifact that shimmered with radiant hues, presenting it to Tang Sung. Chapter 31. The Golden Cloud Crown and the Divine Speed Talisman. Tang Sung paused momentarily, gazing at the artifact in Tai Bai Jinxing's hand. It was a magnificent crown, red with tinges of gold, currently emanating a soft golden light, exceedingly beautiful. What is this? Tang Sung inquired. Esteemed monk, this is an artifact of considerable significance. I have made great efforts to procure it for you. Tai Bai Jinxing declared proudly. Speak plainly. If you continue to prattle, I shall close the door. Tang Sung retorted, casting an irritated glance at Tai Bai Jinxing, feigning the act of shutting the door. Do not. Esteemed monk, please do not be angry. I shall explain. Tai Bai Jinxing quickly interjected, raising his hand in a placating gesture. This is a superior postnatal spiritual treasure known as the Golden Cloud Crown. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung was momentarily taken aback and interrupted before Tai Bai Jinxing could finish. Old man, this artifact is not the Golden Cloud Crown of the Fire Spirit Mother from the Function period, is it? How do you know this, esteemed monk? Tai Bai Jinxing was left momentarily speechless. The Function period occurred thousands of years ago. If a powerful deity who had lived for an extended time were aware of events from that era, it would be understandable. However, Tang Sung was merely a mortal in his 20s. How could he possess such knowledge? Tai Bai Jinxing's thoughts began to wander, recalling his earlier suspicions regarding Tang Sung's hidden powerful benefactor during their encounter at Xuanzang Ridge. Upon returning to the Celestial Court, he had reported these thoughts to the Jade Emperor, only to be scolded rather than rewarded, leaving the matter unresolved. Yet now, he could not shake the feeling that there was indeed a powerful entity aiding Tang Sung from behind the scenes. This is inconsequential. Tang Sung shook his head, not answering, his gaze fixed intently on the Golden Cloud Crown, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Then, esteemed monk, regarding the seal of the Dragon Clan in the Western Sea. Tai Bai Jinxing observed Tang Sung's demeanor and felt a stirring in his heart, quickly continuing, Ahem, esteemed monk, as you know, my journey westward is quite demanding. The travel consumes considerable time and energy. Tang Song, momentarily suppressing the glimmer of excitement in his eyes, pondered before responding, Tai Bai. You are aware that I am quite busy with my pilgrimage. The journey entails significant time and energy expenditure. Tai Bai Jinxing regarded Tang Song with a mixture of disdain and incredulity. How could one be so audaciously demanding? A superior postnatal spiritual treasure was evidently insufficient to satisfy him. Yet, Tai Bai Jinxing had no choice but to maintain a smiling facade, declaring, "Rest assured, esteemed monk, I have further preparations." With that, Tai Bai Jinxing produced a talisman radiating an otherworldly glow, proclaiming, "Esteemed monk, this is the divine speed talisman crafted by the celestial powers, which can enhance your speed tenfold for the duration of 1 hour, sufficient for your journey to the Western Sea." Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction. Though still hesitant, he remarked, "However, this only covers the outward journey. What of my return?" Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, Tai Bai Jinxing reluctantly produced another divine speed talisman, saying, "Esteemed monk, this is all I possess. There are no more." Tang Sung swiftly extended his hand, retrieving the golden cloud crown and the 2 divine speed talismans from Tai Bai Jinxing, and patted the old man's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I shall handle this matter." Tai Bai Jinxing cast a forlorn glance at the items in Tang Sung's possession, forcing a smile as he said, "Then, esteemed monk, let us set forth." Initially, Tai Bai Jinxing had considered this a favorable endeavor, expecting to retain at least one of the divine speed talismans. However, he had not anticipated Tang Sung's tenacity in claiming every item, leaving him empty-handed from this excursion. Now, he merely wished to conclude the matter swiftly and return to report. "Ahem, old man, you see, my disciple is currently absent. Perhaps we should wait for his return before proceeding? Otherwise, should I release the dragon clan, they might turn against me, and I am but a humble celestial being." Tang Sung contemplated aloud, hesitating. Tai Bai Jinxing regarded Tang Sung with exasperation, wondering if he could not muster a more genuine excuse. When you sealed the 4 Seas Dragon clan with such power, you did not express such hesitation. However, Tai Bai Jinxing could not compel Tang Sung and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Master, dinner is ready." Moments later, Sun Wukong entered, holding a box of dishes. Upon seeing Tai Bai Jinxing seated inside, he inquired curiously, "Old man Tai Bai, what brings you here?" Tai Bai Jinxing shared in the exasperation. It seemed that both Tang Sung and his disciple addressed him with a similar disrespectful tone. "Greetings, great sage. I have come seeking the esteemed monk." Tai Bai Jinxing rose to his feet. Turning back to Tang Sung, he suggested, "Esteemed monk, now that the great sage has returned, shall we not set off?" Tang Sung waved his hand dismissively, rising to accept the dish box from Sun Wukong, placing the food on the table before replying, "Old man, why the haste? A man is like iron, and food is like steel. How can I embark on the journey without first satisfying my hunger? Would you care for some?" As he spoke, Tang Sung tore off a chicken leg, eating as he inquired further. Tai Bai Jinxing was taken aback. Was he not a monk? Was he not a man of the cloth? Was it acceptable for him to be so brazenly indulging in roast chicken within the confines of Guanin's Zen temple? Declining the invitation, Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head in bewilderment. "If you do not wish to eat, then come, Wukong, let us feast." Tang Sung turned back, inviting Sun Wukong to join him in a hearty meal, entirely disregarding Tai Bai Jinxing's presence. After a brief indulgence, both Tang Sung and Sun Wukong were sated, and Tang Sung, feeling content, declared, "Let us proceed, old man. I am quite adept at fulfilling the requests of others." Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jinxing felt an overwhelming sense of joy, nodding fervently as he rushed ahead, eager not to let Tang Sung change his mind. "Why the rush? Am I one to renege?" Tang Sung shot Tai Bai Jinxing an annoyed glance before continuing onward. As Tang Sung stepped outside, he noticed Tai Bai Jinxing standing beside a pristine white cloud, magically restrained. "Old man, what is this?" Tang Sung inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Saint Monk, after the careful assessment by the little celestial being, proclaimed that this singular white cloud was the purest and finest within a 100-mile radius. By employing the divine transit talisman on this cloud, within a quarter of 3 hours, the Saint Monk would surely reach the Western Sea, Tai Bai Jinxing proclaimed with the air of a treasure revealer. Tang Sung gazed at Tai Bai Jinxing as if he were a fool, then summoned the white dragon horse, mounting it lightly while exclaiming, "In this day and age, who rides clouds when one can ride a dragon? Is that not foolish?" With that, Tang Sung rode away on the white dragon horse, leaving Sun Wukong to cast a curious glance at Tai Bai Jinxing before vanishing in a somersault cloud, leaving Tai Bai Jinxing in disarray. Tears streaming down his face. My Divine Transit Talisman. Chapter 32. Obtaining a title in the vast expanse of the Western Sea, a towering edifice reached into the clouds, presenting a remarkable sight. The spiritual energy surrounding this tower was being drawn in, transformed into pure suppressive force, which was then directly funneled into the demon suppression formation at the tower's base. Within the flickering array, countless colossal dragons could be discerned, tightly bound by chains and sealed within the formation, unable to stir. At that moment, a white divine dragon descended through the clouds, accompanied by a monkey leisurely reclining on a cloud, whose speed surpassed that of the divine dragon. Upon the back of the white divine dragon stood a monk clad in a cassock, his handsome visage and ethereal demeanor exuding an unparalleled grace. These three were, of course, the white dragon, Sun Wukong, and Tang Sung. The white dragon had mentioned that in its original form, it could outpace the white dragon horse by threefold. Thus, to save time, Tang Sung decided to discard his low profile, embracing the role of a dashing dragon rider. Master, we have arrived at the Western Sea. Upon reaching the Lei Feng Pagoda, the white dragon announced. Already? It appears your speed rivals that of the Divine Transit Talisman, Tang Sung exclaimed, opening his eyes and marveling at the surroundings. The white dragon smiled, having been elated upon learning that Tang Sung intended to lift the seal. It exerted all its strength to hasten their arrival, eager to free its kin. Gazing at the Lei Feng Pagoda in the distance, Tang Sung felt a twinge of regret. He had been unaware of the formidable power of the demon suppression formation, which rendered the heavenly beings incapable of easily unraveling it. Had he known its strength sooner, he would never have squandered it merely to show off. What a pity! Tang Sung ascended from the white dragon and flew to the apex of the Lei Feng Pagoda. Lacking any knowledge of formations, he found the demon suppression formation awarded by the system to be a straightforward operation, perfectly suited for someone with his zero foundation. Similarly, retracting the Lei Feng Pagoda was a quick and easy one-touch process. All Tang Sung needed to do was gently touch the tip of the pagoda with his finger to store it away. Ding! As he extended a finger and tapped the pagoda's pinnacle, a crisp sound resonated, like a cascade of dominoes. The entire Lei Feng Pagoda began to crumble from the top down, disintegrating completely within 3 breaths. Roar! In that instant of collapse, the air was filled with the jubilant roars of countless dragons. With the disappearance of the Lei Feng Pagoda, the demon suppression formation lost its power to suppress the myriad dragons, which were then liberated from their bonds. In an instant, the Western Sea was alive with the sight of innumerable titanic dragons soaring through the clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Tang Sung observed for a moment before casting a wistful glance at the spot where the Lei Feng Pagoda had stood, sighing, "The seal is lifted. Let us depart and not delay our quest for scriptures." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed indifference, while the white dragon longed to reconnect with its kin but hesitated, fearing that angering Tang Sung might lead to the sealing of the dragon clan once more. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Sung no longer possessed the ability to seal the dragons. His desire to leave stemmed from a fear of their potential wrath, should they band together against him. Just as the three were about to depart, a voice called out, "Saint Monk, please hold." Tang Sung turned slowly, leaning slightly towards Sun Wukong, and inquired, "What is it?" The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Ao Guang, along with 3 other Dragon Kings, transformed into human forms and bowed from a distance, stating, "It was our ignorance that provoked the Saint Monk, and we deserved our punishment. However, we are exceedingly grateful for your kindness in lifting our seal, and we feel immense shame." Shaking his head, Ao Guang continued, "This time, consider it a debt of gratitude from the Dragon Clan. In the future, whatever you desire, we shall comply." The Dragon Clan expresses their gratitude to the Saint Monk. The Dragon Clan expresses their gratitude to the Saint Monk. The Dragon Clan expresses their gratitude to the Saint Monk. All the dragons bowed slightly toward Tang Sung, calling out in unison. Taken aback, Tang Sung was astonished that the Dragon Clan chose not to seek revenge but instead to thank him. What was this peculiar turn of events? Had they lost their minds? Then, Tang Sung regained his composure, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Please rise, everyone. I have always believed in winning people over with virtue and never resort to violence. This was merely a minor reprimand, and I hope you take it as a lesson." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nearly retched, recalling how one misstep had led to the sealing of the dragon clan. Was this what he called winning people over with virtue? Yet, helplessly, they were unable to overpower a single monk and could only force a smile, saying, "We shall remember the saint monk's teachings." Satisfied, Tang Sanzang nodded. Only to hear the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. You have initially subdued the dragons of the four seas, earning the title of Junior King of Divine Dragons." Tang Sanzang was stunned. He had not anticipated gaining a title from this journey, which felt like an unexpected windfall. He quickly checked the system panel, which detailed the effects of the title. King of Divine Dragons. Junior gained 10% of the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline, significantly enhancing the wearer's physical strength, attack power, defense, speed, and more. Additionally, it bestows the wearer with the pressure of the Ancestor Dragon, exerting a slight bloodline suppression over all demon races. "Would you like to equip the title of King of Divine Dragons immediately?" "Yes," Tang Sanzang replied without hesitation. This title was astonishingly powerful. The Ancestor Dragon, one of the mightiest beings from the early primordial era, in an age where even Tai golden immortals were rare. The Ancestor Dragon had already reached the level of a quasi-saint, utterly terrifying. Though this title did not grant Tang Sanzang the Ancestor Dragon's immense power, possessing its bloodline was an even greater boon. If one day Tang Sanzang were to attain 100% of the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline, he would surpass a significant portion of the world of Journey to the West purely based on innate talent. Just as Tang Sanzang's words fell, a surge of warmth suddenly erupted from his dantian. Chapter 33. The powerful Ancestor Dragon bloodline. This warmth emanated from his dantian, spreading throughout Tang Sanzang's limbs and bones, permeating his very flesh. Initially, Tang Sanzang had expected the process of merging with the bloodline to be excruciating, akin to a blood transfusion. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. It felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, relishing the waves of warmth flowing through his body, an indescribable comfort. Simultaneously, as these warm currents melded with Tang Sanzang's being, his physique began to undergo remarkable changes. His muscles tightened, his meridians grew more resilient, and an extraordinary transformation took place within him. After a brief moment, the surge of heat vanished entirely, and Tang Sanzang opened his eyes. At that instant, he felt a surge of power, as if he could obliterate a celestial being with a mere punch. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, who had been observing in silence, turned to Tang Sanzang, lost in contemplation. He sensed an extraordinary transformation within Tang Sanzang, yet could not articulate its nature. Moreover, an unsettling aura emanated from Tang Sanzang that made him feel quite uncomfortable. While Sun Wukong found Tang Sanzang's behavior somewhat peculiar, the young Bai Long, nearby, knelt in shock. His eyes widened in horror, his face flushed as though he were suffocating, and he stammered, "Master, have mercy." Just moments before, Tang Sanzang had merged with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and due to his unfamiliarity with this newfound power, he inadvertently unleashed the overwhelming presence of the ancestral dragon. Bai Long, being the closest, felt the pressure most acutely. As a mere celestial being, how could he withstand the oppressive force stemming from the ancestral dragon's bloodline? It was as if his throat were constricted, rendering him breathless. Simultaneously, the dragon clan present felt the weight of Tang Sanzang's aura. The lower their cultivation, the more intense the pressure they experienced. The Sea Dragon Kings, however, mere golden immortals, only furrowed their brows slightly, using their cultivation to mitigate the oppressive force. Yet, they all gazed at Tang Sanzang with astonishment, utterly perplexed by the reverent aura that compelled them to bow down. Noticing Bai Long's dire state, Tang Sanzang quickly retracted his overwhelming presence. "Aolai, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. After all, it would not do to lose a hard-won steed so easily. Cough, cough, cough. "I'm fine, master," Aolai gasped, casting a wary glance at Tang Sanzang before continuing. "Glad to hear it." Tang Sanzang sighed in relief. "Holy monk, may I ask about the aura surrounding you?" ventured Ao Guang, the East Sea Dragon King. Tang Sanzang turned abruptly, irritation evident in his voice. "What business is it of yours? If you wish to avoid being sealed away again, I suggest you vanish from my sight at once." The ancestral dragon's aura could have served as a potent trump card, invaluable in critical moments, but Tang Sanzang had unwittingly revealed it too soon, risking exposure of this secret to the dragon clan. Frustrated at losing such an advantage, Tang Sanzang felt a surge of anger as Ao Guang dared to provoke him further. The dragon clan, though curious about the origin of Tang Sanzang's aura, dared not defy his command and quickly dispersed. Moments later, not a single dragon remained in the West Sea, with even the local dragons hastily fleeing to the other seas, not daring to linger near Tang Sang. Let us return, Tang Sung declared. Yes, master. Though Sun Wukong harbored questions, he wisely chose silence, recognizing Tang Sang's current state of agitation. By the time Tang Sung returned to the Guanyin Zen temple, dawn had already broken. As he dismounted from the now transformed by Long Ma, he was taken aback to find the dwelling he had occupied the day before reduced to ruins. Oh no, my belongings were inside, Tang Sung exclaimed, rushing towards the debris. Yet, amidst the wreckage, all traces of his possessions had vanished, leaving no remnants behind. Wukong, grab your weapons, Tang Sung fumed, seizing his 9-ringed staff and storming towards the front courtyard. Meanwhile, the little monks at the Guanyin Zen temple were engaged in their morning prayers, exuding an air of tranquility and order. However, upon witnessing the devastation, Tang Sung's fury intensified. How could they maintain such composure when the rear courtyard had been engulfed in flames? Stop, all of you, cease your activities, Tang Sung bellowed as he entered the main hall. At that moment, the little monks paused their prayers, glaring at Tang Sung, with the leader rising to scold him. Why are you making such a ruckus during morning prayers? Morning prayers? You still have the presence of mind for that. Are you even aware of the fire that consumed the rear courtyard? Tang Sung stepped forward, seizing the leader by the collar with a fierce grip. We are indeed aware. We just finished extinguishing the flames and resumed our prayers here. Do you have a problem with that? The trembling monk replied. A problem? What happened to my belongings? Where are they? Tang Sung demanded. The fire last night was in the abbot's quarters, not the guest rooms. What does that have to do with your belongings? Tang Sung felt a pang of frustration. He had indeed commandeered the abbot's quarters. However, who was Tang Sung? He was a revered monk from the Tang dynasty, journeying to the west for sacred scriptures. How could he be at fault? Thus, he hurled the monk to the ground and turned with a glare, questioning the others. Where is your abbot? Where is that old man gone? Our abbot has gone to visit a friend. A bolder little monk stepped forward to respond. Visit a friend? Where did he go? Tang Sung advanced, gripping the young monk's collar tightly. I don't know. The young monk stammered, his voice trembling. Tang Sung cast a disdainful glance at him before discarding him to the ground. Chapter 34. The fire at Guanyin Zen Temple. Tang Sung was now exceedingly vexed. He had initially planned to navigate this ordeal with grace, intending to confront the old monk and then subdue the black bear's spirit on the mountain, perhaps even gaining an additional laborer for his chaos pearl. Yet, he had not anticipated that a minor incident would spiral out of control. One thing led to another. The precious brocade robe was stolen, and even his belongings had vanished. Such offenses were utterly unforgivable. Storming out of the main hall, Tang Sung squinted thoughtfully and muttered to himself, this trial does not mention any friends of the old monk, does it? Could it be that he absconded with my brocade robe during his visit? Impossible. That old monk had no reason to abandon the temple he had devoted his life to. A visit to a friend? It seemed the only friend that old monk had was the black bear spirit. Could it be that the old monk took my brocade robe to seek out the black bear spirit? I recall that the black bear spirit has a fondness for robes. Tang Sung's thoughts began to crystallize, his eyes brightening as he became increasingly convinced of his theory. The previous night, Sun Wukong had caused quite the ruckus at the Guanyin Zen temple, frightening the old monk significantly. Thus, if he desired the brocade robe, enlisting the help of the black bear spirit would make perfect sense. Master, what are you talking about? Sun Wukong, unable to decipher Tang Sung's mutterings, inquired. Nothing, Wukong. I have a task for you, Tang Sung replied gravely. Sun Wukong blinked in surprise before responding. What is it, master? Search the vicinity for the lair of a black bear spirit, Tang Sung instructed. In the journey to the west, the precise location of the black bear spirit's lair was somewhat hazy in Tang Sung's memory. He had initially intended to ask the little monks within the temple, but upon reflection, he doubted they would be aware of any connection between their abbot and a demon. Thus, Tang Sung decided to send Sun Wukong to investigate. Given Sun Wukong's speed and keen eyesight, he would not squander much time, and in his eyes, the black bear spirit's lair would be utterly exposed. Understood, master. I shall return shortly, Sun Wukong replied, taking off into the distance. Tang Sung gazed intently in the direction where Sun Wukong had departed, his fury surging within him. It was utterly intolerable. How dare he attempt to seize my splendid cassock? Did he underestimate the power of my 9-section staff? Perhaps he should experience the might of the Wyoming pearl, or even feel the impact of the chaos pearl. Resolute, Tang Sung vowed to make that old monk realize his formidable prowess. After a brief interlude, Sun Wukong returned on a cloud, alighting before Tang Sung and declaring, "Master, I have gathered all the necessary intelligence. Not far from here, atop a mountain, lies a cave known as the Black Wind Cave, filled with a menacing aura. It must be the black bear spirit you mentioned. Excellent. Wukong, you did not alert the enemy, did you?" Tang Sing squinted, emanating a dangerous glint. "Not at all. I merely observed from a distance before returning." Sun Wukong shook his head. "That is splendid news. Today, I shall capture this black bear and the old monk in one fell swoop." Tang Sung declared with a fierce resolve. "Wukong, lead the way," acknowledging his master's command. Sun Wukong nodded and took to the skies. He refrained from flying too swiftly, knowing that Tang Sing's current strength was only at the celestial level, insufficient to keep pace with him. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Tang Sing to follow without revealing his true capabilities. After a while, the two descended at the entrance of a cave, above which the words Black Wind Cave were scrawled haphazardly. "Wukong, knock on the door." Tang Sing fixed his gaze on the stone entrance, speaking coldly. "Yes, master," Sun Wukong replied, stepping forward and reaching out to knock, only to suddenly recall how Tang Sung had knocked on the door of the Guanyin Zen temple. He paused momentarily, then swiftly drew his golden staff and struck the stone door with a tremendous force. Boom! The sound of the staff colliding with the stone resonated. Bang! The door shattered completely. "Who dares disturb your grandfather bear's enjoyment?" A booming voice emerged, belonging to the formidable black bear spirit, who wielded a spiked club and bore a fierce countenance. "Black bear, did you steal my splendid cassock?" Tang Sing's eyes narrowed, pointing his staff at the black bear spirit, and shouted, "Oh, who is this delicate little creature? Have you come to offer yourself as a meal for your grandfather bear?" The black bear spirit, having reached the golden immortal realm, immediately discerned Tang Sing's celestial cultivation and mocked him. As for Sun Wukong, the black bear spirit could not gauge his strength and thus disregarded him altogether, too dim-witted to ponder whether he might be confronting someone formidable. "You audacious bear! How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? Are you tired of living?" Sun Wukong retorted angrily. Since his escape from the Five Elements Mountain, he had largely remained in the shadows while Tang Sing took the lead in battles, which left him, the supposed protector, feeling rather embarrassed. Having finally encountered a demon of considerable ability, Sun Wukong was eager to step forward and assert himself. "What nonsense are you spouting, monkey? You, a mere wild monkey, dare to threaten your grandfather bear?" The black bear's spirit boldly provoked. Sun Wukong, incredulous, laughed in response. "Do you not know of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago?" Initially believing the black bear spirit would be unaware, he was surprised when it nodded and replied, "I know him. He is a hero of our demon clan, the great sage wielding the golden staff, who stormed the southern heavenly gate and broke through the entire heavenly court, truly avenging our demon kin." The black bear spirit's expression grew animated. His voice filled with passion as he spoke, as if he had fought alongside Sun Wukong. Feeling flattered, Sun Wukong planted his staff in the ground, raised his head high, and proclaimed, "I shall not shy away from revealing that I am indeed the great sage who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and pierced through the entire heavenly court." After making his declaration, he awaited the black bear spirit's adulation, confident that he had just discerned a new fan in the demon, and wondered if a confrontation would even be necessary. Chapter 35. The tragic tale of the black bear spirit. Upon hearing this, the black bear spirit was left dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Sun Wukong, his thick lips quivering slightly as he pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, "You beast! The great sage is a hero of our demon clan. How dare you impersonate him? Such shamelessness is a disgrace to our kind." Sun Wukong was taken aback, never expecting the black bear spirit to doubt him. He sighed and attempted to clarify, "I truly am Sun Wukong. I am not deceiving you. Look, this golden staff must prove my identity." However, the black bear spirit disdainfully regarded him, retorting, "If you are to impersonate someone, at least be clever about it. You think a mere stick makes you the great sage? By your logic, if I don a cassock, I could be the Buddha himself. I'll tell you this, while the great sage is indeed a hero of our demon clan, he ultimately fell to overwhelming numbers during the ruckus in the heavenly palace. And in a moment of carelessness, he was suppressed beneath the five-finger mountain by that shameless Buddha. You dare impersonate the great sage, yet you are unaware of his latest circumstances? Are you a fool?" Sun Wukong, observing the seemingly clever black bear spirit, sighed in resignation and continued, "I was indeed trapped under the five-finger mountain, But not long ago, my master rescued me. You speak nonsense. The great sage is a being of divine origin, born with immense powers, and needs no master. Thus, the great sage has no master. The black bear's spirit insisted earnestly. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. After learning from Patriarch Bodhi, he had been strictly instructed not to disclose that he was his disciple. Consequently, he had adhered to this guidance, only to find it had transformed into such a ludicrous notion that he was naturally born divine, possessing innate powers. Having given up on the conversation, Sun Wukong regarded the black bear spirit as a simpleton, utterly unable to convey his truth. Wukong, enough chatter. Let us strike. Tang Sanzang interjected. Understood, master. Sun Wukong replied, readying the golden staff to strike the black bear spirit. Haha, you truly amuse me. You claim to be the great sage Sun Wukong, yet you have a weak master? How utterly comical. The black bear spirit laughed derisively. Fury ignited within Sun Wukong, and he exerted even greater force into his strike. Wild monkey, do not be arrogant. Let your grandfather bear teach you a lesson. The black bear spirit bellowed, swinging his spiked club towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong merely chuckled coldly, offering no defense, and leaned forward to take the blow head-on. Bang! The impact left Sun Wukong unscathed, while the black bear spirit staggered back several steps. How is this possible? The black bear spirit exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, what awaited him was a dazzling golden staff. Demon, taste my stick. Sun Wukong roared, delivering a blow that sent the black bear's spirit flying, utterly defenseless. In the original journey to the west, after escaping, Sun Wukong had not regained his full strength, thus maintaining a stalemate with the black bear spirit until he sought Guanin's assistance to subdue him. However, this time, with Tang Sanzang's aid, Sun Wukong had fully restored his pinnacle strength as a Tai Golden Immortal, making it a trivial matter to vanquish a mere Golden Immortal like the black bear spirit. Tang Sanzang, witnessing Sun Wukong's ferocity, grew concerned and shouted, Wukong, be gentle. Do not kill him. Yes, master, I understand. Sun Wukong responded, believing Tang Sanzang wished to spare the creature's life to extract information about the splendid cassock. However, what he did not comprehend was that Tang Sanzang was entirely concerned about Sun Wukong's potential to seize the monster. After all, defeating the black bear spirit at the golden immortal level would undoubtedly yield a substantial reward. Sun Wukong stepped forward and struck the black bear spirit with his staff. Although he restrained some of his strength, the impact still caused the black bear's spirit to wail in pain. Yet, Sun Wukong remained indifferent to the creature's cries, merely venting his frustrations with each blow. After a while, the black bear spirit was left battered and bruised, its once imposing physique now a shadow of its former self. Wukong, enough. Stand down. Tang Sanzang interjected, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately retracted his golden staff and addressed the black bear spirit. Now do you recognize that I am indeed the great sage, Sun Wukong? Yes, yes. Great sage, please spare me. I shall never dare again. The black bear spirit replied, tears streaming down its face. Satisfied, Sun Wukong finally relented. As he walked away, the black bear spirit breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Tang Sanzang, expressing gratitude. Thank you, holy monk. Thank you. Tang Sanzang approached slowly, his demeanor calm. Hold your thanks for now. The black bear spirit looked momentarily perplexed, uncertain of Tang Sanzang's intent, when suddenly he saw Tang Sanzang swing his nine-ringed staff down upon him. The excruciating pain compelled the black bear spirit to cry out, its eyes welling with tears as it gazed up at Tang Sanzang, pleading, Holy monk, spare me. I shall never dare again. Tang Sanzang's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand for yet another strike with the staff, inquiring, Tell me, is that old monk in your lair? The black bear spirit nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction, then lifted his staff again, demanding, Speak. Did you steal my splendid robe? The black bear spirit felt deeply wronged, having answered truthfully, yet still facing punishment. Seemingly sensing the creature's thoughts, Tang Sanzang coughed lightly and remarked, Apologies. I am simply accustomed to this. The black bear spirit, though nearly on the brink of collapse, dared not protest and quickly responded, Holy monk, you must see clearly. It was not I, the old bear, who stole your robe. It was that old rascal who came to me with your splendid robe. The black bear spirit's resentment towards the old monk grew, realizing that he had unwittingly attracted two formidable adversaries to his lair. Then go fetch him for me. Tang Sanzang commanded, nodding. With a swift kick to the black bear spirit, he added, Go. Very well, holy monk. Fear not. I shall bring him to you to atone for my sins." The black bear spirit exclaimed, relief washing over it as it turned to race back into the cave. Chapter 36. The reappearance of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Watching the black bear spirit flee in disarray, Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction, wishing that subsequent trials could be resolved as effortlessly as this one. After a brief wait, the black bear's spirit emerged, dragging an individual behind it. Upon closer inspection, it was the old monk. "Ouch! Easy there, old bear. You're going to dislocate my joints," the old monk protested. The black bear spirit paid no heed to his complaints and approached Tang Sanzang, unceremoniously tossing the old monk to the ground, nervously stating, "Holy monk, I have brought him back. Will you not forgive my transgressions?" At this moment, the old monk, realizing his predicament, scrambled to his feet and, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "How are you still alive?" "Impossible. I saw the house burn down. You did not escape." "Humph, old monk, are you surprised? Did you think we could be so easily vanquished?" Tang Sanzang replied disdainfully, "Impossible. You must be ghosts, come to claim my life. Old bear, save me." The old monk cried in panic, frantically scrambling behind the black bear spirit and clutching its leg. To his astonishment, the black bear spirit, which had always sheltered him, suddenly exhibited an unusual demeanor, looking at him with disdain before kicking him away, sending him sprawling at Tang Sanzang's feet. "Holy monk, I have no connection to this old monk. You may do as you please. I have no objections." The black bear spirit quickly distanced itself from the old monk. "What do you rely on now? How dare you scheme for my splendid robe, even attempting to burn me alive? What emboldened you?" Tang Sanzang stepped forward, pressing his foot down on the old monk as he interrogated him fiercely. Although the old monk was oblivious to who Miss Liang was, he was acutely aware that he had stirred trouble. Last night, he had contemplated killing to seize the robe, but he never imagined encountering such formidable opponents. The fire had failed to consume them. "Cough. I was momentarily muddled. Holy monk, please, for the sake of our shared lineage, spare me this time. I willingly return the splendid robe." The old monk began to plead, utterly devoid of dignity. "Shared lineage?" Tang Sanzang scoffed, expressing contempt. "Do you think you are worthy to be called my peer? Let me inform you that the Guanyin you worship is my defeated foe, one who fled in shame upon encountering me. Do you truly believe you are worthy to stand alongside me?" Tang Sanzang pointed his nine-ringed staff at the old monk, exuding arrogance. The old monk was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the notion that someone could defeat the revered Guanyin Bodhisattva, the embodiment of compassion. How could this seemingly frail monk be the one to conquer her? Not only the old monk, but even the black bear spirit was astonished, unable to comprehend that this monk, who appeared to possess only celestial prowess, could indeed have triumphed over the formidable Guanyin. Surely, he must be boasting. This suspicion simultaneously crossed the minds of the black bear spirit and the old monk, their gazes still tinged with fear, yet laced with a hint of scorn. "What? Do you still not believe me?" Tang Sanzang, noticing their skepticism, declared confidently, "Whether you believe it or not, just a word from me, and Guanyin will appear." The old monk eagerly nodded in agreement, yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed 3 words: "I do not believe." Tang Sanzang's temper flared at this slight, his patience wearing thin. Shooting a fierce glare at the old monk, he planted his 9-ringed staff firmly on the ground, drawing upon his powers, and bellowed, "If Guanyin has arrived, why does she not reveal herself? I long for her presence." The old monk and the black bear's spirit widened their eyes, scanning the surroundings, eager to witness Guanyin's arrival. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Moments passed, yet the silence persisted, leaving only Tang Sanzang standing proudly, his expression slightly awkward. The old monk and the black bear's spirit exchanged glances, their disdain unmistakable. Tang Sanzang, feeling humiliated, marched toward the black bear spirit, declaring, "If Guanyin does not appear, you shall regret it. I tell you, the guardian deity of Mount Luojia is no more." With that, Tang Sanzang swung his 9-ringed staff towards the black bear spirit. The creature was taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected aggression, having merely harbored disdain without displaying it. Why was he suddenly being targeted? The black bear spirit gazed at the descending 9-ringed tin staff, his wolf-toothed club itching for action. However, upon seeing son Wukong leaning on his golden staff, the black bear's spirit immediately faltered, gritting his teeth in readiness to withstand the impending blow. At that critical moment, a white bottle soared from the heavens, intercepting Tang Sanzang's 9-ringed staff. Tang Sanzang recognized it clearly as the jade purity bottle of Guanyin Bodhisattva. "Xuanzang, as a monk, how can you be so impetuous? As a seeker of the heavenly scriptures, you ought to cultivate yourself and set a good example. Guanin's voice resonated, and she manifested before them. Tang Sung, upon witnessing this, cast a somewhat smug glance at the black bear spirit and the old monk, then turned to Guanin, saying, Sister Guanin, it has been a few days since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful. Guanin's expression darkened. She was taken aback by Tang Sang's audacity. With a stern face, she replied, Xuanzang, did you not hear what I just said? Tang Sung planted the 9-ringed staff into the ground, leaning lazily against it, retorting, Sister Guanin, while I am indeed a seeker of the scriptures, I am neither one of your followers, nor do you pay me a salary. What I do is of no concern to you. You, as a seeker of the heavenly scriptures, must cultivate your character and adhere to discipline, prioritizing your quest for the scriptures. How can you speak so crassly? Guanin admonished. Chapter 37. Confronting Guanin. Tang Sung, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter, countering. Is the seeking of scriptures merely a matter of words? Can shouting slogans alone yield scriptures? Do I not need sustenance for my long journey? If you do not provide me with a salary, should I resort to robbery? Guanin shook her head, stating, We monks should rely on alms for our sustenance and find lodging through the kindness of others. How can we purchase these with money? You speak well. But I toil to seek scriptures while also playing the beggar? Is that how it is? Guanin furrowed her brow at the mention of beggar. Before she could respond, Tang Sing continued. How about this? Sister Guanin, your understanding of the Dharma is profound. Why not become our professional alms gatherer, helping us find food and shelter? You need not do it forever. Just teach me how. Tang Sung provoked. Guanin was momentarily speechless, deciding not to engage further on this issue. She shifted her focus, saying, I initially came to assist you through this predicament, but unexpectedly, Xuanzang, you have managed to surpass this challenge on your own, truly worthy of being a seeker of the heavenly scriptures. With that, Guanin produced a collar resembling a tightening band and aimed it at the black bear spirit's head. Wait. Tang Sung reacted swiftly, swinging his 9-ringed staff to knock the collar away, and without hesitation, stored it in his system space. Xuanzang, what is the meaning of this? Guanin exclaimed, sensing that the collar she had refined had suddenly lost all connection. I ought to ask Sister Guanin the same. Tang Sung retorted boldly. Isn't this black bear spirit one I have subdued? He planted his 9-ringed staff into the ground and, with righteous indignation, questioned her. Guanin frowned and nodded, while the black bear spirit, though outwardly expressionless, inwardly grumbled, The old bear is merely refraining from arguing with you out of respect for the great sage equal to heaven. Then it is settled. This black bear spirit is clearly my trophy. Why does my sister wish to use that collar to subdue him upon her arrival? Is that not outright theft? As a bodhisattva, how can you lead the way in breaking vows? Tang Sung interrogated. Guanin's face darkened, yet she felt compelled to explain, Xuanzang. This black bear spirit is fated to me and is destined to become the guardian deity of my Luojiao mountain. Therefore, I implore you to return the collar swiftly, so I may subdue this black bear spirit and you all can proceed on your journey. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung stepped forward, saying, Sister Guanin, had I been unable to subdue this bear, I would have willingly handed him over to you. But I have subdued him, so what is there to be upset about? He approached and patted the black bear spirit's shoulder, adding, Thus, I shall keep this bear. If you seek a guardian deity, please find another. There are countless demons in this world. Surely you need not rely solely on this bear to find a gatekeeper. As for this bear, just look at his robust physique. He is undoubtedly capable. Hence, I plan to take him as my disciple to protect me on my journey westward. Tang Sing declared with satisfaction. Unacceptable. Guanin exclaimed immediately. What? Do you have objections? Tang Sung turned to face Guanin. He had deliberately provoked her, testing the limits of the Buddhist teachings to ascertain what they were willing to sacrifice for the success of his journey westward. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. No matter what Tang Sing did, Guanin, though angry, had allowed him to proceed, conceding to his demands. However, this time, it was evident that Tang Sung had crossed the line. Xuanzang, your discipleship is predetermined and cannot be arbitrarily changed. Should you defy the will of heaven, the consequences are beyond your ability to bear. Guanin warned sternly. Predetermined? Tang Sung chuckled, then fixed his gaze on Guanin, asking, Sister Guanin, what if I choose to go against the heavens and insist on taking the black bear spirit as my disciple today? Guanin's pupils constricted. Her gaze locked onto Tang Sung as a wave of celestial energy surged forth from her. She dared not unleash her pressure upon Tang Sung, fearing it might provoke him. However, the black bear spirit bore the brunt of it, feeling the overwhelming pressure and turning red in the face, as if he might burst apart at any moment. Tang Sanzang, unfazed, continued to confront Guanyin. Time ticked by, and just as the black bear spirit was about to succumb, Tang Sanzang finally smiled. Withdrawing his hand from the bear spirit, addressing Guanyin, "Sister Guanyin, why are you so angry? I was merely jesting. Look at this bear's hideous appearance. How could he possibly be worthy of being my graceful disciple?" Upon hearing this, Guanyin sighed in relief. Dismissing Tang Sanzang's flippant remarks and retracting her pressure, sparing the black bear's spirit from certain doom. The black bear's spirit suddenly felt lighter and began to breathe deeply, realizing the true terror of a great Luo golden immortal. However, upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, the black bear's spirit shot him a resentful glance. Feeling aggrieved that he had just been praised for his strength, only to be called ugly now. "Xuanzang understands well," Guanyin remarked, her eyes conveying a warning to Tang Sanzang not to provoke the limits of the Buddhist teachings. "Sister Guanyin, while I may not take on a disciple, I have firmly decided to keep this black bear spirit. He would make an excellent enforcer," Tang Sanzang asserted. Guanyin frowned once more, advising, "Xuanzang, on your journey westward, you will traverse many mortal realms. This black bear spirit possesses a peculiar appearance and is truly unsuitable to accompany you." "What does that matter? Look at my companion Wukong. Does he not have a face that resembles a monkey? Although he is considered a handsome figure among the demon race, to mortals, he is still a monster. So what if I travel with a black bear spirit?" Tang Sanzang replied nonchalantly. Son Wukong, bewildered, wondered how he had suddenly become part of this conversation. Guanyin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head, insisting, "No, the black bear spirit is not like Son Wukong. Having him with you may tarnish the image of your Buddhist order, so please abandon this notion." Upon hearing Guanyin's words, the black bear spirit felt a surge of indignation. Why could that hairy-faced monkey go, but he would harm their image? However, after comparing himself to Son Wukong, he lowered his head in frustration, for he realized that, in terms of appearance alone, that monkey could easily surpass him by several streets. Observing the resolute refusal of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tang Sanzang was suddenly struck with inspiration and inquired, "If I can ensure that he is not seen by mortals, would you, Sister Guanyin, be willing to give him to me?" Chapter 38. Guanyin's astonishment. Guanyin was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Tang Sanzang's meaning. How could the massive figure of the black bear demon possibly remain concealed? After some contemplation, she deemed the prospect utterly impossible and nodded, saying, "If you can manage that, then I have nothing more to say." "Excellent," Tang Sanzang exclaimed, releasing the black bear demon from his grasp. He then turned to the creature and warned, "I must inform you, you are to resist in any way, otherwise, I will end your life." The black bear demon, witnessing Tang Sanzang's fierce demeanor and the intimidating presence of Son Wukong nearby, could only nod in despair, conceding. Satisfied, Tang Sanzang patted the black bear demon's shoulder. At that moment, his magical power was insufficient, and the Chaos Pearl had not been fully unsealed, meaning he could only draw the creature into the realm of the Chaos Pearl if it offered no resistance. Once inside the Chaos Pearl, the creature would be entirely at Tang Sanzang's mercy. He extended his hand, pointing at the black bear demon, and in the next instant, a tremendous spatial force enveloped the demon. Instinctively, it attempted to resist, but recalling Tang Sanzang's warning, it suppressed its desire to fight back and allowed the power to take hold. "Capture!" Tang Sanzang commanded sharply, and in an instant, the black bear demon, along with its spiked club, vanished from sight, drawn into the Chaos Pearl. At the moment of the black bear demon's disappearance, Guanyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tang Sanzang. Just as the demon vanished, she lost all sense of its presence through her celestial perception. Unbeknownst to Tang Sanzang, she had secretly placed a tracking mark on the black bear demon, and at this moment, she could feel that mark no longer. Startled, Guanyin began to ponder, only to be met with shock as she realized that the demon's fate mark had simultaneously vanished from the river of destiny. Her expression turned to one of horror, for this situation could only be interpreted in one way. The black bear demon had been forcibly transferred, along with its past and future, to another realm, one not inferior to the world of Journey to the West. What kind of power could accomplish such a feat? Surely, even the Buddha would find it impossible. Yet here stood Tang Sanzang, effortlessly achieving the unbelievable. "Xuanzang, where have you taken him?" Guanyin stammered. Swallowing hard and filled with uncertainty, Tang Sanzang smiled gently. "Sister Guanyin, are you not aware that once one's Buddhist teachings reach a profound level, They can manifest a personal Pure Land? It just so happens that my skills in Buddhism are quite advanced, allowing me to confine him within my Pure Land. He added with a glint in his eye. Guanyin, somewhat speechless, reflected on the nature of this Pure Land. As one of the closest beings to Buddhahood among the Bodhisattvas, she was certainly not ignorant of its essence. Tang Sanzang was clearly spinning tales. Nonetheless, with no recourse, Guanyin sighed, lamenting the fate of her mountain guardian, and turned to Tang Sanzang, saying, "Since this matter is settled, kindly return my restraining band." Tang Sanzang feigned ignorance, replying, "What restraining band? I only possess a tightening band, which you, Sister Guanyin, graciously gifted me. I have taken great care to preserve it, keeping it close at all times." Guanyin regarded Tang Sanzang with a complex expression, seemingly unable to believe that the destined seeker of the Buddhist scriptures could be so shameless. With a resigned sigh, she realized he would not return it and declared, "Very well, then. I shall take my leave." As she turned to depart, Tang Sanzang called after her, "Sister Guanyin, please wait." "What more do you require, Xuanzang?" she inquired. "Sister Guanyin, do take a look at this person." Tang Sanzang stepped aside, revealing the unconscious old monk lying on the ground. He then channeled his power into the old monk, awakening him. The old monk opened his eyes, bewildered, casting fearful glances at Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang before his gaze fell upon Guanyin Bodhisattva standing in the clouds. His eyes widened in shock. "I bow to the great, compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva who saves those in suffering." At that moment, the old monk completely disregarded Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong, bowing with utmost reverence towards Guanyin. Seeing the old monk's devotion, Tang Sanzang felt a twinge of admiration. Although the old monk was shameless and ruthless, it was evident that his piety towards Guanyin was genuine. Perhaps, in his heart, her status surpassed even the most exquisite of robes. No wonder he was the abbot of Guanyin Temple. Guanyin regarded the old monk with a complex gaze, as the object of veneration. She was well aware of the character of all the monks in the journey to the West world, and she knew precisely how the old monk had come to be in his current state. His actions, murderous, greedy, and ruthless, had become his norm. Guanyin wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. For when the old monk became a casualty of the journey to the West, his fate was sealed, leading him only to ruin. At that moment, the old monk, upon encountering Guanyin, experienced a moment of clarity, reflecting on his past. He sighed deeply and bowed, saying, "Bodhisattva, I am aware of my profound sins, and I do not seek your forgiveness. I only ask that you guide me into hell." Tang Sanzang, surprised, glanced at the old monk and noticed a change in his demeanor. Guanyin pondered for a moment before nodding and retrieving a willow branch from her jade bottle. She sprinkled a drop of the holy nectar upon the old monk. Instantly, the injuries he had sustained vanished, and the wrinkles upon his face disappeared in an instant. Within moments, he transformed into a youthful figure. Gazing at his new form, astonished to find himself alive, he stammered, "Bodhisattva, what is this?" A golden light erupted from Guanyin. Accompanied by the resonance of sacred sounds, "You were destined to face suffering in hell, yet out of compassion for your years of sincere devotion, I shall absolve you of your sins. From this moment on, you shall become Qingzhu, accompanying me back to Luojia Mountain as my guardian." "Yes, thank you, Bodhisattva." Qingzhu expressed his gratitude. "Xuanzang, this trial has passed. You must continue your westward journey," Guanyin stated sternly to Tang Sanzang, and without waiting for a response, she waved her robe, drawing Qingzhu to the lotus seat behind her before departing. Watching the two recede into the distance, Tang Sanzang reflected, "Indeed, power allows one to do as they please. Even a wicked monk like the old one can be rescued because of his connection to Guanyin, avoiding hell and instead becoming a celestial being. Truly, the notion of laying down the butcher knife to become a Buddha applies to those with such connections." After his musings, Tang Sanzang opened the system panel, for it had just notified him, "Congratulations, host, for defeating the Black Bear Demon and the old monk, thereby intimidating Guanyin Bodhisattva." Chapter 39. The Enhancement of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the Black Bear Demon of the Golden Immortal Realm and intimidating the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, earning you 8,000 merit points and 8,000 cultivation points. The system continued. Current cultivation points, 15,400. Merit points, 9,700. Not bad. Not bad. This venture has certainly paid off. Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction before issuing an order to allocate his cultivation points for enhancement. "Congratulations, host, for using 15,000 cultivation points. Your cultivation has been elevated to the 3rd tier of the celestial immortal realm. Remaining cultivation points, 400. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang felt a twinge of confusion and asked, System, isn't the celestial immortal realm supposed to require 11,000 for each tier? How did these 15,000 cultivation points elevate me by 3 tiers? The host has merged with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, significantly enhancing the host's innate talent, resulting in a remarkable increase in cultivation. In the celestial immortal realm, the required cultivation points for advancement are halved. Upon hearing the system's response, Tang Sanzang first felt elated, only for his expression to darken thereafter. While the enhancement of talent was certainly a cause for joy, Tang Sanzang had only integrated 10% of the bloodline. The extent of the gain was astonishingly disproportionate, revealing just how inadequate his original talent truly was. The system prompted, the emergence of the ancestral dragon equates to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Realms beneath the Great Luo Golden Immortal do not necessitate the ancestral dragon's cultivation. Should the host acquire the complete ancestral dragon bloodline, the cultivation will automatically ascend to that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this, Tang Sanzang instinctively recoiled. Starting at the level of a Great Luo was an unfathomable existence. As for the system's assertion that gathering 100% of the bloodline would enable a promotion to a Great Luo Golden Immortal, Tang Sanzang merely entertained the thought for a fleeting moment before relinquishing it. Previously, Tang Sanzang had leveraged his Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation to seal the 4 Seas Dragon clan, effectively ensnaring the entirety of the dragon lineage within the journey to the West World, earning him a primary title with a 10% bloodline enhancement. To gather 100% of the bloodline seemed as arduous as climbing to the heavens. With such vigor, why not cultivate independently? Once his own power flourished, he could traverse the journey to the West with his followers, overpowering every formidable being in sight. At that point, while he couldn't guarantee mastery over the Tao of Heaven, achieving sainthood should be effortless. With the system at his disposal, why would Tang Sanzang seek distant paths? Shaking his head, Tang Sanzang gazed at the 9,700 cultivation points, hesitating momentarily before closing the system panel. Approaching the threshold of 10,000 points, the prospect of drawing a golden treasure chest was far more enticing than settling for a silver one. Merely considering experience cards, the highest yield from a silver chest was that of a golden immortal's cultivation, whereas a golden chest could potentially unveil an experience card of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, entirely differing in magnitude. Wukong, venture into the Black Wind Cave and see if our belongings and the brocade cassock are within, Tang Sanzang instructed Sun Wukong. Understood, Master. Sun Wukong replied, proceeding into the cave to search. Reflecting on the storyline of the original text, Journey to the West, Tang Sanzang recalled that following the encounter with the black bear spirit, the narrative would transition to the tale at Gao Lao village, where his lazy disciple, Zhu Beiji, would soon make his entrance. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed that the tribulation at Gao Lao village lacked any formidable monsters, perhaps only Zhu Ganglai, who was destined to be his disciple. It remained uncertain whether he could even be categorized as a monster. With only 300 points of cultivation remaining to draw a golden chest, Tang Sanzang felt an eager itch, desperate to confront foes. I hope this Zhu Beiji can grant me some cultivation points, Tang Sanzang lamented. Moments later, Sun Wukong emerged, carrying the suitcase and the brocade cassock, announcing, Master, I found them. Tang Sanzang nodded in acknowledgement. Good, let us stow them away. While waiting for Sun Wukong to pack the cassock into the suitcase, Tang Sanzang chose not to set forth westward immediately, instead entering the realm of the Chaos Pearl to confront the Black Bear Spirit. Saint, what is this place? The wandering Black Bear Spirit, startled by Tang Sanzang's sudden appearance, inquired. You need not concern yourself with that. Merely answer, do you wish to live or die? Tang Sanzang replied coolly. The Black Bear's spirit hesitated, glancing around but failing to detect Sun Wukong's presence, and inquired, Saint, where is the great sage? Recognizing the spirit's thoughts, Tang Sanzang casually responded, he is not here. Upon hearing this, the Black Bear Spirit's eyes brightened with a fierce expression, lunging toward Tang Sanzang, wielding his wolf-toothed club to strike at his head, bellowing, You vile monk, dare to act so arrogantly in the absence of that monkey? Do you truly believe your grandpa bear fears a mere celestial immortal? The gleam in the Black Bear Spirit's eyes hinted at a sadistic anticipation. Envisioning Tang Sanzang's head bursting like a watermelon beneath his club, Tang Sanzang remained motionless, observing the advancing black bear spirit with an expression of calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. Just as the wolf-toothed club was about to descend upon Tang Sanzang's head, it unexpectedly halted mere inches away. The black bear spirit's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if he were immobilized, the very fabric of space seeming to freeze. Seeing the terror etched on the black bear spirit's face, Tang Sanzang couldn't help but approach with a smile, delivering a resounding slap across his face while chiding, "You blind bear! Do you not see the might of this holy monk? Having entered this realm, you still dare to act boastfully?" As he spoke, Tang Sanzang continued to slap the back of the black bear spirit's head. With the merging of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Tang Sanzang's physical strength had dramatically increased, and now, wielding magical power, each slap was not to be underestimated. Even though the black bear spirit had toughened skin and formidable defenses, he found himself momentarily dazed from the onslaught. After a while, once Tang Sanzang felt his hand growing weary, he paused, only to be astonished to see the black bear spirit crying. Tears streamed down the spirit's cheeks, his gaze filled with a sense of grievance. "What? I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already crying? Is it not disgraceful for a black bear spirit to be brought to tears? Shouldn't you be made of iron, steadfast and unyielding?" Tang Sanzang teased. Hearing Tang Sanzang's words, the black bear spirit's tears flowed even faster. Tang Sanzang waved his hand, lifting the constraints of the world's power from the black bear spirit, who promptly collapsed to the ground, a look of deep grievance on his face. Tang Sanzang approached and kicked the spirit's leg, grinning as he inquired, "So, are you afraid of me, this celestial immortal now?" Chapter 40. The role of the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit raised his head, wiping away his tears, then knelt before Tang Sanzang, bowing his head and stating, "I was wrong. I, old bear, should not have underestimated the holy monk. I concede. Do as you wish." Tang Sanzang was taken aback. Could it be that the black bear spirit, having been brought to tears, was now displaying such fortitude? "Very well, since you've requested it. Tonight I shall feast on bear paws," Tang Sanzang declared, gesturing with his hand as the world's power lifted the black bear spirit, suspending him in midair, immobilizing him from the neck down. Then, Tang Sanzang extended his hand, gathering the world's power to form a blade in his grasp. Ascending, he swung the knife toward the black bear spirit's neck. The black bear spirit, realizing Tang Sanzang was deadly serious, was struck with panic, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Spare me." The blade grazed a few hairs from the black bear spirit's neck, stopping just shy of his skin. Tang Sanzang then fixed a mocking gaze upon the black bear spirit. "What? Were you not so compliant? Why the cowardice now? Saint, I truly submit. From now on, I will heed your every command," the black bear spirit vowed. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang smiled, deciding not to intimidate the black bear spirit any further, and waved his hand to set him down. Having thoroughly subdued the black bear spirit, Tang Sanzang's goal was achieved. The reason he had gone to such lengths to subdue the black bear spirit was that this creature was indeed a talent. Firstly, in the original tale, when Sun Wukong's powers were not yet restored, the black bear spirit's cultivation level was not far off from his, making the black bear spirit one of the few beings in the journey to the West world capable of engaging Sun Wukong in close combat without defeat, even rendering Sun Wukong helpless against him. To be able to match Sun Wukong in battle speaks volumes of the black bear spirit's strength and innate potential. It was no wonder that Guanyin had employed to subdue him. Moreover, the black bear spirit is not merely a creature of the wild. He is also a cultured individual. His literary prowess is commendable, and his lair, the Black Wind Cave, is adorned with remarkable elegance. The original text vividly describes, upon entering through the front gate, the traveler is greeted by a courtyard where lush pines and bamboo intertwine. Peach and plum trees vie for beauty, flowers bloom in abundance, and orchids exude their fragrance, creating an ethereal ambience. Advancing further into the cave, one encounters intricately painted beams and brightly lit windows. This is not merely a monster's den. Many would believe it to be the abode of deities. Most importantly, the black bear spirit possesses the rare skill of alchemy. Within the entirety of Journey to the West, few monsters are adept in this art, and he is indeed one of them. Hence, Tang Sanzang desires to enlist the black bear spirit as an alchemist to concoct elixirs for him. Another reason for Tang Sanzang's interest in the black bear spirit is that, according to the original account, he has never consumed human flesh. "What is your name?" Tang Sanzang inquired of the black bear spirit, who was kneeling before him. In response, "Holy monk, I am called Black Wind, and my title is Black Wind King," came the reply. Tang Sung frowned and replied nonchalantly, "No, that name is unappealing. It must be changed." The black bear spirit, trembling, glanced at Tang Sung and hesitantly asked, "What name would you prefer, holy monk?" "Let us call you Bearda." Tang Sung pondered for a moment and then stated, "Bearda?" The black bear spirit hesitated, revealing a troubled expression, for that name was indeed quite ungraceful. "What? Are you unwilling?" Tang Sung's countenance darkened. No. I shall be called Bearda. It is a splendid name, and I quite like it." The black bear spirit, driven by a strong instinct for survival, declared resolutely, "As long as you are content." "Bearda, I have a task to assign to you. If you execute it well, there will be rewards," Tang Sung proclaimed. The black bear spirit, taken aback, queried, "What task do you wish to assign, holy monk? Are you capable of alchemy?" Tang Sung asked. "Indeed, holy monk, how did you know?" The black bear spirit was astonished, unaware of how Tang Sung had acquired this knowledge. "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Your mission is to assist me in alchemy. Are you able to accomplish this?" Tang Sung stated earnestly. The black bear's spirit hesitated, replying, "Holy monk, I can certainly practice alchemy. But a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. I lack the necessary materials." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung displayed a smug grin and responded, "Bearda, do you not see that the entire world is filled with medicinal herbs sufficient for your needs?" The black bear spirit was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he remarked, "Holy monk, are you suggesting that the entire world belongs to you?" Tang Sung, with a dismissive air, replied, "It's no big deal. Is there a need for such surprise?" The black bear spirit, bemused by Tang Sung's bravado, felt a surge of happiness within. Now that he had become Tang Sung's bear, escape appeared impossible, so he could only hope for the strength of Tang Sung. After all, the mightier Tang Sung became, the easier his life would be. Although he understood Tang Sung's formidable nature, he never anticipated such immense power as to control the entire world. "Holy monk, I, Bearda, understand. Rest assured, as long as you desire it, I, Bearda, will concoct it for you," he exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, are you truly that skilled? Then how about you brew me a 9-turn golden elixir?" Tang Sung raised an eyebrow and inquired. The black bear's spirit suddenly fell silent, awkwardly responding, "Holy monk, the 9-turn golden elixir is a unique creation of the supreme Lord Laozi. How could I possibly concoct it? Then why waste words? Quickly tell me what elixirs you can create." Tang Sung replied with annoyance. The black bear spirit, noticing Tang Sung's displeasure, shrank back and said, "Holy monk, I can create the revitalizing elixir for healing injuries, the gathering essence elixir to enhance cultivation, and the returning essence elixir to restore magical power." As Tang Sung listened, his expression grew increasingly grim, prompting him to interject, "What are the effects of these elixirs?" "The revitalizing elixir can mend external wounds. The gathering essence elixir accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy, but it only works for beings below the heavenly immortal level. And the returning essence elixir can restore 1/10 of a heavenly immortal's magical power in one use," the black bear spirit explained honestly. Tang Sung's face darkened. None of these were of any utility. "What is the most advanced elixir you can concoct?" he asked, his expression grave. It is the awakening spirit elixir," the black bear spirit replied after a moment's thought. "Awakening spirit elixir? What is its purpose?" Tang Sung's eyes brightened with eagerness. "When a beast consumes this elixir, there is a 70% chance of awakening intelligence and becoming a demon," the black bear's spirit elucidated, adding, "Typically, the awakening spirit elixir has only a 30% chance. Mine boasts a 70% success rate." Tang Sung inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike him, and declared, "Very well, you shall search for herbs in this world and familiarize yourself with the alchemical methods. I shall assign you a task later." With that, Tang Sung departed from the Chaos Pearl world. Chapter 41. You are the Abbot Master. Upon seeing Tang Sung's arrival, son Wukong called out. Tang Sung, feeling dejected, shook his head and asked, "Have you tidied up? Let us return to Guanyin Zen Temple." With that, he turned and soared toward the temple's location. At that moment, Tang Sung's heart was filled with displeasure. He had initially hoped that Bearda's alchemical skills would yield surprises, only to discover that Bearda was a mere low-tier alchemist whose potions were of no use to him. It seemed he would need to find some formulas for Bearda, otherwise he would be entirely ineffective, Tang Sung pondered. The fact that Bearda had discovered the path of alchemy on his own indicated that his talent was quite commendable. Once he provided Bearda with some materials for study, or perhaps found someone proficient in alchemy to teach him, he could become truly useful. After a brief flight, Tang Sanzang returned to Guanyin Zen Temple. Inside the temple, the little monks were busy clearing away the remnants of the abbot's quarters, which had been reduced to ashes, removing rubble piece by piece. As Tang Sanzang landed, the little monks paused their tasks, gazing at him with a mixture of fear and awe. For in the eyes of ordinary folk, a person who could fly was either a deity or a monster, both deserving of reverence. Irritated, Tang Sanzang called out, "Summon the overseers here," excluding the abbot. Most remained frozen in place, while one astute monk darted toward the front courtyard. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. In the original text of Journey to the West, the abbot of Guanyin Zen Temple was named Jin Shi, who coveted Tang Sanzang's cassock but was thwarted by the black bear spirit, leading him to shamefully take his own life. However, due to Tang Sanzang's intervention, the black bear spirit, originally the guardian deity of Mount Luojia, had transformed into his personal alchemist, Bear Da, while Jin Shi had, through a twist of fate, been renamed Qing Zhu, taking over the role of the mountain guardian. Tang Sanzang had only traversed this world for about half a month, yet such significant changes had occurred. The ripple effects of his presence were indeed profound. The alteration of the world line suggested that subsequent events might diverge from the original narrative, indicating that Tang Sanzang was about to lose the advantage of his familiarity with the plot. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. As he contemplated this, Tang Sanzang's gaze suddenly hardened, resolving, regardless of changes, such calamities are minor compared to the grand scheme. Why should one fear? Furthermore, the original Tang Sanzang was powerless, subject to the whims of deities, yet now he had ascended to the third tier of the celestial immortal realm, with his cultivation advancing at an unmatched pace. What was there to fear? Observing Tang Sanzang's silhouette, Sun Wukong noted a profound transformation in his master's demeanor. An indescribable sensation washed over him, yet it was unmistakable. If the previous Tang Sanzang had possessed celestial power without a celestial heart, the current Tang Sanzang had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. He was gradually cultivating his inner strength. A practitioner of cultivation must defy the heavens and seize the essence of the universe for oneself. Only by nurturing a strong heart can one grow more powerful and accelerate their path to enlightenment. Tang Sanzang took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He looked at the second-in-command of the Guanyin Zen Institute, standing before him, and declared, "Your abbot has been slain by a demon and has passed away. I hereby announce that you are the new abbot of this Guanyin Zen Institute." With a commanding gaze, he surveyed the room and asked, "Who is in favor and who is against?" The second-in-command was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected joy and, upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, shot an intimidating glance at the nearby young monk, as if to challenge anyone who dared to oppose him. After a brief silence, Tang Sanzang nodded with satisfaction. "Well, since no one has spoken against it, I shall take it that you all agree. It is unanimously decided. You are the new abbot. What is your name?" He looked at the individual before him. "Thank you, holy monk. Thank you. In response to your kind words, I am called Hui Tian," the new abbot replied. Both delighted and grateful, Tang Sanzang nodded. "Hui Tian, when we arrived, we discovered that your abbot had been murdered by the black bear demon on the mountain. We were furious and battled that demon for 300 rounds, exhausting our strength before finally vanquishing it, avenging your abbot. After a pause, he continued, we exerted great effort. And now we find ourselves both hungry and weary. You see," Tang Sanzang believed he had hinted quite clearly. The elder Jin Shi had amassed untold wealth over the centuries, and he certainly had no intention of letting it slip away. However, it was unclear whether Hui Tian was genuinely naive or simply oblivious, as he failed to grasp the obvious implication and instead wore a face of gratitude. Arranging for a vegetarian feast and preparing guest quarters, Tang Sanzang, feeling somewhat exasperated, decided to abandon any further subtlety and stated plainly, "Enough. I do not have time to linger here. Open your abbot's little treasury. We shall split the wealth between us, and once I have the money, I will take my leave." Hui Tian was taken aback and questioned, "Holy monk, what do you mean by this? Our abbot is a monastic. How could he possibly have a treasury?" Tang Sanzang frowned. "Are you truly unaware, or are you feigning ignorance?" "I genuinely do not know," Hui Tian replied, his face contorted in distress as he sensed Tang Sanzang's growing displeasure. With a sudden burst of frustration, Tang Sanzang kicked Hui Tian to the ground and demanded of the surrounding monks, "Does anyone know where your abbot's treasury is? Whoever tells me shall become the new abbot. I assure you, even the Buddha cannot alter my words." Upon hearing this, most of the young monks displayed panic, but one individual's eyes darted around, clearly different from the rest. Tang Sang's gaze sharpened, and with an outpouring of his spiritual power, he forcefully drew the individual closer, demanding, "You know, do you not?" The young monk, visibly frightened, hesitated before finally admitting, "Holy monk, I do know, but regarding the position of abbot." Tang Sang's patience had evaporated. He was no longer inclined to engage in idle conversation. He invoked a soul-binding technique, completely controlling the individual, and reiterated, "Where is the treasury?" The monk, now dazed, answered without hesitation, "It is beneath the Guanyin statue in the main hall." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung cast the monk aside and rushed into the main hall with son Wukong, kicking open the grand doors to reveal a golden Guanyin statue. A smile crept across Tang Sang's face as he urged, "Wukong, smash it." Chapter 42, The Treasury of Jinqi. Without delay, Tang Sing led the charge, wielding his 9-ringed staff and striking the statue. Since the elder Jinqi had concealed the treasury beneath the statue, it was evident that some mechanism existed to move it. However, Tang Sung, uninterested in searching for a switch, thought it more efficient to simply smash it open. Bang! Sun Wukong followed suit, delivering a powerful blow that sent the statue crashing backward into the wall, shattering it into pieces. Tang Sung was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the vast difference in their strength. While his strike had merely created a dent, Sun Wukong had sent the statue flying. The formidable prowess of a peak Tai golden immortal was indeed fearsome. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang Sing focused on the base of the statue, which now revealed a hidden compartment. He approached and quickly unlocked it, only to find himself in awe. Within the modest space lay neatly arranged gold ingots, each comparable in size to the ones previously given to him by Lin Wei. There were a total of 32 gold ingots. In total, 3,200 taels of gold. Tang Sang's heart soared as he swiftly stored the entire sum in his system space. Yet, unsatisfied, he searched again but found nothing else. How pitiful. The treasury holds nothing but gold, not a single magical artifact. Tang Sung lamented. Having several magical treasures and even a few spiritual artifacts, Tang Sung was like a satiated person failing to empathize with the hungry. After all, artifacts in the journey to the West Realm were exceedingly precious and not easily come by. "Master, why do you always favor gold so much?" Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. He then pointed at a nearby wooden pillar, which instantly transformed into a golden appearance, resembling a solid gold structure. "Isn't it easy to create such things with a little trickery?" Tang Sung was initially taken aback, staring at the gold-flecked pillar before him. After a moment, he regained his composure, approached, and touched the gilded pillar. "Wukong, this is merely an illusion, is it not?" Sun Wukong nodded, explaining that with a simple illusion, anything devoid of spiritual energy could be transformed into gold. Tang Sung shook his head, dispelling Sun Wukong's illusion. The pillar reverted to its original state, as he remarked. "You do not understand. Real gold and your illusory gold are entirely different, both in essence and in the feelings they evoke. Though magic can conjure substantial amounts of gold, sufficient to deceive mortals, only genuine gold offers me a sense of security." Tang Sung reflected. While he could easily deceive others with illusions, he recognized that even the celestial beings in the Western paradise, such as Kasaya and Ananda, would still demand material rewards. This indicated that, for deities, gold indeed held significant value. Having collected the gold, Tang Sung wasted no further time and, accompanied by Sun Wukong, set off on their journey, riding the white dragon horse. Their next destination was Gao Laozhuang, where Tang Sing's second disciple, the Marshal of Heaven Zhu Ganglai, awaited his arrival. However, at that moment, Tang Sung was already plotting. He could not allow Zhu Beiji to easily take him as a master as depicted in the original text. He must seize this opportunity to orchestrate something and procure rewards from the system. After all, his merit points had reached a total of 9,700, and he merely needed 300 more to draw another golden treasure chest. The previous golden chest had yielded a delightful experience card of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As Tang Sing journeyed westward, he occasionally instructed Sun Wukong to use the somersault cloud to procure food from nearby villages, treating himself along the way. Their travels felt less like a strenuous quest for scriptures and more like a leisurely journey. One day, after Sun Wukong's reconnaissance, Tang Sing learned they were now less than 10 miles from Gao Laozhuang. He decided to pause and told Sun Wukong, "Wukong, I shall rest here for a moment. Please scout the vicinity for a place called Fulling Mountain, where there is a cave known as the Cloud Stack Cave, which should be inhabited by a pig spirit. Be cautious not to let the pig spirit discover you." Sun Wukong, though somewhat perplexed, obediently replied affirmatively and took to the clouds. As Tang Sing sat atop his luggage and took a sip from his water pouch, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly echoed nearby, unmistakably calling for help. Ah, help? Is anyone there to rescue me? Upon hearing the words, Tang Sing's eyes instantly brightened. Drawing from his extensive experience with Journey to the West, he recognized that such cries for help often heralded danger and likely constituted a trap aimed directly at him. A mere little demon attempting to ensnare me with such tactics is truly naive. With a grin, Tang Sung bolted towards the source of the distress call. Every demon he encountered was a potential source of merit, and there was no reason to let this opportunity slip by. However, he was puzzled. The voice sounded remarkably like Lin Yuer's. Yet how could she possibly be in this place? As he plunged into the thicket, he beheld a python of considerable girth menacing a beautiful woman clad in a blue gown. The woman lay on the ground, frantically calling for help. If no one came to her aid, she would soon become the serpent's meal. Begone, vile creature. Do not harm anyone? Tang Sing exclaimed, echoing Lu Buqin's opening words, and hurled his 9-ringed iron staff with force. The staff arced gracefully through the air, piercing the python's skull and pinning it to the ground. Despite suffering such a grievous wound, the python's vitality was remarkably resilient. It thrashed violently, its tail poised to strike the woman. To harm anyone before this holy monk. You must be weary of life, Tang Sung bellowed, leaping forward just in time to shield her from the impending blow. With a disdainful clap of his hand, he shattered the serpent's tail. Humph, do you dare to be so audacious? Tang Sung sneered at the slowly stilling python. At that moment, a voice that felt even more familiar drifted from behind him. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. It was merely a trifling effort, no need for thanks. Tang Sung replied, turning around, only to be astonished. How could it be you? Chapter 43. Reunion with Lin Yuer. Lin Yuer, equally stunned, gazed at Tang Sung in disbelief. Master, is that really you? Though she had reverted to her feminine attire, her demeanor had transformed greatly, yet a certain spirited essence remained in her countenance. Tang Sing was taken aback by how strikingly beautiful Lin Wei appeared. In that moment, Lin Yuer exuded an ethereal grace. Her delicate skin and expressive eyes imbued with a gentle charm, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, and her breath as fragrant as orchids. The faint look of panic added an intriguing layer to her allure, leaving Tang Sung momentarily entranced. Lin Yuer was acutely aware of Tang Sing's captivated gaze, and her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, making her appear irresistibly tender, evoking an urge to gently kiss her cheek. Tang Sing, unable to suppress a gulp, caused Lin Yuer's face to redden even further. Master, she murmured, her gaze cast downward. Ahem, may I inquire how you came to be here? Tang Sing stammered, finally breaking free from his reverie and masking his embarrassment with a cough. Are you unharmed? Please rise. Without waiting for her response, he extended his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuer grasped his hand, and he helped her to her feet. Her hand was remarkably soft, stirring a flutter within Tang Sing's heart. Though reluctant to let go, he naturally released her grasp. I am fine, Lin Yuer replied, looking down. Why are you alone in this place? Tang Sing asked, curiosity piqued. At the mention of this, Lin Yuer's expression darkened with sorrow. Ever since my father's passing, the assets of the Lin family have been ruthlessly seized by unscrupulous gentry, leaving me no choice but to seek refuge with my maternal grandfather. Tang Sung paused, then inquired, what of your guards? Lin Yuer's face paled as she gestured towards the deceased python. Tang Sung turned and noticed a slight bulge in the serpent's belly, clearly indicating that Lin Yuer's guards had tragically met their end within it. Tang Sung shook his head and addressed Lin Yuer. Where does your grandfather reside? Given that your guards are lost, the journey is perilous. May I escort you? Would that be too troublesome for you, master? Lin Yuer pondered, hesitating. Not at all. Perhaps your grandfather's home lies along my path, and it would be fortuitous to journey together. Tang Sung smiled. Very well, my grandfather is Mr. Gao of Gao Laozhuang, which should be approximately 10 miles west from here, Lin Yuer replied, adding, it is not far. If it is not convenient for you, I can manage alone. I should not encounter further dangers. Lin Yuer hesitated, torn between her desire for assistance and her concern for inconveniencing him. Tang Sung, however, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuer's grandfather would be the esteemed Mr. Gao, the very father of Gao Zuolan, and thus the father-in-law of Zhu Beiji. Master? Observing Tang Sing's momentary silence, Lin Yuer waved her hand before his face, tentatively calling out, Fear not. Since your grandfather is in Gao Laozhuang, it is quite fortuitous. I am heading there as well. Let us proceed together to ensure your safety on this journey. Tang Sung regained his composure and stated, Really? That would be wonderful. Lin Yue exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, master. Tang Sung nodded, about to speak further when the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. Turning to look, he saw the silhouette of Sun Wukong materializing before him. Master, I have gathered the information, he declared. Miss Lin, what brings you here? Sun Wukong reported to Tang Sung. Then, noticing Lin Yue, expressed his surprise. Just as Lin Yue was about to explain, Tang Sing interjected, What is there to question? Miss Lin is also headed to Gao Laozhuang. We shall give her a ride. Let us depart. With that, Tang Sung summoned the white dragon horse with a thought, mounted, and extended his hand to Lin Yue, earnestly stating, Miss Lin, the journey is long. Why not ride with me? Lin Yue's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of sharing a mount with a man in broad daylight. Yet, gazing at Tang Sing's handsome and cheerful visage, along with his innocent demeanor, she found herself unable to utter a refusal. After a moment's hesitation, steeling her resolve, she grasped his hand, allowing him to assist her onto the white dragon horse. As she settled into his embrace, Tang Sung felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Yet he remained a gentleman, refraining from any undue movement, gently urging the horse forward. Sensing Tang Sing's demeanor, Lin Yue felt relief wash over her, chastising herself for her earlier apprehensions. The master was a virtuous monk, entirely disinterested in worldly pleasures. Her worries had been unfounded, and she had unjustly suspected him. Thus, the group traveled in silence toward Gao Laozhuang. After a while, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, glancing at the white dragon horse in suspicion. Is the horse unwell? Why is it moving so slowly today, at a fraction of its former speed? However, the horse exchanged a knowing glance, signifying that it was not for lack of will, but due to Tang Sing's secret command to proceed at this excruciatingly slow pace. Sun Wukong, understanding the unspoken message, slowed his own pace, recognizing that there must be a reason for Tang Sing's instructions, and complied without further inquiry. The 10-mile journey, which would ordinarily take the white dragon horse a mere 3 or 4 minutes, now stretched into a grueling 2 hours. It was indeed a daunting challenge. Miss Lin, the Gao Lao village you mentioned must be this very place, Tang Sung remarked with a tinge of reluctance as he gazed at the sign emblazoned with the words Gao Lao village. Today, he truly realized just how swift the white dragon horse was. He had attempted to slow their pace, yet they still arrived far too early, which was rather vexing. Indeed, this is the place. Thank you, master, for escorting me here, Lin Yue exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Yue on the back of the white dragon horse. Tentatively, she called out, Yue. Chapter 44. Arrival at Gao Lao village. Upon hearing the old woman's voice, Lin Yue turned and exclaimed, Grandmother. The elderly woman approached, trembling, and asked, Yue, what brings you here? She then glanced at Tang Sung, who was riding alongside Lin Yue, and inquired, Yue, is this your husband? After posing the question, the old woman fell silent as she noticed Tang Sing's shaved head, which prompted her to wonder if he were a sinner or a monk. Tang Sing's handsome features did not suggest the former, yet how could a monk possibly take a wife? Realizing the awkwardness of her current situation, Lin Yue suddenly felt embarrassed and struggled to dismount. In her struggle, the space between the two shifted, allowing Tang Sing to fully perceive Lin Yue's delicate form before she finally alighted from the horse. Grandmother, I am eager to explain, Lin Yue began, but was at a loss for words. Should she reveal that Tang Sung was merely a monk who had aided her family in dispelling a haunting, and by mere chance had saved her? Yet, how could she justify sharing a mount with a man? As Lin Yue grappled with her embarrassment, Tang Sing also felt a sense of awkwardness. After all, he had unwittingly taken advantage of the young woman, only to be caught in the act by her family. This was undeniably a bit uncomfortable. Furthermore, as a monk, his image might be tarnished if the family misinterpreted the situation and labeled him as a lascivious monk. Furrowing his brow, Tang Sung promptly dismounted, eager to salvage his reputation and take the initiative. He addressed the elderly woman, saying, Dear madam, I perceive a dark aura hovering about you. Might your family be encountering some unusual predicament? In this era, there was no better way to cultivate a favorable image in front of mortals than to feign the role of a spiritual guide. Lin Yue rolled her eyes at Tang Sing's words, finding it absurd that her family's haunting was already a rare phenomenon. How could her grandmother's household possibly be afflicted in a similar manner? However, To her astonishment, the moment Tang Sung spoke, her grandmother's expression shifted dramatically. Grasping Tang Seng's hand, she exclaimed, "Master, you possess remarkable insight. Can you assist me in resolving this matter?" Tang Sung smiled gently, successfully diverting the conversation. "Do not fret, dear lady. Please recount the events to me at your own pace. I am a professional exorcist, adept at capturing demons and ghosts. There is no malevolent spirit I cannot vanquish." "That is splendid. Master, might you accompany me home so that my husband can discuss this matter with you in detail?" the elderly woman implored. Tang Sing feigned contemplation, but discreetly winked at Lin Yue, signaling that he had managed to handle the situation, alleviating her embarrassment. Upon witnessing Tang Sing's self-satisfied demeanor, Lin Yue could not help but roll her eyes. "Is there anything troubling you, master?" the elderly woman asked, her concern evident. "Oh, not at all. We had other matters to attend to and did not wish to impose on your time. However, since you are Lin Yue's grandmother, I shall certainly assist you," Tang Sing replied, adopting an expression that suggested he was doing this solely out of respect for Lin Yue. The elderly woman cast a surprised glance at Lin Yue, causing her to lower her head in modesty. She then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master. Please, after you. Yue, let us return home." Tang Sung nodded and followed the elderly woman into the village, with Lin Yue trailing behind, her heart fluttering with apprehension and her cheeks flushed. To avoid alarming anyone, son Wukong, following Tang Sing's instructions, transformed into a common man, carrying luggage and standing at the back, resembling Tang Sing's servant, thus remaining unnoticed by the elderly woman. As they walked, the elderly woman inquired about Lin Yue's circumstances. Upon learning of her family's misfortunes, she was overcome with sorrow, and they embraced, weeping for a while. Afterward, she awkwardly remarked, "Master, I apologize. I just recalled my eldest daughter, who passed away years ago. Now, with Yue facing such tribulations, it is truly." Tang Sung shook his head, replying, "There is no need for apologies. Grief is a natural part of life, and it is understandable to be overwhelmed at times. The day is waning. Let us make haste to your home." "Indeed, master, please follow me," the elderly woman replied, nodding, and led Lin Yue forward while Tang Sing trailed behind them, their party proceeding directly to the Gao residence. Moments later, the Gao residence appeared before Tang Sing. "Master, this is my home. Please come inside," the elderly woman invited. Tang Sung nodded and dismounted, entering the estate, which was indeed the most prosperous household in Gao Lao village, boasting exquisite pavilions and towers. After passing through 2 courtyards, they encountered a stately elderly gentleman, adorned in luxurious attire and exuding an air of affluence, though his face bore an unmistakable sorrow. "Good wife, who are these individuals?" the old man inquired, slightly taken aback as he regarded the elderly woman. "My dear, these are the exorcists I sought out. They are said to be professionals and will surely be able to deal with that pig demon and rescue our Chui Lan," the elderly woman explained, her voice trembling with emotion. "Grandmother, what has happened to Aunt Lan? And what is this about a pig demon?" Lin Yue asked, frowning in confusion. "Yue, the story is long, and your grandfather will explain everything shortly," the elderly woman replied sadly. "Yue? You are Yue?" the elderly gentleman exclaimed in surprise. Tang Sung observed in silence as Lin Yue and the old man repeated the earlier scene with the elderly woman. Once their emotions settled, the old man shook his head and said, "I must ask you to leave. Since you are Yue's friends, it would be best for you to depart." "Grandfather, why would you send the master away? They are truly formidable," Lin Yue protested, bewildered by the notion of her friends leaving. "Alas, if they were not family, I would wish to witness them attempt to subdue the pig demon. However, since they are your friends, I cannot bear to watch them go to their doom." The old man sighed heavily. "Over the years, in our quest to rescue Chui Lan, my wife and I have sought countless priests and monks, as well as various so-called demon hunters and exorcists. Yet ultimately, they all became mere food for that pig demon." Chapter 45. Zhu Ganglai, are you implying that this pig demon consumes humans? Tang Seng's brow furrowed with concern. In the original journey to the west, it was recorded that Zhu Beiji, in his previous incarnation as Pigsy, was notoriously violent and prone to murder. Though Tang Sung could not quite recall whether he had ever resorted to cannibalism, he did not object to the idea of demons killing and eating humans. It was akin to how humans consume meat, quite normal. However, he harbored an unwavering resolve against any demon that feasted on human flesh. The thought of his future second disciple having once partaken of human flesh was utterly unacceptable. In previous portrayals in film and television, Zhu Beiji was depicted as lazy and gluttonous, yet in this authentic world, the true nature of Zhu Beiji remained uncertain. Master, has the pig demon truly devoured men? I have not witnessed it myself, yet every individual who has ventured forth to subdue him has met with a grim fate. Their bones assembled into a grisly skeleton and cast out. The old man pondered before providing this explanation. Tang Sanzang nodded, recognizing the necessity of a direct encounter to ascertain the true nature of Zhu Beiji. Master, let us depart swiftly. Over the years, our attempts to enlist exorcists against the pig demon have instilled a profound animosity within him towards any unfamiliar face in this village. If you linger here, when the demon arrives, you may find it impossible to leave. The elder urged, nudging Lin Yuer away from the danger. Master, it is perilous for Yuer to remain here. You should take her with you. Tang Sanzang shook his head, responding, do not worry. Once the pig demon appears, we shall surely subdue him. Even if he does not come, I will seek him out myself. Your family's troubles will soon be over, and you need not fear any longer. However, the elder, observing the youthfulness of Tang Sanzang's visage, remained unconvinced of his capacity to confront the demon and stubbornly insisted that he depart. In desperation, Tang Sanzang turned to the silent figure of son Wukong behind him, saying, Wukong, since this elder does not believe, reveal your true form to him. Son Wukong nodded, stepping forward to revert to his original appearance. In an instant, a monkey spirit with a sharp snout and hairy visage stood beside the elder. Ah, a monster! The old man gasped, taken aback. The old woman beside him also cried out, having sought assistance against the pig demon, only to find herself confronted by another creature of the dark. Lin Yuer, witnessing their fright, hastened to explain, grandfather and grandmother, this is no monster. He is the master's disciple, possessing remarkable abilities that will surely help you vanquish the pig demon. After much persuasion, the couple began to trust that son Wukong harbored no ill intentions. Trembling, they inquired, is this elder son truly not a monster? Son Wukong rolled his eyes, declaring, what nonsense about monsters. I am the great sage equal to heaven. That demon cannot be compared to me. Having grown weary of the elder's incessant praise of the pig demon, he declared, rest assured, I have already laid eyes upon the pig demon you speak of. He is no match for me. Just give the command, and I will turn that pig demon into jerky. Upon hearing son Wukong's words, the elder cast aside his fears. Excitement flooding his voice. Elder son, we are in your debt. Please, you must save our beloved Xuanzang. Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively, saying, you must discuss this with my master. Once he speaks, I shall act. After which, son Wukong seated himself, closing his eyes in feigned slumber, indifferent to the elder. Finally, the elder turned his attention back to Tang Sanzang, saying, Master, forgive my folly. I failed to recognize your greatness and underestimated you. Please, do not hold my ignorance against me. Save my poor Xuanzang. As the elder spoke, his emotions surged, and he nearly knelt before Tang Sanzang. The monk quickly grasped the elder, preventing him from bowing, and urged, first, explain the situation clearly, and I shall certainly assist you. Although Tang Sanzang was somewhat familiar with this segment of the original tale, he knew that the first-hand account from the elder would yield insights that might reveal alterations influenced by the butterfly effect. Very well, I shall begin, the elder said, launching into his tale. 6 years ago, we sought to find a husband for our youngest daughter, Xuanzang, to manage our estate and care for us in our old age. At that time, a man named Zhu Ganglai approached us, a remarkably capable individual, able to accomplish the work of 5 men, truly a strong man. Moreover, Zhu Ganglai was gentle, and our daughter Xuanzang took a liking to him. Thus, for years ago, we held their wedding. However, to our shock, during the wedding feast, Zhu Ganglai became inebriated, losing his human guise to reveal a pig's head, thus exposing his true identity as a pig demon. As parents, how could we bear to marry our daughter to a monster? We immediately sought to retract our consent. Yet, Zhu Ganglai, unwilling to relent, pleaded earnestly, and though I was moved, I could not allow my daughter to wed a demon. After being rebuffed repeatedly, Zhu Ganglai erupted in fury, imprisoning Xuanzang in our backyard and locking the door with his magical seal. The walls of the courtyard were infused with his power, making it impossible for us mere mortals to scale them, leaving my daughter to suffer daily in the presence of that demon. The elder's voice trembled with emotion as tears welled in his eyes. Listening to the elder's account, Tang Sanzang nodded, discerning that this narrative aligned closely with the original tale, providing him some relief that the butterfly effect's impact was minimal. Rest assured, we now understand the situation. When the pig demon arrives, we shall rescue your daughter, Tang Sanzang declared confidently. The elder, hearing this, expressed boundless gratitude, bowing deeply to Tang Sanzang, prompting the old woman and Lin Yuer to bow as well. Enough of such formalities. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the backyard to rescue your daughter, Tang Sanzang instructed. The elder readily agreed, leading the group towards the rear of the house. Yet, before they could reach their destination, a gust of dark wind swept in from the distance, accompanied by a rough voice that called out, "Elder, whom have you summoned to subdue me?" As the voice echoed, the dark wind descended before them, causing Lin Yuer and the other two mortals to squint against the sudden gust. "Ah, it seems this time, someone with some skill has come, capable of withstanding my demonic wind," the voice continued. Then, from the swirling darkness emerged a tall, stout figure. Upon closer inspection, they saw a rotund man with his chest bared, covered in dark hair, wielding a nine-toothed rake while nonchalantly picking his nose. Most astonishingly, his head was that of a pig, with a long snout and sharp, protruding tusks flanking his mouth. Recognizing the figure, Tang Sanzang understood that this was none other than his future second disciple, Zhu Beiji, who at present was still known as Zhu Ganglai. As the dark wind gradually dissipated, Lin Yuer and the others opened their eyes to behold Zhu Ganglai's form, prompting Lin Yuer to scream, "Ah, a monster!" Instinctively, she took refuge behind Tang Sanzang, her delicate hands clutching his robe tightly. Meanwhile, the elder and the old woman, though anxious, displayed a remarkable composure, likely accustomed to Zhu Ganglai's appearance and aware that, despite his ferocity, he posed no real threat to them. Tang Sanzang regarded Zhu Ganglai and stepped forward, challenging, "So it is you, the pig demon, who has seized the daughter of the elder and slain those who have sought to subdue you?" Zhu Ganglai sized up Tang Sanzang with disdain, retorting, "From whence do you hail, delicate and tender? Do you dare to attempt to subdue me? I foresee that today, you shall not vanquish me. Rather, you will lose your life." Tang Sanzang chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Little pig, you are still quite naive. Do you know who I am? Oh, and who might you be? Are you the girl's paramour? That would explain why she has scuttled away behind you. It seems you are a lascivious monk," Zhu Ganglai remarked, his tone laced with mockery. At this moment, Lin Yuer's fear had dissipated significantly. Upon hearing Zhu Ganglai's words, a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks, and she shot a glare at him before furtively glancing at Tang Sanzang, eager to discern his reaction. To her disappointment, Tang Sanzang exhibited no sign of emotional fluctuation, as if he were entirely oblivious to Zhu Ganglai's remarks. "Pighead, do you fancy a beating?" Sun Wukong, who had been trailing behind in utter boredom, stepped forward languidly. TSK, my good sir, your taste has indeed declined. Previously, you summoned Taoists to contend with me, and I refrained from comment. But now, you resort to a mere monkey demon to address me?" Zhu Ganglai cast a dismissive glance at Sun Wukong, clearly unimpressed by the seemingly frail figure before him. He then derided, "What sort of monkey spirit are you? You hardly weigh a couple of taels. I could use you to dislodge food stuck in my teeth. However, I've heard that monkey brains are quite delectable. It appears I shall have a feast tonight." Well, after 500 years, have the demons of this world grown so audacious as to speak thus to me? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, a hint of dangerous energy emanating from him, indicating his rising ire. "Old son," Zhu Ganglai paused, momentarily taken aback. "Do you not recognize me, old pig?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Who are you?" Zhu Ganglai felt an inkling of unease but could not pinpoint its source. "Are you aware that 500 years ago, I, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace, forcing even the gods to bow?" Sun Wukong proclaimed with pride. "The great sage equal to heaven?" Zhu Ganglai's face paled in astonishment, and he hurriedly questioned, "Who are you? You share the surname Sun. Could you be his descendant?" Sun Wukong was nearly choked by Zhu Ganglai's train of thought, his expression one of exasperation. "Pighead, open your eyes and see clearly. I am the great sage equal to heaven, the monkey king, Sun Wukong." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, pointing at Sun Wukong. "Are you a fool? Do you think being a monkey spirit grants you the right to call yourself Sun Wukong? Or do you believe that just by being a monkey spirit, you can become the great sage equal to heaven? You must be trying to make me die of laughter." Ignoring Sun Wukong's darkening countenance, Zhu Ganglai continued. "Let me tell you, 500 years ago, I was the marshal of the heavenly court, commanding the 800,000 water troops. I battled that monkey for 10 days and nights, narrowly defeating him and having the Buddha press him beneath the 5 Fingers Mountain. I reckon he is still trapped there. How could he possibly be here? Tang Sung found amusement in Zhu Gonglia's words, realizing that this pig demon, much like his literary counterpart, possessed mediocre strength but an innate talent for boasting. At this moment, Sun Wukong was infuriated. He had never heard of a marshal of heavenly court who could claim to have battled him for 10 days and nights, let alone claim to have subdued him. This was utterly intolerable. Without hesitation, he retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang, striking it fiercely against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, while coldly smirking at Zhu Ganglai. So, the esteemed marshal of heavenly court, who supposedly triumphed after a fierce battle, shall now demonstrate how you achieved that victory. Monster, taste my staff. With that, Sun Wukong charged forward, bringing his staff crashing down. In that instant, Zhu Ganglia's expression changed, from arrogance to stark pallor. He was all too familiar with that staff. 500 years ago, it had wreaked havoc in the heavenly court, and he had suffered its backlash, leaving him injured and in recovery for 10 days, a span equivalent to 10 years in the mortal realm. He could not forget the terror that staff inspired. It felt like yesterday. Yet, he could not comprehend how this monkey, supposed to be trapped beneath the 5 Fingers Mountain, had suddenly escaped, and with such unfortunate timing, had come to confront him. He felt utterly powerless to voice his frustrations. As the great sage equal to heaven, why did he not don majestic armor, but instead wear tattered tiger skin, looking like a mere little demon? Seeing Sun Wukong's furious strike, Zhu Ganglai dared not engage. He immediately transformed into a gust of dark wind and fled, too frightened to utter a single threat. Let not the demon escape. Sun Wukong attempted to pursue, but Tang Sanzang stopped him. Wukong, do not chase, return. Chapter 47. The mission commences upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words. Sun Wukong could only glare resentfully at the direction Zhu Ganglai had fled, reluctantly stowing his Rui Jingu Bang. Master, that pig demon was far too arrogant. Why must I refrain from pursuing him? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Wukong, do not worry. I shall provide you with an opportunity for vengeance. When the time comes, you can repay him in kind for the insults he has hurled at you. Tang Sanzang had yet to devise an optimal strategy to extract the maximum benefit from this encounter with Zhu Ganglai. He could not allow Sun Wukong to pursue him. For otherwise, moments later, Zhu Ganglai would be captured and deemed an ally by the system. Even if Sun Wukong were to beat him again, it would yield no merit points. Very well, I understand, Sun Wukong replied, although his reluctance was evident. Saint, I beseech you to subdue that pig demon and save my daughter, Cui Lan. At that moment, Gao Laoan and the old woman knelt before Tang Sanzang, pleading earnestly. They had witnessed how the usually imposing and fearless pig demon had not dared to speak a word in the face of Sun Wukong and had turned to flee, clearly afraid of him. They also realized that this immensely powerful monkey, Sun Wukong, heeded Tang Sanzang's command, so they quickly decided to kneel in supplication. Tang Sanzang, somewhat taken aback, was unsure why they had suddenly prostrated themselves, but he approached and helped them to their feet, saying, do not worry, good elders. This humble monk is compassionate and cannot abide such bullying behavior. I shall certainly seek justice for you. Thank you, holy monk. Thank you, holy monk, they exclaimed joyfully. There is no need for thanks. First, we must rescue your daughter, Gao Cui Lan, who is locked away in the backyard, correct? Tang Sanzang inquired. Yes, holy monk. Please follow me. Gao Laoan nodded vigorously, then turned to lead the way. Tang Sanzang, accompanied by Sun Wukong, followed suit. Lin Yuer and the old woman excitedly trailed behind, as they were about to reunite with their daughter after several years apart. After a brief moment, they arrived at the gate of a courtyard. Gao Laohan explained, holy monk, this is the door to the backyard. That pig demon has cast a spell on it. I have tried every means, even chopping at it, but could not open it. Moreover, the walls surrounding it are also enchanted, making it impossible to scale. Tang Sanzang nodded, approaching the door and tapping it lightly with his 9-ringed staff, feeling a backlash of force reverberate back to him. After contemplating for a moment, he exerted more strength and infused a hint of spiritual energy into his strike. This time, the force rebounding was significantly greater. This door is protected by a magical array that reflects all attacks, Tang Sanzang declared. Holy monk, do you have a way to break it? Gao Laohan asked anxiously. Fear not. While this may pose a challenge to others, for me, it is a mere, trifling matter, Tang Sanzang replied with a smile. Although the magical array was wrought from demonic power, it bore an undercurrent of grand, sanctified energy, indicating that it had been learned from the heavenly court in Zhu Ganglia's previous life, and its level was not to be underestimated. Tang Sanzang could well imagine that when Pigsy laid down this formation, he must have exerted all his strength. For Pigsy was merely at the initial stage of a golden immortal's cultivation. Yet, this formation was capable of withstanding attacks from a Tai golden immortal at the same level, transcending an entire realm. Thus, Tang Sanzang did not wish to dismantle this formation. Instead, he summoned the Chaos Pearl, completely enclosing both the Great Door and the formation within it, a defensive shield capable of resisting attacks from a Tai golden immortal. Witnessing Tang Sanzang effortlessly breach the formidable door that had thwarted old Gao for years left him utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he believed that Sun Wukong was merely formidable, acting under Tang Sanzang's command. However, his perspective shifted. He now recognized that Tang Sanzang possessed genuine prowess. Consequently, he addressed Tang Sanzang with even greater respect, exclaiming, "Saint Monk, you are magnificent." Tang Sanzang shook his head, thoroughly satisfied with the shield he had acquired. Once he successfully subdued Zhu Beiji, he could have him mass-produce such shields. Although this task might be time-consuming and laborious, Tang Sanzang thought, why should that concern him? Having brought Pigsy to fruition, should he not be willing to undertake this modest task? Now that the seal has been broken, hurry and find your daughter, Tang Sanzang instructed. Thank you, Saint Monk. We shall forever be grateful for your kindness. Old Gao exclaimed with excitement before he hurriedly took the old woman and Lin Yuer into the backyard to search for Gao Xuanzang. Just then, a notification from the system echoed. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Tease Zhu Beiji. Quest details. Zhu Beiji is deeply in love with Gao Xuanzang. But how can a human and a demon unite? Please find a way to tease Zhu Beiji, making him understand that such a union is impossible. Tang Sanzang was elated. A quest meant a reward would soon follow. Master, now that we have rescued her, shall we not seek out that pig demon? He is undoubtedly the one you asked me to investigate at the Fulling Mountain-esque Cloud Nest Cave, Sun Wukong suggested, unable to contain his excitement. However, Tang Sanzang shook his head, saying, Wukong, do not rush. I have a strategy to properly tease this pig demon. Oh, what is your plan? Please enlighten me, master. Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Wukong, consider this. The pig demon has not harmed Gao Zuelan's parents over the years, nor has he abducted her to his cave, instead visiting daily. Isn't that troublesome? Tang Sanzang pointed out. Are you suggesting? Sun Wukong squinted his eyes. Precisely. My meaning is that the pig demon is deeply infatuated with Gao Zuelan, which is why he refrains from forcing her. You mean, the pig demon is not entirely sane? Both Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong simultaneously remarked. Upon this, Tang Sanzang's expression darkened as he cast a disapproving glance at Sun Wukong, thinking, isn't this obvious? How could Sun Wukong be so dense as to miss that? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Wukong blinked and asked, So, master, how should I go about teasing this pig? Tang Sanzang smiled mysteriously and said, Wukong, lean closer. Sun Wukong complied, and as Tang Sanzang whispered his plan into his ear, the more he spoke, the brighter Sun Wukong's eyes became. After Tang Sanzang finished, Sun Wukong burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha, master, what a brilliant scheme. I shall thoroughly enjoy tormenting that pig demon. Chapter 48. The Identity of Master Wu Cao Wukong. Be mindful of your limits. Do not accidentally kill him. Tang Sanzang cautioned. Fearing that in his excitement, Sun Wukong might inadvertently end the pig demon's life. Understood, master. I shall only tease him, ensuring I do not harm him. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. At that moment, four figures emerged from the backyard. Lin Yuer and the others, along with a woman dressed in palace attire, albeit appearing somewhat haggard. Upon closer inspection, Tang Sanzang nodded approvingly. Although Pigsy was a pig, his taste and discernment were commendable. Gao Zuelan, despite her wan appearance, was evidently a beauty, her looks rivaling those of Lin Yuer. Zuelan, these two are your benefactors. Without them, your father would have been at a loss on how to rescue you. You must express your gratitude. Old Gao said to Gao Zuelan. Benefactors, thank you for saving me from peril. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. Gao Zuelan declared. Preparing to bow, quick as a flash, Tang Sanzang stepped forward to grasp her arm, preventing her bow. At the same time, he felt a stirring sensation within him, softly exclaiming, So soft. What did you say? Gao Zuelan asked, puzzled. Ahem, I did not say anything. I merely meant, no need for formality. It is the duty of a saint monk to assist. Tang Sang coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Gao Zuelan ceased her insistence, nodded, and stood up. Now, you appear quite fatigued. It seems you have overexerted yourself. Go rest, Tang Sung observed, addressing Gao Zuelan. Indeed, Gao Zuelan looked weary. I shall take my leave for now, and return tomorrow to express my gratitude, she replied, slightly frowning before departing with the assistance of the old woman. Benefactor, such a great kindness. I am at a loss on how to repay it. Once the two had left, old Gao began to kneel, but was stopped by Tang Sung. Tang Sung understood that such profound kindness was rarely repaid, so he merely smiled and said, Do not mention it. I did not act for gratitude. However, if you wish to show your appreciation, please prepare a meal, for I am rather hungry. Old Gao promptly agreed. Of course. I shall prepare a feast at once. With that, old Gao instructed Lin Yuer to attend to Tang Sing and his companions while he went to make preparations. However, Tang Sing called out to him. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Sing reminded, By the way, I do not eat vegetarian dishes, so you understand. Old Gao paused, then understood. A bit surprised that this Tang Sung was not a conventional monk, yet he was not overly astonished. After all, Tang Sung's adherence to rules was of little concern to him. In his eyes, anyone who could help him deal with the pig demon was a good monk. As old Gao departed to prepare dinner, Lin Yuer suggested, Master, shall I show you around the courtyard? Tang Sung shook his head, saying, No need. Just take us directly to the dining hall. What is there to see in the Gao family estate? It is merely the residence of an ancient aristocrat, not a tourist attraction. Rather than waste time, it would be more prudent to contemplate our path ahead. According to the original narrative of Journey to the West, after subduing Zhu Beiji, the group would pass through a place called Mount Patalaka, where they would encounter a figure known as Master Wu Cao, from whom they would receive a scroll of the Heart Sutra. This Heart Sutra is not a method of cultivation or a divine spell, but rather a simple Buddhist scripture, fully titled the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. The crux of this challenge does not lie in the Heart Sutra itself, but rather in Master Wu Cao. Master Wu Cao is no ordinary person. In a past life, Tang Sung had come across various analyses regarding his identity, and among them, the most coherent and plausible suggested that Master Wu Cao is a significant figure within Buddhism, an incarnation of the Buddha known as the Buddha of Light. In the realm of Buddhism, the Buddha of Light is almost equivalent in stature to the Tathagata Buddha, making him the most powerful and esteemed figure Tang Sung would encounter in his journey. How could Tang Sung, having crossed over, settle for merely receiving a scroll of the Heart Sutra from such a mighty being? For the previous Tang Sing, perhaps the Heart Sutra would have been the finest gift. But for the current Tang Sung, this scripture holds no significance for him, as he can already recite its entire text from memory. As for how to extort some benefits from this capable individual, that is what Tang Sung must ponder now. However, before he could devise a plan, the old man Gao arrived with dinner. It seemed that he had entirely understood Tang Sing's intentions, for this evening's meal included roast chicken and lamb, which greatly whetted Tang Sing's appetite. Without a hint of hesitation, Tang Sung and son Wukong indulged in a hearty feast, reveling in the merriment of the occasion. After their meal, Tang Sung turned to the old man Gao and said, Tonight, I suspect that the pig demon will strike again. My disciple and I will lay an ambush in the backyard, awaiting the pig demon's arrival to capture him. Upon hearing Tang Sing mention the pig demon's impending visit, old man Gao felt a twinge of fear. However, he reassured himself, thinking that with the presence of Tang Sing and son Wukong, what was there to fear? I assure you, with us here tonight, you need not worry. Even if you hear any commotion, do not be afraid, understand? Tang Sing urged, wishing to ensure that their plans for the evening were not disrupted. Yes, benefactor, I understand. I will instruct everyone in my household to stay indoors tonight, allowing you both to carry out your plans. Old man Gao nodded in agreement. After finishing dinner, the sky gradually darkened, and without delay, Tang Sung led son Wukong to the backyard. As they passed the gate, he recalled the shield from the Chaos Pearl world and decided to install it, for a performance must be executed in its entirety. Once all preparations were complete, the duo entered Gao Zuelan's chamber. After some contemplation, Tang Sung resolved to have son Wukong impersonate Gao Zuelan, as there may be a need for physical interaction with the pig. The thought of transforming into Gao Zuelan himself was promptly dismissed. Observing son Wukong now disguised as Gao Zuelan, Tang Sung nodded and said, Let us proceed according to plan. With that, he invoked an invisibility spell and concealed himself nearby. Moments later, a gust of demonic wind flung open the window, and the figure of Zhu Ganglai charged in. "Suilan, I have arrived," he exclaimed, his grin wide as he lunged toward Sun Wukong. His massive form stirred up a foul wind, the stench nearly causing Tang Sanzang, who was positioned at a distance, to retch. Yet, Sun Wukong remained steadfast, unperturbed, earning Tang Sanzang's admiration. Truly, 5 centuries beneath Wuji Mountain had fortified his will. "Suilan, let me tell you, today your father was quite fortunate to have encountered the great sage equal to heaven, who wreaked havoc in heaven 500 years ago. I nearly met my demise at the hands of that monkey, but luckily, I escaped," Zhu Ganglai declared, plopping down beside Sun Wukong, a look of terror still evident on his face. "Oh, so you possess quite the skill, managing to escape from the great sage equal to heaven?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Suilan, you have heard of the great sage equal to heaven?" Zhu Ganglai asked, momentarily taken aback. Hearing Zhu Ganglai mention this, Sun Wukong's interest piqued. Who hasn't heard the tale of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong? Back in the day, he caused such chaos in heaven that the celestial beings trembled in fear. Sun Wukong was about to continue his boast, but Zhu Ganglai interrupted, confused. "Suilan, how do you know about this?" Sun Wukong hesitated, then replied, "Of course, it is a story passed down by the older generation." Zhu Ganglai pondered this for a moment and eventually accepted Sun Wukong's explanation. He then inquired, "Have you ever heard the story of Marshal Tianpeng?" Tang Sanzang, hidden in the shadows, sighed in relief and quickly conveyed to Sun Wukong to adhere to the plan, for their objective was to tease Zhu Beiji. If Zhu Beiji were to discern their ruse, their mission would surely be thwarted. Sun Wukong shook his head. "I haven't heard of that. Perhaps his name is too obscure. Marshal Tianpeng is the commander of the 80,000 water troops in heaven. How could his name be obscure?" Zhu Ganglai asserted. "Dear husband," Sun Wukong called out, interrupting Zhu Ganglai. He paused, then exclaimed, "Suilan, what did you just call me? I must have misheard. Call me that again." However, Sun Wukong was reluctant and shifted the conversation. "If the great sage equal to heaven is present today, why do you still dare to come here? Are you not afraid of being killed by him?" Zhu Ganglai shook his head. "Initially, I intended to flee, but after much contemplation, I couldn't bear to leave you behind. Therefore, I secretly returned to seek you out. I even checked the formation at the gate and found it intact, which gave me the courage to enter. I thought that monkey was formidable, yet it was my formation that thwarted him," Zhu Ganglai said proudly. Sun Wukong silently thumped Zhu Ganglai's belly and remarked, "So you returned to see me? Seeing you is one reason. I also came to take you away. It's no longer safe here with that dead monkey around. He could break the formation and enter at any moment. It would be far safer for you to come with me to my cloud stack cave," Zhu Ganglai explained. "That is out of the question. How could I possibly live in your shabby cave?" Sun Wukong retorted, his expression frosty with disdain. "Oh, Suilan, tell me, what would it take for you to agree to leave with me?" Zhu Ganglai, sensing the atmosphere, inched closer, flattering her. Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment and then recited the conditions as Tang Sanzang had instructed. "My demands are not high. First, you must have a house. And it cannot be an ordinary one. It must be a residence in heaven, so that our future children can ascend to celestial ranks. Furthermore, my parents are aging. And you must provide me with 2 9-turn golden pills crafted by the Supreme Lord to ensure their longevity. Finally, you possess magical powers, while I am merely a mortal with a lifespan of only a few decades and no strength. Thus, you must share half of your powers with me so that I too may wield magic." At this point, Zhu Ganglai was utterly dumbfounded. Yet Sun Wukong continued unabated. "Moreover, men are known for their infidelity. You must vow never to gaze upon another woman again. Otherwise, you shall suffer the wrath of heaven and meet a dire fate." "How do my conditions strike you? They are not excessive, are they? Fulfill my conditions, and I shall leave with you. Otherwise, I shall never agree to go." Zhu Ganglai swallowed hard, displaying a conflicted expression. Had he still been Marshal Tianpeng, the first condition would have been easily met, and with some boldness. He might have sought the Supreme Lord's assistance for the second. However, now he was merely an ordinary pig demon, and these conditions felt akin to climbing to the heavens. Most crucially, the third condition was tantamount to asking for his very life. In this world, strength was the foundation of survival. To relinquish his powers would spell doom, and he might very well lose his life in the process. As for the last condition, it was nothing short of tormenting him. "Suilan, could we perhaps negotiate these conditions? I have guarded you for so many years, tirelessly using my magic to treat your congenital cold without ever laying a hand on you. Does that not move you? How about we hold hands tonight? Zhu Ganglai pleaded, his face a picture of sorrow. Tang Sanzang was astonished. Initially, he presumed that Zhu Ganglai had kept Gao Zilan imprisoned for years, treating her as his personal possession, subjecting her to torment and degradation. Yet, he could hardly believe that after all this time, Zhu Ganglai had not even held Gao Zilan's hand. Tang Sanzang suddenly recalled that ever since Zhu Ganglai entered, he had been maintaining a deliberate distance from Sun Wukong, never approaching him even once. Was he afraid of angering Gao Zilan? At this moment, the image of Zhu Ganglai as a domineering figure faded from Tang Sanzang's mind, transforming instead into that of a devoted admirer. A devoted admirer, indeed, who ultimately ends up with nothing. Upon this realization, Tang Sanzang's mind began to formulate a more brilliant plan, one that could flawlessly accomplish the system's task. Chapter 50, 10,000 Merit Points. Without a doubt, Sun Wukong outright rejected Zhu Ganglai. Humph, you failed to meet any of my conditions, and I will not allow you to lay a finger on me. Hearing this, Zhu Ganglai looked somewhat dejected. Well then, I shall devise a way to use my previous favors to fulfill your requirements. But let's not discuss that now. I will first treat your cold ailment. Your health cannot be neglected. Sun Wukong hesitated but ultimately did not refuse, as this seemed to be a daily necessity. If he declined, it might arouse Zhu Ganglai's suspicions. Seeing Sun Wukong nod, Zhu Ganglai extended his hand and began to channel healing power towards him from a distance. Tang Sanzang was taken aback, for the magic being transmitted was Zhu Ganglai's primordial energy. This primordial energy was unlike ordinary magical power. It did not replenish itself after use. Should it be overutilized, it could lead to a significant drop in one's cultivation level. Had Zhu Ganglai been using his primordial energy to treat Gao Zilan's ailment all these years? Tang Sanzang gazed at Zhu Ganglai in disbelief, astonished that such a deeply affectionate pig existed. Sun Wukong said nothing, merely redirected the energy Zhu Ganglai sent his way into the air, dissipating it. Moments later, Zhu Ganglai, looking frail, gently said, Zilan, you should rest well. I must take my leave. If that dead monkey discovers my current state, I won't be able to escape. With that, Zhu Ganglai cast a tender glance at Sun Wukong and turned to leave. Since you are here, you shall not depart. At that moment, Sun Wukong received a transmission from Tang Sanzang and spoke up. Huh? Xuanzang, what do you mean? Zhu Ganglai looked at Sun Wukong with excitement, not expecting his dream to come true so swiftly. However, amidst Zhu Ganglai's affectionate expression, Sun Wukong reverted to his original form. Zhu Ganglai's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief, and finally to rage. Zhu Ganglai had never anticipated that tonight's Gao Zilan was none other than the dead monkey, Sun Wukong. Recalling the recent events, a surge of indignation welled up within him, leading to an explosive outburst. Dead monkey, I will fight you, Zhu Ganglai roared, transforming into his nine-toothed rake and charging at Sun Wukong. Freeze! Sun Wukong chuckled, pointing his finger to cast a binding spell. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai, weakened, could not unleash his full celestial energy and was promptly immobilized by Sun Wukong's spell. Unable to move, Zhu Ganglai could only glare at Sun Wukong with fury, attempting to kill him with his gaze. Sun Wukong drew out his golden cudgel, ready to strike, but was interrupted by Tang Sanzang's shout. Wukong, stop. Let me handle this. Sun Wukong paused, watching as Tang Sanzang, wielding his nine-ringed staff, charged forward and struck Zhu Ganglai down. With one foot planted on Zhu Ganglai, he unleashed a relentless assault. Although Sun Wukong had witnessed Tang Sanzang's violence many times, this instance still left him astonished. Zhu Ganglai, unable to retaliate, was completely at Tang Sanzang's mercy, becoming nothing more than a punching bag. In a matter of moments, Zhu Ganglai's head was so battered that his original appearance was barely recognizable. At that moment, Tang Sanzang had only one thought: a stationary golden celestial being? This was a golden opportunity. How could he let it pass? Tang Sanzang's frenzied attack did not last long. The binding spell on Zhu Ganglai eventually wore off, for Sun Wukong's spell was merely a minor technique. Against a golden celestial like Zhu Ganglai, its duration was commendable. Although Zhu Ganglai had broken free from the binding spell, he was now battered and lacked the strength to fight back, still at the mercy of Tang Sanzang. The only difference was that Zhu Ganglai took a deep breath and shouted, "Spare me. If you hit me again, I will surely die. Is there no one to stop this? Someone is going to kill a pig here." Just at that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. for defeating the golden celestial Zhu Ganglai, earning 10,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung rejoiced, immediately kicking Zhu Ganglai aside and ignoring him. He had not anticipated that defeating the golden celestial Zhu Ganglai would yield such a substantial reward in merit points. This was simply exhilarating. Those 10,000 merit points equated to a golden treasure chest, signifying an experience card of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. As Tang Sung contemplated this, he cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who appeared utterly bewildered. Tang Sung sighed deeply, feeling regretful. He had acted hastily, failing to consider that he should have informed Sun Wukong beforehand to refrain from resisting and allow him to vent his frustration. If one could earn 10,000 merit points from a golden celestial, then what about a Tai golden immortal like Sun Wukong? Alas, it was indeed a hasty decision. Tang Sung shook his head in disappointment. Now that Sun Wukong was determined to remain in the same camp, he could not earn merit points by beating him up anymore. He set aside this matter and turned his attention back to Zhu Ganglai, whose merit points had already been secured. There remained a task that could yield additional merit points and cultivation points, necessitating further attention. Tang Sung approached Zhu Ganglai and used the Chaos Pearl to replenish his magical power, restoring the primordial energy that had just been depleted. Now, aside from his numerous wounds, Zhu Ganglai had regained his full strength. However, even in this restored state, he dared not retaliate against Tang Sung, despite Tang Sung being merely a minor celestial being. Not to mention that Sun Wukong was watching closely. Tang Sung's earlier ferocity was still vividly etched in Zhu Ganglai's memory. It was sheer terror. Tang Sung regarded the panicked Zhu Ganglai and asked, "Do you wish to be beaten again?" Without hesitation, Zhu Ganglai fervently shook his head. "Good. I am pleased with your response. Now, I have a task for you. As long as you obey, I shall spare you," Tang Sung declared. "Absolutely. I shall certainly assist you," Zhu Ganglai readily agreed, eager to rid himself of these two harbingers of doom. They were simply too fearsome. Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction and turned to instruct Sun Wukong, but was interrupted by Zhu Ganglai's voice. "Excuse me, I wish to ask where you have taken Sue Lan. Is she well? She suffers from a cold ailment, and if left untreated, it will be quite distressing for her. May I see her? I can treat her. I beg you, just for a moment, it won't take long," Zhu Ganglai pleaded. Tang Sung looked at Zhu Ganglai and sighed. "Do not worry. We are taking you to see her." Chapter 51. 1,000 Cuts. "What? You are taking me to see her?" Zhu Ganglai exclaimed in shock, vigorously shaking his head. "If you intend to have me deceive her, I will never agree, not even if you kill me." Seeing Zhu Ganglai's resolute demeanor, Tang Sung inquired, "Why do you protect her so fiercely? She is my wife, and I love her dearly. She loves me as well, so of course I must protect her." Zhu Ganglai replied matter-of-factly. "She loves you?" Tang Sung scoffed. "Let me tell you, while you may be madly in love with her, she does not love you at all. Impossible. Do not speak such nonsense," Zhu Ganglai retorted loudly, his eyes beginning to redden. "Do you not believe it? Very well, do as I say, and I shall ensure you comprehend whether she truly loves you," said Tang Sung. However, Zhu Ganglai shook his head vigorously, asserting, "No. I cannot allow you to harm Cui Lan. This is beyond your jurisdiction." Tang Sung, weary of engaging in futile dialogue with Zhu Ganglai, recognized that the latter was completely ensnared in the throes of love, unable to heed any words of wisdom. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Ganglai immediately braced himself. "What do I intend to do?" "Wukong, seal his powers and bind him," Tang Sung commanded suddenly. "Understood, master." Wukong, having watched the scene unfold, could no longer tolerate Zhu Ganglai's incessant whining. Upon receiving Tang Sung's directive, he leaped to Zhu Ganglai's side. In the midst of Zhu Ganglai's terrified gaze, Wukong delivered a swift strike to the back of his head, sending him sprawling. Then, Wukong channeled his energy into Zhu Ganglai's dantian, effectively sealing his powers in mere moments. Hee. Wukong chuckled, extending his finger toward Zhu Ganglai and gently blowing, causing thick ropes to appear and securely bind him. Tang Sung, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction as Zhu Ganglai, clearly displeased, opened his mouth to protest. Swiftly, Tang Sung produced an unknown piece of fabric and deftly stuffed it into Zhu Ganglai's mouth. MMM. Zhu Ganglai could not utter a word. His eyes widened in confusion as he stared at Tang Sung, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Enough. Wukong, take him with you. We shall leave." Tang Sung smiled faintly and turned to exit. Wukong gave Zhu Ganglai a kick and then employed a lightweight technique, causing Zhu Ganglai's weight to diminish. allowing him to float in the air. He then led Zhu Ganglai out as if he were guiding a balloon. Upon reaching the back gate, Tang Sung waved his hand, retracting the designated shield, while leaving the formation on the wall undisturbed. He had observed that the wall's formation was intrinsically linked to that of the gate. Without the gate's energy supply, the wall's formation would be rendered ineffective. Thus, once deprived of the gate's support, the formation would dissipate entirely within the span of 7 to 8 days. Zhu Ganglai watched in disbelief as Tang Sung merely waved his hand, causing the formation he had labored to create to vanish. His eyes widened in shock. He had previously underestimated Tang Sang's capabilities, but now he recognized the depth of his powers. Contemplating this, Zhu Ganglai ceased his struggles, realizing he had no hope of escape against both Wukong and the enigmatic Tang Sung. After Tang Sung exited the backyard, he found the front courtyard of the Gao family illuminated. A young servant, stationed not far from the back gate, rushed over upon seeing Tang Sung, casting a wary glance at Zhu Ganglai and Wukong. "Congratulations, holy monk, on your successful demon subjugation. My master awaits you in the main hall. I shall call him." Tang Sung waved his hand dismissively. "No need. We shall proceed directly to the main hall. By the way, is your young lady present there?" The servant hesitated before responding. Reporting to the holy monk, "Our young lady is not in the main hall. Only my master awaits." Tang Sung nodded. "Very well. Go summon your young lady. I have matters to discuss with her." The next act was about to commence, and the female lead must not be absent. The servant quickly nodded. "Understood, holy monk. You may proceed. I shall fetch my young lady." With that, he darted off. "Wukong, let us go witness a splendid performance today." Tang Sung smiled as he made his way to the main hall. A moment later, Tang Sung entered the main hall, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he paused momentarily. The hall was filled with Gao family servants, each wielding sturdy wooden clubs, their attention unwavering as they stood vigilant. Upon hearing Tang Sung's footsteps, the servants became alert. When they beheld Zhu Ganglai and Wukong behind Tang Sung, they huddled together, their eyes wide with trepidation. "Gao Laohan, what is the meaning of this?" Tang Sung raised his voice, displeased. "Benefactor? Has the benefactor returned?" Hearing Tang Sung's words, Gao Yuanwei emerged from the throng of servants, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Tang Sung. "Quickly disperse. Do you not see that the benefactor has successfully returned from subjugating the demon? Why do you linger here?" Gao Yuanwei scolded the servants sternly. Then, he approached Tang Sung, casting a wary glance at Zhu Ganglai, his eyes flickering with a mix of fear and anger before donning a smile for Tang Sung. "Your powers are truly remarkable, benefactor. This pig demon is utterly insignificant in your presence." Tang Sung, however, refrained from responding to the compliment and instead pointed at the surrounding servants, inquiring, "Gao Laohan, may I ask what is the purpose of this? Do you not trust me, or are you guarding against me?" Gao Yuanwei's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. "Benefactor, you misunderstand. These servants have organized themselves to protect me. I have complete faith in you, but I cannot disregard their loyalty, so I allowed them to stand guard. I hope the benefactor will not take offense." Observing the palpable fear in the servant's eyes, Tang Sung inwardly shook his head. "Self-organized? Loyal? I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old man." Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, Tang Sung shifted the conversation. "Gao Laohan, as you can see, since we have captured this pig demon, what do you intend to do with him?" Gao Yuanwei cast a resentful glance at Zhu Ganglai, who was utterly immobile, and began to speak. "Of course, we shall." Before he could finish, a woman's voice interjected, "Of course, we shall flay him alive." Chapter 52. Is this appropriate? At the sound of the voice, Tang Sung turned toward its source, discovering that the speaker was none other than Gao Zuolan, gracefully approaching with the aid of an elderly woman. Tang Sung glanced at Zhu Ganglai's expression, noting that upon hearing those words, his demeanor darkened, and a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Tang Sung shook his head. This was not sufficient. "Benefactor," Gao Zuolan greeted as she neared, accompanied by the elderly woman. Tang Sung nodded. "Very well. Since Miss Gao has arrived, I have matters to discuss with you. Let us proceed inside." Gao Yuanwei, now realizing that Tang Sung had been conversing with him from the doorway, felt embarrassed and said, "Benefactor, please, come in. I was remiss, preoccupied with dealing with this pig demon, and almost neglected you. I beg your pardon." Tang Sung waved his hand. "No matter." With that, he followed Gao Yuanwei into the hall. Wukong, seeing this, attempted to bring the floating Zhu Ganglai inside as well, but was stopped by Gao Zuolan. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Ganglai, Gao Zuolan addressed Wukong. Benefactor, this pig demon cannot enter. His presence would sully our main hall. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang turned to look, clearly noticing the disbelief and sorrow in Zhu Ganglia's eyes. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Gao Zuolan was proving to be an invaluable ally, effortlessly fulfilling her role without any prompting from him, thus saving Tang Sanzang considerable effort. Wukong, bring him in, Tang Sanzang commanded, ignoring Gao Zuolan and continuing forward. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Wukong disregarded Gao Zuolan's objections and forcefully pushed past her, entering without hesitation, completely ignoring her presence. Gao Zuolan, momentarily knocked off balance, steadied herself with the help of the elderly woman, her eyes filled with indignation and dissatisfaction as she watched Wukong stride confidently into the hall. Zuolan, let us also enter, the elderly woman suggested. Unbeknownst to her, upon being rescued, the elderly woman felt that her daughter, whom she had not seen for several years, had changed in ways that rendered her almost unrecognizable. This daughter, once characterized by a mild temperament, had now transformed into someone entirely unrestrained. Previously, although she had exhibited minor temperaments, she had remained relatively subdued under her father's guidance. Now, however, she was unabashedly defiant. This led the elder to entertain a peculiar illusion, as though Gao Zuolan's captivity by the pig demon had not been a matter of torment, but rather a period of indulgent enjoyment, fostering her current spoiled disposition. In a fit of anger, Gao Zuolan stamped her foot, yet upon recalling son Wukong's appearance and abilities, she withheld her rage and gritted her teeth as she followed him inside. Once seated in the grand hall, Tang Sanzang inquired once more, Old man Gao, how do you intend to deal with this pig demon? The wealthy man replied, Benefactor, since you have captured this demon, it is only right that you decide its fate. I have no objections, as long as it no longer poses a threat to others. That is unacceptable, Gao Zuolan interjected. Father, how can you so easily let this pig demon go? He confined me in the backyard for years, preventing me from leaving. His actions are utterly monstrous. Even if I were to flay him alive, it would not quell the hatred I bear. Tang Sanzang was taken aback. While he had suspected that Zhu Ganglia's intentions were misguided, he had not anticipated Gao Zuolan's fierce vindictiveness. Turning to look at Zhu Ganglai, he noted the deep sadness etched on his face, leading him to sigh inwardly. All this turmoil stemmed from the system's task, had it not been for that. How could Tang Sanzang have found himself in a position to expose such uncomfortable truths about his future disciple? Zuolan, old man Gao chastised sternly. Why do you shout at me? This pig demon has bullied your father's daughter, yet you turn your ire upon me? Are you my daughter, or the pig's? Gao Zuolan retorted with dissatisfaction. Old man Gao merely wished for his daughter to refrain from appearing so ruthless before Tang Sanzang. Yet he was taken aback by her fierce reaction. What I said was not incorrect, was it? She insisted defiantly. Enough, old man Gao, Tang Sanzang interjected. Let the matters between father and daughter be set aside for now. The pressing issue is how to deal with the pig demon. Old man Gao shot a fierce glare at Gao Zuolan before turning back to Tang Sanzang and conceding, Very well, I will abide by your wishes. Tang Sanzang nodded. Old man Gao, as I understand it, your family was once an ordinary household, devoid of the immense wealth you possess today, correct? Old man Gao paused, then nodded. Indeed. Benefactor, our family has been fortunate in recent years to have prospered. Fortunate, you say? I believe otherwise, Tang Sanzang replied, his gaze penetrating. What do you mean? Old man Gao queried, puzzled. Your family's transformation began with Zhu Ganglia's arrival, Tang Sanzang asserted. He then rose and continued before old man Gao could respond. Once, the Gao family could barely afford a meal. Then, upon deciding to accept a son-in-law, Zhu Ganglai entered your lives. Although he consumed more food than most, he possessed immense strength, able to accomplish the labor of 10 men. Through his hard work, your family gradually became the wealthiest in the region. Eventually, you married Gao Zuolan to Zhu Ganglai, and on the day of their wedding, in a drunken state, he lost control of his transformation and reverted to his true form. Henceforth, he transformed from an admired youth to a feared monster, and your family began to shun him. Even though he never harmed anyone, you allowed his appearance to dictate your disdain, annulled your prior engagements, and drove him from your home, did you not? Tang Sanzang inquired, locking eyes with old man Gao. Benefactor, a demon is still a demon, the old man countered. Even if he has not harmed anyone now, that does not guarantee he will not in the future. Your argument holds some merit. However, Zhu Ganglai has contributed significantly to your family's success, now that he has become a demon who has not harmed anyone. You seek to expel him based on the potential for future harm, entirely disregarding his contributions to your family. Do you not find this approach to be unjust? As Tang Sanzang spoke, a hint of anger colored his tone. Earlier, while allowing son Wukong to escort Zhu Ganglai from the backyard, Tang Sanzang had employed a soul-reading technique to access Zhu Ganglia's memories regarding this matter. The revelations flooded his mind, igniting a sense of fury within him. Initially, he had thought it reasonable for the Gao family to subdue Zhu Ganglai, but now he felt that while all others might harbor disdain for him, the Gao family had no right to do so. They were unworthy. With this in mind, Tang Sanzang released the bindings around Zhu Ganglai, addressing him. Now do you see? The Gao family holds no gratitude for your past sacrifices. They regard you solely as a demon. Benefactor, how can you release the pig demon? Old man Gao and the others gasped in horror at Tang Sanzang's actions. Tang Sanzang cast a disdainful glance at old man Gao and coldly replied, "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Without waiting for a response, he dismissed them. At this moment, Zhu Ganglai looked at Gao Zuelan, then at old man Gao. Trembling with emotion, "Father-in-law, Zuelan, I never intended to harm you. On our wedding day, I discovered that Zuelan suffered from a chill that, if left untreated, could shorten her life. I aimed to help her, but you all viewed me as a monster, afraid of me. Consequently, I confined myself to the backyard, caring for her day and night, nursing her back to health, though my abilities were limited. After all these years, I finally managed to alleviate her affliction. During my time in the backyard, I treated Zuelan with utmost respect, fearing that if she were to venture out, her condition would worsen. I have always been at her beck and call, never forcing her to do anything against her will. In my heart, I have regarded Zuelan as my wife. Yet, I never anticipated that everything I did would be conveniently overlooked by you. You only remember me as a hideous demon, ignoring all my contributions to your family." Zhu Ganglai spoke, his eyes glistening with unspoken sorrow. After a pause, he looked deeply into Gao Zuelan's eyes and asked, "Zuelan, I wish to know, throughout these years, have you ever felt even a shred of affection for me?" "Affection? How could I possibly have feelings for a pig like you?" Gao Zuelan sneered, rising to hurl a teacup at Zhu Ganglai. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered against his head, scalding hot tea splattering upon him. The spectators were momentarily stunned, taken aback by Gao Zuelan's harshness. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai, still under the constraints of his sealed powers, was as vulnerable as any ordinary person, feeling the sting of the boiling liquid. In response, Zhu Ganglia's head turned a deep shade of red, yet he laughed, a cacophony of wild, sorrowful laughter. "I never imagined that all my years of devotion would amount to nothing. It was I who was mistaken." His rugged voice now bore a hint of hoarseness. In the past, Zhu Ganglai had endured similar treatment from Gao Zuelan, often brushing it off without concern. But this time, the pain struck deep, both physically and emotionally. Suddenly, Zhu Ganglia's eyes blazed with crimson fury, and he let out a thunderous roar as his body swelled dramatically. To the astonishment of Tang Sanzang and son Wukong, Zhu Ganglai had managed to break free from son Wukong's magical confinement, regaining his powers. At that moment, his aura surged relentlessly, surpassing the early stages of the golden immortal realm and finally stabilizing at the mid-level. Unexpectedly, spurred by such immense stimulus, Zhu Ganglai broke through his bottleneck, successfully ascending to a minor realm, which could be considered a fortunate turn of events, now towering at a height of 10 feet. Zhu Ganglia's visage transformed into one of fierce ferocity, with his tusks taking on an exceptionally menacing aspect. He extended his hand, and a gleaming 9-pronged rake manifested within his grasp. Before anyone could react, he swung the rake down towards Gao Zuelan. Tang Sanzang, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. In a moment of distraction, he found himself unable to intervene in time. Resigned, Tang Sanzang closed his eyes, unable to bear the thought of the young maiden, Gao Zuelan, being reduced to mere pulp beneath Zhu Ganglia's weapon. "Ah, help!" Gao Zuelan cried out upon seeing the rake hurtling towards her. She had never anticipated that Zhu Ganglai would truly turn against her. Previously, regardless of her actions, he had always worn a smile, leading her to believe he was devoid of anger. But now, confronted with his wrath, she realized that his prior restraint had not stemmed from weakness, but rather from affection. Just as the rake was about to strike a mere 3 inches above her head, it abruptly halted. Gao Zuelan, seizing the opportunity, asked, "Why did you stop?" "Because I once loved you," Zhu Ganglai replied coolly, retracting the rake. "Remarkable. I assumed Zhu Ganglai had lost his mind, yet he possesses such awareness even now." This display is truly commendable, Tang Sung remarked with a hint of admiration. Zhu Ganglai suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Sung, declaring, "This is all your fault." Tang Sing was taken aback. "What kind of reasoning is this? You, a pig. I was merely trying to help you see the truth. Instead of gratitude, you blame me? Humph. If it weren't for you, I would still be enjoying a peaceful life with Zuolan. You have ruined everything, so who else should I blame?" Zhu Ganglai retorted, his anger palpable. Tang Sing found himself bemused by Zhu Ganglai's peculiar logic. "What do you intend to do? Do you dare to confront me?" Zhu Ganglai hesitated, casting a fearful glance at Sun Wukong. However, his eyes soon flared with rage, and he charged at Tang Sung wielding the rake. At this moment, Zhu Ganglai's heart was ashen. He had long since ceased to fear death and resolved to fight back. Sun Wukong immediately stepped in front of Tang Sung, brandishing his golden staff. Yet, Tang Sung halted him, saying, "Wukong, stand down. Allow me to test my magical prowess in this situation." Chapter 54, Battle with the Golden Immortal. With that, Tang Sung pulled Sun Wukong aside and faced the charging Zhu Ganglai. Tang Sung possessed only the third tier of celestial cultivation, with the next realm being the mysterious celestial, and above that lay the golden immortal. At present, Zhu Ganglai was at the mid-level of the golden immortal realm, approximately at the fourth tier. By sheer cultivation level, Zhu Ganglai surpassed Tang Sung by 2 significant realms. In a direct confrontation, Tang Sung was certainly at a disadvantage, and he was wise enough not to engage in a brute force battle. Instead, he summoned the Chaos Pearl, endowing himself with boundless magical energy. As the rake descended, Tang Sung produced a door panel he had previously acquired and met the rake head-on. Bang! The 9-pronged rake struck the panel with a resounding impact, sending Zhu Ganglai hurtling backward, while Tang Sing staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. "You shameless fool!" Zhu Ganglai glared at Tang Sing, his heart filled with indignation as he watched his painstakingly crafted formation turned against him. "This shield is quite effective. Do make more like it in the future." Tang Sing chuckled lightly. Infuriated, Zhu Ganglai lifted his rake to attack once more. However, Tang Sing was not one to merely absorb blows without retaliation. Having endured Zhu Ganglai's strike previously, it was now his turn to strike back. Tang Sung swiftly stowed the door panel, and in the next moment, flames surged around him, transforming into 3 fire dragons that entwined his form. This was the spell he had acquired earlier, 9 Dragons Flame. "Go!" Tang Sung pointed, and in an instant, the 3 fire dragons charged towards Zhu Ganglai. Seeing this, Zhu Ganglai's expression turned grave as he prepared to defend himself. After all, the appearance of these 3 fire dragons was far from trivial. With fierce determination, he focused on the fastest fire dragon and swung the rake towards it. Thud! The 9-pronged rake struck the fire dragon, extinguishing it in an instant, and it vanished into thin air. Zhu Ganglai was momentarily stunned as he swung the rake again, dispersing the remaining 2 fire dragons with ease. To his astonishment, these fire dragons were surprisingly fragile. One hit, and they dissipated. "Haha, I thought you were formidable. But it turns out you are merely this weak. No matter how many you send, you shall not intimidate your grandpa pig." Zhu Ganglai boasted with a hearty laugh. Tang Sung shook his head slightly. His cultivation was still too low, and the quality of his magical energy was insufficient. While these fire dragons were immensely powerful against celestial beings, they paled in comparison to a golden immortal. However, Tang Sung did not expect to defeat Zhu Ganglai with just 3 fire dragons, so he was not taken aback. Instead, he smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then let us see." No sooner had Tang Sung spoken than 3 new fire dragons manifested around him, charging towards Zhu Ganglai once more. "Humph, mere parlor tricks," Zhu Ganglai scoffed, swinging the rake to scatter the 3 fire dragons once again. Yet, as soon as the flames dissipated, 3 more fire dragons appeared, surging towards him. "By the heavens, your grandpa pig does not believe this," Zhu Ganglai exclaimed derisively, once again dispersing the fire dragons. What followed was a relentless onslaught. Tang Sung maintained a serene smile, summoning new fire dragons the moment the old ones were dispelled, never allowing the assault to cease. With the aid of the Chaos Pearl providing infinite magical energy, he had transformed into a relentless artillery platform. While the fire dragons posed no lethal threat to Zhu Ganglai, they required him to wield his rake with all his might to dispel them, and both his magical energy and stamina were limited. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before Zhu Ganglai succumbed to exhaustion. "How do you feel now?" Tang Sung taunted, noticing that Zhu Ganglai was beginning to falter. In truth, If a fully empowered golden immortal were to engage in battle, a single strike would suffice to obliterate a celestial being. However, the Zhu Ganglai, facing Tang Sung, despite having broken through his magical seal in a fit of rage and ascended a minor realm, had expended considerable energy and magical power. Thus, after mere dozens of fire dragons, he found himself struggling. Humph, do not be arrogant. Is it all you can do to stand back and cast spells? Have the courage to face your grandpa pig head-on, Zhu Ganglai challenged. Tang Sung, however, paid him no heed. A sorcerer must maintain distance from a tank, particularly when one is at a lower level. A fool would charge recklessly into combat. Seeing that Tang Sung remained unfazed, Zhu Ganglia's heart sank. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ganglai gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to ignore the approaching fire dragons and brace himself against their assault. He charged straight towards Tang Sung, wielding the nine-toothed rake above his head, shouting, "Surrender your life." Tang Sung was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this timid and fearful pig would muster the courage to withstand his attack in search of a counteroffensive opportunity. It seemed that his ascension to the rank of Marshal Tianpeng was not merely a title. In the face of Zhu Ganglia's aggressive onslaught, Tang Sung remained unperturbed, instead breaking into a faint smile as he produced a dusty yellow seal. This was the reward he had previously acquired, the low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Buddha seal. Since obtaining this treasure, Tang Sung had yet to employ it, and now seemed the perfect moment to test its might against Zhu Ganglai. Under Tang Sung's guidance, the Chaos Pearl infused the Buddha seal with a vast reservoir of spiritual power, causing it to radiate a brilliant golden light, clearly activated to its utmost potential. "Go," Tang Sung commanded, pointing, and the diminutive Buddha seal surged forward towards Zhu Ganglai. As it flew, the seal enlarged rapidly, and by the time it reached Zhu Ganglai, it had transformed into the size of a small mountain, with the swastika at its base gleaming radiantly. With a resounding crash, the Buddha seal descended upon Zhu Ganglai, colliding with the nine-toothed rake and producing an earth-shattering sound. Caught off guard, Zhu Ganglai was forcibly pressed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the voice of Zhu Ganglai had vanished, leaving only the Buddha seal resembling a small hill. The high-ranking official, protected by son Wukong and unharmed, paused in astonishment and inquired, "Benefactor, has this pig demon been slain by you?" Tang Sung glanced at him but remained silent, merely gesturing to lift the Buddha seal. As it rose into the air, Zhu Ganglia's form was revealed, sprawled on the ground, thoroughly embedded in the earth. "Zhu Ganglai, do you submit?" Tang Sung stepped forward to ask. Zhu Ganglia's fingers twitched slightly before he sat up, brandishing the nine-toothed rake defiantly. "I do not submit." Before he could finish, Tang Sung waved his hand once more. Bang! The Buddha seal, akin to a colossal hammer, descended again. Moments later, Tang Sung lifted the Buddha seal once more and inquired, "Do you submit?" "I do not." Bang! "Do you submit?" "I do not." Bang! "Do you submit?" "I submit." Bang! My apologies, I got carried away." Tang Sung looked somewhat sheepishly at the aggrieved Zhu Ganglai. "Never mind, it's all good." Zhu Ganglai wanted to say something, but, upon seeing the Buddha seal hovering above him, chose to forgive. Tang Sung waved his hand, retracting the Buddha seal, and approached Zhu Ganglai, extending his hand. Zhu Ganglai hesitated at first, but eventually grasped Tang Sung's hand. With a firm pull, Tang Sung lifted Zhu Ganglai from the ground, channeling a surge of spiritual power to cleanse the dust from him, then said, "Zhu Ganglai, have you been enlightened by Guanyin? Waiting here for a holy monk from the east to journey to the west to seek scriptures at the Great Thunder Monastery?" Zhu Ganglai was taken aback and asked, "How do you know?" "Indeed, I am the holy monk you await, without a doubt." Tang Sung affirmed with a nod. Zhu Ganglai looked utterly bewildered, unable to reconcile this with the visage of Tang Sung. He had previously heard the teachings of Guanyin, instructing him to protect the scripture seeker on their journey westward. Yet this monk's appearance led him to wonder if the Bodhisattva had instead sent him to safeguard the various demons along the way. "What? You do not believe?" Tang Sung frowned. No, I old pig believe. I believe." Zhu Ganglai fervently nodded, having been thoroughly intimidated by Tang Sung's repeated blows. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ganglai bowed deeply and proclaimed, "Zhu Ganglai pays respects to master." Simultaneously, his berserk state dissipated, returning him to his original form. Though his portly visage was not particularly handsome, it was far from menacing. Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction, helping Zhu Gang lie to his feet, and remarked, "Your name is rather unappealing. From now on, you shall be called Zhu Beiji." Zhu Beiji was taken aback and asked, "Master, do you wish for me to uphold the 8 precepts of Buddhism with this name?" "Rest assured, I shall certainly abide by them." Tang Sung shook his head, saying, "You are overthinking it. The name is merely for its pleasant sound. Whether you adhere to the precepts is entirely up to you." At this moment, Zhu Beiji was filled with numerous questions but dared not voice them, merely nodding in acceptance of his new name. However, Tang Sung furrowed his brow, pondering why the system had yet to indicate the completion of his task, even after subduing Zhu Beiji. He checked the task prompt once more. Task content. Zhu Beiji is deeply infatuated with Gao Zuolan, but how can a human and a demon ever unite? Please find a way to play a trick on Zhu Beiji to help him understand that such a union is impossible. After some contemplation, Tang Sung looked at Zhu Beiji solemnly and asked, "Beiji, have you come to an understanding?" Zhu Beiji appeared bewildered but, wishing to avoid punishment, feigned comprehension, nodding, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Beiji has understood." Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction and waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Yet no system prompt appeared. His expression darkened as he glared at Zhu Beiji, asking, "Do you not understand that there can be no affection between humans and demons?" After speaking, Tang Sung, frustrated at Zhu Beiji's continued confusion, stepped forward and tugged on his large ears, dragging him outside while commanding, "Wukong, summon the white dragon horse. We depart." Ignoring Zhu Beiji's cries, Tang Sung led him out of the Gao residence and continued until they reached the outskirts of Gao Laozhuang, where he dropped him to the ground and asked, "Fool, do you truly understand?" Zhu Beiji, rubbing his reddened ears in grievance, remained silent for a moment before sighing. Finally replying, "Master, I understand." Just as Zhu Beiji's words fell, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of teasing Zhu Beiji. You have received the following rewards." Tang Sung was elated, eager to inspect his rewards, when he suddenly heard a timid female voice call out, "Holy monk." Tang Sung turned in surprise to see Lin Yuer, clad in a white dress, standing not far away, smiling and waving at him. Under the cool moonlight, Lin Yuer appeared both pure and beautiful, momentarily captivating Tang Sung's attention. Lin Yuer approached and asked, "Holy monk, why did you leave in such a hurry without bidding farewell?" Upon hearing her words, Tang Sung snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat awkward. After the scuffle with Zhu Beiji, he had gotten carried away, inadvertently causing significant damage to half of the Gao residents. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's quick actions to protect the Gao family, they might have faced dire consequences. Worried that the high-ranking official would demand compensation, though Tang Sung knew it was unlikely he would pay, he had left in haste, forgetting to bid farewell to Lin Yuer. Naturally, he could not confess to Lin Yuer that he was in a rush to flee. After a brief pause, he feigned a helpless expression and said, "I had intended to stay for a few days, but urgent matters compelled me to travel overnight." The holy monk is working so hard?" Lin Yuer exclaimed in surprise. Tang Sung maintained his composure, nodding in affirmation. "Well then, holy monk, I have prepared some steamed buns, freshly made and still warm. Please take them for your journey," Lin Yuer said, producing a basket from behind her and offering it to Tang Sung. Tang Sung was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Yuer had not come to the front hall earlier because she was busy steaming buns for him. Upon hearing that he had left without a word, she hurriedly brought the buns to catch up with him. Tang Sung scrutinized Lin Yuer's face and noticed remnants of white powder, clearly indicating she had not yet had the chance to wipe it away. This added a charming touch to her rosy cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted her gesture with a smile and said, "Thank you, Miss Lin." Lin Yuer, seeing that Tang Sung had accepted, expressed her delight. "You're welcome." However, she hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Noticing her uncertainty, Tang Sung encouraged, "If you have something to say, please do not hesitate." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuer asked, "Holy monk, could you please take me along?" In that moment, her expression was filled with both hesitation and determination. Tang Sung was taken aback. He found it difficult to fathom the immense courage required for an ordinary woman in a feudal society to voice such a request. Observing his silence, Lin Yuer implored, "Is that possible?" After contemplating the idea of bringing Lin Yuer along on their journey to the west, Tang Sung thought it might indeed be quite delightful, as her beauty could surely uplift their spirits. He nodded in agreement and was about to respond affirmatively when, suddenly, a radiant light flickered, and the figure of Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared in midair, addressing him, Xuanzang. Tang Sanzang glanced at Guanyin and frowned, wondering why she always seemed to be around. Sister Guanyin, what brings you here? He asked casually. While Tang Sanzang felt comfortable speaking with Guanyin, Lin Yue and Zhu Beiji did not share the same liberty. They promptly knelt and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva." Guanyin nodded and then turned to Tang Sanzang, questioning, "Why have you lingered here for so long?" Tang Sanzang retorted, "Bodhisattva, please speak with some integrity. Our master has traveled day and night, without rest, to reach Gao Laozhuang and accept my second disciple, Zhu Beiji. We haven't even paused for a moment before setting off again. And look, it's still dark outside." Guanyin felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing his words, realizing that she had come to dissuade him from bringing a mortal woman along on their journey. What she thought was a mere opening line had unexpectedly elicited a rebuttal from Tang Sanzang, leaving her somewhat flustered. Since she found it difficult to respond to Tang Sanzang's remarks, Guanyin decided to change the subject, saying, "Xuanzang, the journey to the west is long. You should hurry on your way. I will see this young lady safely back." Before Tang Sanzang could react, she waved her hand, and Lin Yue was whisked back to the Gao residence. "Sister Guanyin, what are you doing?" Tang Sanzang frowned and asked. Among their company, Guanyin dropped her pretense and stated plainly, "Xuanzang, the journey is arduous. How can a mortal woman endure it?" Tang Sanzang rolled his eyes, thinking that he too was a mortal in the original tale, yet he had managed to reach the sacred mountain without issue. It was clear to him that Guanyin simply did not want him to agree to take Lin Yue along, and he wished she would be more straightforward rather than evasive. "Sister Guanyin, Lin Yue was acting out of goodwill, and you sent her back without any consideration. Is that not somewhat unreasonable?" Tang Sanzang expressed his displeasure. Guanyin ignored him completely, merely stating, "Beiji, the journey is long. Ensure you and Wukong protect Xuanzang well." With that, she departed without offering any opportunity for further discussion. "Is that it? My dear Yue is gone just like that?" Tang Sanzang was momentarily stunned, then lamented. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Tang Sanzang took a deep breath and declared, "Let us be on our way." Given Guanyin's timely intervention and her swift decision to send Lin Yue home, it was evident that the selection of companions for this pilgrimage was sacrosanct, and there would be zero tolerance for any alterations. Tang Sanzang, understanding this, chose not to attempt to retrieve Lin Yue, knowing that should he try, Guanyin would certainly reappear, potentially endangering her further. He forcibly suppressed this idea, deciding it was best to wait for another time. Though Tang Sanzang now had the formidable presence of Sun Wukong and his own burgeoning strength, he recognized that the power of the Buddhist order was still too vast for him to confront directly. Mounting his white dragon steed, he instructed Sun Wukong to lead the horse while Zhu Beiji carried their burdens, setting forth on their journey westward. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in his system, reflecting on the substantial gains from Gao Laozhuang and eager to examine his rewards. Upon accessing the system panel, the rewards appeared before him. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the superior heavenly treasure, the Fire Cloud Tower. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5,000 merit points. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 cultivation points." Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a bountiful reward. He then produced the Fire Cloud Tower, a small, crimson tower brimming with immense fiery power. As soon as it was revealed, the surrounding area became intensely hot, capturing the attention of both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. "Master, what kind of treasure is this?" Zhu Beiji, unable to contain his excitement, rushed over to inquire. Tang Sanzang shot him a glance and replied, "This is specifically designed for roasting suckling pigs." At this, Zhu Beiji recoiled, retreating to a safe distance, wary of further disturbing Tang Sanzang. With his mind now attuned to the Fire Cloud Tower, Tang Sanzang gleaned its full capabilities. This tower concentrated a vast array of flames from the universe, and with the aid of his magical energy, he could command the fiery forces within. Most importantly, it contained fragments of the fire law's essence. Once Tang Sanzang reached the realm of Deluo Jin Xian, he could use these fragments to comprehend the intricacies of fire laws. However, for now, these laws felt somewhat distant, leaving him with only the fiery powers of the tower at his disposal. "Beiji, catch!" Tang Sanzang suddenly called out, prompting Zhu Beiji to react. Employing the Fire Cloud Tower, Tang Sanzang unleashed a spell, 9 dragons of flame. Instantly, 3 colossal fire dragons soared into the sky, emanating overwhelming heat and incinerating everything within a 10-zhang radius. Pointing toward Zhu Beiji, the 3 fire dragons surged toward him with a speed that had more than doubled from before. Bang! Even though Zhu Beiji was prepared and wielded his nine-toothed rake to defend himself, he was still sent flying by the force of the three fire dragons, crashing into a tree before coming to a halt. A moment later, a disheveled Zhu Beiji scampered over, beaming, "Master, you're incredible. This fire dragon is far more powerful than before." Tang Sung waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let us move on. No need to dawdle. This is merely routine." After showcasing his newfound power before Zhu Beiji, Tang Sung stowed the Fire Cloud Tower away. After the recent testing, it was clear the Fire Cloud Tower significantly enhanced fire-based spells. However, as Tang Sung currently possessed only one fire spell, he could not ascertain whether the tower would augment other fire spells as well. Chapter 57. Another De Luo Jin Xian experience card. Content: with his acquisition of the Fire Cloud Tower, Tang Sung turned his attention back to the system panel. The gains from Gao Laozhuang were substantial. He had amassed a total of 15,000 merit points, combined with the previous 9,700, bringing his total to 24,700 points. This equated to 2 entire golden treasure chests and 4 silver treasure chests. Tang Sung felt a surge of excitement and, without hesitation, purchased 2 golden treasure chests from the system. System, open the first golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the golden treasure chest. You have received a one-time experience card for Xing Tian, Peak of De Luo Jin Xian, for half an hour. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10,000 cultivation points. Congratulations, host, you have earned another 10,000 cultivation points. Xing Tian. Tang Sung exclaimed in astonishment. His reaction was not unwarranted. The name of Xing Tian carried immense weight. Xing Tian dances with his battle axe, his fierce intelligence ever present. He is nothing short of a war god. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the pinnacle of De Luo Jin Xian. In the world of Journey to the West, a De Luo Jin Xian is already among the strongest beings, not to mention one at the peak of that realm, holding the shimmering golden card in his hand. Depicting the headless war god wielding a battle axe, Tang Sung felt a sense of awe. After a moment, he managed to calm his racing heart and stored the experience card away. In addition to the card, he had acquired a total of 20,000 cultivation points, equating to the power of a 4-layered celestial being. Combined with the previous 10,000 points, he now possessed a total of 30,000 cultivation points, elevating him to the 6th layer of celestial being. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Tang Sung pondered the significance of attaining the 6th layer. For an ordinary person, it would take at least a century, if not several hundred years, to advance to such a level. Just look at the likes of Tai Bai Jin Xing, a favored figure before the Jade Emperor, who had trained in the heavenly court for an unknown duration, barely achieving the celestial realm. Yet here was Tang Sung, on the verge of ascending to the peak of celestial power. Such a disparity was simply incomparable. System, open another golden treasure chest, Tang Sung declared, his anticipation heightened by the previous bountiful rewards. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the golden treasure chest. You have received the formation map, Tianju Formation. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10,000 cultivation points. Congratulations, host. You have received a puppet talisman, Golden Immortal. Tang Sung was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to examine the system's description. Tianju Formation, one of the 10 absolute formations, a profound and intricate scheme. It conceals chaotic energy. Anyone entering this formation will face thunderous demise, turning to dust. Even celestial beings within this formation will suffer bodily destruction. Tang Sung was astounded. This was indeed one of the 10 absolute formations. These formations were no trifling matter. During the Fengshen War, the 10 absolute formation earned a fearsome reputation, causing great havoc in Shiqi, ultimately requiring 10 powerful beings to barely break the formation. The Tianju Formation was ultimately dismantled by the venerable Manjushri, now one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism and undeniably a figure of the De Luo Jin Xian realm. While the Tianju Formation may not pose a threat to a De Luo Jin Xian, it could still inflict damage upon them, and it was utterly invincible against those below that rank. Tang Sung excitedly stored the formation away and turned his attention to the next reward. The cultivation points were self-evident. An additional 10,000 points would elevate him by 2 layers in celestial cultivation, enough to reach the pinnacle of celestial beings. Thus, Tang Sung examined the puppet talisman, soon understanding its function. Upon activation, this talisman could summon a puppet of golden immortal level, with combat prowess akin to that of an early golden immortal, to fight on Tang Sanzang's behalf. Moreover, this puppet lacked subjective feelings, was tireless and impervious to pain. It required only spiritual energy to sustain its combat abilities until it was destroyed. This was essentially a more obedient version of Zhu Beiji, and Tang Xing nodded in satisfaction, considering it a valuable combat asset. After reviewing all the rewards, it was time to enhance his cultivation system. Allocate all cultivation points to Panga creation skill. Congratulations, host, for consuming 35,000 cultivation points. Your cultivation has successfully ascended to the pinnacle of celestial beings. Upgrading Pangu creation skill to the profound immortal realm requires 100,000 cultivation points. Current points, 5,000. As the system's voice faded, Tang Sanzang's aura surged rapidly, propelling him to the pinnacle of celestial beings. Having just broken through, he could not immediately contain his overwhelming power, which erupted forth, drawing the attention of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. Sun Wukong had long grown accustomed to such phenomena, showing no surprise. However, it was Zhu Beiji's first encounter with Tang Sanzang's explosive aura, leaving him bewildered as he asked, "Monkey brother, has Master been concealing his cultivation all along?" Sun Wukong glanced at Tang Sanzang, who was riding the white dragon horse. Recalling the scene when Tang Sanzang's Deluo Jinstian cultivation had astonished everyone above the West Sea, with a complex expression he nodded. So Master has always been at the pinnacle of celestial beings. Truly remarkable. Zhu Beiji marveled. Sun Wukong shook his head and sighed. Fool, you are still too young. Huh? Monkey brother, what do you mean by that? Zhu Beiji asked, confused, but Sun Wukong chose not to respond, continuing onward. Once accustomed to his newfound strength, Tang Xing opened his eyes, a frown crossing his face as he lamented, to ascend to the profound immortal realm requires 100,000 cultivation points. That is far too much. Though the Panga creation skill is powerful, the cost in cultivation points is exorbitant. Alas, what a troubling matter. As Tang Xing pondered, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep upon the white dragon horse. The three of them traveled for several hours, and as dawn began to break, they arrived at a small hill. At the peak of this hill stood an exceptionally tall and magnificent tree. At the top of the tree was a massive nest, so enormous that, in Tang Xing's view, it could comfortably accommodate a person without feeling cramped. Master, this place seems rather peculiar. Look at that grand tree. It thrives with vitality, yet the surroundings are desolate and devoid of life, Sun Wukong remarked, frowning in caution. Monkey brother, are you suggesting there are monsters here? Zhu Beiji set down his burden and picked up his 9-foot rake, warily surveying the area. Quite possibly, Sun Wukong replied, preparing to use his fiery eyes to scan ahead. Just then, a languid voice drifted over. The holy monk from the great Tang has traveled far. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome. Soon, a figure clad like a Taoist emerged from the enormous nest, smiling as he looked toward Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized this individual as Wu Chao Daoren. Although he understood who the man was, he still inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Haha. I am merely a wandering Taoist. You may call me Wu Chao Daoren." The Taoist replied. Sun Wukong scrutinized him with his fiery eyes but found no oddities, causing him to furrow his brow. This situation could only imply one of two things. Either the man naturally appeared as he did, or he possessed a significantly higher cultivation level, rendering him immune to Wukong's scrutiny. Wu Chao Daoren cast a meaningful glance at Sun Wukong before addressing Zhu Beiji. Marshal Tianping, it has been a long time. Tang Xing looked at Zhu Beiji in confusion. The original text did not mention Zhu Beiji knowing Wu Chao Daoren. Senior, it has indeed been a while, Zhu Beiji replied, slightly embarrassed. Wu Chao smiled and nodded, explaining to Tang Sanzang, "Holy monk, do not be puzzled. A few years ago, I encountered this Marshal Tianping at Fu Ling Mountain. I was delighted and wished to take him as my disciple, but he declined." Tang Xing regarded Zhu Beiji with astonishment, then remarked, "As it turns out, there is such a backstory. It seems my disciple has missed a great opportunity by rejecting a celestial master." The venerable monk humbly replied, "I am merely a wandering old Taoist, and do not deserve to be called a saint." The Wu Cao Taoist shook his head and then solemnly said, "Today, encountering a holy monk is indeed a stroke of fate. By chance, I have come into possession of a sutra that is of no use to me. It would be better to pass it on to you, thus fulfilling the bond between us." With that, the scene reminiscent of the original text was about to unfold, Wu Cao bestowing the Heart Sutra upon Tang Sanzang. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sung stepped forward, slightly bowing in respect. "Oh, may I ask what sutra this is?" Wu Cao replied, "I possess a copy of the Heart Sutra, which I shall impart to you today." Upon finishing his words, Wu Cao began to recite Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing deep prajna paramitha, though his recitation appeared simple. He was utilizing the profound powers of the Buddhist teachings to impart the entire content of the Heart Sutra to Tang Sung, ensuring it was etched in his memory. Under the influence of Wu Cao's mystical powers, Tang Sung was wholly absorbed in the recitation, unable to extricate himself. Even Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji wore expressions of fascination. Yet in truth, they heard nothing at all. In the primordial world, it is said that teachings should not be shared with unworthy ears. Though the Heart Sutra is not a particularly powerful spell, it remains a significant Buddhist text. As Wu Cao was imparting it to Tang Sung, it was naturally kept from the ears of others. Moments later, as the recitation concluded, Tang Sung and his companions regained their senses. While Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji felt nothing unusual, Tang Sung's heart was filled with complexities. Just moments ago before Wu Cao, the three had shown no signs of resistance. Was this what it meant to be truly formidable? Initially, Tang Sung believed that with the experience card from Xingtian, he could contend with even the mightiest of Buddhist masters, yet he had not anticipated Wu Cao's terrifying prowess. He felt certain that had a conflict arisen, even with the aid of the experience card, he would stand no chance against Wu Cao. Saint Monk, the transmission of the sutra has concluded, and our bond here ends. Until we meet again by fate. Wu Cao laughed heartily and turned to leave. Observing this, Tang Sung was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away without gaining any advantage. "Wait, past Buddha," Tang Sung called out. Wu Cao paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. "Surely you must be mistaken. I am merely a wandering Taoist. How could I be a past Buddha?" Ignoring Wu Cao's protestations, Tang Sung respectfully bowed again, declaring, "I am Xuanzang, a disciple of the Buddhist path, and I pay my respects to the past Buddha." Wu Cao was about to offer further explanations when Tang Sung continued, "The ancient Buddha of Lamp has traversed the primordial realm, achieving great renown during the Fengshan period, yet he has been marginalized by the current Tathagata, reduced to a mere mascot, a decorative figure. I had hoped to see the past Buddha rejuvenated, but to my disappointment, I find you hiding your true identity even before someone as insignificant as myself. It is truly disheartening." Hearing Tang Sung's words, Wu Cao fell silent, unsure if he had struck a painful chord within him. Tang Sung, seizing the moment, was eager to press on, but Wu Cao interrupted, "Enough. I have roamed these primordial lands for many years. Your mere words cannot sway me. To think you could recognize my true identity does surprise me," Wu Cao admitted. "Ah, it appears I have amused the past Buddha," Tang Sung chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Now that you have unveiled my identity, you must have some ulterior motive. Speak plainly, what is it you desire?" Wu Cao inquired. "Heh. Such trivial tricks cannot deceive the past Buddha," Tang Sung smiled. "I wish to join your ranks and stand by your side in the confrontation against the Tathagata. All I require is a small investment from you to help me grow. How does that sound?" Tang Sung spoke candidly, realizing that with such ancient beings, subterfuge was futile. It was better to be forthright. "Haha, assisting you is no trouble, but on what grounds?" Wu Cao queried. "You claim to stand with me, yet you are merely a lowly celestial being. Even 1,000 of you would not match the Tathagata. What use would you be to me?" Tang Sung, undeterred, replied, "I believe the past Buddha possesses the wisdom to discern my cultivation journey. Do you not?" "What do you mean?" Wu Cao frowned. Tang Sung patted his robe, exuding confidence. "To be blunt, in just about a month, I have transformed from a mere mortal into a pinnacle celestial being, capable of breaking through to the Xiantian realm at any time. What do you think of such talent?" Wu Cao scrutinized Tang Sung closely, nodding in satisfaction before responding. "What are you showcasing? In the ancient primordial times, countless beings were born with great power. Your 1 month of cultivation to celestial status is hardly remarkable." Tang Sung's expression darkened as he retorted, "Past Buddha, you must realize that we are no longer in the ancient primordial era. In the past millennium, have you encountered anyone with talents surpassing mine?" Wu Cao nodded, pointing at Sun Wukong. "Indeed, I have. Your disciple, Sun Wukong, is an example." Tang Sung, hearing this, felt a flicker of annoyance, but Wu Cao continued with a smile. "However, your talent is not insignificant. While I could consider investing in you, there is one condition." Realizing that Wu Cao was not dismissing his talent, but rather trying to negotiate through condescension, Tang Sung understood that his identity as the Heavenly Path's envoy made him a significant figure despite his current cultivation level. "What condition?" Tang Sung asked, Quite simple. I require you to swear an oath of loyalty to me, and in return, I will fully support your growth. Wukong declared. Tang Sanzang nearly laughed out loud at this audacity. The oath of loyalty was intimately tied to one's cultivation, once sworn. It could not be broken unless one surpassed the heavenly path itself. Violating such an oath would lead to utter destruction of one's foundation. Thus, should Tang Sanzang comply with Wukong's request, he would become ensnared and enslaved by him. Tang Sanzang sought a fair and equitable partnership, not one that bound him as a servant. Past Buddha, lacking sincerity in this proposal makes collaboration difficult, Tang Sanzang openly stated, standing firm on this principle. If that is the case, then it is indeed a pity. You should continue your journey westward without delay. I shall take my leave now, Wukong said, feigning to depart. Though his body remained still. Well, it seems I am not destined to meet the past Buddha after all. I will not impose further, Tang Sanzang replied, showing no sign of retreat. He turned to Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong, commanding, Wukong, Beiji, let us depart. Tang Sanzang mounted the white dragon horse and set off without a moment's hesitation, as if his collaboration with the burning lamp was merely a casual remark, not deserving of significant attention. The white dragon horse trotted away step by step, while Tang Sanzang's heart counted down the moments. After a brief while, burning lamp's expression darkened. Witnessing Tang Sanzang about to depart, he could not help but cry out, Xuanzang, wait. He transformed into Wukong to impart the Heart Sutra, a matter ordained by the heavenly Tao. Prior to this encounter, Burning Lamp had contemplated drawing Tang Sanzang into his camp to amplify his own fortune through Tang Sanzang's auspiciousness. However, he merely entertained the thought without taking action, for Tang Sanzang was the most coveted figure in the three realms. To act against him would be tantamount to courting death, as disturbing the balance is a burden not everyone can bear. Yet, to Burning Lamp's astonishment, Tang Sanzang saw through his identity and proactively offered his assistance, stirring his interest. However, just as their conversation began, Tang Sanzang unexpectedly walked away. Burning Lamp found himself perplexed. He had initially thought Tang Sanzang sought to cling to him, but the latter's nonchalance left him at a loss. Such an opportunity was not to be easily regained. So Burning Lamp could not resist calling out to Tang Sanzang once more. Upon hearing Burning Lamp refer to him as Xuanzang, Tang Sanzang smiled subtly. This was a positive sign. When Burning Lamp conversed with Tang Sanzang earlier, he had never regarded him as an equal, always looking down upon him from a superior position. Now, Tang Sanzang realized that Burning Lamp had placed him on equal footing, establishing a foundation for their collaboration. Tang Sanzang commanded the white dragon horse to stop and turn around. Addressing Burning Lamp, what guidance does the past Buddha offer? Since Xuanzang was unwilling to accept my terms, why not share your thoughts, Xuanzang? Burning Lamp replied, Xuanzang, are you jesting? Such actions would surely be to my detriment. After a moment of contemplation, Burning Lamp continued. Tang Sanzang shook his head. The merits and demerits of this matter are as clear as water to those who partake of it. I trust the past Buddha understands the significance of auspicious power. If the past Buddha is unwilling, I shall not press further. Burning Lamp regarded Tang Sanzang with a deep gaze and remarked, truly, you are the most esteemed disciple of Tathagata, Golden Cicada. You are indeed remarkable. Tang Sanzang was acutely aware that Burning Lamp was testing him one last time. So he replied with calm composure, the past Buddha jested, Golden Cicada is Golden Cicada, and Tang Sanzang is Tang Sanzang. What connection do I have with Golden Cicada? Since I have entered the cycle of reincarnation, my past is no longer relevant. Moreover, does the past Buddha not know how Golden Cicada entered the cycle? Burning Lamp was well aware that at the Buddha assembly, Golden Cicada had publicly presented his own Buddhist theories, openly refuting the teachings of Tathagata, which had enraged the latter and led to Golden Cicada being stripped of his cultivation and cast into reincarnation. Chapter 60, Sandalwood Prayer Beads and the Peaches of Immortality. Thus, upon hearing Tang Sanzang's response, Burning Lamp nodded in satisfaction, saying, well, I see Xuanzang is indeed a person of potential. You shall surely become a pillar of my Buddhist teachings. Hence, I shall not withhold. Here is a peach of immortality, a gift for you today. Consuming it will undoubtedly elevate you to the realm of Xianxian. Tang Sanzang inwardly scoffed. Burning Lamp was indeed a cunning old trickster, his words devoid of any flaws. What was clearly a transaction had been twisted into him nurturing the younger generation of Buddhism. It was truly a case of having one's cake and eating it too. Yet, regardless of his inner disdain, Tang Sanzang swiftly took the peach from Burning Lamp's hand. Feigning surprise, I did not expect the past Buddha to possess such treasures. However, one peach seems insufficient. Why not present a few more? Burning Lamp's expression soured, suppressing the impulse to strike Tang Sanzang dead. He retorted, Xuanzang, do not jest. This peach of immortality is a treasure of the heavenly court, exceedingly rare. I acquired only one at the peach banquet, and I have cherished it without consuming it until now. Today, I present it to you. There are no more. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Burning Lamp was indeed rather stingy. While acquiring one peach was commendable, he yearned to see if he might extract further benefits. Past Buddha, you are aware that the journey to the west is fraught with difficulties. Not to mention the treacherous terrain, the demons along the way are exceedingly fierce. Look at my small arms and legs. Should a demon devour me, all would be for naught. So, you see, Burning Lamp rolled his eyes internally, thinking, this Tang Sanzang is utterly shameless. Claiming demons would consume him? Let us not forget that the demons along this route are essentially dispatched by various deities, posing no real threat to Tang Sanzang. Even those unknown wild demons are protected by Sun Wukong, with the great sage, equal to heaven, by his side. What demon would dare to act recklessly? While Tang Sanzang does not claim absolute safety, he is certainly in a position of high stability. To hear him speak thus was nothing short of shameless. Seeing through Tang Sanzang's facade, Burning Lamp reluctantly presented a string of prayer beads, saying, here, take these. They are sandalwood prayer beads I use, imbued with my formation. They can withstand an attack from a great Luo Jingxian level opponent, ensuring your safety. Tang Sanzang's eyes brightened. A treasure capable of withstanding a great Luo Jingxian's attack? What a marvelous item. He eagerly took the prayer beads, examining them closely, ready to speak. However, at that moment, Burning Lamp interrupted him before he could utter a word, stating, enough. Since that is the case, I shall not linger. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to send Sun Wukong to Jin Fo Temple to seek my aid. I will certainly lend my support. With that, Burning Lamp turned and vanished from sight. Tang Sanzang was momentarily taken aback, then muttered to himself, is that all? He barely gave anything and just left? With such an attitude, does he expect my assistance? What a dream. After grumbling, Tang Sanzang stowed the sandalwood prayer beads and beckoned Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to continue their journey. Along the way, Zhu Beiji occasionally glanced at Tang Sanzang, his eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Tang Sanzang, noticing Zhu Beiji's gaze from atop the white dragon horse, asked, Beiji, what are you thinking? Why do you look at your master so? Zhu Beiji leaned closer to the white dragon horse, smiling as he replied, Master, I am genuinely curious. Curious about what? Tang Sanzang inquired. When Guanyin Bodhisattva enlightened me, she said I was to protect you on your journey to the west. I had assumed you were an ordinary mortal with no strength, yet I never expected you to be even more powerful than I. Moreover, you can converse with Guanyin Bodhisattva with ease, and even see through Burning Lamp's true identity, striking a deal with him. This is truly remarkable. All these individuals are formidable beings of great cultivation, and I have always shown them the utmost respect, never daring to offend. Yet, I am amazed that you can achieve such feats. I recently heard you mention that in just 1 month, you transformed from an ordinary person with no cultivation to a powerful being at the pinnacle of celestial immortality. Such talent is unheard of, simply terrifying. Zhu Beiji's eyes sparkled with admiration, wearing a look of a devoted disciple, which brought Tang Sanzang great comfort. Do not be astonished, Beiji. These are merely routine operations for your master. In the future, you shall witness even more astonishing feats. Tang Sanzang replied with a smile. Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned his head and chimed in, Simpleton, what are you surprised about? When Master reveals his true capabilities, you might just lose your tongue from shock. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of confusion, inquired, Brother Monkey, what do you mean by that? Is Master not at the pinnacle of celestial immortality? Observing Sun Wukong nodding, Zhu Beiji speculated, could it be that Master is a Shenxian? Or perhaps a Jingxian? Wouldn't it be astonishing if Master's cultivation surpassed my own? Sun Wukong shook his head in silence, leaving Zhu Beiji utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang, riding atop the white dragon horse, understood that Sun Wukong had mistakenly taken the power he gained from using an experience card as his true cultivation. While the genuine level of celestial immortality was merely a facade of Sun Wukong's concealed strength. In this world of journey to the west, not only were systems non-existent, but even the experience cards derived from such systems were exceedingly rare. The indigenous beings of this realm could hardly fathom that a mere card could enable a weakling to attain the prowess of a Deluo Jingxian in a brief period. Thus, after Tang Sanzang demonstrated the card's capabilities, Sun Wukong naturally regarded him as a formidable Deluo Jinxian. Tang Sung recognized the misunderstanding but was disinclined to clarify. Allowing Sun Wukong to perceive him as a Deluo Jinxian served to establish his authority effectively. Subsequently, Tang Sung reflected upon the original narrative of Journey to the West. After subduing Zhu Beiji and receiving the Heart Sutra from the Buddha on Mount Putuo, the next challenge lay in facing the Yellow Wind monster of Huangfeng Ridge. This creature was no mere minor demon. Its samadhi wind was exceedingly potent. In the original tale, it was this very wind that rendered Sun Wukong blind, prompting him to seek assistance from the Bodhisattva Lingji, who lent him the wind-settling pearl, enabling him to ultimately subdue the Yellow Wind monster. Notably, this monster was one of the few in the tale without a significant background, yet capable of confounding both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji through sheer ability. Chapter 61. The Death of the Tiger Vanguard. According to the original storyline, upon the trio's arrival at Huangfeng Ridge, the Tiger Vanguard, serving the Yellow Wind monster, would abduct Tang Sung and take him to the Yellow Wind Cave, inciting the ire of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. The two rushed to the cave to confront the Tiger Vanguard, who, unable to withstand Zhu Beiji, was impaled at the entrance of the cave. This marked one of Zhu Beiji's rare triumphs in the entirety of Journey to the West. Following this, the two engaged in provocation at the cave entrance, which incited the Yellow Wind monster's fury. When they clashed, the monster was no match for Sun Wukong's prowess and fled in disarray. Just as Sun Wukong was about to pursue, the Yellow Wind monster unleashed its innate power, the Samadhi Wind, rendering Sun Wukong blind for the first time during their journey. Subsequently, the Bodhisattva Lingji transformed into an old woman, using oil to cleanse Sun Wukong's eyes and lending him the wind-settling pearl to help subdue the Yellow Wind monster. Tang Sung mentally reviewed the entire plot, contemplating how he could derive the greatest benefit from this challenge. After all, the Yellow Wind monster was indeed a creature of potential. He was reluctant to simply relinquish it to the Bodhisattva Lingji. Such a gifted demon, he believed, ought to be captured within the Chaos Pearl and made his subordinate. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the original Tang Sung had merely played a passive role during this episode, being captured early on and only rescued after the Yellow Wind monster was subdued. However, the current Tang Sung was different. He could not afford to be a bystander. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the trio entered Huangfeng Ridge. Suddenly, Tang Sung felt a gust of demonic wind descend upon him, enveloping him. It was the Tiger Vanguard. In an instant, he deduced the identity of his assailant and instinctively prepared to resist, but an excellent idea struck him. He suppressed his surging magical energy and feigned a state of panic, allowing himself to be swept away effortlessly by the wind. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden disappearance of Tang Sung. Zhu Beiji asked, "Brother Monkey, has Master been captured by a demon? What should we do?" Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "I did not notice before, but it seems a demon from nowhere has taken Master. However, that shouldn't be possible. With Master's strength, a mere minor demon could never overcome him. Yet, if it were a powerful demon, why would it take Master and flee?" Zhu Beiji pondered briefly and uncertainly suggested, "Brother Monkey, could it be that Master, feeling bored, deliberately allowed himself to be captured by the demon for some amusement?" Sun Wukong contemplated this possibility and nodded. That could indeed be the case. "So what shall we do? If Master is merely off for some fun, perhaps we should rest here until he returns." However, Sun Wukong shook his head. "You fool, do not forget that we are Master's disciples, tasked with protecting him on our journey to the West. Though Master possesses great strength, we cannot simply disregard this. Quickly, follow me to rescue Master." With that, Sun Wukong dashed in the direction the demon had fled. "Brother Monkey, wait for me." Zhu Beiji sighed, feeling this was an unnecessary endeavor. Yet he had no choice but to follow suit as Sun Wukong sped ahead. Tang Sung, caught in the whirlwind of demonic energy, made no effort to resist. Having suppressed his magical powers, after a dizzying whirlwind, he found himself in the grasp of a tiger-headed demon, who hurriedly carried him away. Tang Sung could not help but grimace. This demon showed no respect, treating him, a revered monk, as mere baggage. Did he not care for his dignity? Had it not been Tang Sung's intention to let the Tiger Vanguard capture him, he would have long since knocked this inconsiderate beast to the ground. Just as Tang Sung was on the verge of losing his patience and preparing to strike, they finally arrived at the Yellow Wind Cave. The Tiger Vanguard, brimming with excitement, presented Tang Sung before a yellow-robed demon seated in the main hall, exclaiming, "My lord, see whom I have brought you." The yellow-robed demon was none other than the yellow wind monster. Upon hearing the tiger vanguard's words, he looked on with confusion. Little tiger, you merely brought back a person? Just hand him over to the kitchen. Why the commotion that disturbed my slumber? The tiger vanguard tossed Tang Sanzang to the ground and explained, my lord. This is no ordinary person. Oh, then who is this? The yellow wind monster inquired. Recently, it has come to my attention that a monk named Tang Sanzang is journeying from the eastern land of Tang to the west to seek scriptures. This monk is extraordinary. It is said that consuming his flesh grants immortality and enhances magical prowess, making him a superior tonic. The tiger vanguard elaborated. Oh, could it be that this monk is indeed Tang Sanzang? The yellow wind monster questioned. The tiger vanguard nodded vigorously. Indeed, my lord. While patrolling, I fortuitously discovered Tang Sanzang's whereabouts and seized him to present to you. However, instead of expressing joy, the yellow wind monster appeared somewhat apprehensive. Little tiger, you may have heard that Tang Sanzang's flesh grants immortality, but have you not heard of his two disciples, both of whom possess remarkable abilities? His eldest disciple, son Wukong, known as the great sage equal to heaven, is extraordinarily formidable, while the second disciple, Zhu Beiji, is said to be the reincarnation of the heavenly marshal, with strength that should not be underestimated. If you have captured Tang Sanzang, what will happen if his two disciples come seeking him? This could spell disaster. The tiger vanguard, however, seemed unconcerned. What great sage? What heavenly marshal? I have never heard of them. They are likely just names without substance. If they dare come, I shall fight in your stead, my lord. At that moment, as if summoned by fate, a thunderous noise erupted from the cave entrance. And the voice of son Wukong echoed forth, monsters, surrender my master to me. How audacious! To dare provoke us at our own doorstep. My lord, allow me to drive them away, roared the tiger vanguard in fury, brandishing his mighty blade as he charged out. Moments later, a small demon rushed in, trembling with fear. Reporting, my lord, trouble. The tiger vanguard has been slain by an outside pig demon. What? The yellow wind monster's fury ignited, his aura surging. Upon hearing that the tiger vanguard had fallen to Zhu Beiji, his rage was palpable. The tiger vanguard had been his companion in their ascent from mere lowly demons to the status of demon kings. He had always regarded the tiger vanguard as a brother. After enduring years of trials together, it was unthinkable that he would perish at their own threshold. This sudden calamity reddened the yellow wind monster's eyes, and his wrath soared to the heavens. He bellowed, you wretches, bring me my wolf-toothed club. I shall avenge the tiger vanguard and flay that pig alive. The demons within the cave, sensing their lord's wrath, trembled in fear, wary of incurring his displeasure. Soon, two small demons hurried in, carrying the wolf-toothed club. The yellow wind monster seized it, swung it a couple of times, and shouted, follow me, my minions. We shall tear our enemies to shreds. With that, the yellow wind monster charged out with a cadre of small demons, leaving Tang Sanzang alone. Tang Sanzang, somewhat speechless, noted the demon's lack of intelligence. They had failed to realize that he was concealing his powers. Instead of capturing him, they should have bound and guarded him. Their utter disregard for his presence was quite humiliating for Tang Sanzang. Rising, he surveyed the empty demon cave, reflecting that this was indeed his first experience of being abducted by demons. After a brief exploration, he returned to his original spot, finding the cave reeking and devoid of any notable features, entirely lacking in aesthetic value. Tang Sanzang sat back, brow furrowed, contemplating strategies to deal with the yellow wind monster. Firstly, it was imperative that the yellow wind monster not be allowed to be usurped by Lingji Bodhisattva, as this represented a significant opportunity for merit that Tang Sanzang could not afford to squander. However, being merely at the celestial level, he was wholly incapable of confronting the yellow wind monster, who was at the golden immortal stage. This foe was not the timid Zhu Beiji, who could be easily subdued by Tang Sanzang. To confront the yellow wind monster, Tang Sanzang recognized the necessity of enhancing his strength, perhaps through an experience card. Yet, he currently possessed only a single experience card for the great Luo Golden Immortal, which was capable of defeating Guanyin, but would be wasted in this context. After much contemplation, he found no viable solutions and sighed. Although a Golden Immortal puppet would suffice, it was only at the early stage, while the yellow wind monster was at the mid-stage, making victory uncertain. Very well, I shall wait and adapt to the situation, Tang Sanzang resolved, hoping for an opportunity to cunningly outmaneuver the yellow wind monster. Meanwhile, outside the yellow wind cave, Zhu Beiji stood triumphantly atop the fallen tiger vanguard's corpse, wielding his nine-toothed rake. A smug expression on his face as he addressed the trembling little demons. Was this tiger vanguard truly so weak? Hurry, summon your king to face his doom. Having achieved victory, Zhu Beiji felt invigorated, as if he could take on 10 foes at once. At that moment, the cave door burst open, and the yellow wind monster, eyes blazing, brandished his wolf-toothed club as he emerged, spotting the lifeless body of the tiger vanguard, riddled with 9 wounds, already devoid of life. A fierce rage ignited within him, and he roared, "You pig demon, dare to slay my brother. Prepare to pay with your life." With that, the yellow wind monster swung his wolf-toothed club viciously at Zhu Beiji. Confident and unyielding, Zhu Beiji raised his nine-toothed rake in defense. Clang! The wolf-toothed club struck the rake with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through Zhu Beiji, causing him to stagger back, his hands trembling as he nearly lost grip of his weapon. The yellow wind monster, suppressing his fury, seized the moment while Zhu Beiji was still recovering, leaping forward to strike at Zhu Beiji's head. Sensing the imminent danger from the menacing advance of the yellow wind monster, Zhu Beiji's face paled as he shouted, "Monkey brother, save me!" From the sidelines. Sun Wukong shook his head in disbelief. Both the yellow wind monster and Zhu Beiji were at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, and logically, they should have been evenly matched. Yet, with just one blow, Zhu Beiji was reduced to calling for help. This was pathetically weak. A golden immortal like Zhu Beiji could only bully celestial beings like the Tiger Vanguard. Despite his frustration with Zhu Beiji's actions, Sun Wukong could not stand idly by. For Zhu Beiji was, after all, his junior brother. "Hey, demon, taste my staff." With remarkable swiftness, Sun Wukong appeared between them before the yellow wind monster could reach Zhu Beiji, swinging his golden staff with ferocity. Bang! The staff struck the wolf-toothed club with overwhelming force, shattering it to pieces, and the residual momentum sent the yellow wind monster flying. Sun Wukong, at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, found it effortless to dispatch a mid-stage opponent like the yellow wind monster. Observing the yellow wind monster being sent sprawling, Sun Wukong stifled a yawn. Noting the encounter's lack of challenge, his foe was simply too weak to withstand even a single blow. "Monkey brother is mighty," Zhu Beiji exclaimed, rushing over to flatter him. "Enough. Let us quickly deal with this demon and rescue our master," Sun Wukong urged impatiently. Zhu Beiji, grinning as he approached the downed yellow wind monster, kicked him and taunted. "What's this? You were so fierce moments ago. Now you can't even get up? Come on, get up. Watch as I smash you to bits." Infuriated, the yellow wind monster summoned his rage, forcing himself to his feet, his expression menacing. Zhu Beiji, frightened, scurried behind Sun Wukong for protection. "You have gone too far. I will kill you," the yellow wind monster snarled, glaring at Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. Yet, Sun Wukong did not even spare him a glance. He considered the yellow wind monster, a mere golden immortal, not worth his attention. However, in the next instant, a fierce wind swept towards them. The hallmark of the yellow wind monster's innate divine ability, 3 mystical winds. This wind was not only powerful but also had the capacity to directly affect the souls of cultivators. Those with insufficient cultivation would find themselves utterly obliterated. Although Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were not harmed in spirit, they were momentarily caught off guard, propelled away by the force. Moreover, Sun Wukong's fiery eyes were momentarily blinded by the winds, causing him intense discomfort. As the yellow wind monster watched the two being blown away, he finally paused to catch his breath, realizing that exerting such a divine ability was somewhat taxing for him. The outside of the yellow wind cave fell silent as the yellow wind monster gazed at the body of the tiger vanguard, remaining silent for a long while before approaching and lifting it, retreating back into the cave. Awaiting within the cave, Tang Sanzang heard the commotion and promptly collapsed to the ground, resuming his previous guise. Entering the cave, the yellow wind monster laid down the tiger vanguard's body, kneeling beside it in sorrow, lamenting, "Oh, tiger, how could you have died? We had promised to cultivate together and dominate the demon realm. Yet you have departed this world before me. I should never have allowed you to venture out, had I kept you by my side. That despicable pig demon would not have taken your life. All of this is my fault. Fear not, my dear tiger, I shall avenge you. That monkey with the cat-like face possesses formidable power, and my 3 mystical winds can only hold him off for a while. I am utterly powerless against him. However, I will ensure that the pig demon's head is severed and presented before you as an offering." Tang Sanzang lay on the ground, listening to Huang Feng's lamentations. And he could perceive that Huang Feng's aura was significantly diminished compared to before. He appeared weary and dispirited, clearly having exhausted a considerable amount of magical energy in his recent confrontation with Sun Wukong, and he bore grievous injuries. At that moment, Huang Feng's eyes caught sight of Tang Sanzang, and he erupted in fury, rising to his feet and approaching Tang Sanzang, pointing an accusing finger at him. "It is all your fault, monk. If it weren't for you, my tiger would not have been slain by your disciple. I shall take your life to accompany my tiger in death." With a thunderous roar, Huang Feng swung his newly acquired wolf-toothed club down upon Tang Sanzang, who was utterly speechless at the absurdity of being blamed for such a misfortune. He had intended to remain hidden for a moment longer to seek an opportunity, but now the situation had turned perilous, forcing him to alter his plans. He rolled to his feet just in time to evade Huang Feng's strike. The club crashed into the ground, sending a spray of dirt into the air and leaving a dent in the earth. Tang Sanzang's anger flared at Huang Feng's arrogance. How dare he resort to violence over a mere disagreement? Had he not evaded that blow, he would surely have met his demise. How bold! Are you merely pretending? You and your disciple must have staged this to bring about my tiger's death. You have a truly vicious heart. Prepare to meet your end. Huang Feng's fury escalated. Realizing that he had initially intended to subdue Tang Sanzang, but was now faced with the prospect of killing him. Unfazed, Tang Sanzang drew forth a puppet talisman from the system space. The puppets produced by the system were remarkably easy to use. One only needed to infuse them with magical energy. In the next moment, a blinding golden light flashed, and a fully armed humanoid puppet materialized before Huang Feng, radiating an aura of early golden immortal cultivation. "Go forth, puppet, and vanquish this demon," Tang Sanzang commanded, pointing decisively. The puppet sprang into action, charging at Huang Feng with a great sword in hand. Despite being a puppet, it demonstrated remarkable agility and a logical fighting style, showcasing impressive combat prowess. Initially, Huang Feng, with his superior cultivation, could have easily crushed the puppet, but he was currently exhausted and had not yet recovered from his recent battle with Sun Wukong, which had inflicted internal injuries that rendered him incapable of performing at his full strength. To Tang Sanzang's surprise, the puppet began to dominate the encounter. Tang Sanzang, momentarily taken aback, had originally planned for the puppet to take the lead while he provided support, but now the puppet was achieving a decisive advantage on its own. He approached cautiously, brandishing his staff and waiting for Huang Feng to reveal a weakness. As the battle wore on, Huang Feng found himself increasingly overwhelmed. If this continued, he would suffer defeat at the hands of a summoned puppet, a humiliation he could not endure. Reluctantly, he resorted to his trump card, engaging the puppet in a fierce exchange before leaping back to create distance. "Very well, I will risk everything to slay you, monk," Huang Feng roared, battered and bruised. He unleashed the three mystical winds once more. "Not good," Tang Sanzang gasped in alarm. Without regard for the puppet, he dove into the realm of the Chaos Pearl. Just as Tang Sanzang vanished, the raging winds swept through, effortlessly scattering the golden immortal puppet, which crashed against the wall and subsequently vanished, leaving behind only an illusory talisman. After a brief moment, the winds subsided, and Huang Feng, panting heavily, realized he was at his limits. The three mystical winds could only serve as a last resort. Due to his cultivation level, he could only use it once a day. Overexertion could severely damage his foundation, potentially leading to regression in cultivation or worse, complete destruction of his core. As Huang Feng caught his breath, he allowed a smile to creep across his face. "Tiger, I have avenged you by slaying one of your enemies. Once I recover, I shall return to claim the pig demon's head for you." He prepared to rest and recuperate. But at that moment, Tang Sanzang emerged from the realm of the Chaos Pearl. Seeing Tang Sanzang, unharmed and with his hairstyle intact, Huang Feng began to doubt his own abilities and questioned whether he was dreaming. Tang Sanzang, upon surveying the area and noticing the absence of the golden immortal puppet, felt a pang of anxiety. Could it have been destroyed? How could this be? It was meant to be reusable. Suddenly, he spotted an illusory talisman drifting near a cracked wall. Elated, he summoned the physical talisman from the system space. The illusory talisman seemed to respond to his call, flying towards him and merging with the talisman in his hand. Without hesitation, Tang Sanzang drew upon a substantial amount of magical energy from the Chaos Pearl and infused it into the talisman. In the astonished gaze of Huang Feng, a flash of golden light heralded the puppet's reappearance. Relieved to see the puppet unscathed, Tang Sanzang mocked Huang Feng, "Is this all you have? You are truly lacking." Chapter 64. The three mystical winds Pearl Huang Feng, observing the unscathed Tang Sung and the puppet, alongside the wreckage of the cave and his own worsening injuries, felt his composure shatter, resulting in a spurt of blood. Tang Sung was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a volatile reaction from the demon. "Are you all right?" he inquired cautiously, approaching Huang Feng. "I shall perish alongside you," Huang Feng bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage as he leapt forward, wielding his wolf-toothed club with all his might against Tang Sung. Tang Sung, caught off guard by Huang Feng's sudden resurgence, quickly regained his composure, wielding his nine-ringed staff to intercept the club. Simultaneously, he directed the puppet to thrust its sword towards Huang Feng's head. With a resounding clash, Tang Sung struck Huang Feng's club away, and the puppet, seizing the moment, pierced Huang Feng's skull with its blade. Thus, the golden immortal Huang Feng met his demise. At that instant, the system notification echoed, "Congratulations, host, for slaying the golden immortal Huang Feng, earning 10,000 merit points. Congratulations, host, for defeating the wielder of the three mystical winds pearl, Huang Feng, who has dropped the three mystical winds pearl. Please collect it." Before Tang Sung could revel in the influx of merit points, he furrowed his brow in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of dropping items. The three mystical winds pearl? What could it be? Surely, it must be a treasure. With a hint of speculation, Tang Sung gazed at the spot where the yellow wind monster had perished, discovering that it had reverted to its true form, a yellow-furred weasel. Beside it, a cerulean orb hovered a foot above the ground, gently rotating. Tang Sung paused momentarily, then stepped forward to collect the orb, murmuring, "Could this be the legendary Sanmei Divine Wind Pearl? System, what purpose does this serve?" Upon hearing Tang Sung's inquiry, the system panel displayed information regarding the Sanmei Divine Wind Pearl. Sanmei Divine Wind Pearl, an item of innate medium-grade quality, capable of being fused with one's bloodline to gain the innate divine ability of Sanmei Divine Wind. The power of this ability amplifies with one's cultivation level. Note, once fused, it cannot be undone and cannot coexist with other bloodline powers. Overjoyed at this revelation, Tang Sung had previously coveted the Sanmei Divine Wind, planning to subdue the yellow wind monster. However, after Zhu Beiji had slain the Tiger Vanguard, animosity between him and the yellow wind monster had escalated to mortal enmity, forcing Tang Sung to put the creature to death with a heavy heart. Initially, he believed such a powerful divine ability would forever elude him. But the appearance of the Sanmei Divine Wind Pearl was a serendipitous twist of fate, filling him with elation. The Sanmei Divine Wind was clearly articulated in Journey to the West. That wind can obscure heaven and earth, torment spirits and gods, shatter stones and cliffs, and extinguish lives, save for the immortal beings who may remain unscathed. The yellow wind monster had previously used this ability to disrupt Sun Wukong's clone, sending him spinning helplessly through the air, causing his fiery eyes to ache. Due to this formidable skill, within the realms of the Six Paths, the yellow wind monster only feared the calming wind pearl of Lingji Bodhisattva and the flying dragon staff. Only these two artifacts could contain the Sanmei Divine Wind. Thus, it was evident that the Sanmei Divine Wind was an exceptionally powerful ability. Had the yellow wind monster possessed greater cultivation, it could have unleashed the true might of the Sanmei Divine Wind, potentially giving rise to a peerless demon king known as the Divine Wind Great Sage. In the midst of his joy, Tang Sung felt a pang of regret. The Sanmei Divine Wind Pearl could not coexist with bloodline powers, rendering it unusable for him, who bore the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as he could entrust it to a reliable subordinate in the future, such as Xuanzang. With a sense of satisfaction, Tang Sung tucked away the Sanmei Divine Wind Pearl and the golden immortal puppet. This venture had proven worthwhile. At that moment, the cave's interior had already been thoroughly ravaged, and Tang Sung did not bother to scavenge further, making his way directly to the exit. Suddenly, before he could reach the cave's mouth, a thunderous crash erupted as the entrance of the yellow wind cave shattered into fragments, and simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji rushed inside. Zhu Beiji shouted, "Monster, quickly return my master, or I shall bore 9 holes into your mountain." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung quickened his pace to exit. However, as soon as Tang Sung emerged, Zhu Beiji, upon spotting him, unexpectedly scurried behind Sun Wukong for cover, leaving Tang Sung utterly bewildered. Initially, he had thought Zhu Beiji had turned over a new leaf, but it seemed he remained unchanged. "Master, how did you come out? What about the monster?" Sun Wukong asked in astonishment upon seeing Tang Sung. Hearing this, Zhu Beiji peeked out and upon confirming Tang Sang's presence, was taken aback. Rushing over to pull Tang Sung away, hiding behind son Wukong, exclaiming, "Master, it's dangerous here. We must stay behind Monkey Brother for safety." Tang Sang's expression darkened. Zhu Beiji's antics were becoming exasperating. He reached out and gave Zhu Beiji's head a firm tap, saying, "Fool, I have already vanquished the monster." "What?" Zhu Beiji was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the pain on his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Sung shook his head, dismissing Zhu Beiji's surprise, and turned to son Wukong, inquiring, "Wukong, is your vision all right?" Son Wukong shook his head, replying, "Thank you for your concern, master. I am well. I had been momentarily blinded, but Lingji Bodhisattva cleansed my eyes, and now all is well." Surprised, Tang Sung paused, realizing that son Wukong had indeed sought out Lingji Bodhisattva. After a moment, he asked, "Oh, is that so? Where is Lingji Bodhisattva now?" "The Bodhisattva is waiting outside, master. She instructed us to lure the monster out." Zhu Beiji chimed in. Tang Sung felt somewhat speechless. The Bodhisattva appeared to possess a peculiar sense of humor, as in the original tale. She had always preferred to assist son Wukong against monsters from a distance, insisting he draw them out instead of entering the cave. He wondered if she had a phobia of confined spaces. "Since that is the case, Wukong, if you enter from here, you will find the deceased yellow-furred weasel. That is the true form of the yellow wind monster. Bring it along, and we shall go meet the Bodhisattva," Tang Sang proposed after some thought. "Understood, master." Son Wukong complied, retrieving the corpse, and the three of them proceeded outward. "Xuanzang, how did you come out?" Lingji Bodhisattva, upon hearing Tang Sang's voice, looked utterly perplexed. Chapter 65. Lingji Bodhisattva's distress. Lingji Bodhisattva was thoroughly bewildered. He had been observing the yellow wind monster for quite some time, hoping to subdue it and make it his subordinate or mount, as the Samay Divine Wind was a rare and invaluable skill. However, the Yellow Wind Cave lay directly along the journey to the west, and many years ago, when Guanyin Bodhisattva had traveled eastward, she had specifically designated the Yellow Wind Monster as one of the trials to be faced on the journey. Therefore, Lingji Bodhisattva had to suppress his desire to capture the Yellow Wind Monster and awaited the arrival of Tang Sung and his companions. Lingji Bodhisattva was quite willing to do so. After all, assisting in the salvation of Tang Sung during the journey to the west would be recorded by the heavenly mandate, bestowing him with merits once the journey concluded. Thus, he remained hidden, observing as son Wukong and Zhu Beiji encountered difficulties, and promptly intervened to offer assistance, proposing to help them subdue the Yellow Wind Monster. In his eagerness to prevent any harm from befalling Tang Sung, Lingji Bodhisattva hurried to the Yellow Wind Monster. He had prepared to confront the Yellow Wind Monster, but to his astonishment, it was a perfectly unharmed Tang Sung who emerged. "Bodhisattva, I am deeply grateful for your coming to my aid, but the monster has already been dispatched. Perhaps it would be best for you to return," Tang Sung exclaimed with a smile. Lingji Bodhisattva frowned, questioning, "Xuanzang, what do you mean? Where has the Yellow Wind Monster gone?" "It has gone nowhere. It is dead," Tang Sung replied, scratching his head. "What?" Lingji Bodhisattva's eyes widened in disbelief. Taken aback by Lingji Bodhisattva's reaction, Tang Sung paused and asked, "What is this about, Bodhisattva?" "This monster is inherently vicious and delights in slaughter. Encountering such a creature, it is only right for this holy monk to act in accordance with heavenly justice and send such a fiend into reincarnation." Lingji Bodhisattva nearly choked, as this was nothing short of catastrophic news. He had remained in this desolate corner specifically to subdue the Yellow Wind Monster after the trials of the journey to the west. To learn that the Yellow Wind Monster had been slain by Tang Sung was an unexpected blow. All those years of waiting in this secluded place now seemed futile. Lingji Bodhisattva's gaze towards Tang Sung was filled with indignation. If possible, he would have liked nothing more than to strike him down. "Bodhisattva, you appear somewhat unwell. Have you caught a chill?" Tang Sung, understanding the Bodhisattva's thoughts, teased. Lingji Bodhisattva took a deep breath. Knowing that even though Tang Sung had nearly driven him to the brink of fury, he could not act against him and must maintain a cordial demeanor. "Thank you for your concern, Xuanzang. I am quite well. It is merely that I am somewhat surprised to hear you have vanquished the Yellow Wind Monster, as it has been my neighbor for many years. Now that it has met its end, I cannot help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Might I inquire where the body of the Yellow Wind Monster lies?" Lingji Bodhisattva inquired. "What does the Bodhisattva want with the monster's corpse?" Tang Sung asked, puzzled. "Well, having been neighbors for so long, I have a certain fondness for it. Now that it has passed, I wish to perform a rite to guide it to the next realm, Lingji Bodhisattva explained. Bodhisattva, under these circumstances, I must speak candidly, Tang Sung replied, frowning. Lingji Bodhisattva was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Tang Sing meant. If you reside so close to this monster, then why did you remain indifferent while it harmed and took lives? To stand by and witness the suffering of the people, is this the compassion you have cultivated, Bodhisattva? Tang Sing questioned. Indeed, I have not considered this adequately, but I implore you, Xuanzang, to grant me the remains of the yellow wind monster so that I may give it a proper burial. At this moment, Lingji Bodhisattva was no longer concerned with Tang Sing's words. He was desperate to obtain the monster's corpse, believing that there was still hope if he could do so. He even contemplated seizing it directly, yet he refrained, aware that despite being a bodhisattva, he was not comparable to the formidable Guanyin. Lingji Bodhisattva had only attained the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, and without the treasure that could restrain the yellow wind monster, he would have no means to contend with it. Moreover, Sun Wukong's prowess far surpassed his own. Should he attempt to seize the remains, conflict could arise, and he had no chance of defeating Sun Wukong. Thus, despite his anxiety, he could only plead earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung shook his head and replied, the principle of retribution prevails. Heaven ensures a cycle of justice. This monster, having harmed and devoured others in life, must surely be consumed in death for true merit to be achieved. As for the burial you speak of, it is entirely out of the question. This monster has committed countless atrocities and is unworthy of a peaceful resting place. Lingji Bodhisattva's anger surged within him, unable to contain himself any longer. He shouted at Tang Sung, why must you be so troublesome? I have requested the body, and you should simply hand it over. Tang Sung frowned and pointed at the yellow-furred marten in Sun Wukong's arms, saying, this is the corpse of the monster. Lingji Bodhisattva rejoiced and exclaimed, thank you, Xuanzang, for your generosity. However, before he could finish, Tang Sung interrupted him, addressing Sun Wukong. Wukong, I am hungry. Roast this creature for me. Very well, master. Sun Wukong responded, quickly conjuring a flame and placing the yellow-furred marten above it to roast. Stop. Lingji Bodhisattva's eyes turned red as he flew towards them, shouting. Sun Wukong glanced at Tang Sung, seeking his approval, and Tang Sung shook his head, indicating that Wukong should disregard Lingji Bodhisattva. Understanding this, Sun Wukong unleashed his aura, sending Lingji Bodhisattva flying back, while intensifying the heat of the fire until the yellow-furred marten was reduced to a charred, blackened mass. Regaining his footing, Lingji Bodhisattva stared in shock at the blackened substance in Sun Wukong's hands. Tang Sung covered his nose and said, Wukong, I asked you to roast the marten for sustenance, not to turn it into charcoal. Sun Wukong tossed the foul-smelling charred remains aside and sheepishly replied, I apologize, master. I failed to control the temperature. Never mind. Since it has come to this, let us buy some food instead. This marten devoured many people in its lifetime, and I find its flesh repugnant, Tang Sung remarked coolly, producing a small piece of gold from his robe and tossing it to Sun Wukong, signaling him to procure food from a nearby tavern. Sun Wukong nodded and soared into the air, flying towards the distant village. At this moment, Lingji Bodhisattva, gazing at the charred remains of the yellow-furred marten beneath him and the only remaining companion of Tang Sung, Zhu Beiji, could no longer restrain his fury, exclaiming, Xuanzang, you have a lot of nerve. Watch how I will teach you a lesson. Chapter 66. The battle against Lingji Bodhisattva had waited for many years to subdue the yellow wind monster and acquire the three mystical winds, integrating them into his own cultivation to further his power. He never anticipated that Tang Sung would be so ruthless as to directly slay the yellow wind monster, completely disrupting his plans. Yet, he did not despair, for there remained a spell of salvation. As long as he could obtain the corpse of the yellow wind monster and absorb the participating souls, he could, through special means, bring the monster back to life. Much like how Tai Jinren resurrected Neza. However, Lingji Bodhisattva did not foresee that Tang Sing would be so merciless as to roast the monster's corpse into a piece of charred carbon right before his eyes, entirely extinguishing his hopes of reviving the yellow wind monster. Tang Sing's actions were tantamount to severing a person's path, an indelible grudge. Previously, with Sun Wukong present, Lingji Bodhisattva had refrained from acting directly, but now, with Sun Wukong absent, he could no longer contain his rage and charged forward with a roar. Tang Sung was genuinely taken aback, He had intentionally provoked Lingji Bodhisattva. This was because he had witnessed the stark white bones in the Yellow Wind Cave, all belonging to humans, a discovery that filled him with indignation. Regardless of the morality of the monster's actions, it was unforgivable for a bodhisattva to turn a blind eye to the evil occurring right under his nose, allowing the monster to slaughter innocents. Such behavior incensed Tang Sanzang, who, while not a saint, was still human. He could not abide the consumption of human lives, nor could he tolerate Lingji Bodhisattva's complicity. Thus, he had deliberately taunted Lingji Bodhisattva to alleviate his own resentment, unbeknownst to him that the Bodhisattva would react so violently. With the power of a Tai Golden Immortal, Lingji Bodhisattva could easily vanquish both Tang Sanzang and Zhu Beiji. Tang Sanzang now deeply regretted not sending Zhu Beiji to buy food. If Sun Wukong were present, even Lingji Bodhisattva would not dare to act against them. As he observed Lingji Bodhisattva charging towards him, Tang Sanzang fell into contemplation. With only himself and Zhu Beiji, they were no match for Lingji Bodhisattva. Even if the Bodhisattva hesitated to kill them due to their journey, they would undoubtedly suffer a beating. To triumph over Lingji Bodhisattva, he would need to utilize items from the system. However, employing the peak experience card of the Deluo Golden Immortal would be an extravagant waste, and using other items seemed futile against Chang'e. Tang Sanzang's eyes darted across the system panel, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him. Observing Lingji Bodhisattva rushing towards him, Tang Sanzang, armed with treasures, felt emboldened. He extended his hand, unleashing his formidable spiritual energy, creating a vortex before him. Then, forming a seal, he intoned, "Heavenly Absolute Formation. Manifest." In the next instant, a chaotic storm of wind and sand and the manifestation of thunder erupted around Tang Sanzang, as a profound formation materialized, ensnaring the taken-aback Lingji Bodhisattva within its confines. Bind. Tang Sanzang smiled softly as he beheld Lingji Bodhisattva trapped within the formation. As he uttered these words, the Heavenly Absolute Formation began to activate, restraining Lingji Bodhisattva's attempts to break free. The formation Tang Sanzang obtained from the golden treasure chest was not merely a diagram, but a simplified method of arrangement, requiring only ample spiritual energy to bypass cumbersome procedures, allowing for instantaneous deployment. For Tang Sanzang, who possessed the Chaos Pearl, this spiritual energy was effectively boundless, enabling him to unleash the Heavenly Absolute Formation with maximum efficacy. Due to Tang Sanzang's celestial realm limitations, the formation's power was also restricted, capable only of vanquishing those at the Golden Immortal level. Tang Sanzang understood that he could not rely on the formation to kill Lingji Bodhisattva through offensive means. Thus, he chose to employ it in its binding form to trap the Bodhisattva. Subsequently, he retrieved the Fire Cloud Tower and cast the 9 Dragons Flame spell, summoning 3 fire dragons that soared upwards, charging towards Lingji Bodhisattva within the formation. In the Celestial Oblivion Array, the Bodhisattva Lingji sensed an overwhelming force of confinement enveloping him, rendering him somewhat powerless to escape. Simultaneously, a tempest of sand and thunder surged around him, diminishing his sight and hearing to an exceedingly faint degree. As 3 fire dragons surged through the storm, only 5 meters away, the Bodhisattva was startled, swiftly striking out his palm to disperse the dragons entirely. However, he remained vigilant, acutely aware that such ferocity was unlikely to manifest only once. Indeed, within mere breaths, another trio of fire dragons charged forth, all of which the ever-watchful Bodhisattva vanquished. The onslaught continued, as the dragons seemed boundless, relentlessly attacking and leaving the Bodhisattva momentarily overwhelmed. After dispersing yet another trio, he exhaled wearily. This was not a matter of the Bodhisattva's weakness. Rather, it was the formidable power of Tang Sanzang's fire dragons that bordered on the unfair. While each dragon's individual strength was constrained by Tang Sanzang's cultivation, only possessing the might of a nascent Xuanzang, they posed no threat to the Bodhisattva. Yet, their sheer numbers were inexhaustible, overwhelming him. As a mere initial stage Tai Golden Immortal, he lacked the boundless spiritual energy of a Deluo Golden Immortal and was subject to depleting his power significantly. Trapped within this enigmatic array, with no apparent means of escape and facing incessant dragon assaults, the Bodhisattva found himself in dire straits. He realized he could not continue in this manner. His gaze sharpened with resolve as he understood that if he persisted in this depletion, he would surely falter and perhaps even face mortal peril. This array had no exit, resembling a closed-off world. The only glimmer of hope lay where the fire dragons emerged. If the array indeed possessed a singular flaw, it would be at that very point. Resolute, The Bodhisattva gathered his dwindling strength, awaiting his opportunity, convinced he could breach the array with just one chance. At that moment, the opportunity presented itself. As 3 fire dragons ascended once more, this time the Bodhisattva did not remain stationary. Instead, he propelled himself toward the dragon's direction. The dragon's power was inherently incapable of threatening him, and now prepared, he unleashed his full might, dispersing them in an instant. He then braced himself against the increasing resistance of the array, charging forth toward the dragon's point of entry. At that moment, he confirmed that this was indeed the path to freedom. True word shield. The Bodhisattva shouted, conjuring a golden shield before him, using his magical power to manipulate it. Withstanding the immense pressure as he surged forward. Outside the array, Tang Sanzang, who was in the process of summoning fire dragons, was momentarily taken aback by the Bodhisattva's swift actions, astonished at how quickly he had identified the soul weakness and breached it. Originally, the celestial oblivion array did not exhibit such a glaring vulnerability. However, in his effort to unleash fire dragons, Tang Sanzang had inadvertently created a slight opening, which the Bodhisattva had swiftly exploited. Recognizing his oversight, Tang Sanzang dismissed the partially formed fire dragons, as their purpose was merely to exhaust the Bodhisattva's strength. He then retrieved the Buddha seal, infusing it with ample magical energy before hurling it into the array. At that juncture, the Bodhisattva could see the array's gap ahead, his heart leaping with joy as his steps became noticeably lighter. Yet, at that very moment, a colossal seal burst forth from the opening, enlarging as it flew. The Bodhisattva's pupils constricted. He sensed the immense magical power contained within this seal. It was no ordinary artifact. He discerned that it was imbued with the sacred power of the Buddhist path, yet had never encountered such a treasure before. Boom! Just as the Bodhisattva furrowed his brow in contemplation, the gigantic seal struck the golden shield with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, a tremendous recoil force jolted the Bodhisattva back 2 steps before he regained his footing. However, when he looked up, he saw the Buddha seal spinning in the air, a formidable aura locking onto him. Not good. The Bodhisattva cried out. In the next instant, under Tang Sanzang's command, the Buddha seal hurtled directly towards him. Reacting swiftly, the Bodhisattva attempted to evade. However, the constraining power of the celestial oblivion array was no trifling matter. Although he made a move to dodge, he found himself entirely immobilized, with no means to escape. Thus, he could only watch in despair as the Buddha seal, imbued with unfathomable might, descended upon him, striking him squarely in the chest. The impact caused the Bodhisattva to cough up blood, clearly sustaining serious injury. The Buddha seal was a top-tier earthly spiritual treasure, augmented by the boundless magical energy provided by the Chaos Pearl, rendering it immensely powerful. Struck in a moment of vulnerability, the blow left him gravely wounded. The Bodhisattva collapsed to the ground, bloodied. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang outside the array suddenly heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Tai Golden Immortal Lingji Bodhisattva. You have received a reward of 100,000 merit points. Stunned, Tang Sanzang was soon overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated that defeating a Tai Golden Immortal would yield substantial merit points, but he had not expected an immediate reward of 100,000. This was exhilarating. Such merit points translated to 10 golden treasure chests. Elated, Tang Sanzang promptly stowed away the Buddha seal and the celestial oblivion array, revealing the battered Bodhisattva. Though Tang Sanzang had shown no mercy in his actions, he understood that his goal was merely to subdue the Bodhisattva, to temper his arrogance, rather than to take his life. Setting aside the potential consequences of provoking the Bodhisattva to unleash a deadly counterattack, should he kill him, Tang Sanzang would face immense pressure from the Buddhist realm, a force he currently had no means to resist. Thus, he chose to withdraw while ahead, having received the system's verdict of victory and released the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva had already sustained injuries. Another blow from the Buddha seal would likely lead to his immediate downfall. Bodhisattva, why act so impulsively? You are a Tai Golden Immortal. Should you strike at me, I would be utterly defenseless. Tang Sanzang stepped forward and inquired. To Lingji Bodhisattva. Tang Sanzang's words were a stark mockery, a ridicule of a dignified Tai Golden Immortal who could not even best a mere celestial being, only to find himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. It was utterly humiliating. The Bodhisattva snorted coldly, rising to his feet. Very well, today I concede. Hand over my wind-controlling pearl, and I will take my leave. The wind-controlling pearl? Tang Sanzang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Zhu Beiji, who nodded vigorously. leading him to comprehend the situation. Previously, the Bodhisattva had lent the wind-controlling pearl to Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, fearing they might be swept away by the yellow wind monster's divine gale once more. At this moment, the Bodhisattva Lingji felt quite disheartened after his encounter with Tang Sanzang. Having not only lost his lady but also his troops, it was indeed a moment of despair. He was reluctant to linger any longer and thus resolved to depart. Yet he needed to reclaim the wind-stabilizing pearl before he left. Tang Sanzang smiled faintly, remarking that something tucked away in a pocket could hardly be expected to be returned. Bodhisattva, we have never encountered such a wind-stabilizing pearl. Do not wrongfully accuse us, he said, blinking his eyes. You speak nonsense. I distinctly lent the wind-stabilizing pearl to Sun Wukong. How can you claim you have never seen it? The Bodhisattva exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Tang Sanzang merely dug at his ears, unconcerned, replying, "Oh, you gave it to Wukong? Then go ask him for it. See if he is willing to part with it. However, I must caution you. Wukong has his moods, and on certain days, he can be quite irritable. If you disturb him during such a time, he may very well become enraged, and whether you can contend with him is certainly a matter worth pondering." You, the Bodhisattva, incensed by Tang Sanzang's veiled threat, declared, "I shall seek out Sun Wukong." Just then, Sun Wukong returned. Chapter 68. The diamond-level treasure chest. Upon hearing the commotion, the Bodhisattva paused momentarily, then turned to see Sun Wukong approaching, carrying a food box. With a mix of sorrow and anger, he stated, "Sun Wukong, I came here with good intentions to assist you in rescuing your master, only to find myself in such dire straits. Return my wind-stabilizing pearl at once." Sun Wukong, taken aback by the Bodhisattva's disheveled state, was puzzled. Having merely gone to procure a meal, he wondered how things had escalated so drastically. Upon hearing the Bodhisattva's words, he did not react but instead glanced at Tang Sanzang. Seeing the look in Sun Wukong's eyes, Tang Sanzang subtly shook his head. At this juncture, an understanding had developed between Sun Wukong and himself. He comprehended the unspoken message and thus feigned a troubled expression, saying, "Your arrival is greatly appreciated, Bodhisattva. But I must regretfully inform you that during my recent confrontation with the yellow wind monster, I inadvertently damaged the wind-stabilizing pearl." The Bodhisattva was taken aback. How could such a precious postnatal spiritual treasure be damaged? I truly have none to offer, and should you hold me accountable, feel free to take my Rui Jingu Bang as compensation, Sun Wukong said, producing the golden staff and striking it against the ground. At that moment, the Bodhisattva realized that Sun Wukong was deftly evading responsibility, clearly wishing to retain the pearl. Infuriated, he recognized that facing such shamelessness from both master and disciple left him with no recourse. Observing Sun Wukong's brazen demeanor ignited his ire, and he stepped forward, seemingly intent on seizing the golden staff. Sun Wukong, noticing this, squinted his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. The staff radiated a faint golden light, signaling a potential confrontation. Bodhisattva, be cautious. My Rui Jingu Bang recognizes its master. Should it inadvertently harm you, the consequences would be dire, Sun Wukong warned in a low voice. The Bodhisattva's outstretched hand faltered as he felt the palpable pressure emanating from Sun Wukong. His expression shifted to one of despair and fury as he declared, "In that case, I must seek out Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva for a serious discussion." With that, he dramatically flicked his sleeve and soared away, his resentment lingering long after his departure. "Master, what just transpired?" Sun Wukong inquired, putting away his staff and stepping forward with curiosity. "Nothing of consequence. Let us dine," Tang Sanzang replied, shaking his head without elaboration. In his heart, he had gained some understanding of the heaven-cutting formation's utility. This formation proved extremely convenient, serving as a hidden weapon in battle. In the heat of conflict, casting a heaven-cutting formation could bewilder any adversary. It was evident that this formation could become a decisive tool for either a lethal strike or a reversal of fortune. If one day he could gather all 10 formations to create an even more formidable heaven-cutting formation, its power would undoubtedly amplify. After Sun Wukong laid out the food box on the magically conjured stone table, Zhu Beiji's eyes gleamed at the sight of the sumptuous feast before him. Previously, he had anticipated that their journey would be limited to tasteless vegetarian fare, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Tang Sanzang's thoughtful provisions, which were indeed commendable. The trio enjoyed their meal, then set fire to the remains of the yellow wind monster and continued on their journey. The remains contained numerous shattered human bones. Scattered and unable to form any coherent shape, Thus Tang Sanzang decided to incinerate them, granting them a semblance of peace. Riding atop the white dragon horse, Tang Sanzang opened the system panel to review the recent gains. Merit points, 114, 900. Cultivation points, 5,000. Tang Sanzang's heart soared with joy upon observing the figures on the panel. It was evident that the most significant gain from this episode was defeating the Bodhisattva Lingji, which netted him a remarkable 100,000 merit points, equivalent to 10 golden treasure chests, promising an array of extraordinary treasures. Without hesitation, he decided to open a golden treasure chest to test his luck. Congratulations, host. You have opened a golden treasure chest and received the following rewards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spell, Flowing Cloud Technique. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time use item, Rebirth Reappearance. Congratulations, host. You have gained 13,000 cultivation points. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow slightly as he examined the 3 items he had unlocked. This time, the treasure chest did not yield the powerful experience card he had hoped for, but instead offered a spell and an item. Initially dissatisfied, he soon recalled the previously obtained heaven-cutting formation, which had proven to be invaluable. Thus, his interest was rekindled, and he eagerly read the descriptions on the panel. Flowing Cloud Technique, a flight-based spell that harnesses the clouds, enabling instant travel over vast distances. The description of this spell was concise, yet Tang Sanzang understood its true significance. In the world of Journey to the West, while nearly all immortals possessed the ability to fly, most relied on the rudimentary cloud riding technique. This basic spell was one of the first learned by all upon attaining immortality, allowing flight, but at a painfully slow speed, comparable only to that of an ordinary steed. One of the reasons for Sun Wukong's formidable combat prowess was his possession of the somersault cloud, which allowed him to traverse 108,000 miles in a single leap. With such a powerful spell, he could both attack and retreat freely, placing him in an invulnerable position. The most formidable flight technique in the 3 realms was said to belong to the golden-winged Great Ping, capable of covering 120,000 miles with a mere flap of its wings. Though the flowing cloud technique Tang Sanzang acquired could not rival Sun Wukong's somersault cloud, it was nonetheless an incredibly powerful flight spell in its own right, a most worthwhile gain. This speed could rival the divine movement talisman previously bestowed upon him by the planet Venus in the Avalokiteshvara Zen Temple. Excellent, excellent. In the future, when weary from travel, I can take a brief excursion to rejuvenate my spirit. Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction as he retrieved the scroll from the system and opened it, instantly mastering the spell. Rather than hastily testing the power of this spell, he turned his attention to the description of the other item. Rebirth Reappearance, a one-time use item that allows the user to utilize relevant materials to open a corresponding reincarnation illusion, enabling one to comprehend causality and the essence of reincarnation. Upon reviewing the introduction of this item, Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow again, unable to discern its practical application. After some contemplation, he decided to keep it, reasoning that it might prove useful in the future. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang intended to open another treasure chest, but just as he was about to unlock the golden treasure chest, he paused, for he had noticed, behind the golden chest, a diamond-encrusted box shimmering with radiant brilliance. Chapter 69. Unboxing the diamond treasure chest. Tang Sanzang gazed at the treasure chest adorned with diamonds, momentarily taken aback. Previously, the chest had been shrouded in darkness, its outline barely discernible. To his astonishment, it had now been unlocked, laid bare before him. Diamond treasure chest, 100,000 merit points for a single opening. Upon sensing its aura, Tang Sanzang comprehended the information about this chest, his mind racing with disbelief. This was exorbitantly expensive. 100,000 merit points could open 10 golden treasure chests. Yet here he stood, only able to unlock a single diamond chest. He glanced at the resplendent diamond chest, shimmering with opulence, and then at the golden chests glistening with golden light, caught in a dilemma. Should he opt for the 10 golden treasure chests, which would undoubtedly yield a greater quantity of items, thus offering a higher margin for error? If fortune were to frown upon him, he would only lose one chest. However, he was acutely aware, having previously compared the white-eyed and golden chests, that the treasures within the diamond chest would far surpass those of the golden variety in value. After much contemplation, Tang Sanzang resolutely decided to select the diamond chest. The 100,000 merit points were a stroke of luck, should he forego this chance. It could be an indeterminate time before he amassed such merit points again. The Tai golden immortals were not akin to the feeble Lingji Bodhisattva. who foolishly bestowed merit points upon him. Even if he were to encounter a Tai Golden Immortal again, he could not guarantee his ability to prevail in a confrontation. Most importantly, Tang Sanzang firmly believed that the diamond chest would grant him treasures that the golden chests could not provide. System, please procure a diamond treasure chest for me, Tang Sanzang declared with gravity. Understood. Deducting 100,000 merit points. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a diamond treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Taking a deep breath and rubbing his hands together, Tang Sanzang offered a prayer to the myriad deities. Never before had he been so devout, even praying for the Lingji Bodhisattva, who had nearly driven him to despair. After beseeching their blessings for a fruitful outcome, he uttered, "Open. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a diamond-level treasure chest and received the following 4 rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the title, Eternal Diamond. Number of items unlocked. 1. Tang Sanzang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that opening a diamond treasure chest would also yield a title. Although the title's bonus merely added 1 to the items obtained from the chest, it was better than nothing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a summoning card, Taowu, early stage Tai Golden Immortal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, 5 Fire 7 Birds Fan. Congratulations, host, you have received a 1-day experience card, Kong Xian, Peak Tai Golden Immortal. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 3-level cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100,000 cultivation points. As the series of system notifications rang out, Tang Sanzang was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struck dumb by the sheer magnitude of his fortune. After a prolonged silence, he was overwhelmed with elation. After several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Tang Sanzang turned his attention to the system panel as descriptions. First, there was the summoning card, a rarity that had not appeared even once in the previous golden treasure chests, exclusive to the diamond-level chests. Taowu summoning card, upon use, summons one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, Taowu, to fight alongside the host. Possessing absolute loyalty to the host and wielding the strength of an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, its power can be enhanced through cultivation and treasures. Reading this description, Tang Sanzang was utterly astonished. He had initially thought the summoning card was akin to an experience card, capable of temporarily summoning a powerful ally. However, he had not anticipated that the summoned creature would not be reclaimed. It was as if the system had traversed the timeline, bringing Taowu directly from antiquity. As long as Taowu remained alive, it would not vanish. This meant that Tang Sanzang could summon the formidable Tai Golden Immortal Taowu at will, augmenting his own combat prowess. In a sense, this would elevate his strength to that of a Tai Golden Immortal. Unable to contain his overwhelming joy, Tang Sanzang hastily retrieved a card bearing the image of a peculiar fierce beast from the system space. This beast bore the physique of a tiger, yet resembled a canine. With long fur, a somewhat human-like face, tiger-like legs, and long tusks akin to those of a wild boar. Its tail measured 8 feet in length, embodying the legendary fierce beast, Taowu. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sanzang pricked his finger to draw a drop of blood, allowing it to fall upon the card. The moment the blood touched the card, it was absorbed, and the fierce beast depicted on it seemed to stir slightly. This was the system's method of binding. A single drop of blood would forge a connection between the sealed Taowu and Tang Sanzang, ensuring Taowu's unwavering loyalty upon being summoned. Once the binding ritual was complete, Tang Sanzang infused the card with his mana, and it erupted into a dazzling radiance. At that moment, both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, who were walking ahead, were startled by the brilliance and turned to look. Zhu Beiji whispered to Sun Wukong, "Brother Monkey, what is Master up to now? What is that glowing object in his hand?" Sun Wukong's expression grew grave as he sensed the ominous aura emanating from the card in Tang Sanzang's hands. Suddenly, his expression shifted, for he discerned that the ominous presence within the card was akin to a living entity, its bloodline power rivaling his own. As one of the 4 spirit monkeys, the Lingming Stone Monkey, Sun Wukong possessed a bloodline that was among the highest in existence, allowing him to rapidly cultivate to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Now, he felt that this living entity's bloodline was not only equal to his own but was even slightly superior, imbued with a ferocity that was palpable. Gripping his golden staff tightly, Sun Wukong remained on high alert. Although this appeared to be Tang Sanzang's doing, he was prepared for any eventuality, ready to strike at a moment's notice. At this point, the summoning card in Tang Sanzang's hand ceased absorbing mana, soaring from his grasp to a nearby patch of ground, transforming into a colossal vortex. The vortex shimmered with an endless expanse of starlight, captivating all who beheld it. With a resounding roar filled with authority and ferocity, a massive creature emerged from the vortex, each of its steps sending tremors through the earth. This was the ancient fierce beast, Tao Wu. Chapter 70. The ancient fierce beast, Tao Wu. Tao Wu's colossal form mirrored that of the creature depicted on the card, radiating a black luminescence. Standing before it, one could sense an overwhelming aura of brutality and dominance. What manner of beast is this? Zhu Beiji was left speechless, not only by the imposing stature of Tao Wu, but also by the immense pressure it exerted. Sun Wukong's demeanor was exceedingly serious. Although he was unaware of what this creature was, he could feel the formidable presence emanating from it. A Tai-E golden immortal. This was a formidable adversary. Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the golden staff, his eyes locked onto Tao Wu with a mixture of tension and a fierce, burning fighting spirit. His golden staff had not been fully unleashed in quite some time. Tang Sanzang regarded the magnificent Tao Wu with great satisfaction, reveling in its powerful aura. Momentarily lost in a vision of effortlessly vanquishing all demons and reaping merit points with ease, entirely forgetting to manage Tao Wu. As the formidable beast, Tao Wu, arrived in this realm, it surveyed its surroundings. Initially, it overlooked Tang Sanzang, who was its master and therefore an absolute non-target, and also ignored the frightened Zhu Beiji, whose weakness failed to pique its interest. At that moment, the vigilant and battle-ready Sun Wukong caught Tao Wu's attention. This monkey was indeed intriguing. As one of the 4 ancient legendary beasts, Tao Wu was imbued with a defiant spirit, compelling it to engage in combat. Without hesitation, it charged at Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a surge of exhilaration. Without uttering a word, he raised his golden staff and struck downwards. The clash between Sun Wukong and Tao Wu was imminent. With a resounding crash, the golden staff, wielded with tremendous force, collided with Tao Wu's paw, producing a formidable noise. Tao Wu let out a furious roar. It had merely intended to toy with the monkey, but was taken aback by the unexpected pain inflicted upon it. Angered, Tao Wu prepared for a more serious confrontation. After a swift recovery, Sun Wukong ascended into the air, enlarging his golden staff and swinging it down with ferocity, proclaiming, "Monster, take this from me." This blow represented the full extent of Sun Wukong's power, striking Tao Wu before it could react, sending it hurtling away and devastating the trees along its path. The commotion finally roused Tang Sanzang, who, upon realizing that Sun Wukong was engaged in battle with Tao Wu, felt a surge of panic. After all, Tao Wu possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. What would happen if Sun Wukong were to be harmed? Yet before he could voice his concerns, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Not only was Sun Wukong unscathed in his battle against the great Luo golden immortal, but he seemed to be gaining the upper hand, even managing to send Tao Wu flying with a single strike. Could it be that Tao Wu was merely an impostor of a great Luo golden immortal? Tang Sanzang pondered in disbelief. Sun Wukong, emboldened by his initial success, refrained from becoming complacent. He understood that defeating a true great Luo golden immortal was not a matter of mere 3 or 4 moves. Since he had gained the advantage, he resolved to press the attack relentlessly, for it was the only path to a glimmer of victory. In a flash, he appeared above Tao Wu, who had not yet regained its footing, and struck it again on the head, causing it to crash to the ground and create a crater. Finally, Zhu Beiji began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He watched in trepidation as the fierce Sun Wukong unleashed his might, and felt a wave of relief that he had not resisted too much earlier at Gao Laozhuang. Otherwise, in this state, he would have been utterly helpless against Sun Wukong's ferocity. Observing Sun Wukong's dominance, Tang Sanzang felt reassured and ceased his attempts to intervene. After all, even if Tao Wu was a great Luo golden immortal, its resilient physique would withstand a beating. Understanding the pent-up frustrations that Sun Wukong had endured for 5 centuries, Tang Sanzang recognized that this battle provided an opportunity for release. Thus, Sun Wukong continued his relentless assault, wielding the golden staff and delivering a series of punishing blows to Tao Wu, leaving it no chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and Zhu Beiji sat to the side, watching the spectacle unfold with keen interest. After some time, Sun Wukong appeared to tire, his movements slightly sluggish, and Tao Wu seized the opportunity. With a thunderous roar, Tao Wu unleashed a surge of magical energy, sending the unsuspecting Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. A thick, dark aura enveloped Tao Wu, and when it dissipated, the wounds inflicted by Sun Wukong had vanished as if they had never existed. My heavens, Is this recovery ability not a tad too terrifying? Tang Xing exclaimed in shock at this spectacle. Sun Wukong had exerted his full strength in the earlier assault, and though he had exhausted himself, Tao Wu's injuries had completely healed in a mere moment. This was akin to wielding a cheat code. Now restored, Tao Wu glared at Sun Wukong, who charged at it once more, a flicker of anger igniting in its eyes. Gathering a substantial amount of magical power, Tao Wu swiped at the approaching Sun Wukong. The impact was tremendous, not only striking the golden staff but also sending Sun Wukong flying. Tao Wu, now exhilarated, roared in triumph after having been dominated by Sun Wukong. It felt it was finally time to turn the tables and crush this insufferable monkey. However, just as it prepared to pursue, Tang Xing's voice echoed, "Enough, Tao Wu, Wukong. Cease your fighting." Upon hearing Tang Xing's command, Tao Wu instinctively halted, bound by an ingrained loyalty that compelled it to obey. With no choice but to stop, Tao Wu merely glared at Sun Wukong. Seeing that the beast had ceased its aggression, Sun Wukong relaxed his guard, relishing the thrill of the earlier confrontation. "Master, what exactly is this creature?" Sun Wukong inquired as he approached. Tang Xing feigned mystery, replying, "This is Tao Wu, one of the 4 ancient legendary beasts, now my companion. It possesses the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal." Zhu Beiji, upon hearing this, rubbed his ears in disbelief. The world had changed too rapidly for him to keep up. Tang Xing had a pet, and more astonishingly, this pet was an ancient beast of great Luo golden immortal caliber. How formidable! Tao Wu, displeased by being referred to as a pet, let out a disgruntled growl, asserting its status as a combat partner, not merely a pet. "Indeed, it is impressive," Sun Wukong remarked, observing Tao Wu's imposing stature. Upon hearing Tang Xing's praise, Tao Wu proudly raised its head, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. In Tao Wu's mind, it considered itself on the same level as the monkey, the pig, and the dragon horse, all being Tang Xing's combat allies. Since they shared the same status, it naturally believed it should take the lead, basking in the master's commendation. "Master, where did you acquire such a pet? It is remarkable." Zhu Beiji cautiously approached, swallowing hard as he spoke. Hearing Zhu Beiji refer to it as a pet, Tao Wu let out a furious roar, as if to say, "You are the pet. Your entire family is." Zhu Beiji, being merely a small golden immortal, could not withstand the imposing presence of a great Luo golden immortal, and promptly stumbled backward, landing on his back and hurriedly crawling behind Tang Xing, exclaiming, "Master, save me." Witnessing Zhu Beiji's cowardice, Tao Wu scoffed, ignoring him entirely. "Beiji, get up. With such a small heart, how can you achieve great things? Do not claim to be a disciple of the great Saint Monk Tang Sanzang." Tang Xing chided, giving Zhu Beiji a kick, rubbing his sore bottom. Zhu Beiji got up, still somewhat frightened, muttering, "Any fierce beast would intimidate anyone who sees it." Tang Xing ignored Zhu Beiji and turned to Sun Wukong, asking, "Wukong, in your opinion, how does Tao Wu compare to Guanyin? In a one-on-one confrontation, could they possibly overcome Guanyin?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong replied, "Master, it is difficult to say. If it solely depends on physical prowess, your pet, the Taogu, would undoubtedly have the upper hand. However, Guanyin possesses several formidable treasures that could enable her to secure victory through their power. Thus, the outcome truly hinges on the circumstances at that moment." Tang Xing nodded in agreement. While he could not definitively assert that the Taogu could defeat Guanyin, it certainly represented a significant level of power akin to a Deluo Jin Xian. This would considerably enhance Tang Xing's own strength in the future. Gazing at the Taogu's massive form, Tang Xing pondered briefly before gesturing to store it within the Chaos Pearl. As the protagonist, he enjoyed the favor of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible for ordinary beings to discern his secrets. Consequently, no one was aware that Tang Xing had acquired a Taogu of the initial stage of Deluo Jin Xian, which he could keep hidden as a trump card. Imagine the thrill of suddenly unleashing a fierce beast of Deluo Jin Xian caliber during a battle against foes. "Master, where did that beast go?" Pigsy, unfamiliar with the realm of the Chaos Pearl, was taken aback when he witnessed the Taogu vanish before his eyes, bewildered by the occurrence. "What concern is that of yours?" Tang Xing retorted sharply, dismissing Pigsy, whose recent behavior had been utterly embarrassing. Having resolved the matter of the Taogu, Tang Xing turned his attention to the system panel and extracted the second item, the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. In the next moment, a fan, resplendent with colors and exuding an intense heat, materialized in Tang Xing's hand. Upon grasping it, He felt the immense energy contained within, the fire attribute raging wildly, occasionally spilling forth. However, with the system's assistance, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan had been completely refined to recognize Tang Sanzang as its master, eliminating any concern that the escaping flames would harm him. A surge of excitement coursed through Tang Sanzang. The 5 Fire 7 Birds fan was indeed a powerful treasure. Upon closer inspection, its vivid plumage radiated divine resonance, a grand aura enveloping the surroundings, and an overwhelming might commanding respect across the ages. This fan boasted a significant heritage, being one of the treasures of the celestial master Qingxiu of the Chan school, a guardian of the Xiang cave on Qingfeng Mountain. It was later gifted to his foremost disciple, Yang Ran, who had wielded it to shatter the plague formation and vanquish the plague deity, Lu, among other adversaries, showcasing its formidable prowess. The fan was adorned with feathers from the phoenix, Qinghuan, rock, peacock, white crane, swan, and owl, as well as the combined fires of the sky. Stone, wood, samadhi, and earthly flames, all inscribed with seals and incantations, with poetry gracing its reverse side. As Tang Sanzang recalled the details of the fan, inspiration struck him, and he invoked the spell, 9 Dragon Flame, harnessing the power of the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. Instantly, 3 colossal, multicolored fire dragons materialized around him, their searing heat radiating outward, incinerating everything within reach. While Sun Wukong managed to withstand the fiery onslaught with his magic, Pigsy, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by the intense heat, feeling as though he were being scorched, and fled in terror. Observing Tang Sanzang, Pigsy was astounded. How could a mere mortal frequently summon such powerful treasures? Go! Tang Sanzang ignored Pigsy's astonishment and pointed the fan forward, sending the swirling fire dragons hurtling toward a nearby hill. Boom! The 3 fire dragons struck the hill simultaneously, shattering the rocks and causing a tremendous explosion, the shockwave obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Gasping in disbelief, Pigsy watched in horror. Is this the kind of attack a celestial immortal can unleash? How terrifying! He realized that had those fire dragons targeted him, he would have faced devastating consequences. Very well. Tang Sanzang observed the enhancement of the 9 Dragon Flame by the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, nodding in satisfaction. The power of the flame had increased 3 to 4-fold, and even with the previous enhancement from the Fire Cloud Tower, the fire dragons had possessed limited strength. Now, however, they truly embodied a formidable lethal force. The 9 Dragon Flame had become a powerful and reliable offensive technique, capable of threatening even the Golden Immortals. With a contented nod, Tang Sanzang stowed the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, having fully refined it for storage within his body for immediate use. Next, he focused on the third prize, the experience card for the peak of De Luo Jin Xian, Kong Xian, including the previous experience card for Xingtian. Tang Sanzang now possessed 2 cards for the peak of De Luo Jin Xian, with this particular card allowing for a full day's duration of use, making it exceedingly formidable. Kong Xian was a renowned figure from the Fengshan era, a powerhouse rivaling the war god Xingtian, possibly even surpassing him. As the first peacock in the world, Kong Xian's ultimate technique was the 5-color divine light, capable of capturing enemies with its brilliance, which comprised 5 colors: blue, yellow, red, black, and white. This divine light was said to ensnare all beings, and once unleashed, it would seize any target in sight. During the Fengshan period, Kong Xian had instilled fear in Dao Xing Tianzun and Yang Jian, and even the legendary flying blade of the celestial slayer, Luya, and the ancient Buddha of light he had encountered previously could do nothing but flee when faced with the 5-color divine light. Kong Xian had triumphed over Neza and Yang Jian, rendering Jiangzia's army powerless and forcing him to raise a banner of truce, only to later be subdued by one of the Western 2 saints, Zhuanti Daoren. He was ultimately consigned to the Western paradise, becoming a steed and disciple of Zhuanti Daoren, honored as the Peacock King, and later assisted in the battle against the evil array of the Celestial Slayer. Though Kong Xian was merely a De Luo Jin Xian, he had audaciously confronted saints and managed to inflict losses upon them, a truly terrifying existence. In the world of Journey to the West, while the saints remained hidden, utilizing this experience card for Kong Xian would grant Tang Sanzang a semblance of invincibility for an entire day. What a delight! It felt as though he were cheating. With Kong Xian at his disposal, he could dominate the world. Tang Sanzang marveled at the thought, secretly wishing for the day when he could draw a summoning card for Kong Xian, allowing him to stride effortlessly through the journey to the West universe. After reveling in his excitement for a while, Tang Sung composed himself, treating the experience card with utmost reverence, before retrieving the fourth reward, an item known as the upgrade card. The function of this card was straightforward. It could elevate one's level by 3 realms, disregarding any existing boundaries. What did it mean to bypass limitations? It meant that even if Tang Sung reached the pinnacle of the Great Tao, this upgrade card could still raise his cultivation by 3 realms, potentially breaking the constraints of the rules and achieving an unparalleled level of strength never seen before. Such an item was far beyond his current reach. Its emergence was nothing short of a monumental stroke of fortune, Tang Sing murmured. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of a mere celestial immortal, rendering this upgrade card a waste at this moment, so he decided to keep it for future use. As for the final item, it was simply a mere 100,000 cultivation points. Without hesitation, Tang Sung declared, "System. Expend all cultivation points and apply them to the Pangu creation technique to enhance my realm. Currently, with a cultivation point of 118,000. Upgrading the Pangu creation skill to the Xuanzang realm requires the expenditure of 100,000 cultivation points. Do you wish to confirm this?" Upon hearing the system's prompt, Tang Sung couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. To ascend to Xuanzang required such an exorbitant amount. Would reaching the golden immortal realm demand 1,000,000 points? How terrifying. Yet, the rapid advancement through the system and the solid foundation it provided left Tang Sung with no choice but to comply. Confirm. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Congratulations, host, for spending 100,000 cultivation points. Your cultivation has risen to the first level of Xuanzang. To advance to the next level requires 50,000 cultivation points, ancestral dragon bloodline reduction. You now have 18,000 cultivation points remaining. Please continue your efforts." As the system's voice faded, a warm current began to flow from Tang Sing's dantian and integrate into his limbs and bones, bringing him immense comfort. At that moment, Zhu Beiji, who was shouldering the luggage, sensed the shift in energy and turned to gaze at Tang Sung, his eyes filled with astonishment. He simply could not fathom how his master could experience a breakthrough as effortlessly as drinking water, even while mounted on a horse. Moreover, this was not merely a minor breakthrough, but a significant leap from celestial immortal to Xuanzang. "Fool, what are you staring at? Hurry up and move." Sun Wukong chided upon noticing Zhu Beiji's dazed expression. "Brother Monkey, is our master truly breaking through?" Zhu Beiji asked incredulously. Sun Wukong glanced back and noted the aura surrounding Tang Sung had indeed escalated from celestial immortal to Xuanzang without a hint of surprise. Such astonishing events were rather commonplace for his master. "Fool, get used to it and stop dawdling. Let's move." Sun Wukong shook his head. At this, Zhu Beiji reluctantly averted his gaze, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Why had he, after decades of seclusion, struggled to break through from celestial immortal to Xuanzang, while Tang Sung could do so merely by riding a horse? It seemed utterly unfair. Yet, the cruel truth remained, and he could do nothing but sigh, lamenting Tang Sung's formidable talent for cultivation. At this moment, Tang Sung slowly opened his eyes, his body brimming with a powerful sensation, as though he could strike a blow strong enough to obliterate the recently battled Lingji Bodhisattva. However, he remained rational, fully aware that this overwhelming feeling was merely an illusion stemming from his sudden increase in power. While his strength had indeed surged, it was far from the capability to defeat a Tai golden immortal with a single punch. Extending his palm, Tang Sung infused a measure of mana and then struck a tree trunk, thick enough for a person to embrace. With a resounding bang and a series of cracking sounds, beautifully patterned fissures appeared on the tree, which exploded into fragments like a work of art. This display not only showcased the power of Tang Sing's strike, but also highlighted his exceptional control over his mana, wielding it as adeptly as an extension of his own body. Pleased with his handiwork, Tang Sing nodded in satisfaction before recalling the next challenge that awaited him. If memory served correctly, the next trial was the River of Sand. Chapter 73, River of Sand, the Sand Monk. Following this trial, Tang Sing's destined trio of disciples and their steed would be fully assembled, ready to embark on their journey to the west. However, the thought of the Sand Monk caused Tang Sing to furrow his brow as he recalled a saying from his past life. It was said that in the original narrative, Tang Sung had reincarnated 10 times before becoming who he was, with the previous 9 lives all being monks who ventured on the journey to the west. Alas, These past incarnations were mere mortals, devoid of the protection of disciples like Sun Wukong and lacking the divine guardianship of celestial beings. Each time, upon reaching the river of sand, they met their demise. The necklace of 9 skulls worn by the sand monk represented the 9 past lives of Tang Sanzang. This sand monk was a water demon, notorious for devouring travelers, a truly wicked creature. Even though he had once been the heavenly court's general of the curtain, it could not alter the fact that he had transformed into a man-eating water monster. Under such circumstances, it could be said that Tang Sanzang held a deep-seated enmity towards him. In the original tale, Guanyin Bodhisattva intervened, compelling the sand monk to remove the skulls from his neck, transforming them into a boat to assist Tang Sanzang across the river of sand, thereby resolving their animosity. The original Tang Sanzang was merely a mortal, easily manipulated, but the current Tang Sanzang was a traveler with the strength to confront Guanyin directly. Therefore, it was utterly unrealistic to expect such grievances to be resolved so simply. At the very least, he would need to gain some advantage before allowing the sand monk to join their ranks. With these thoughts, Tang Sanzang commanded Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to quicken their pace towards the river of sand. 2 days later, in the early morning, after finishing the food purchased by Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang patted his belly in satisfaction and said, "Wukong, I have just eaten my fill. I shall rest for a while. Please scout ahead and see where we are." Sun Wukong nodded, playfully smacking Zhu Beiji and instructing, "Fool, tidy up and ensure Master has a comfortable rest." Zhu Beiji, feeling somewhat aggrieved, complied and began to pack their belongings, while Sun Wukong soared into the sky, heading westward. "Go for it, Beiji, I have faith in you," Tang Sanzang said with approval before reclining in a rattan chair, closing his eyes to indulge in a short nap. This rattan chair, crafted by Xuanzang in the Chaos Pearl world, was designed specifically to please Tang Sanzang. It was imbued with a formation by Xuanzang, allowing the user to swiftly enter a state of deep slumber. Tang Sanzang cherished this gift, designating a large area to prevent the Tao from bullying Xuanzang, and frequently took it out for a comfortable rest. Moments later, when Tang Sanzang awoke, the sun had shifted westward. Sun Wukong, leaning against a tree trunk, appeared to be napping. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang stir, he immediately opened his eyes and leaped down, exclaiming, "Master, you are awake." With that, Sun Wukong playfully slapped the slumbering Zhu Beiji on the head, scolding, "Fool, are you still asleep? Master is awake, and you're still dozing off like a pig." Zhu Beiji, groggily sitting up and clutching his head, replied, "Brother monkey, if you keep hitting my head, I'll become silly. Besides, I am a pig." Upon hearing Zhu Beiji's retort, Sun Wukong glared, causing Zhu Beiji to hastily scramble to hide behind Tang Sanzang. "Enough, Wukong, stop the antics. Tell me, where have we arrived?" Tang Sanzang inquired, shaking his head. In response to Tang Sang's question, Sun Wukong abandoned his intentions to further chastise Zhu Beiji and said, "Master, about 20 miles ahead, there lies an extremely broad river, measuring 800 miles across. There are no ferrymen or bridges in sight, and the waters are filled with mud and sand, flowing with great turbulence, as if both water and sand are in motion together. Without utilizing our powers, it would be quite challenging to cross this river." At these words, Tang Sanzang's eyes brightened, and he asked, "Wukong, did you happen to catch the name of that river? Is it called the River of Sand?" 800 miles of flowing sand, 3,000 fathoms of weak waters. Goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers must sink. This was the original text description of the River of Sand. Sun Wukong paused, then exclaimed in surprise, "Master, how did you know the river is called the River of Sand?" Tang Sanzang shook his head without elaborating, his heart racing with excitement. They had finally reached the River of Sand, and the plot involving the sand monk was about to unfold. This was truly splendid. The past 2 days of travel had been rather monotonous, and now that they had arrived at the River of Sand, the tranquil existence was about to gain some intrigue. With that, they resolved not to waste any more time and set forth on their journey. Tang Sanzang rose from his seat and folded the rattan chair before speaking. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji dared not hesitate. One led the horse while the other carried the burden, swiftly setting off on their journey. All members of the party possessed some level of cultivation, allowing them to traverse the 20 miles with great speed. As Tang Sanzang dismounted from the white dragon horse and gazed upon the vast river before him, a surge of audacity welled up within him, accompanied by a burgeoning desire to conquer the flowing waters. Taking 2 steps forward, he spotted a dilapidated boundary stone inscribed with the words "Flowing Sand River." Behind this stone was etched a poem, 800 flowing sands mark the boundary. 3,000 weak waters run deep. Goose feathers cannot rise, while reed flowers sink to the bottom. Indeed, in a previous world, he had never encountered such a magnificent flowing sand river. It was nothing short of a spectacle. Tang Sanzang spread his arms wide and exclaimed in awe. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged knowing glances, accustomed as they were to Tang Sanzang's cryptic utterances. After a moment of marveling at the wonders of the flowing sand river, Tang Sanzang composed himself and pondered. The sand monk was indeed within this river. According to the original text, Zhu Beiji had engaged in a fierce battle with the sand monk at the river's bottom, with Zhu Beiji only narrowly emerging victorious. It was highly likely that the sand monk's cultivation was at the peak of the Xianxian or the early stage of the Jingxian. At this moment, Tang Sanzang began to strategize how many merit points he could obtain from the sand monk. Recalling that Zhu Beiji had previously demonstrated that even as a member of the pilgrimage group, defeating him before his submission could yield corresponding merit points, Tang Sanzang fervently hoped that the sand monk was at the early stage of Jingxian, for defeating a Jingxian would grant 10,000 merit points. However, a daunting dilemma confronted Tang Sanzang. As he could not swim, how could he possibly lure the sand monk from the depths of the water? Just then, a tumultuous surge erupted from the center of the flowing sand river, and a wild man with red hair emerged from the water, adorned with 9 skulls hanging from his neck. Chapter 74. The Departure Mission. The death of the sand monk. This red-haired wild man was none other than the sand monk of the flowing sand river. Observing the sand monk's appearance, Tang Sanzang frowned slightly. The visage was far too unconventional, transcending mere ugliness into a realm of grotesque absurdity. With a roar, the sand monk brandished his crescent spade, glaring at Tang Sanzang with a ferocious intensity, his gaze resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. Tang Sanzang, feeling his discomfort, waved his hand, summoning the 5 fire 7 birds fan, and in the next instant, 4 fiery dragons, exuding searing energy, appeared around him. Having reached the Xianxian realm, Tang Sanzang was now able to summon 4 fire dragons instead of 3, and their might had significantly increased. With a focused gaze, Tang Sanzang prepared to unleash the fire dragons upon the sand monk, but at that moment, the system's alert chimed, detected a connection of karmic entanglement between the target and the host across 9 lifetimes, triggering a mission. Mission name: the destination of reincarnation. Mission content: the sand monk before you has slain and consumed the host in the previous 9 lifetimes. This enmity is irreconcilable. However, the heavenly path decrees that the sand monk must become the host's disciple. Since the heavenly path cannot be defied, the host must resolve the karmic destiny between them before accepting him as a disciple. Mission hint: this task requires a one-time item: reincarnation reappearance. Initially, Tang Sanzang felt a flicker of joy at the mission trigger, but soon his expression darkened, for the mission's hint left him feeling quite discontented. Previously, when he opened the golden treasure chest, he had obtained a one-time item, reincarnation reappearance, which he had stored away without knowing its purpose. To discover that this item was linked to the current mission greatly displeased him. It felt as though his fate was being manipulated by the system. The system seemed to sense Tang Sanzang's emotions, and the alert chimed again, detected that the host possesses a one-time item, reincarnation reappearance. Thus, the system will no longer issue a mission item but will instead reward an upgrade in level. Hearing the system's explanation, Tang Sanzang's brows furrowed deeply. He could not discern whether this was a preordained condition of the system or if it was a response to his thoughts. If it were the former, it would be acceptable, but if it were the latter, it was rather unsettling, making him feel as if he were under the system's watchful gaze. After pondering for a long while without clarity, the sand monk seized the opportunity, charging forward with his crescent spade. Tang Sanzang had no choice but to focus on the battle, setting aside his concerns for the time being. Regardless of the mission, he first needed to subdue the sand monk. Go! Tang Sanzang cried out, and the 4 fire dragons, infused with potent fiery energy, surged toward the sand monk. Boom! In the next instant, the 4 fire dragons collided fiercely with the crescent spade, resulting in a violent explosion. Surely, this fellow is destined to be obliterated, Zhu Beiji remarked as he observed the explosion in the air. Indeed, after the explosion, a figure plummeted from above, crashing into the sandy shore, charred and smoldering. Tang Sanzang was momentarily taken aback. He had sensed the unstable aura of Jingxian from the sand monk, which had emboldened him to command the fire dragons. However, he had not anticipated that a single strike would send the sand monk crashing to the ground. Then, realization struck Tang Sanzang. The sand monk could not perish. Setting aside his mission, if the sand monk died, the pilgrimage group would lack sufficient members, jeopardizing their quest for the sacred texts. And this ultimately pertained to his own desire to return to a mundane life. Quick! Save him! Tang Sanzang suddenly shouted, sprinting toward the spot where the sand monk had fallen. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged astonished glances, utterly bewildered by Tang Sanzang's inexplicable reaction. He had dealt the blow, yet now he was so eager to save the very creature he had just vanquished. Nevertheless, despite their surprise, they did not dare to delay and hurried after Tang Sanzang. Upon reaching the sand monk, Tang Sanzang gazed at the figure buried in the sand, resembling a charred lump devoid of any life force, and was momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, he snapped back to reality and pointed urgently at the sand monk, exclaiming, "Hurry, get him out!" Without hesitation, Sun Wukong grasped the sand monk's leg and hoisted him out. However, the sand monk had already turned into a mass of charred remains, his original features completely unrecognizable, and his once red beard had been entirely incinerated. Using his magical powers to assess the situation, Sun Wukong turned to Tang Sanzang and stated, "Master, this demon is already dead." Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the sand monk, early stage of Jinxian. You have gained 10,000 merit points." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tang Sanzang found no joy in the victory. The sand monk was truly dead? The sand monk, a member of the pilgrimage group, had fallen at the outset. How could they possibly continue? A chill settled in Tang Sanzang's heart, and he felt his dreams of a peaceful life slipping further away. Master is truly formidable, dispatching a Jinxian with a single strike. Incredible! Zhu Beiji exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he sought to curry favor with Tang Sanzang. Initially, Zhu Beiji intended only to flatter him, unaware that Tang Sanzang's heart was heavy with despair. His praise was destined to fall flat. "You fool! What do you suggest we do now?" Tang Sanzang fumed, directing his ire toward Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji was left bewildered, unsure how he was to blame when it was Tang Sanzang who had dealt the fatal blow to the demon. How could he possibly be held responsible? However, Zhu Beiji dared not refute and could only lower his head in submission, gazing at the furious Tang Sanzang. After venting his anger, Tang Sanzang felt he had been somewhat excessive, burdening Zhu Beiji with trials he ought not to endure. Yet, as a master, Tang Sanzang would never apologize. For this matter was also tied to the pig. Had it not been for the original text showcasing Zhu Beiji's strength as comparable to Sha monks, Tang Sanzang would not have assumed their capabilities were alike and would not have unleashed his full power. Unexpectedly, Sha monk was so feeble that he succumbed to a single blow, a reality Tang Sanzang had not anticipated. At that moment, a sacred sound echoed from the horizon. Xuanzang. Chapter 75. Resurrection. The might of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang turned towards the source of the voice and beheld Guanyin Bodhisattva descending from the sky. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji hurried to greet Guanyin, bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva." "Sister Guanyin, what brings you here?" Tang Sanzang spoke nonchalantly. Guanyin ignored the trio, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the lifeless Sha monk, her voice low and serious. "Xuanzang, what transpired here?" "Sister Guanyin, I am equally perplexed. This Sha monk possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, yet he perished from my single strike. Is this not a form of deception? You must advocate for me." Tang Sanzang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Guanyin, observing Tang Sanzang's innocent demeanor, was rendered speechless. The very man who had struck down Sha monk now feigned innocence. Such audacity was beyond shameless. "Xuanzang, this Sha monk is your destined disciple. How could you have taken his life?" Guanyin sternly questioned, disregarding Tang Sanzang's protests. "Sister Guanyin, I truly know not how this occurred. I merely touched him lightly, and he perished instantly. I am equally at a loss." Tang Sanzang blinked, attempting to defend himself. Monks must not resort to violence so easily, let alone to the point of death. As a seeker of the Tao, how can you defy the precepts? Guanyin's expression remained solemn. Tang Sanzang felt a surge of frustration. What was the matter with Guanyin? He had explained himself twice, yet she seemed oblivious, continuing to chastise him for Sha monk's demise. Irritated, Tang Sanzang finally retorted, "What? Does Sister Guanyin deem my actions unreliable? If so, perhaps you should find a more suitable and dependable individual to undertake the pilgrimage on my behalf, for I am quite disinclined to continue." "Xuanzang, you." Guanyin was incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Sister Guanyin, your words bear no weight now. This individual has been slain, and what more can I do? Tang Sanzang shrugged, his own distress palpable. After all, with Sha Monk dead, his mission was rendered impossible. Guanyin shot Tang Sanzang a fierce glare, then produced the Yangji Ganlu from her jade bottle, sprinkling it over Sha Monk's charred remains. A miraculous scene unfolded as the Yangji Ganlu touched the nearly carbonized body of Sha Monk. Ripples emanated from the point of contact, swiftly enveloping him. Where the ripples passed, the charred skin vanished, revealing tender, pristine flesh anew, bestowing upon Sha Monk a second life. Tang Sanzang watched in awe, his mouth slightly agape. He had previously known of the great Luo Golden Immortal's formidable prowess, yet had lacked a true comprehension of its magnitude. Today, he genuinely grasped why the great Luo Golden Immortal was regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation. Not only was their combat strength extraordinary, but their ability to resurrect the deceased was beyond the reach of other cultivators. Sha Monk had been rendered lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Yet Guanyin could effortlessly restore him with a mere wave of her hand. It was nothing short of terrifying. Sha Monk gradually opened his eyes, his breath steadying as he rose, his bald head gleaming as he clasped his hands together in reverence. I pay my respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin gestured to lift Sha Monk, then spoke. Wujing, this is the Tang Sanzang, the pilgrim from the Eastern Tang dynasty I mentioned, and he shall be your future master. Upon hearing this, Sha Monk immediately turned to Tang Sanzang, eager to bow in respect, exclaiming, Wujing pays his respects to the master. However, Tang Sanzang quickly waved his hands, saying, No, please, do not. I cannot accept you as my disciple. Both Sha Monk and Guanyin were taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Xuanzang, what do you mean by this? Guanyin inquired. Tang Sanzang cast a glance at the bewildered Sha Monk and replied coolly, This disciple bears the head of my previous 9 lives. Now he wishes to take me as his master. I cannot agree, for should this disciple's wild nature resurface, I might be devoured, and that would be dire indeed. Sha Monk stood there, utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, Tang Sanzang had struck him down effortlessly, and despite the resurrection, he was fully aware he could not contend with him. Guanyin regarded Tang Sanzang, her brow furrowing. She was baffled as to how he had knowledge of his past lives. Xuanzang, the causes sown in your previous 9 lives are the fruits of this current life. It is only fitting that Wujing becomes your disciple to comprehend cause and effect. Guanyin suggested after some contemplation. Yet, Tang Sanzang was not swayed, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I am not worthy of such a fate. Having been killed 9 times and consumed 9 times, now simply taking me as a master will settle the matter of cause and effect? Such a bargain cannot be made. Xuanzang, what then do you propose? Guanyin pressed, her brow knitted. Tang Sanzang's eyes darted momentarily before he proclaimed, If we are to resolve this matter of cause and effect, it must be fair. Since Sister Guanyin can revive him, why not allow me to slay him 9 times? I can overlook the grievances of his consuming me. Upon hearing this, Sha Monk turned pale. Even though he had been revived, the immense expenditure of energy was considerable. Should it happen again, the power Guanyin had invested to elevate him from the celestial immortal to the golden immortal would dissipate, reverting him to the realm of celestial immortal. Guanyin, equally displeased, responded, Xuanzang, while I may consider other requests, this one is absolutely unacceptable. This was no jest. Guanyin's Yangji Ganlu was limited, and having already expended a substantial amount on Sha Monk, she felt a pang of regret. How could she possibly spare another 8? Then there is another way. After all, these matters stem from my past 9 lives. Let Sister Guanyin allow me to travel back to that time and give him a thorough thrashing. Worry not. I shall not take his life. Tang Sanzang smiled slightly, revealing his true intention. That is impossible. The cycle of reincarnation is unfathomably complex. We cannot easily traverse it. I cannot fulfill such a request. Guanyin shook her head in refusal. Fear not. If you cannot, I certainly can. Tang Sanzang suddenly declared with a grin. Chapter 76. The rebirth of the cycle. Guanyin looked astonished and asked, What? You can accomplish this? The intricacies of reincarnation were a forbidden realm. In ancient times, the incarnation of the Earth Mother at the quasi-saint level underwent reincarnation, gaining immense merit and skyrocketing in power. Had it not been for the absence of the primordial purple energy, she would undoubtedly have achieved sainthood. Thus, it could be said that reincarnation was a domain only accessible to saints. Even Guanyin, a top-tier powerhouse at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, dared not meddle in the affairs of reincarnation, yet Tang Sanzang claimed he could. Meeting Guanyin's gaze, Tang Sanzang nodded slightly. Isn't it merely reincarnation? Surely it is within reach. Guanyin, observing Tang Sang's arrogant demeanor, struggled to suppress the urge to strike him. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "If you have a method, then please share it with me." Tang Sung feigned an air of mystery and remarked, "This cannot be spoken of. Uttering it will render it ineffective." Subsequently, he took a step forward, approaching Xuanzang, and scrutinized him as he inquired, "Are you willing to give it a try?" Xuanzang, feeling a twinge of fear towards Tang Sang, furtively glanced at Guanyin Bodhisattva, hoping she would intervene on his behalf. However, Guanyin, uncertain of Tang Sang's intentions, was nonetheless well acquainted with him. She realized that without allowing him to proceed with his plans, it would be impossible to successfully accept Xuanzang. Thus, with a hint of resignation, she advised, "Wujing, since Xuanzang claims to have a method, you should give it a chance." Hearing Guanyin's words, Xuanzang understood that even his sole source of support was not on his side. And despair washed over him as he cast a fleeting glance at Tang Sung before declaring, "Very well, I am willing." In response, Tang Sung nodded with satisfaction and retrieved a disposable item from the system space, the cycle reincarnation tool. The mechanism of this tool was straightforward. It allowed Tang Sung to select an individual and enter a time frame where their destinies intertwined, without affecting the realities of the present world. Thus, it was impractical to use this tool to erase an enemy from the timeline. Nevertheless, any actions taken by Tang Sung within the cycle reincarnation would manifest as memories in the other person's mind. Most importantly, within this tool, Tang Sung was utterly invincible, free to act as he pleased. With a slight smile, he selected Xuanzang and pressed the red button on the device. Suddenly, an invisible ripple emanated from the tool, swiftly enveloping both Tang Sung and Xuanzang. Meanwhile, Guanyin Bodhisattva, sensing this powerful aura, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the object in Tang Sang's hand. She distinctly felt an overwhelming force of reincarnation emanating from it, purest reincarnation power. Shock and confusion filled her heart as she pondered how Tang Sung could possess such a treasure. Even ordinary quasi-saints would find it challenging to meddle with matters of reincarnation. Could it be that a saint stood behind Tang Sung? Was a hidden saint intervening? If so, which saint could it be? The two saints of the West, the Holy One of Purity and the Holy One of Guidance, were certainly not contenders. Following the war of the witches and demons, the Holy Mother Enwa seldom engaged in the affairs of the primordial world, making her an unlikely candidate. Thus, the only remaining possibility pointed towards the three pure ones, particularly the Most High Tang Saint. Having been defeated in the previous Fengshan War by a coalition of 4, he might harbor resentment, especially now that the Buddhist sect was on the rise. He could very well be covertly intervening to thwart the journey to the West. This thought sent a chill down Guanyin's spine. If Tang Saint were indeed aiding Tang Sung in undermining the journey, it would pose a grave issue that must be reported to the Buddha. Now, Guanyin yearned to rush back to Lingshan to inform the Buddha, but alas, she could not leave until Xuanzang's matter was resolved. Suppressing her impulse, she focused her attention on Tang Sung and Xuanzang. At this moment, Tang Sung remained blissfully unaware that a mere disposable tool had led Guanyin to conjure an image of him having an extraordinarily powerful backing. Although Tang Sung appeared to be motionless with his eyes closed, his spirit had already entered the cycle reincarnation tool, arriving at the flowing sands of his first life. In this era, the river was not yet murky. Although it flowed with sediment, it was significantly clearer than in his 10th life. Without hesitation, Tang Sung leaped lightly, employing the flowing cloud technique, and in an instant, he found himself by the riverbank. Excellent, he mused appreciatively. For the flowing cloud technique not only boasted remarkable speed, but also ensured a smooth flight without any jarring movements, which greatly pleased him. As Tang Sung appeared at the river's edge, a red-bearded monster leapt from the water, none other than Xuanzang. At this moment, Xuanzang did not recognize Tang Sung, but felt a curious familiarity with the figure before him, who resembled the person he had just devoured. Observing the mid-stage of the Xianxian realm in Xuanzang, Tang Sung revealed a sinister smile, eschewing powerful artifacts in favor of his 9-ringed staff, which he brandished and charged forward. He approached Xuanzang and struck decisively. The collision of the 9-ringed staff and the crescent-shaped spade echoed loudly. And while Tang Sung remained unfazed, Xuanzang was sent reeling backward. Thought to flee? Tang Sung roared, employing the flowing cloud technique to swiftly pursue him. Delivering another strike with the 9-ringed staff, Xuanzang was tossed around like a rag doll, utterly defenseless. Despite Sha Monk being 3 or 4 small realms higher than Tang Sung, it mattered little, having cultivated the Panga creation technique. Tang Sung was an invincible force at the same cultivation level. Even a peak Xianxian practitioner would falter before him. Did you think you could kill me? Did you think you could consume me? This holy monk does not show his might, and you mistake me for a mere mortal? You thought you could bully me. But I have traversed the timelines to exact vengeance. How does it feel? Tang Sung ranted while relentlessly assaulting Sha Monk. Sha Monk, bewildered, was utterly at a loss. And moments later, as Tang Sing's staff descended, Sha Monk's figure suddenly dissipated into the ether. Chapter 77. Draining the Flowing Sands River Uninspiring. Tang Sing remarked. Observing the fading Sha Monk with a hint of exasperation, the scene shifted once more, and Tang Sing reappeared near the Flowing Sands River. Albeit this time the water was even murkier. Once again, Tang Sung dashed to the riverbank, and the red-bearded Sha Monk emerged, poised to roar at him. However, he hesitated, sensing a familiarity with this individual. Yet, Tang Sung wasted no words. Before Sha Monk could recollect, he surged forward, wielding the 9-ringed staff to deliver a fierce onslaught. This time, Tang Sung spoke not a word, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Sha Monk. Eventually, the latter recognized the identity of this fearsome figure, his eyes widening in terror. He could never have anticipated that every time he devoured someone resembling Tang Sung, this vengeful spirit would materialize to deliver a savage beating. Moments later, Sha Monk once again transformed into a phantom and vanished, and Tang Sung reappeared at yet another Flowing Sands river. This time, Sha Monk emerged fully armed. Having just consumed Tang Sing's third incarnation, prepared to ensure that Tang Sung would not return. However, his complete armament was futile against Tang Sing's overwhelming prowess. Without needing any powerful artifacts, Tang Sung wielded his 9-ringed staff to send him fleeing in terror. In his fourth life, Sha Monk had grown wise. Tang Sing waited patiently by the riverbank for an extended period, yet Sha Monk did not appear, leaving Tang Sung bemused. This fellow had been so thoroughly beaten that he was now too frightened to show his face. However, this would not do. Tang Sung must exact revenge across the 9 reincarnations to achieve clarity and resolve the karmic ties. Thus, Tang Sung decided to take matters into his own hands. If Sha Monk would not come forth, then Tang Sung would compel him to do so. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his most formidable artifact, the Chaos Pearl. Subsequently, a thought crossed Tang Sing's mind, and the Chaos Pearl suddenly radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the Flowing Sand River. A vortex-like force instantaneously erupted, causing the river's waters to surge upward, akin to a dragon drawing water, and they rushed toward the Chaos Pearl. Indeed, Tang Sing intended to carve out a large pit within the realm of the Chaos Pearl, aiming to absorb the river's waters along with the sediments, ultimately draining the Flowing Sand River entirely. Since the Sand Monk sought refuge in the river, Tang Sing resolved to relocate it. Embracing his arms, Tang Sung observed with a calm demeanor as the water level of the Flowing Sand River slowly receded, revealing the riverbed, nodding in approval. The Flowing Sand River stretched 800 miles wide and 10,000 miles long, an immense undertaking to drain or relocate. A task beyond the capabilities of even the most formidable celestial beings. After a moment, the river's waters had diminished by half. Yet the suction of the Chaos Pearl showed no signs of weakening. At this juncture, the Sand Monk could no longer contain himself and leaped from the waters. Gazing at Tang Sing with a mixture of fear and resignation, exclaiming, "Brother, who on earth are you? What do you intend to do? If I have wronged you in any way, could you grant me a swift end?" The Sand Monk's spirit was in shambles. From Tang Sing's perspective, the Sand Monk had merely been beaten and suddenly vanished, but from the Sand Monk's viewpoint, it was a series of abrupt assaults, leaving him gravely injured each time. Only to have Tang Sing disappear once more. Confused and battered, he would retreat to heal, taking decades to recover, only for Tang Sung to reappear and inflict further harm. Such occurrences repeated thrice. Who could endure this? Tang Sung regarded the emerging Sand Monk and coolly commanded, "Come here, stand here, and prepare to be struck." "You." The Sand Monk replied, his face contorted with rage. "This is utterly intolerable. I shall fight you." With a fierce shout, he brandished his crescent-shaped spade and charged at Tang Sung. At that moment, Tang Sung exhibited no emotional fluctuation in the face of this red-bearded giant, for he had grown weary of the conflict. With a resounding clash, Tang Sung swung his 9-ringed staff, sending the Sand Monk flying. Before him, the Sand Monk possessed no power to resist. and Tang Sung then stowed away the Chaos Pearl, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the Sand Monk. This time, Tang Sung had gained experience, targeting non-vital areas, prolonging the Sand Monk's suffering without diminishing it. After some time, the Sand Monk vanished, and Tang Sung found himself transported decades into the future. Before him lay the flowing sand river, intact as if the previous events had never transpired. Tang Sung paused, examining the Chaos Pearl, discovering that the deep pit, once half-filled, was now entirely empty, as if the previous spectacle had been but an illusion. Could it be that all actions within this enchanted realm were mere fabrications, affecting only memory? Tang Sung pondered. Yet, no one was present to provide answers. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. The immediate priority was to confront the Sand Monk. Initially driven by a sense of duty, Tang Sung now felt that each strike against the Sand Monk brought clarity to his mind, as if the lingering resentment dissipated with every blow. Recognizing this benefit, Tang Sung resolved not to let the opportunity slip away. Approaching the banks of the flowing sand river, he stood his 9-ringed staff upright in the sand, inhaled deeply, and bellowed, "Come forth and prepare for punishment." As Tang Sung's voice echoed, a water column erupted from the surface, and the Sand Monk leaped forth, his face a mask of indignation. He cast his crescent spade to the ground, closed his eyes, and assumed a posture of resignation, defiantly stating, "Go ahead and strike. Just don't hit my face." Tang Sung was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Sand Monk would forego resistance. "Will you not even attempt to fight back?" he inquired curiously. "Resist? What good would that do? I cannot win, nor can I escape. Even if I wish to flee, this place is too peculiar for that. Go ahead, strike me. The sooner it's over, the sooner I can return to rest." The Sand Monk despondently replied. Tang Sung was left speechless, his interest in the confrontation waning. Yet, for the sake of duty and reward, he reluctantly carried on. This time, the Sand Monk, perhaps due to his preparations, remained silent as he vanished after the blows. Feeling his mind clear once more, Tang Sung sensed a significant increase in his intellect. "Let us hasten to the next one. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can conclude this," he jubilantly declared. However, in the next moment, the scene shifted, and the flowing sand river was no longer in sight. Chapter 78. The Fractured Mind of the Sand Monk. What is this place? Tang Sung wondered, for it was evidently a forest, and the vicinity of the flowing sand river bore no trees. Thus, this locale could not be near the river. As Tang Sung pondered the nature of his surroundings, a sudden burst of laughter rang out nearby. Frowning, he hastened toward the sound. After navigating 2 turns, the scene before him ignited a surge of fury within Tang Sung. He beheld several burly men surrounding a lifeless body, rifling through its possessions. After a fruitless search, one of the men spat upon the corpse in frustration, declaring, "What a pitiful monk, not a single coin to his name. What a waste of my valuable time." To Tang Sung's horror, the body sprawled on the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to him, unmistakably his own form from this life. "I was killed by bandits in this existence? How could that be? If so, why does the Sand Monk possess 9 skulls?" Tang Sung mused, perplexed. Without hesitation, he seized his 9-ringed staff and charged at the bandits, swiftly reducing them to a pulpy mass without a second thought. These men were, in a sense, his mortal enemies, and Tang Sung showed no mercy. After dispatching the bandits, he felt his mind grow even clearer, heightening his senses. Coincidentally, this increase in acuity allowed him to perceive someone lurking among the trees nearby. "Who goes there?" Tang Sung's gaze sharpened, locking onto the concealed figure as he called out sternly. Yet, silence enveloped the area, no sound echoed in response. Had his heightened senses not confirmed the presence of another, he might have doubted his own perception. Seeing that his adversary remained hidden, Tang Sung wasted no time. He drew forth the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, summoning 4 blazing dragons that radiated an intense heat, poised menacingly toward the concealed figure. "Do not attack. Spare my life." The individual, now clearly terrified by the 4 fire dragons, shouted as he descended from the tree. Tang Sung regarded the newcomer with surprise, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" The man, sporting a vibrant red beard, was none other than the Sand Monk. At that moment, the Sand Monk's inner turmoil was palpable. Having successfully escaped the flowing sand river, he merely sought to hunt and regain strength before fleeing once more. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Tang Sung, the harbinger of his woes. Noticing the Sand Monk's stunned silence, Tang Sung furrowed his brow, demanding, "I am speaking to you. Do you not hear me?" The The sand monk, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I was merely passing through while moving. Do you believe me? Moving? Tang Sanzang frowned, taken aback that after their encounters, the sand monk was considering relocating. This posed a dilemma. If the sand monk moved, where would he be able to find him? Such a predicament would waste precious time. Yes, yes. The sand monk replied softly, noticing Tang Sanzang's displeasure. No, absolutely not. You cannot move. Otherwise, I shall end you. Tang Sanzang threatened vehemently. He has now come to understand that in this lifetime, the sand monk merely acquired a head without taking action to kill Tang Sanzang. The sand monk exclaimed, What I say cannot be changed by the Buddha. Let me tell you, if you dare to move, do you believe I will strike you every time I see you? Tang Sanzang responded. The sand monk, somewhat at a loss for words, thought that wasn't this the very thing happening now? Unable to win, escape, or evade, he had exhausted all conceivable methods, leaving him with only one option, to appease. Esteemed monk, please refrain from striking me. I shall offer you anything you desire. What do you say? The sand monk leaned in, a coarse smile squeezing onto his rugged face, attempting to curry favor. Upon turning to see the sand monk's distorted visage, Tang Sanzang was immediately repulsed, his skin crawling at the grotesque sight. With a swift kick, he sent the sand monk flying, crashing hard to the ground. Do not disgust me further, for I fear I might lose my restraint and end your life, Tang Sanzang coldly retorted. Subsequently, Xuanzang used his magical powers to create a pit, laying his past life as corpse within, covering it with earth. He had contemplated erecting a monument but thought better of it, realizing that everything in this cycle of reincarnation was devoid of significance. However, burying himself felt oddly peculiar to Tang Sanzang. He then decided not to hesitate any longer and charged forward, delivering another beating that caused the sand monk to dissolve into a wisp of shadow once more. In the following encounters, there were no unusual occurrences. The sand monk offered no resistance, merely enduring Tang Sanzang's relentless assaults before they parted ways, a routine to which Tang Sanzang grew accustomed. After the 9th beating, Tang Sanzang felt as if he had transcended, becoming entirely transformed. At that moment, his mind was remarkably clear, and his comprehension and wisdom experienced a tremendous elevation. Just then, he heard the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, the destination of reincarnation. Through each instance of your relentless beating, you have successfully dissipated the lingering attachments of your soul from your past life, resulting in a significant enhancement of your attributes, including comprehension. Congratulations, host, on achieving a level increase. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a fragment of the reincarnation law. Collecting all 10 fragments will grant access to the complete reincarnation law. As soon as the message concluded, Tang Sanzang's cultivation ascended a minor realm, yet his attention was entirely captured by the fragment of reincarnation law. The laws were powers accessible only to the great Luo golden immortals. Ordinary immortals scarcely understood their essence. Yet here was Tang Sanzang, still in the realm of the mystic immortal, already brushing against this arcane domain. Should he manage to gather this fragment, he would possess the ability to comprehend the power of the laws beneath the great Luo. This was akin to wielding a cheat, an official one at that, which would not lead to a ban, truly a terrifying prospect. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sanzang returned the fragment to the system's space, knowing he must quickly gather all 10 to render it effective. System, release me, Tang Sanzang commanded. One-time item, reincarnation manifestation, usage complete. The system's notification echoed, and Tang Sanzang felt a whirl of vertigo before he found himself back in reality. At this moment, both Tang Sanzang and the sand monk slowly opened their eyes, a series of memories merging within the sand monk's mind. Gazing at Tang Sanzang, he suddenly shouted, Do not approach me. The sand monk's eyes were filled with profound terror, a fear deeply rooted within his very bones. During the cycle of reincarnation, he had been thoroughly frightened by Tang Sanzang. And now, upon seeing him, it was akin to a mouse glimpsing a cat. Standing before Tang Sanzang, the sand monk trembled slightly, nearly losing his footing. For Tang Sanzang and the sand monk, the duration of the reincarnation manifestation felt extensive. However, for Guanyin Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong, and Zhu Beiji, it was merely a fleeting moment. Thus, they bore expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend why, in an instant, the sand monk's demeanor towards Tang Sanzang had shifted so dramatically. Such primal fear could not be feigned. Could it be that he truly possessed a treasure related to reincarnation? Had he altered certain events along the timeline? Guanyin pondered, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Enough, Wu Jing, Kneel and pay your respects to your master. Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction. The sand monk was momentarily taken aback before cautiously kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, I pay my respects to my master. Good, obedient disciple, rise. Tang Sung smiled, helping the sand monk to his feet. Observing this, Zhu Beiji approached and remarked, Master, weren't you unwilling to accept him just now? Why the sudden change of heart? Tang Sung shook his head and replied, What does this have to do with you? Hurry and tend to your junior brother. With that, he dismissed the sand monk and Zhu Beiji, turning to Guanyin Bodhisattva with a cheerful demeanor. Sister Guanyin, I have a request for your assistance. Guanyin, having witnessed the sand monk paying his respects, was about to leave when she heard Tang Sung's words and paused, asking, What is it, Xuanzang? Since that is the case, I shall not be polite. I encountered an extraordinarily remarkable individual who provided me with a peculiar treasure, the very one I just used. However, in exchange, he took all my possessions. I discovered this treasure does not suit me, so I wish to exchange it for a magical artifact here with Sister Guanyin. Would that be permissible? Tang Sung smiled, his expression radiating innocence, compelling trust. Upon hearing Tang Sung's words, Guanyin was taken aback. Naturally, she was highly intrigued by the reincarnation-related treasure Tang Sung had just utilized. However, she suspected that the individual behind Tang Sung was one of the saints, and this treasure might have been bestowed by a saint. Such artifacts were beyond her reach, merely dreams. Now, hearing Tang Sung voluntarily offer the treasure for exchange felt like a fortuitous windfall. Ahem, may I inquire how Xuanzang intends to trade? Guanyin coughed to mask her inner excitement and calmly inquired. Old fox, Tang Sung inwardly scolded while maintaining a smile. That is for you to decide, sister. Present whatever you deem fit for exchange. As long as I find it satisfactory, it shall suffice. Guanyin frowned slightly. This method of trading could disadvantage her. However, driven by her intense desire to acquire the treasure for study, she pondered for a moment before stating, Very well, I shall offer you a postnatal spiritual treasure in exchange. As she spoke, Guanyin produced a delicate white lotus flower, proclaiming, This item was born from the lotus in my possession. After refinement, it has become a protective postnatal spiritual treasure, which I now bestow upon you. In the future, should you encounter danger, it may save your life. Afterward, to demonstrate her sincerity, Guanyin directly handed the lotus to Tang Sung. Upon receiving it, Tang Sung realized it was merely a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Though a spiritual treasure, it was among the lowest tier. Internally, Tang Sung cursed, realizing Guanyin's audacity in attempting to exchange such a trinket for his reincarnation manifestation. He feigned admiration for the lotus, donning a troubled expression. Sister, while your lotus is lovely, I feel that. Seemingly anticipating Tang Sung's reaction, Guanyin interrupted before he could finish, producing a talisman. This is an attack talisman I personally crafted. When used, it can unleash an attack at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. This, too, I shall give you. A balance of offense and defense should suffice, no? Tang Sung accepted the talisman, fully aware that it was indeed crafted by Guanyin, still imbued with a faint, alluring fragrance. My sister has been exceedingly kind to me. However, dear sister, the price I paid to acquire this treasure was quite substantial. With only these two items, Tang Sung hesitated to speak. Little fox. Guanyin silently cursed, furrowing her brow and saying, Xuanzang, as a monk, you must remember to avoid the sin of greed. While Guanyin's admonition was valid, the reality remained unchanged, and Tang Sung felt helpless. It was evident that Guanyin coveted her own treasures, yet now, when he sought to ask for more, she used the pretext of the precepts to pressure him. This was truly excessive. Since that is the case, may I inquire what else Xuanzang desires? Guanyin spoke sternly. Tang Sung smiled faintly and replied, Sister Guanyin, you are aware that along our journey, we have encountered a multitude of demons and monsters. And even Wukong may find himself in situations beyond his ability to handle. Given your formidable powers, would you be so gracious as to bestow upon Wukong 3 life-saving hairs as a precaution? Furthermore, Sister Guanyin, my third disciple, Wujing, narrowly escaped death today. It was indeed perilous. Therefore, I must first request the Yangji Ganyalu from your jade bottle, just in case. Upon hearing Tang Sung's requests, the first one seemed reasonable, as the 3 life-saving hairs were treasures granted by the Buddha for Guanyin to pass on to son Wukong. However, due to Tang Sung's unusual demeanor, Guanyin refrained from giving this treasure to son Wukong. Now that Tang Sung had brought it up, she considered handing it over. Yet the second request nearly provoked Guanyin to slap him. After all, he had killed Sha Monk himself, yet here he was feigning pity. This was utterly shameless. Sister, if you agree, this treasure shall belong to you. At that moment, Tang Sung brandished the now ineffective and essentially hollow reincarnation artifact. Gazing at the treasure, the words of refusal that Guanyin had been about to utter were swallowed back. Despite the outrageous nature of Tang Seng's demands, it was undeniable that anything related to reincarnation was inherently more precious. After a moment's hesitation, Guanyin solemnly declared, "Very well, I shall grant your request." Hearing this, Tang Seng's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile as he replied, "May our collaboration be fruitful, Sister Guanyin." Guanyin shot him a displeased glance before calling out to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, come here." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced at Tang Seng, who subtly nodded in encouragement, prompting Wukong to approach. Guanyin continued, "Wukong, the journey to the west is long and fraught with peril. Today, I shall bestow upon you 3 life-saving hairs, granting you the ability to summon divine intervention." With that, Guanyin, somewhat reluctantly, plucked 3 strands from the willow branch, casting a spell to transform them into 3 golden hairs that settled atop Sun Wukong's head. "Thank you, Bodhisattva." Sun Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Sung felt a surge of joy. According to the original tale, these life-saving hairs should have been given earlier, but for some unknown reason, Guanyin had not done so in this version of the Journey to the West. These hairs were truly life-saving artifacts. In the original text, Sun Wukong had once been trapped in the yin-yang bottle by the golden-winged Dapeng bird, nearly being turned to liquid. And it was with the help of these 3 life-saving hairs that he had escaped. The yin-yang bottle was a primordial treasure. If Sun Wukong could use the life-saving hairs to break free, it indicated that their power surpassed even that of the primordial treasures. Such a valuable item could not simply be dismissed, and now that it had been reclaimed, Tang Sung felt a sense of relief. Guanyin's expression reflected a twinge of pain as she produced a small jade-colored bottle, took a deep breath, and reluctantly extracted a portion of the Yangji Ganyulu from her jade bottle, storing it within the small vessel. "Xuanzang, here is the item you requested." Guanyin tossed the small bottle to Tang Sung. He caught it, opened the lid, and inhaled its refreshing aroma, which was utterly delightful. Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction, capped the bottle, and tossed the reincarnation artifact back to Guanyin, saying, "With our transaction complete, I shall bid you farewell, sister." Guanyin accepted the reincarnation artifact, shook her head, and took flight. Once she had departed, Tang Sung exclaimed joyfully, "Perfect. This is a tremendous profit." Sun Wukong approached, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master, for obtaining this treasure for me." Previously, Sun Wukong had been unaware of the significance of the life-saving hairs, but now he sensed the immense power they contained, leading him to appreciate Tang Seng's kindness. "What need is there for thanks? You are my disciple. It is only natural that I assist you." Tang Sung waved his hand dismissively. "Master, we are all your disciples. You must not show favoritism. You cannot always think of Monkey King. Both I and Shashing require your care as well." Zhu Beiji, eyeing the small bottle containing the Yangji Ganyulu, was visibly envious. Noticing Zhu Beiji's longing gaze, Tang Sung smiled, shaking the bottle gently, and asked, "Beiji, do you desire this?" Zhu Beiji nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tang Sung chuckled softly, then playfully smacked Zhu Beiji's head, scolding, "You wishful thinker." Afterward, observing Zhu Beiji's pitiful expression, Tang Sung reflected that he had indeed been rather harsh on him lately, so he offered some reassurance. "This time, the treasure for your elder brother was merely a fortunate coincidence. You and Wu Jing need not worry. I will keep you in mind, and whenever the opportunity arises, you shall not be deprived of benefits." "Thank you, master," the obedient Sha monk replied, bowing in appreciation. Having previously been deeply affected by the events surrounding the reincarnation artifact, he now exhibited an exemplary demeanor in Tang Seng's presence, behaving like a model disciple. Tang Seng nodded, gathering the lotus, talismans, and small bottle, he declared, "Let us make haste, it is quite late. We must cross the river. Wu Jing, this is your domain. Lead the way." "Yes, master," Sha monk replied promptly, rushing to the riverbank, removing the skull necklace from around his neck, and performing a chant to transform it into a large boat. "Master, all is ready." Tang Sung mounted the white dragon horse, while Zhu Beiji, ever perceptive, took hold of the reins, and together they boarded the vessel. The boat, of an unknown nature, navigated the seemingly stagnant sands of the river with remarkable speed and stability, allowing Tang Sanzang to remain mounted. In no time, the 800 miles of the flowing sand river succumbed to the swift vessel, and the four companions successfully reached the opposite shore. After disembarking, Xuanzang waved his hand, causing the boat to disintegrate and vanish from view, contrary to Tang Sanzang's expectation that it would revert back to a skull necklace. With a wistful glance at the river, Xuanzang extracted a massive strand of prayer beads and donned it around his neck, resembling the previous skull necklace. The four companions continued westward, and Tang Sanzang checked his system, noting he possessed 10,000 merit points. After some contemplation, he decided against purchasing a golden treasure chest at this moment, for he lacked nothing currently. Rather than randomly opening a golden treasure chest, it would be more prudent to save for a diamond treasure chest instead. The last diamond treasure chest had yielded items that far surpassed those from the golden chests. Having reached this resolution, Tang Sanzang closed the system panel, recalling the storyline. In the original tale of Journey to the West, after the river claimed Xuanzang, the next trial was the four saints testing the Zen heart. In this trial, the mother of Mount Li, along with Guanyin, Puxian, and Wenshu, transformed into four women, creating an opulent courtyard under the pretense of seeking a suitor. Intending to probe the solidity of Tang Sanzang and his disciples' Zen resolve. In the original text, Tang Sanzang is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. Sun Wukong shows no interest in women, and Xuanzang is honest and straightforward, managing to avoid any traps. Only Zhu Beiji is lecherous, and he was captured and bound, losing considerable dignity. As he contemplates the imminent challenge, Tang Sanzang's expression turns troubled. In his original form, this trial would have posed no difficulty, but now it feels like a matter of life and death. Who could resist the allure of the beautiful maiden transformed by Guanyin? This trial seems daunting. Just as Tang Sanzang considers whether to evade it, the system's prompt sounds. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Task name: the four Zen masters play with the four saints. Task content: the mother of Lishan, along with Guanyin, Puxian, and Wenshu Bodhisattva, have transformed into four daughters. Intending to toy with the host. This is intolerable. As the host with the system, remain calm in such situations, take action, bring your three disciples, and tease the four saints. The greater the teasing, the higher the reward. Chapter 81. The mother of Lishan. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Tang Sanzang was momentarily stunned. Teasing the four saints? Is the system truly not leading him astray? Each of the four saints possesses the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, should they become enraged. Tang Sanzang would certainly meet his demise, unless he is willing to expend Kong Xian's experience card to escape. The brief duration of Xingtian's time would not allow for any means of salvation. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, contemplating the apparent simplicity of the task, just a bit of teasing, but the inherent dangers were indeed significant. He hesitated, unsure if he should accept the mission. The system's tasks are not enforced, and there are no penalties for non-completion, yet for the sake of the reward, Tang Sanzang ultimately accepted it, though he felt conflicted about the nature of the characters involved. Wukong, may I pose a question? Tang Sanzang began after a moment of thought. Master, please do. Sun Wukong replied, moving closer. If an opportunity arose for you to grow stronger, albeit with considerable danger, one misstep could cost you your life, would you seize it? Tang Sanzang inquired. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he answered without hesitation, Master, of course I would. Tang Sanzang was taken aback and asked, Why? Are you not afraid of danger? Sun Wukong shook his head. Life is about striving for power against the heavens. I, Sun Wukong, never shy away from any chance to grow stronger. As long as it leads to strength, I fear no peril. Tang Sanzang paused, then turned to Zhu Beiji and Xuanzang, asking, What do you both think? The two exchanged glances, and Zhu Beiji replied, Master, although I am somewhat lazy, I would not let an opportunity to grow stronger slip away. Me too. Xuanzang nodded in agreement. Tang Sanzang was somewhat astonished. While it was unsurprising for Sun Wukong to respond this way, he had not expected the same resolve from Zhu Beiji and Xuanzang. In that moment, Tang Sanzang felt a wave of realization wash over him. The rapid acquisition of strength over the past month had elevated him to the realm of Xianxian, and with the experience card, he could access the power of a great Luo golden immortal at will. He had thought that strength would naturally accumulate through diligence. Yet now, he found himself contemplating a different perspective. In the original tale of Journey to the West, it seemed everyone was vying for strength, for in this world, Only by growing stronger could one truly seize control of their own fate. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sanzang ceased his inner turmoil and accepted the task. Opportunities for growth were abundant, yet not infinite. Each task required his earnest effort. However, this mission could not be accomplished alone. It necessitated the cooperation of Sun Wukong and the others, and they needed to devise a careful plan. Perched atop the white dragon horse, Tang Sanzang fell into contemplation. In the afternoon, after their meal, once Xuanzang had tidied up, Tang Sanzang mysteriously summoned the three of them and shared his devised plan. What? Guanyin and the others intend to do this? Sun Wukong was taken aback, unable to fathom why they would engage in such antics. Master, is this really appropriate? Xuanzang hesitated, maintaining a profound respect for Guanyin. Slap. Zhu Beiji smacked Xuanzang on the head, scolding, Brother Xia, what's inappropriate? They have transformed. So we can act as if we don't recognize them. Zhu Beiji wore a foolish grin, wholeheartedly supporting Tang Sanzang's teasing scheme. Tang Sanzang glanced at his companions and decisively declared, then it is settled. We shall proceed as planned. Remember, do not go too far, or I shall not come to your aid. Especially you, Beiji. Also, do not let the secret slip. Wu Jing, do you understand? I understand, Master. Excellent. Let us set forth and aim to arrive by nightfall, where we can stay the evening. Tang Sanzang rose, waving his hand. The group, each harboring different sentiments, moved forward. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, a grand and opulent mansion appeared before them. From the exterior decor, it was evident that this was no ordinary residence, but rather that of a wealthy merchant. Wukong, Tang Sanzang called, casting a knowing glance at the mansion. Instantly understanding, Sun Wukong activated his fiery eyes and scrutinized the structure. Moments later, he nodded at Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes and murmured, proceed as planned. Do not reveal our intentions. Yes, Master, replied the three disciples. All right, let us go meet them. Tang Sanzang affirmed, leading the way forward. Before long, the four arrived at the vicinity of the mansion. Observing the lavish abode, Tang Sanzang felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. It seemed the powerful beings had acted thoughtlessly, constructing such an extravagant dwelling in a remote area, clearly signaling that something was amiss. Wukong, knock on the door. Sun Wukong nodded and approached to knock. A moment later, the grand door swung open, revealing an elderly yet enchanting woman, whose every smile exuded charm. Who are you? She inquired, glancing at Sun Wukong before overlooking Zhu Beiji and Xuanzang to fix her gaze on Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang inwardly rolled his eyes. The mother of Lishan was far from convincing in her portrayal. In such a desolate area, a monkey and a pig knocking on the door without a hint of fear? Was this normal? Stepping forward with polished etiquette, Tang Sanzang addressed her, esteemed lady, we hail from the eastern land of the Tang dynasty, journeying to the west to seek scriptures. We have just arrived and, finding no village nearby, wish to ask if we might stay the night at your abode. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang refer to her as lady, the mother of Lishan furrowed her brow and replied, since the holy monk wishes to stay, it is certainly permissible. My home is spacious enough for your lodging. However, I am already a woman of age and cannot be called lady by a holy monk. Then I thank you, esteemed lady, Tang Sanzang replied, seemingly oblivious to her latter comment, and proceeded to enter, assuming the demeanor of a returning host. The mother of Lishan's frown deepened. Yet she said nothing further, leading Tang Sanzang and his companions to a lavishly decorated reception room after tending to the white dragon horse. Once seated, she inquired, Holy monk, having journeyed from the distant eastern land of the Tang dynasty, where do you intend to go? Chapter 82. I want it all to be frank, esteemed lady. We are instructed by Guanyin Bodhisattva to seek the true scriptures at the Western Holy Mountain. Tang Sanzang stated earnestly, the Western Holy Mountain? It is over 100,000 miles from here. Lishan Lamu exclaimed in astonishment, praising, it is remarkable that you venerable monks are willing to undertake such arduous tasks, which speaks volumes of your unwavering devotion to the Buddha. Tang Sanzang waved his hand dismissively and replied, oh no, we are mere mortals. How could we possess such a heart towards the Buddha? The only reason we accepted this task is that upon completing the scriptures, we may attain enlightenment and ultimately become Buddhas ourselves. What a glorious prospect that would be. Lishan Lamu was taken aback by Tang Sanzang's intentional remarks. Feeling that there was no need for further deliberation, and that a replacement should be sought since Tang Sanzang had admitted to lacking a heart for the Buddha. However, at that moment, she received a message from Guanyin, instructing her to proceed with the plan. since Guanyin Bodhisattva was entirely responsible for the journey to the west. Lishan Laomu refrained from further comments, adjusting her expression to one of cheerfulness. If the saintly monk lacks a heart for the Buddha, then perhaps he should not proceed. Yet before Lishan Laomu could finish her thought, Tang Sanzang interrupted, saying, "You make a valid point, young lady. In that case, I shall forego the journey. Meeting you today has stirred feelings of affection within me. May I inquire if you're already married?" Lishan Laomu's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, and she nearly lost her composure at Tang Sanzang's earnest demeanor. The holy monk jested. She took a deep breath to suppress her urge to strike him, but was once again interrupted by Tang Sanzang. "Do not be shy, for while I may be handsome and youthful, regarded as a paragon by many maidens, my heart has truly been captivated by you. I assure you, my affection shall not wane with age or fading beauty," Tang Sanzang declared with utmost seriousness. Lishan Laomu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "You jest, holy monk. I am already married, and my husband has passed away, raising 3 daughters on my own. If you wish to remain here, you may take one of my daughters as your bride, and then all my vast lands and wealth shall be yours. What do you say? Will you consider this proposition?" Lishan Laomu spoke rapidly, not allowing Tang Sanzang a moment to respond. "Enough, young lady. Do not continue," Tang Sanzang said sternly, leaving Lishan Laomu flustered. He then smiled and added, "Call forth your daughters. Let me see them." Upon hearing this, Lishan Laomu decided not to engage further in idle chatter and waved her hand, calling out, "Jinjin, AI, Lian Lian, come forth." As her words fell, 3 stunning maidens adorned in garments of various colors emerged, each smiling and casting glances at Tang Sanzang and his companions. Their beauty evoked a desire to embrace and cherish them. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji was utterly entranced by the 3 maidens, his gaze fixated upon them. "Holy monk. My surname is Jia, and my late husband's surname was Mo. My 3 daughters are named Jin, Lian, and Ai. How does the holy monk feel about this?" Lishan Laomu inquired. Tang Sanzang understood that Lishan Laomu's surname Jia implied that everything before him was an illusion, while the names of her daughters, Jin, Lian, and Ai, warned him not to be lured by beauty. Although Tang Sanzang grasped this meaning, he paid it no heed, for his current mission was to tease the 4 saints. "Indeed, good madam, your daughters are indeed beauties of the realm. Might I ask if there are plans for one of them to take a son-in-law?" Tang Sanzang inquired, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the 3 maidens. Lishan Laomu responded, "How genuine. First you called them maidens, and now you refer to me as madam. What a scoundrel you are. Why not invite all 4 of us into your home?" Her expression was devoid of emotion, as she had become too exasperated to continue performing, clinging to her final resolve to recite her lines. "Indeed, what the madam says holds merit. Master, how can you indulge alone?" Zhu Beiji interjected, perhaps due to his own role in the performance, fully immersed in the scene. "Beiji, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Tang Sanzang feigned displeasure. "Master, you are entitled to your desires, but with 3 lovely maidens, it would be splendid for you, me, and our elder brother to each have one. Leaving the madam's daughter for Shamuk. Wouldn't that be delightful? Why should you monopolize all 3? Zhu Beiji lamented with indignation. At Zhu Beiji's words, Lishan Laomu glanced at Shamuk, only to find that his normally dark expression had turned a shade of red, igniting her anger further. "Enough. Do you all truly intend to marry in?" Zhu Beiji nodded vigorously. "If the young lady does not mind, I, old pig, have resolved to stay. Whoever wishes to retrieve the scriptures may do so, but I shall not go." "Beiji, what nonsense are you speaking? How could we neglect the scriptures?" Lishan Laomu, nearly exasperated, found a glimmer of hope in Zhu Beiji's words. Yet before she could smile, Tang Sanzang continued, "It would be best if I remain here alone, while the 3 of you continue the journey." "Why should that be?" Zhu Beiji protested. "Indeed, master. Why do you have the privilege of abstaining while we must endure this hardship?" Sun Wukong chimed in, now fully invested in the act. Tang Sanzang cast a satisfied glance at him and replied sternly, "Wukong, do you mean to defy me as well?" "Master, such words cannot stand. The undertaking of this journey is fraught with toil. Why should you be exempt?" Sun Wukong retorted, "Silence. Whatever I decree shall be done. Today, these 3 maidens belong to me," Tang Sanzang proclaimed, waving his sleeve dramatically. Lishan Laomu and the Bodhisattva was portraying his 4 daughters were left bewildered, entirely unprepared for Tang Sanzang's audacious behavior, rendering their efforts futile. At that moment, the Bodhisattva playing Zhan, with her face clouded in displeasure, felt a surge of embarrassment at Tang Sanzang's conduct, which tarnished her carefully crafted plans. After a moment of watching the continuous bickering among Tang Sung and the others, Guanyin Bodhisattva gave Li Shan Laomu a knowing look, urging her to continue with the act. Li Shan Laomu cleared her throat, interrupting the squabble. Since all three holy monks have expressed their intentions, why not each take one of my daughters? Master, the lady's suggestion is quite reasonable. Let us each take one of these lovely maidens and live together here as sons-in-law. What a splendid idea, Zhu Beiji proposed. Tang Sing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing Tang Sing's immediate acceptance, Guanyin's expression darkened. Li Shan Laomu, feeling somewhat helpless, continued with the plan. If all three holy monks are in agreement, let us arrange for the weddings to take place tonight. I appreciate your efforts, good madam, but seeing that you are alone, why not allow me to take in your three disciples? Though they may not appear grand, they are earnest and will treat you well, Tang Sing graciously suggested. Nearly driving Li Shan Laomu to her wits' end, let us play a game to determine which of the three holy monks will marry which daughter. Li Shan Laomu proposed through gritted teeth. That won't be necessary, madam. I find your eldest daughter quite appealing. I choose her, Tang Sung declared, shaking his head as he gazed longingly at the bodhisattva playing Zhun. At that moment, Tang Sing's affectionate gaze mirrored the one he had cast upon Li Shan Laomu earlier. Guanyin, though smiling and occasionally displaying a shy demeanor, felt a storm of frustration brewing within her, wishing to hurl a bottle at Tang Sing's head to uncover the thoughts that occupied his mind. No, master. I too have taken a liking to this maiden, Sun Wukong exclaimed immediately. Zhu Beiji suddenly realized, recalling the earlier instructions from Tang Sung, and exclaimed, what a coincidence. I, old pig, have taken a fancy to this young lady as well. No, she was first noticed by my master. You all step aside. Tang Sing pushed the two aside and strode forward, wrapping his arms around the astonished Guanyin Bodhisattva. I assure you, the remaining two ladies are yours to choose from. But this one is not up for grabs. Tang Sing's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Guanyin might, in a moment of embarrassment, reveal her true form and deliver a fierce reprimand. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calmness. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. After all, the illustrious Guanyin Bodhisattva was being so casually embraced by his master, which was truly remarkable. Since the master had made his claim, Old Pig reluctantly conceded, declaring, I shall let this young lady go to my master. I shall choose this one instead. With a tinge of regret, Zhu Beiji cast a lascivious gaze at Lian and rushed over, embracing her before she could comprehend the situation. Tang Sung, holding Guanyin Bodhisattva, exchanged a knowing glance with the stationary Sun Wukong, who immediately understood. He turned his attention to AI, swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and approached to embrace her. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, as AI and Lian stared in bewilderment at Guanyin Bodhisattva, unsure of how to react. At that moment, Guanyin herself was somewhat taken aback, never anticipating such boldness from Tang Sung and his companions, who dared to approach and embrace her so audaciously. However, the plan had not yet reached fruition, so she could not reveal her true identity and had to suppress her feelings, subtly signaling the other two bodhisattvas to remain patient. Saint, we are not yet married. How can you be so familiar with me? Guanyin Bodhisattva said with a shy smile as she slipped from Tang Sing's embrace. Observing her movement, the other two bodhisattvas mimicked her, freeing themselves from Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong. With a slight smile, Tang Sing remarked, no worries, no worries. As the matron mentioned earlier, we can marry tonight, and then we can all enter the bridal chamber. What harm is there in a little embrace now? No sooner had Tang Sung finished speaking than Zhu Beiji, unable to contain his desires, rushed forward once more to embrace her. Guanyin, witnessing this, subtly signaled to Li Shan Laomu, who immediately understood and smiled, addressing the group. Honorable saints, since you have all made your selections, I shall prepare the wedding for you. Please release my daughters. We have a custom here that prohibits intimacy before marriage. Dear matron, why concern yourself with such trifles? Since we intend to marry, what does it matter? I believe that familiarity will help us understand each other better, ensuring a harmonious life post-marriage. As Tang Sing spoke, he stepped forward to embrace Guanyin Bodhisattva once more, this time holding her tightly, feeling her alluring form. You, Guanyin Bodhisattva blushed with indignation, nearly ready to transform back, yet she restrained herself. What is it, fair maiden? Do you not wish to be close to this humble monk? Tang Sung feigned confusion, gently cupping Guanyin's chin. Guanyin was momentarily stunned, incredulous that she had been so brazenly teased. Li Shan Laomu, fearing that Guanyin might lose her composure, quickly intervened, pulling Tang Sung away. Saint, cease this at once. After separating Tang Song, Lishan Laomu pondered for a moment, attempting to salvage the situation. Saint, since you all intend to stay here and not depart, what will become of your quest for the scriptures? Tang Sung waved his hand dismissively. No worries, it's of no consequence. It's merely a quest for scriptures. And if need be, I can have Wukong make a quick trip. Although Lingshan is distant, it's just a single somersault for my eldest disciple. Lishan Laomu persisted. But if you do this, how will you obtain the true scriptures? What does it matter? It's just a matter of true scriptures. Whether or not I acquire them depends on my mood. Tang Sing replied nonchalantly. Lishan Laomu sighed, realizing she had done all she could to save Tang Sing, who seemed intent on his own demise. Matron, when shall we be wed? Tang Sung inquired, seeing Lishan Laomu fall silent. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva extricated herself from Tang Sing's grasp, saying, Saint, this quest for scriptures is said to concern the fate of the people. How can you so easily abandon it? Tang Sung, somewhat surprised, responded, How do you know this, truly? Guanyin Bodhisattva hesitated, then blinked, evading the question. That is of little importance. What matters is that you bear such a heavy responsibility. How can you linger here idly? Tang Sung discerned the impatience in Guanyin's words. He felt he had sufficiently indulged in teasing her and had taken his fair share of liberties. In the realm of Journey to the West, only he, Tang Sing, could embrace Guanyin Bodhisattva and appreciate her exquisite figure. Thus, he did not hide his intentions, smiling gently, hands clasped together. Sister Guanyin, you have gone to great lengths to present me with such a splendid spectacle. How could I not express my gratitude? What? Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed, incredulous, as did the other three saints, who gazed at Tang Sung in shock. You are aware? Guanyin asked, frowning. Indeed, although you managed to elude Wukong's fiery gaze, you could not conceal your identity from me, Sister Guanyin. Tang Sung replied with a confident smile. What do you mean? Guanyin inquired, puzzled. My feelings for you, Sister Guanyin, are as undeniable as the heavens and the earth, as clear as the sun and moon. No matter your form, I would unhesitatingly choose you. Therefore, as I fell for Xinjiang, I recognize that she is the transformed Sister Guanyin. I am certain that in this lifetime, I shall love only you, Sister Guanyin. Tang Sung declared passionately. Lishan Laomu and the other two saints exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized the depth of the connection between Guanyin Bodhisattva and this seeker of scriptures. They had heard rumors of the extraordinary bond between Xuanzang and Guanyin, but to witness such a relationship after Xuanzang's reincarnation was astonishing. It was no wonder they believed him. On one hand, they had never experienced love, unaware that Tang Sing's words were merely playful banter, and on the other hand, they had employed powerful artifacts to shield against Wukong's keen sight, leading them to assume that if Wukong could not see through it, neither could Tang Sing. Yet, he had immediately recognized Xinjiang, aligning perfectly with his declaration. What they did not know was that all of this was merely coincidence, a fortunate happenstance. Tang Sing's words were simply tailored to the moment, spoken as the occasion demanded. Guanyin, taken aback by Tang Sing's declaration, was well aware of his nature and thus did not fully believe his words. With a sigh, Guanyin Bodhisattva revealed her true form. Hovering above and gazing down at Tang Sung, Lishan Laomu and the others followed suit, unveiling their true selves, and the magnificent dwelling vanished, reverting to a desolate wilderness. Tang Sung sighed, remarking, This was not as planned. I should have taken a rest first. Guanyin Bodhisattva, this matter is concluded, and we shall take our leave now. Lishan Laomu and the others called out to Guanyin. Originally, this matter was intended as a jest directed at Tang Sing and his companions. However, to their astonishment, Tang Sung saw through their ruse and turned the tables, teasing them in return. This was undeniably quite embarrassing, leaving them without the face to remain any longer. Thank you for your assistance, my dear three. Guanyin forced a smile as she spoke. The trio nodded in acknowledgement and vanished into the ether. Xuanzang, Guanyin admonished, her demeanor turning serious as she looked down upon Tang Sung. Sister Guanyin, what troubles you? Tang Sung replied with a cheerful grin. Xuanzang, you have been entrusted by the Tang Emperor, bearing the fate of the people of the Tang dynasty. How can you allow your resolve to waver so easily? A mere temptation has led you to consider forsaking the monumental task of seeking the scriptures. I am truly disappointed. Guanyin's voice was grave. Tang Sung chuckled softly in response. I must inquire, Sister Guanyin, what exactly was the purpose of your little test? My intention was to ascertain the steadfastness of your Zen heart. I did not anticipate that you would possess such a lack of resistance to temptation, revealing no semblance of Zen at all, let alone steadfastness. Guanyin expressed her disappointment. Tang Sanzang, amused, gazed at Guanyin and remarked, "To test my Zen heart? How utterly laughable. You insist that I maintain my Zen while simultaneously creating situations to test me. Do you find this amusing? If I were to withstand this trial, would you then believe in my resolve? I suspect not. Even if I were to pass, you would merely conclude that the temptation was insufficient to sway me, prompting you to devise even more extreme tests. This cycle would continue until I ultimately falter, at which point you would disregard all my previous successes and focus solely on my failure. Why then should I strive for steadfastness? Is it not easier to accept failure from the outset? Besides, am I not already journeying westward with the essence of Zen?" Tang Sanzang's gaze was unwavering as he articulated his thoughts, each statement causing Guanyin's gaze to lower further until she could scarcely meet his eyes. "Do my words not hold merit?" Tang Sanzang challenged. Guanyin, rendered speechless, contemplated her response before finally conceding. "Very well, you may proceed on your journey. This matter shall be overlooked." With that, Guanyin prepared to depart, but Tang Sanzang interjected, "Sister Guanyin, do not rush away." "What further matters do you have, Xuanzang?" Guanyin inquired. Perplexed. "Since I have not passed your test, it seems I am unfit for the journey to seek the scriptures. I beseech you to find a more suitable candidate. Furthermore, my 3 disciples are equally unworthy. I would appreciate your assistance in replacing them as well." Tang Sanzang reclined in a bamboo chair he retrieved from the Chaos Pearl, exuding an air of nonchalance. Guanyin was taken aback, wondering if Tang Sanzang was genuinely considering abandoning the quest. She had intended to let the matter slide. Yet here he was, stirring up trouble. Tang Sanzang cast a glance at Guanyin and subtly gestured towards his 3 disciples. Understanding his intent, the trio quickly chimed in. Zubeiji, taking the lead, asked, "Monkey brother, should I return to Gao Lao Wang tomorrow, or venture elsewhere? What are your plans?" Sun Wukong, playing along, replied, "I, old son, intend to revisit my flower and fruit mountain. It has been far too long since my last visit. Idiot, if you have not departed, you may join me at my mountain, where I can bestow upon you the title of Pig General." Chapter 85. Compensation, 6,000 Years of Peaches. Guanyin observed the group's apparent intent to disband, her expression darkening. After a moment of silence, she finally addressed Xuanzang, "Although you did not pass the test, I recognize your sincere desire to journey westward. Therefore, you may continue. I will not replace anyone. Please, Sister Guanyin, a seeker of scriptures must possess a steadfast mind. How can this be so casually dismissed? My Zen is unsteady. I implore you to select another." Tang Sanzang stated calmly. Guanyin was at a loss. As the designated seeker of scriptures, it was impossible to simply replace him. Reflecting on her earlier actions, she felt a twinge of foolishness. There was no feasible way to substitute him. So what was the point of the trial? After a moment's thought, Guanyin decisively stated, "Xuanzang, you are aware that a replacement is out of the question. Now, articulate your demands." Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's lips curled into a smile. "Excellent. Since Sister Guanyin has offered, I shall not wish to impose. However, this recent trial has caused me some mental distress. Therefore," observing the glimmer in Tang Sanzang's eyes, which clearly indicated he intended to request something, Guanyin sighed in resignation. "Very well. What is it you desire? Speak, and I shall grant it if it is within my power." Tang Sanzang sat up, addressing Guanyin with earnestness. "Sister Guanyin, your generosity is commendable. Given that this trial has inflicted psychological harm upon my disciples and myself, I require a reasonable compensation. Once satisfied, we shall set forth on our journey westward." Guanyin frowned, realizing Tang Sanzang's demands were becoming rather excessive, implying he sought 4 forms of recompense. Yet, despite knowing he was extorting her, she found herself with no choice but to comply. "Very well, Wujing, please approach," Guanyin commanded. Sha Monk hesitated, casting a glance at Tang Sanzang, who held the highest status in his esteem. "What are you staring at? Sister Guanyin has called you, go," Tang Sanzang urged. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Sha Monk nodded and hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Bodhisattva?" Guanyin acknowledged him and continued, "Wujing, due to your breaking of the Liuli lamp, you were cast down by the Jade Emperor. In the course of enduring punishment, your foundation was compromised, causing your cultivation to stagnate. Previously, I elevated you to the golden immortal realm as a temporary measure. Henceforth, I shall grant you a drop of the purified Yangji sweet due from the jade fat bottle to restore your foundation, enabling you to advance beyond the golden immortal stage. As she spoke, Guanyin produced a willow branch and, with a touch of tenderness, released a drop of milky liquid onto Shamuk. The moment the liquid made contact, a burst of white light erupted from Shamuk, heralding the emergence of true initial stage golden immortal energy. With his eyes closed, he reveled in the sensation before finally opening them with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Bodhisattva, thank you." Guanyin nodded in satisfaction. Yet her expression darkened again when she noticed Shamuk turning to Tang Sanzang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Thank you for your grace." This irked Guanyin. It was she who had bestowed the precious gift, yet Shamuk chose to thank Tang Sanzang. Shaking her head in annoyance, Guanyin decided to disregard the matter and turned her attention to Zhu Beiji. "Wuning, please come forward." Zhu Beiji shrank back. Apprehensive after having been the most boisterous just moments before, now he feared Guanyin's retribution. While Tang Sanzang's position was irreplaceable, his own was not. Seeing Tang Sanzang nod in encouragement, Zhu Beiji stepped forward, bowing obediently. Guanyin regarded the timid Zhu Beiji with bemusement. He had been so audacious. Yet now he was so meek. Shaking her head, Guanyin resolved to overlook such trivialities, focusing instead on pleasing Tang Sanzang. "Wuning, due to your misalignment with the pig lineage, your transformation skills have been shackled by your porcine form. I grant you a root molding pill to rectify this flaw and perfect your 36 transformations." With that, Guanyin conjured a black pill, exuding a faint fragrance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji's eyes lit up, and he quickly swallowed the pill, experiencing a miraculous transformation thereafter. A moment later, Zhu Beiji, filled with excitement, performed a spell, transform. In an instant, he vanished, replaced by a handsome young man, slender and devoid of any pig-like features. Previously, no matter what Zhu Beiji transformed into, traces of his porcine appearance lingered, such as a rotund belly or broad ears. And a careless moment would reveal his pig's head. Now, this flaw had been rectified. Zhu Beiji was overjoyed. He was more resolute than Xuanzang. Fully aware of who had granted him this boon, nodding towards Guanyin, he turned to Tang Sanzang and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for alleviating my long-held regrets. From now on, should you direct me eastward, I shall not stray westward." Tang Sanzang nodded lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Rise, it is but a trivial matter. Nothing to concern oneself with." Guanyin, witnessing this exchange, was nearly infuriated. However, she was at a disadvantage now, even if it vexed her to no end. She could only endure it silently. "Wukong, you bear no shortcomings. Last time, you received 3 life-saving hairs. This time, I shall imbue one of them with a spell, allowing each hair to be used thrice," Guanyin declared, forming a spell and pointing at Sun Wukong. Instantly, the life-saving hairs behind his head shimmered with golden light before vanishing from sight. Sun Wukong felt a surge of enhanced power and nodded appreciatively. "Many thanks, Bodhisattva." He and Tang Sanzang shared a tacit understanding, deeming formalities of gratitude unnecessary. "Sister Guanyin, is it my turn now? You have bestowed treasures upon the other 3. I cannot be left wanting." Tang Sanzang exclaimed, his eyes brightening as Guanyin's gaze turned towards him. Guanyin disregarded his eagerness and produced a succulent peach, exuding boundless vitality and energy, its fragrance wafting through the air, invigorating all who inhaled it. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. He recognized the value of this treasure. "Xuanzang, this is a 6,000-year-old peach. Consuming it will grant you ascension and immortality. I offer it as compensation. Are you satisfied?" Guanyin asked with a composed demeanor. Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the peach. This peach was a primordial essence that had existed since the dawn of creation, originally belonging to the Taoist patriarch Hongjun. Later, after establishing the heavenly court, the patriarch gifted it to the Queen Mother of the West. Thus, it became a treasure exclusive to her, inaccessible to ordinary mortals, only available during the peach banquet to esteemed figures in the world of Journey to the West. Although this 6,000-year peach did not compare to the finest 9,000-year variety, it was more than sufficient for Tang Sanzang, capable of rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Sun Wukong's swift ascent to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal was closely tied to his consumption of peaches and 9-turn golden elixirs. "Xuanzang, will this peach suffice as compensation?" Guanyin inquired, her expression serious. Tang Sanzang had initially intended to negotiate for more, but, upon seeing Guanyin's demeanor, promptly abandoned that notion. "Yes, most certainly," he replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Guanyin waved her hand, and the peach flew into Tang Sanzang's grasp. Xuanzang, since all matters are settled, you should set out early, Guanyin said before turning to depart. This time, Tang Sanzang did not stop her. After all, the benefits were already secured, and there was no need to cling further. Master, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you flows like the endless rivers. You are my idol. Zhu Beiji exclaimed as he rushed to Tang Sanzang's side, brimming with excitement. He could hardly believe that Tang Sanzang had outsmarted 4 great Luo golden immortals and even extorted Guanyin, securing such immense benefits. Truly the stuff of legends. It's nothing. Just basic skills, Tang Sanzang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Although Zhu Beiji did not comprehend the meaning of Tang Sanzang's words, he sensed an otherworldly aura about him that only deepened his admiration. Enough, enough. We should not linger here. Wukong, conjure us a house so we may rest before continuing our journey tomorrow, Tang Sanzang instructed. Yes, master, Sun Wukong affirmed. Then used his powers to create a luxurious residence nearby. Though not as grand and splendid as the one conjured by Guanyin, it was still quite satisfactory. Without hesitation, Tang Sanzang led the others inside, selecting the largest room for himself. He settled onto the bed, immersing his mind in the system panel. The recent gains from extorting Guanyin were promising, but the true reward lay in the System S task. Although Tang Sanzang had not battled any monsters during this phase, he believed the task would yield significant rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. For amongst T's 4 saints. During this task, you successfully provoked the ire of powerful figures such as the Lady of the Li Mountain, Guanyin, Pu Xian, and Wen Shu, and even managed to tease Guanyin, subsequently extorting valuable items. Task completion rated perfect. Congratulations, host, on receiving task rewards. You have gained 30,000 merit points. You have gained 50,000 cultivation points. You have obtained the title, Daring and Audacious. Tang Sanzang was momentarily taken aback. He was pleased with the merit and cultivation rewards, but puzzled by the title's meaning. Eager to understand, he quickly checked the system panel for the title's description, Daring and Audacious effect. When this title is worn, it can negate 10% of attacks from female cultivators and grants a 10% attack bonus against them. After reading the explanation, Tang Sanzang felt somewhat speechless. What a peculiar title. While the effect was advantageous, the name was rather lackluster, and its specificity to female cultivators diminished its overall value. Nevertheless, though it was somewhat disappointing, it could serve as a useful tool against Guanyin. Shaking his head, he refocused his attention on the 6,000-year peach. This peach was a vibrant pink, plump, and translucent, instantly igniting Tang Sanzang's appetite. It also emitted a faint, enchanting fragrance, making his mouth water. Without hesitation, he took a bite, and the peach melted in his mouth, transforming into an extraordinarily pure essence that flowed down his throat, spreading warmth throughout his body. The sensation was immensely pleasurable, compelling Tang Sanzang to continue. His eyes brightened as he devoured the remaining fruit. The entire peach dissolved into spiritual energy, permeating his limbs and making him feel wonderfully warm and comfortable. Tang Sanzang closed his eyes, savoring the changes within his body, which were gradual yet gentle. So delightful that he could not help but let out a soft sound of pleasure. As his body absorbed this spiritual essence, his cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly accumulating to the peak of the first level of Xuanzang. Yet, the power of the peach continued to bolster him. Sensing a potential breakthrough, Tang Sanzang rejoiced and quickly focused his mind, invoking the Pangu creation technique to channel this immense force towards his bottleneck. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, relentlessly crashing against the second layer's barrier. With each wave, the barrier weakened ever so slightly. Moments later, the bottleneck began to tremble precariously, and sensing this situation, Tang Sanzang resolutely gathered all his spiritual energy and charged towards the bottleneck in a final, decisive assault. Bang! The already battered bottleneck appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of the surging spiritual power. With a single charge, it was utterly shattered, and Tang Sanzang naturally ascended to the second layer of the Xuanzang realm. At that moment, an even more formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from Tang Sanzang's body, instantly propelling him to the pinnacle of the first layer of Xuanzang. Moreover, this time, it seemed there were no bottlenecks, and in an instant, Tang Sanzang radiated an aura unique to the second layer of Xuanzang. Under the force of this aura, the furniture in the room began to shake violently, nearly scattering apart. Tang Sanzang was momentarily taken aback. He never expected his first proactive ascension to occur in such a manner. It was simply miraculous. Chapter 87. The scheme for the ginseng fruit previously, Tang Sanzang had relied solely on the cultivation points from the system for his elevation, never having achieved progress through his own efforts. However, he was astonished to discover that after consuming the pan tao, he had managed to break through 2 minor realms in one go, effectively saving himself 100,000 cultivation points. Furthermore, after consuming the pan tao, Tang Sanzang felt a transformation in his physical constitution. Previously, he was merely an ordinary mortal with a common physique. Even with diligent practice, his progress was excruciatingly slow. Yet after merging with a 10th of the ancestral dragon bloodline, his physique had undergone certain changes, endowing him with a talent that set him apart as a genius. After consuming a 6,000-year-old pan tao, Tang Sanzang distinctly sensed unknown changes within his body, as if the power of the pan tao had thoroughly purified him, eliminating impurities to a certain degree. His already enhanced physique was now being refined in an even more favorable direction. With a glimmer of joy in his eyes upon opening them, Tang Sanzang realized that consuming the pan tao had indeed been worth it. After calming his excited heart from the 2-level breakthrough, he proceeded to access the system panel. System, allocate all 50,000 cultivation points to the Pangu creation technique. Tang Sanzang commanded. Now that he had reached the Xuanzang realm, each ascension required 100,000 cultivation points, but with the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline, this requirement was halved, necessitating only 50,000 points. The remaining cultivation points were insufficient for advancement, merely a trivial amount, while this newly acquired 50,000 was precisely what he needed for a level increase. Congratulations, host. You have expended 50,000 cultivation points, elevating your cultivation to the 3rd layer of Xuanzang. Tang Sanzang, already possessing the strength for elevation, experienced yet another enhancement. In just a few short days, Tang Sanzang transformed from a peak celestial immortal into a formidable expert at the 3rd layer of Xuanzang, achieving an impressive increase of 5 minor realms. This was a level usually attainable only after many years of arduous cultivation by ordinary individuals, yet Tang Sanzang accomplished it in mere days. If the vast array of cultivators in the journey to the West world were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. Indeed, this trial had been effortlessly navigated. A playful interaction with Guanyin had yielded such tremendous benefits. It was truly delightful. Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction, then closed the system panel and began to rest. Having acquired 30,000 merit points this time, combined with the previous leftover 10,000, he now possessed 40,000 merit points. Tang Sanzang had no intention of using these merit points to draw from the golden treasure chest. Instead, he wished to accumulate them for a chance at the diamond treasure chest. After all, while the diamond treasure chest was expensive, the rewards it offered were immensely powerful, far superior to those of the golden treasure chest. The night passed quietly. Tang Sanzang awoke lazily when the sun was high in the sky. After stretching and preparing himself, he stepped outside his room and was greeted by the enticing aroma of breakfast. The stone table in the courtyard was already laden with a sumptuous spread, awaiting Tang Sanzang's enjoyment. Very good, I am quite satisfied. Tang Sanzang nodded, taking a seat. At this moment, Zhu Beiji, who had been waiting impatiently, could no longer contain himself. As soon as he saw Tang Sanzang sit down, he hastily grabbed his chopsticks to begin eating, only to be met with a slap on the head from son Wukong. Fool, the master hasn't even started yet. Why are you so eager? Son Wukong retorted, exasperated. Feeling wronged after the slap, Zhu Beiji looked at Tang Sanzang with a pitiful expression. Tang Sanzang couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Beiji's lazy demeanor was wholly subdued by son Wukong. Wukong, have you scouted the road ahead? What lies beyond? Tang Sanzang inquired as he ate. Master, earlier when I went to buy food, I also took the opportunity to check the road ahead. I found a mountain called Wanshou Mountain, which contains a magnificent Taoist temple known as Wuzhuang Temple, son Wukong replied. What? Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple? Tang Sanzang was momentarily stunned. He had nearly forgotten, due to the bountiful benefits he had received, that in the original text of Journey to the West, after the 4 saints tested their Zen hearts, they would arrive at Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple, leading to the story of the ginseng fruit. The thought of the ginseng fruit ignited a fervor within Tang Sanzang. This ginseng fruit was renowned, ranked alongside the pan tao as one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Just a middle-tier pan tao had allowed Tang Sanzang to break through 2 layers of cultivation if he were to consume several ginseng fruits at Wuzhuang Temple. Wouldn't his cultivation soar? With this thought, Tang Sanzang felt that the meal before him suddenly lost its appeal. His mind was entirely consumed by the prospect of the ginseng fruit. However, successfully plotting to acquire the ginseng fruit would require meticulous planning. In the original text, when Tang Xing and his companions arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi had already departed, leaving his disciples, Qi Feng and Mingwei, to entertain Tang Xing. They offered him several ginseng fruits, but at that time, Tang Song, being merely a mortal, mistook the childlike ginseng fruits for actual children and refused to eat, allowing Qi Feng and Mingwei to consume them instead. This incident sparked Zhu Beiji's covetousness towards the ginseng fruits, leading him and son Wukong to attempt to pluck them, unaware of the fruit's unique properties, resulting in the waste of many ginseng fruits. This act was discovered by the two disciples, who berated Tang Song for his inconsistency, inciting son Wukong's fury as he overturned the ginseng fruit tree in retaliation. However, after regaining his composure, son Wukong realized the severity of his actions and, fearing Jin Yuanzi's wrath upon his return, fled with Tang Sung and the others under the cover of night. Yet, they hadn't escaped far before Jin Yuanzi cornered them. In the presence of Jin Yuanzi, the progenitor of Earth Immortals, son Wukong and his companions had no means of resistance and were swiftly captured, taken back to Wuzhuang Temple, where they faced severe punishments. Chapter 88. Wuzhuang Temple. Unable to bear witnessing Tang Xing's plight, son Wukong immediately wagered with Jin Yuanzi, promising to take full responsibility for the situation and not implicate Tang Xing, pledging to revive the ginseng fruit tree within 3 days. Subsequently, son Wukong sought assistance from all the deities he knew, yet ultimately, they were powerless to help. It was only when Guanyin Bodhisattva intervened that the life of the ginseng fruit tree was restored, and the matter was resolved. In the end, Xuanzang and Suo earnestly pledged brotherhood, with Xuanzang even presenting ginseng fruits to entertain Tang Sung and son Wukong. This is how the narrative of Wuzhuang unfolded, and the sequence of events gradually became clear in Tang Xing's mind. However, at this moment, a significant doubt arose within him, Xuanzang, as the progenitor of Earth Immortals and a powerful being who controlled the earthly scriptures. Born from a time long forgotten and a formidable figure in the journey to the West, even surpassing Guanyin in strength, and capable of confronting the Buddha himself, why would he choose to be sworn brothers with son Wukong? Although son Wukong had earned the title of Great Sage equal to heaven after causing a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago, this achievement seemed insignificant in Xuanzang's eyes. Furthermore, with son Wukong having been suppressed for 500 years, he could easily be considered outdated. Under such circumstances, Xuanzang's decision to form a brotherhood with son Wukong, merely because the latter summoned Guanyin to revive his ginseng fruit tree, seemed preposterous. There must be some hidden agenda. After all, during their subsequent journey, whenever son Wukong faced various difficulties, his sworn brother did not come to his aid. Xuanzang did not even make an appearance after the events at Wuzhuang. Thus, the suspicions were numerous. Tang Xing set down his chopsticks, glancing at his well-fed and intoxicated disciples, and commanded, "Enough, you have all eaten well. Let us continue our journey, for time is of the essence." With that, Tang Sung rose and hurriedly instructed them to prepare for their westward journey. Now, Tang Sung was quite eager to sample the flavor of the ginseng fruit. The four of them traveled westward, and by the following morning, they finally arrived at Wanshou Mountain, where a magnificent Taoist temple was visible in the distance. "Master, ahead lies the Wuzhuang I mentioned," son Wukong pointed out. Tang Sung nodded and replied, "Good, let us hasten our steps and take a moment to rest at Wuzhuang." With that, he urged the white dragon horse forward. By noon, the four arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuang, where they beheld the couplets flanking the grand entrance, the immortal abode of eternal life, and a Taoist family that shares longevity with heaven. Zhu Beiji immediately scoffed and taunted, "Master, look at this temple, how presumptuous. They dare to claim to share longevity with heaven. They are utterly clueless." Tang Sung merely shook his head in silence. Zhu Beiji was unaware of Xuanzang's formidable nature. But Tang Xing knew all too well that Xuanzang could indeed achieve a certain level of longevity that rivaled that of heaven and earth. "Wukong, go knock on the door." Tang Xing adjusted his robe and instructed. Son Wukong nodded and stepped forward to knock. Moments later, the door of Wuzhuang swung open, revealing two young attendants who peeked out. Seeing the appearance of son Wukong and Zhu Beiji, they showed no fear. Instead, they approached Tang Sung and bowed slightly, saying, "May I inquire if this esteemed monk is the Tang Xuanzang from the eastern land of Great Tang, journeying to the west to seek the Buddhist scriptures?" Tang Xing understood. but feigned surprise, asking, "How does this young attendant recognize me? My name is Qing Feng, and this is Mingwei. Our master has informed us that a holy monk from the eastern land will soon arrive. This monk is an acquaintance of our master, and he instructed us to treat him with utmost hospitality," one of the attendants explained. "Master, you actually know this arrogant Taoist?" Zhu Beiji exclaimed in astonishment. "You pig demon. Who are you calling arrogant?" Mingwei retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Zhu Beiji. "Who are you cursing? Is it wrong for me to say your master is arrogant? Look at the couplets at your temple's entrance, claiming eternal life and longevity with heaven. What hubris!" Zhu Beiji scoffed. Mingwei, incensed, stepped forward as if to strike. "Enough. Beiji, stand down." Tang Sanzang could not allow Mingwei to harm his disciple, so he immediately interjected, seemingly reprimanding Zhu Beiji but actually chastising Mingwei. Zhu Beiji, quick-witted, understood Tang Sanzang's intent and immediately stepped behind him. Though Mingwei was agitated, he could not act out since Tang Sanzang was a distinguished guest appointed personally by their master. "If you truly are the Xuanzang holy monk, please, come inside." Qing Feng tugged at Mingwei and gestured for Tang Sanzang to enter. Tang Sanzang nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness." In that moment, Tang Sanzang's polite smile, coupled with his neatly arranged robe, exuded the demeanor of a high monk, completely awing the two attendants. Qi Feng and Mingwei exchanged glances before rushing ahead to lead Tang Sanzang inside. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a large, colorful inscription reading, "Heaven and Earth." Before this inscription stood a red lacquered incense table, upon which rested an incense burner with several sticks of incense. Sun Wukong, perplexed, inquired, "This temple is rather unusual. It does not venerate the three pure ones, yet proclaims heaven and earth. It truly baffles the mind." Mingwei proudly replied, "Of course. The three pure ones are friends of our master. The four emperors are our master's old acquaintances, and the 9 luminaries are our master's juniors. Given our master's esteemed status, who would dare to be honored by him? Boasting without restraint. What status does your master possess that he can claim to be friends with the three pure ones? You must be jesting." Zhu Beiji laughed derisively. "You ignorant pig demon. If I were to reveal my master's name, it would surely astonish you," Mingwei declared with pride. "Come now, I do not believe you. Speak his name, and let me see who this great figure is that would put me in awe." Zhu Beiji scoffed, undeterred. "I shall tell you. My master is the illustrious ancestor of Earth Immortals, Xuanzang," Mingwei announced with pride. "Xuanzang? A name I have never heard. How dare you claim he is a great deity? You must be jesting." Zhu Beiji mocked. "You pig demon, you lack insight. My master is a formidable being of the quasi-saint level," Mingwei boasted. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang and the others were momentarily stunned. A quasi-saint level being? Even Tang Sanzang, who was aware of Xuanzang's background, was taken aback. In his understanding, Xuanzang should be a great Luo golden immortal, but he never expected him to be of quasi-saint caliber. However, after the initial shock came a wave of skepticism. Zhu Beiji immediately derided, "Are you trying to deceive us? Is a quasi-saint level being as common as cabbage? You assert it exists just because you say so?" Tang Sanzang nodded in agreement, indicating his disbelief. Upon hearing Zhu Beiji's strongly mocking words, Qi Feng and Mingwei were enraged, pointing at Zhu Beiji's nose and berating him. "You are the one lacking insight. Quasi-saint level beings are rare in the world, and our master is indeed one of them. Your ignorance of our master's illustrious name only highlights your own narrowness." Zhu Beiji sneered in response. "Your pig grandpa made many acquaintances during my time as marshal of the heavenly pavilions. I have friends throughout the heavenly court. How could I not know a quasi-saint level being? Your so-called Xuanzang is surely a fraud. You are talking nonsense. You pig demon, stop talking and come fight me. I will show you what it means to be a true powerful being," Mingwei declared angrily. "Come on then, if you dare. I am not afraid of you." Zhu Beiji responded with bravado, brandishing his 9-toothed rake. As tensions escalated between the two, Tang Sanzang, who had been observing the scene, could no longer remain passive. He stepped forward to separate them and addressed Zhu Beiji, saying, "Beiji, how can you behave like this? They have been gracious hosts to us. It is utterly disrespectful of you to act in such a manner." "Master, it was not I, old Zhu, who instigated the trouble," Zhu Beiji replied, looking aggrieved. "These two youngsters are boasting without any basis. There are only a few recognized saints in this world, and I have never even heard of Xuanzang. How could he possibly be a powerful saint? Surely, they are just bragging." Just as Mingwei was about to retort, Tang Sanzang interjected, all right, Beiji. There are countless strong individuals in this world. How could you possibly know them all? Perhaps this Shen Yuanzi is indeed a hidden powerhouse among them. Upon hearing Tang Sang's words, Mingwei quieted down, casting a smug glance at Zhu Beiji. She then remarked to Tang Sang, "It seems this holy monk possesses discernment. Unlike this pig demon, who is both ignorant and rude, which is truly infuriating." Tang Sung shook his head in silence and approached the incense altar. He took a few incense sticks, lit them, and bowed before placing them in the incense burner. This display pleased Qi Feng and Mingwei immensely, who quickly said, "Please, holy monk, allow us to escort you to a place to rest." With a serene smile, Tang Sung turned and replied, "I appreciate your kindness." Qi Feng and Mingwei nodded in agreement and led the way, while Tang Sung wore a self-satisfied grin. At this moment, with Zhen Yuanzi absent, Qi Feng and Mingwei were in charge. Tang Sung, not being foolish, understood the importance of establishing a good rapport with these youngsters. It would undoubtedly make his future endeavors much easier. The thought of the forthcoming ginseng fruit filled him with anticipation, for the previous peaches of immortality had already brought him immense benefits. Surely, the ginseng fruit, renowned in its own right, would not disappoint. Qi Feng and Mingwei guided Tang Sing to a guest room before departing, while Sun Wukong and the others were also assigned rooms to rest, aware of the narrative's progression. Tang Sing knew that Qi Feng and Mingwei would soon return with the ginseng fruit. Sure enough, half an hour later, a knock echoed at the door of Tang Sing's guest room. Straining to contain his excitement, he approached and opened the door to find Qi Feng and Mingwei standing there. With Qi Feng carrying a plate covered by a cloth, Tang Sing's gaze was immediately drawn to the plate, for he knew that beneath the cloth lay two exceedingly precious ginseng fruits. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, esteemed monk?" Tang Sing inquired, taking a deep breath to steady his excitement. Mingwei exchanged a glance with Qi Feng, then donned a proud expression as she declared, "Holy monk, we come bearing treasures for you." Feigning ignorance, Tang Sing asked, "What treasures?" Upon entering the room, Mingwei closed the door and, with an air of triumph, unveiled the cloth from the plate. Before Tang Sing's eyes appeared two fruits resembling dolls, and he immediately recognized them as ginseng fruits. "Have you ever heard of the illustrious ginseng fruit, holy monk? It is a rare and extraordinary treasure of the world. The ginseng fruit matures once every 9,000 years. Merely inhaling its aroma can extend one's life by 360 years, and consuming one grants 4,700 years of life," Mingwei boasted. At that moment, Tang Sing's attention was entirely captured by the two ginseng fruits, and he could only respond with a token nod. "Oh, such a wondrous fruit exists in the world. This truly opens my eyes." Hearing Tang Sing's praise, Mingwei beamed with delight, finally pointing to the two ginseng fruits on the plate, saying, "Holy monk, please behold these two ginseng fruits. Is this truly the ginseng fruit? Yet they appear so much like human children," Tang Sung exclaimed, incredulous. "You must not deceive me. I am a monk and would never consume human children." Though Tang Sing yearned to seize the ginseng fruits immediately, he knew he must adhere to the original narrative's course. While en route to Wuzhuangguan, he conceived a bold idea, yet to realize it, he must first follow the established storyline. Mingwei, sensing his hesitation, scoffed. "The reason these fruits are called ginseng fruits is precisely because they resemble human children. Rest assured, holy monk, they are certainly not human children, and we would never deceive you." Tang Sung nodded and then inquired, "Given the value of these ginseng fruits, why do you both choose to present them to me?" A flicker of regret crossed Mingwei's eyes as she explained, "Holy monk, you are a friend of my master. Before departing, he specifically instructed us to ensure that you sample the ginseng fruits upon your awakening." "Ah, I see. In that case, I must extend my gratitude to the esteemed Zhen Yuanzi," Tang Sing responded, nodding appreciatively. With that, he stepped forward and took both ginseng fruits into his hands. While he recognized the need to adhere to the original plot, he certainly would not let the opportunity for the ginseng fruit slip away. Just as he was about to indulge, Mingwei interjected, "Holy monk, one must not overindulge in the ginseng fruit. The ginseng fruit is not meant to be consumed in excess." Mingwei explained, "While my master provided you with two, as a mere mortal, consuming both would surely lead to an imbalance in your body." Qi Feng looked at her in surprise. Unsure of her intentions, Tang Sung blinked in confusion, realizing that Mingwei had appeared nonchalant, yet was quite cunning. In the original narrative, after Tang Sung declined to use the ginseng fruit, Qi Feng intended to hide it until Zhen Yuanzi returned to handle the matter. However, the scheming Mingwei had suggested that they both consume the ginseng fruits, and upon Jin Yuanzi's return, they would claim that Tang Sung had eaten them. From this, it was evident that Mingyue had never harbored good intentions. As she spoke, Tang Sing's vigilance heightened. If the ginseng fruit cannot be consumed in excess, then why would Jin Yuanzi bestow two upon me? Tang Sung pondered aloud, bewildered. Mingyue's eyes glinted as she explained, Holy monk, my master originally intended for each of us to share one, but he was called away unexpectedly and did not instruct us to only provide one. Pausing, she pointed to one of the ginseng fruits and continued. Thus, this situation became a mix-up. If you consume both ginseng fruits, you will undoubtedly suffer adverse effects. Then I shall only consume one and keep the other for later. Tang Sung agreed, nodding to accept Mingyue's suggestion. Yet Mingyue was not satisfied and added, Holy monk, the ginseng fruit is renowned for its rarity. Once harvested, it cannot be stored for long, or it will lose its potency. Feigning difficulty, Tang Sing inquired. This poses a dilemma indeed. If the ginseng fruit cannot be consumed in excess and cannot be stored, what shall I do with the other fruit? At this, Mingyue's eyes brightened as she proposed. If the ginseng fruit loses its potency from prolonged storage, it would be a waste. Why not allow us to accompany you in sharing the two ginseng fruits? Are you serious? Qi Feng exclaimed, taken aback by Mingyue's suggestion. However, before Qi Feng could finish his sentence, Mingyue interrupted, insisting, Qi Feng, do you not wish to share the burden with the holy monk? If the ginseng fruit loses its effect, it would be a disservice to the monk. How can you bear to witness the holy monk burdened with sin? With a flicker of her gaze, Mingyue continued, Qi Feng, if you are unwilling, it matters not. I can assist the holy monk alone. Tang Sing's expression remained unchanged, yet he inwardly scoffed at Mingyue's performance, realizing that her true intentions were concealed beneath this facade. This time, Tang Sung did not refuse the ginseng fruit. He was taken aback by Mingyue's audacity in suggesting to share it. She even concocted a preposterous tale that one person cannot consume two ginseng fruits, and that if left too long, they would lose their potency. Had Tang Sung been the naive mortal he once was, he might have fallen for her ruse. However, at this moment, he was clearly not to be deceived by Mingyue's trickery. With a smile, Tang Sing remarked, You are Mingyue, are you not? Your willingness to share this burden is greatly appreciated. However, I cannot place you in a position of disloyalty. Thus, let us forego the matter of sharing the ginseng fruit. Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her miscalculation. What do you mean by that, holy monk? She inquired, bewildered. Mingyue, since your master has commanded you to fetch two ginseng fruits for me, you must remain loyal to his command and deliver both fruits entirely for my use. If you were to share, it would contradict your master's orders, and while I might remain unscathed, it would inevitably place you in a position of disloyalty. How could I act in such a manner? Tang Sung shook his head earnestly. Mingyue opened her mouth, bewildered. She had not anticipated Tang Sung would perceive the matter from such an angle. Upon reflection, she realized he had a point. His refusal was indeed for her own good. Though she found some merit in his words, she struggled to articulate a rebuttal. Tang Sung, however, had lost patience for further idle conversation. He set down the ginseng fruit and stepped closer to Qi Feng and Mingyue, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. It is getting late. You both should return and rest. After ushering them out with a gentle smile, he closed the door behind them. As the door shut, Qi Feng and Mingyue were left in disarray by the suddenness of it all. Without lingering further, they departed. Tang Sung returned to the two ginseng fruits, picked one up, and sat on the bed, unhesitatingly consuming it. Much like the peach of immortality, the ginseng fruit dissolved in his mouth, releasing a rich essence that flowed down his throat, permeating his limbs with vitality. With no time for hesitation, Tang Sung began to cultivate the Pangu creation technique, channeling the abundant energy from the ginseng fruit. This ginseng fruit, comparable to the peach of immortality, possessed a similarly dense essence, and in some respects, surpassed the 6,000-year-old peach due to its unsealed potential. Tang Sung closed his eyes, fully concentrating as he directed the energy toward his bottleneck. At this moment, his cultivation level was at the third tier of the Xuanzang realm, facing the barrier of the fourth tier. Yet, under the influence of the ginseng fruit's rich essence, this barrier appeared feeble, and within moments, it shattered completely. A powerful aura erupted from Tang Sung, elevating him to the fourth tier of Xuanzang. Nevertheless, he did not allow this to distract him. Instead, he focused intently on harnessing the remaining energy to propel his cultivation to an even higher realm. With the ginseng fruit's enriching essence, Tang Sanzang's fourth-tier cultivation reached perfection, transitioning from the early stage to the pinnacle of the fourth tier. However, this was not the end. He concentrated the residual energy, launching himself toward the barrier of the fifth tier. Yet this particular barrier felt significantly more solid than the last, standing resolutely against the onslaught of energy. Tang Sung furrowed his brow, taken aback that he encountered such a formidable obstacle during his second voluntary cultivation session. After all, he bore 1/10 of the ancestral dragon bloodline. How could he be thwarted by the fifth tier's barrier? Without hesitation, he opened his eyes and consumed the second ginseng fruit, resulting in an overwhelming surge of energy within him. The essence from the ginseng fruit, now concentrated to a terrifying degree, surged toward the fifth tier's barrier. In the face of such formidable energy, the previously solid barrier crumbled under the pressure, elevating Tang Sanzang to the fifth tier of Xuanzang. Tang Sanzang, now increasingly adept at harnessing his newfound power, immediately utilized the energy to advance his cultivation to the pinnacle of the fifth tier. The barrier of the fifth tier posed no challenge, shattering effortlessly and propelling him into the sixth tier of Xuanzang. However, the energy provided by the ginseng fruit began to dwindle. While the ginseng fruit was indeed more potent than the 6,000-year-old peach, its primary benefit was not merely the enhancement of cultivation. The rich essence was a mere byproduct of its nature. In addition to elevating his cultivation, the ginseng fruit's vitality cleansed Tang Sung's body of impurities, enhancing his innate qualities. Although he had now ascended to the Xuanzang level, his understanding of this realm remained limited, having been elevated through the system. The consumption of ginseng fruit would enhance his innate talent and comprehension, facilitating a deeper understanding of the principles of heaven and earth in his future cultivation endeavors. After all, advancing to the great Luo Jingxian realm would require personal insights into the profound laws of the cosmos, and it remained uncertain whether the system could aid him in this pursuit. Nevertheless, preparation from this moment onward was prudent, as being prepared is the key to safety. Tang Sung utilized the residual energy to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the sixth tier of Xuanzang, subsequently opening his eyes. Upon doing so, he was suddenly met with a foul odor, causing him to wrinkle his nose. He soon discovered that the source of this unpleasant stench emanated from his own body. A viscous black substance had formed on him, the remnants of impurities expelled from his body by the ginseng fruit. Seeing the impurities expelled, Tang Sung could hardly contain his joy and immediately cast a cleansing spell to rid himself of the noxious odor. Once he was clean, he performed a fragrant spell within his room, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The earlier stench had been intolerable, nearly overwhelming him. These cleansing and fragrant spells were minor techniques mastered by every immortal, naturally acquired upon reaching a certain level. Their utility in daily life proved to be quite convenient. Once he regained normal breathing, Tang Sung calmed his excited heart and began to practice some minor spells in his room, seeking to acclimate to his newfound powers. Previously, he had elevated his cultivation level solely through the system, resulting in an infusion of power that he could adeptly wield. However, the recent ascension was achieved through the consumption of divine treasures, necessitating practice to master these abilities and avoid the pitfalls of excessive growth and strength, which could lead to misapplication of spells. After an hour of practice, he finally felt confident in his control over his abilities. He then sat down at the table, poured himself a glass of water, and fell into deep contemplation. Through the 6,000-year-old peach and the two ginseng fruits, Tang Sung had come to a profound realization. Though he could enhance his cultivation without hindrance through the system, the advanced nature of his training methods demanded an ever-increasing amount of cultivation points. Currently, he was merely at the level of a profound immortal. While this status was not particularly weak in the world of Journey to the West, it certainly did not classify him as a formidable being. Each minor advancement within the profound immortal realm necessitated a staggering 50,000 cultivation points. This amount was already half due to his ancestral dragon bloodline. Originally, it would have required 100,000 points to ascend even a single tier. Given the current difficulty, one could only imagine the vast quantities of cultivation points required when he eventually reached the realms of Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, or even the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The prospect of advancing even a minor level could potentially demand him to undertake numerous tasks and defeat countless foes to amass sufficient cultivation points. Thus, he deemed it necessary to seek alternative methods for rapidly enhancing his strength. Previously, he had pondered without resolution, but now he had found the answer. to consume various rare and precious treasures to bolster his cultivation. Thus far, the only treasures he had encountered were the ginseng fruit and the peach of immortality. The latter, tended with great care by the Queen Mother of the West, was found in the heavenly peach orchard, making it a mere fantasy for Tang Sanzang to aspire to obtain one. Not being a renowned figure among the three realms, he would certainly not receive an invitation to the peach banquet. Consequently, acquiring the peach through legitimate means was out of the question. The only option left was to resort to stealthy theft. However, with the heavenly guards being so formidable, how could a mere profound immortal like Tang Sanzang hope to steal a peach? It seemed he had to abandon the idea of acquiring the peaches, leaving him with the ginseng fruit as the only viable choice. The ginseng fruit grew in the unmonitored backyard of Wukong Temple, where the protective measures were notably weak, especially with the powerful protector, Xuanzang, absent at the moment. This presented a prime opportunity to pilfer the ginseng fruit. As soon as he obtained a golden pestle, Tang Sanzang could knock down all the ginseng fruits and consume them to elevate his cultivation. Though the ginseng fruits were scarce, if he were to consume them all, he would undoubtedly reach the golden immortal realm, perhaps even the pinnacle of golden immortal. At that moment, the ginseng fruit tree appeared akin to an unguarded beauty, radiating a deadly allure towards Tang Sanzang. He was not an enlightened monk, and it was impossible for him to remain calm and indifferent in the face of such temptation. However, this act would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Xuanzang, a being of quasi-saintly status, so Tang Sanzang had to devise a foolproof plan before taking action. Avoiding any rashness, after much contemplation at the table, a brilliant idea suddenly illuminated his mind. Without hesitation, he rose and pushed the door open, heading straight to find his three disciples. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Zhu Beiji had gathered Sun Wukong and Xuanzang, earnestly persuading them to accompany him in stealing ginseng fruits. Monkey brother, I just heard the little brat say that the ginseng fruit is an exceedingly rare treasure of this world. It matures once every 9,000 years. Just inhaling its aroma can grant one an additional 360 years of life, and consuming one can extend life by 47,000 years. Though I'm unsure if they were bragging, I have a strong feeling that the ginseng fruit must be delicious, Zhu Beiji earnestly declared. Fool, do not stir up trouble. The owner here seems to be a friend of Master. If we steal their fruits and are discovered, it would surely bring disgrace upon Master, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head in refusal. Monkey brother, think carefully. This ginseng fruit is a miraculous treasure. Perhaps consuming it would enable you to break through your current realm. Zhu Beiji countered. Seeing a flash of golden light in Sun Wukong's eyes, Zhu Beiji seized the moment to add, Monkey brother, you possess great powers but have been stuck at the pinnacle of supreme golden immortal for quite some time. Perhaps after consuming this ginseng fruit, you could gain enlightenment and ascend to the realm of great Luo golden immortal. One must understand that a great Luo golden immortal is a renowned powerhouse in the three realms. If you were to ascend to this level, your title of the great sage equal to heaven would truly be justified. Sun Wukong fell silent as Zhu Beiji's words struck a chord within him. Despite having earned his title through the havoc he wreaked in heaven, he was merely a second-tier powerhouse among the three realms. Had it not been for his exceptional talent and combat prowess, he might have perished at the hands of stronger beings during his rebellion in heaven. Stuck at the pinnacle of supreme golden immortal for over 500 years, Sun Wukong yearned for a breakthrough more than anyone else. He was uncertain if Zhu Beiji's words held any truth, but what if they did? Caught in a web of indecision, he pondered deeply. Second brother, what big brother said is true. If you steal from others and the owner discovers it, wouldn't that be a disgrace to master? You'll find yourself in a troublesome situation, Xuanzang chimed in. Brother Xia, you must not say such things. I am merely a man of great loyalty, otherwise I would have stolen and consumed it myself. I called upon you to share this wonderful treasure with you. How could you doubt my intentions? Zhu Beiji retorted, leaning forward. Besides, did you not say that the owner is a friend of master? If we merely take a few fruits, surely they won't mind too much. What is the big deal? Zhu Beiji insisted. Xuanzang furrowed his brow, sensing that Zhu Beiji's reasoning held some merit, yet something felt amiss, leaving him momentarily perplexed. At that moment, the conflicted Sun Wukong finally made up his mind. He was the fearless great sage equal to heaven, the monkey king Sun Wukong. Why should he fear a mere Taoist priest? Whether the ginseng fruit was as miraculous as Zhu Beiji claimed was uncertain, but if it were, it would be a tremendous gain. Should the owner pursue him later, he could always compensate with something else. Beiji, Have you discovered the exact location of the ginseng fruit tree? I shall accompany you to pick it, Sun Wukong asked, turning to Zhu Beiji. Overjoyed, Zhu Beiji promptly responded. Monkey brother, follow me. I've already found out that the ginseng fruit tree is in the backyard of Wuzhuang Temple. Excellent. Let us go at once. Resolute. Sun Wukong rose and prepared to leave without delay. Just then, a knock echoed at the guest room door. Zhu Beiji paused momentarily before stepping forward to open the door, revealing Tang Sanzang standing outside. Upon seeing Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Xuanzang lowered their heads in guilt, having just conspired to commit a misdeed behind their master's back, only to be caught in the act. My disciples, I have something to discuss with you, Tang Sanzang began, his mind consumed with the plan to procure the ginseng fruit, completely oblivious to the unusual expressions on his disciples' faces. Hearing Tang Sanzang's words, it seemed he had not discovered their scheme. Zhu Beiji's eyes darted as he seized the opportunity to draw closer to Tang Sanzang, wrapping an arm around him and urging, Master, please, speak freely. I, old pig, shall handle whatever it is with utmost diligence. Ignoring Zhu Beiji's flattery, Tang Sanzang sat at the table, glanced at the three of them, and inquired, Have you three ever heard of the illustrious ginseng fruit? Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong, and Sha Monk exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and trepidation, uncertain about the true meaning behind Tang Sanzang's statement. Noticing their silence, Tang Sanzang shook his head and continued, You may not be aware, but the ginseng fruit tree is one of the exceptionally precious spiritual roots in the world, a renowned treasure of nature. Before he could finish, Sun Wukong interjected, Master, there's no need for an introduction. Beiji already informed us of the value of the ginseng fruit. Tang Sanzang paused momentarily, then looked at Zhu Beiji, surprised that even after disrupting the original plot, Zhu Beiji still harbored thoughts about the ginseng fruit and had conspired with Sun Wukong and Sha Monk. Was this the inertia of the narrative? However, Tang Sanzang had no time to ponder such matters. The pressing concern was to collaborate with his three disciples to steal all the ginseng fruits, thereby enhancing his cultivation. Since you are all aware, I shall refrain from further explanation. To speak frankly, do you have intentions regarding the ginseng fruit? Tang Sanzang scanned the group with a questioning gaze. Those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads. After a moment, Sun Wukong shook his head and confessed, Master, we indeed intended to steal a few ginseng fruits to savor. Please forgive us. At this moment, Zhu Beiji's face turned pale. He was well aware of Tang Sanzang's methods. And if Tang Sanzang were to become angry, the consequences would be dire. Just as the three were filled with anxiety, Tang Sanzang appeared momentarily stunned, then scratched his bald head and asked, What are you all doing? What are you afraid of? Do you think I would blame you? Hearing Tang Sanzang's words, the three disciples were taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Tang Sanzang smiled gently and, glancing towards the door, lowered his voice. Indeed, you are correct in your thoughts. I share the same intention. So, are you willing to join me in stealing the ginseng fruits to enjoy? Chapter 93. Successfully stealing the ginseng fruits. Zhu Beiji was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that Tang Sanzang harbored the same desire. Quickly recovering, he donned a flattering smile and replied, Master, I didn't expect you to be interested in the ginseng fruits here. We have already devised a plan. Since you wish to go as well, let us proceed together. However, upon hearing Zhu Beiji's words, Tang Sanzang shook his head, rejecting the proposal. He was acutely aware that according to the original plot, Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong merely intended to steal one fruit each, which was unacceptable to Tang Sanzang. His aspiration was to seize all the fruits from the entire ginseng fruit tree, not merely a few. Master, if that is the case, why not wait here while we fetch the ginseng fruits for you? Sun Wukong speculated that Tang Sanzang might feel embarrassed to steal the fruits, thus volunteering to take charge. Yet this time, Sun Wukong was indeed mistaken. Tang Sanzang pondered for a moment and replied, No, your plan is not perfect enough. Let me arrange it. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, sensing each other's confusion, but they had no choice. Since Tang Sanzang wished to orchestrate the plan, they would have to comply. Tang Sanzang spoke earnestly, Disciples, you must know that the owner of this place is a powerful being at the quasi-saint level. If we are caught stealing his fruits, there will be dire consequences. Therefore, we must be well prepared. Before we attempt to steal the ginseng fruits, we need to pack our belongings and leave immediately after acquiring all the fruits, unnoticed and undetected. Do you understand my meaning? Tang Sanzang looked at the three, awaiting their response. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were astounded by Tang Sanzang's words. They had merely considered stealing a couple of fruits for a taste, never anticipating Tang Sanzang's grand ambition to harvest all the ginseng fruits. This was an exceedingly bold idea, yet both Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong displayed no signs of fear. Rather, they were filled with eagerness. What the master says makes sense. In that case, let us delineate our roles in detail, and we will commence our operation. Sun Wukong suggested. Indeed, that is my plan. Wu Jing, you shall stay in the guest room to pack our belongings and tend to the white dragon horse. Wukong and Beiji will accompany me to steal the fruits. Once we return, we shall leave at once. Do you have any objections? Tang Sanzang nodded as he made the arrangements. The three exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, saying, no objections. Good, since there are no objections, let us proceed. Tang Sanzang declared, rising to his feet with determination. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang, and Zhu Beiji swiftly exited the guest room, stealthily making their way towards the backyard. Along the way, Sun Wukong took on the role of scout, and they encountered no one else in the temple, reaching the ginseng fruit tree safely and smoothly. Upon gazing at the majestic ginseng fruit tree, the three were instantly struck with awe, previously captivated by the allure of the ginseng fruits. They had not considered how magnificent the tree bearing such miraculous treasures could be. The ginseng fruit tree towered like a giant, connecting heaven and earth. Its grandeur was beyond description, with lush branches and leaves, rivaling even the legendary tree of life. Standing before the ginseng fruit tree, they contemplated the magnificence of life and the tree itself before refocusing their minds. After all, this was not the time for admiration. Wukong. These ginseng fruits fall when touched by gold, wither when touched by wood, dissolve when touched by water, scorch when touched by fire, and sink when touched by earth. We need to use tools crafted from gold to harvest them, and we must ensure they do not fall to the ground, Tang Sanzang cautioned. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Sanzang then retrieved a handful of gold ingots from his small treasury, employing his magical powers to fashion them into golden scoops, which he handed to Sun Wukong. He also produced the previously awarded cassock from his storage space, presenting it to Sun Wukong. Wukong, use this cassock to catch the fallen ginseng fruits. They must not come into contact with anything else, not even the tree trunk or the ground. Sun Wukong accepted the golden scoops and cassock, and along with Zhu Beiji, they swiftly ascended towards the ginseng fruit tree. Tang Sanzang stood below, gazing upwards at their movements. Despite the enormous stature of the ginseng fruit tree, the actual ginseng fruits were few in number, only a handful. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, one wielding the golden scoop and the other the cassock, worked in perfect harmony, meticulously harvesting every ginseng fruit from the tree, leaving no spot untouched. Finally, with a cassock brimming with fruits, the two descended before Tang Sanzang. Zhu Beiji spread open the cassock, showcasing the bountiful ginseng fruits to Tang Sanzang, his face alight with joy and drool escaping his lips, clearly unable to contain his excitement. Tang Sanzang nodded, then swiftly retracted the cassock and ginseng fruits into his system space. Master, with so many ginseng fruits, may I have a taste? Zhu Beiji implored eagerly upon witnessing Tang Sanzang claim all the fruits. Tang Sanzang shook his head reproachfully. What are you so impatient for, you gluttonous pig? There will surely be a share for you later. But our immediate priority is to leave Wuzhuang Temple swiftly. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Zhu Beiji felt relieved, and the three promptly raced towards their predetermined location, where Sha Monk awaited them. The four reunited without any delay and dashed out of Wuzhuang Temple, heading westward. As they exited the fortified gates, they exchanged not a single word among themselves. They all felt an overwhelming urge to distance themselves from the armed official, as if by doing so, they could evade the relentless pursuit of Jin Yuanzi. Among the four, the most anxious was Tang Sanzang. He understood that this situation would soon come back to haunt them. Although they had departed earlier than in the original story, the distance they had covered held little significance against a quasi-saint level of authority. It was akin to a drop in the ocean. What occupied his thoughts was not merely escaping from Zheng Yuan, but rather devising a strategy to confront him upon his arrival. However, before Tang Sanzang could formulate a plan, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon him, immobilizing him in place. Tang Xuanzang, a formidable voice echoed, laced with a hint of anger. I graciously offered you my ginseng fruits, yet you dared to steal them. Chapter 94. The Great Immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Tang Xuanzang, I intended to treat you kindly with my ginseng fruits, but it seems your greed has compelled you to steal from me. The authoritative voice reverberated, instilling fear in the hearts of Tang Sanzang and his companions. rendering them completely paralyzed. The sheer might of the quasi-saint was terrifying. The pressure felt as immense as mountains and seas, extinguishing any urge to resist. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man clad in a brown Taoist robe descended from the heavens, hovering before Tang Sanzang and his companions. This man was Jin Yuanzi, the master of the Wukong temple on Mount Wanshou, one of the few remaining quasi-saint beings. Tang Sanzang gazed at Jin Yuanzi, intending to utter a few words, but he found himself utterly speechless, held captive by the immobilization. Jin Yuanzi's stern and furious gaze swept over the four, finally fixating on Tang Sanzang as he inquired once more, "Tang Xuanzang, where have you hidden my ginseng fruits?" Jin Yuanzi had already scanned the four with his divine sense, detecting no trace of the ginseng fruits, indicating that they were not in the possession of Tang Sanzang and his companions. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Tang Sanzang was momentarily taken aback, then realized that he had placed dozens of ginseng fruits within the space of the Chaos Pearl, which was why Jin Yuanzi could not sense them. After all, the space within the Chaos Pearl existed independently from the vast worlds of chaos in the primordial realm. Even the mightiest could not easily breach the barriers of the Chaos Pearl and discern the ginseng fruits within. This revelation stirred something within Tang Sanzang. He recognized that he was no match for Jin Yuanzi, yet he felt no concern for his personal safety. His sole worry was that Jin Yuanzi might forcibly retrieve the ginseng fruits that they had yet to consume, rendering their efforts meaningless. Now that he understood Jin Yuanzi could not reclaim the fruits forcibly, numerous possibilities for maneuvering opened up. After Jin Yuanzi's inquiry, he waved his hand, lifting the immobilization on Tang Sanzang, allowing him to speak. Tang Sanzang first stretched his limbs, then offered a slight bow, saying, "I pay my respects to the great immortal Jin Yuanzi. I have yet to express my gratitude for your two attendants who graciously treated me with the ginseng fruits. Their flavors were exquisite, and I thank you immensely. However, I am perplexed by your claim that I stole them. Might I inquire as to your reasoning?" Jin Yuanzi snorted dismissively, stating, "Tang Xuanzang, do you still wish to feign ignorance? My attendants have informed me that it was you who stole my ginseng fruits and hastily departed from Wukong temple. If you had not pilfered my fruits, why would you leave so urgently?" Tang Sanzang remained unfazed, responding calmly, "Great immortal, you have misunderstood us. I am a devout disciple, eager to journey day and night to the West in pursuit of Buddhist scriptures. After consuming 2 ginseng fruits, I felt invigorated and decided to forego further rest at Wukong temple, intending to set out promptly to obtain the true scriptures. It is regrettable that my earnestness has led you to misconstrue my intentions." Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's explanation, Jin Yuanzi hesitated, uncertain whether to believe him. He had just returned from the 33 heavens after attending a discourse, only to find the ginseng fruit tree devoid of any fruits. This discovery had incited his ire, prompting him to summon Qingfeng and Mingyue for clarification. To his surprise, they were equally perplexed and unaware of the theft. Eventually, Qingfeng and Mingyue concluded that Tang Sanzang and his companions had vanished overnight, leading Mingyue to assert that Tang Sanzang must have stolen the fruits out of fear of being discovered, thus fleeing in haste. Jin Yuanzi, swayed by Mingyue's words, immediately set off westward, for the loss of the ginseng fruits was no trivial matter. Now, upon hearing Tang Sanzang's account, Jin Yuanzi found merit in his words. He was a figure of stature, and it would not do to turn against the Buddhist order based solely on the testimony of his attendants. "Tang Xuanzang, is your claim genuine?" Jin Yuanzi inquired. Tang Sanzang maintained his composure, replying earnestly, "A monk never utters falsehoods. I am a disciple of the Buddhist order. How could I deceive the great immortal? We 4 departed hastily solely out of our fervent desire to acquire the scriptures. I implore you to see the truth in this." Jin Yuanzi's internal conflict deepened. He was uncertain of the veracity of Tang Sanzang's statements. Yet, Tang Sanzang's earnest demeanor and solemn tone sowed seeds of belief within him. "Tang Xuanzang, my attendants assert that you stole my ginseng fruits. However, given your explanation, why not accompany me back to Wukong temple and confront my attendants directly, to discern the truth of the matter?" Jin Yuanzi proposed after a moment of contemplation. Tang Sanzang shook his head, responding, "Great immortal, my quest for the scriptures is of utmost importance, and I cannot allow this to delay my progress. I kindly request that you bring your attendants to me. I can confront them while continuing my journey, for a man of integrity has nothing to fear." With that, Tang Sanzang mounted his white dragon steed and addressed Jin Yuanzi. "I beseech you to allow my disciples to go free. We must embark on our journey without delay." After some deliberation, Jin Yuanzi waved his sleeve, drawing Tang Sung and his companions into his garment. This was one of his remarkable abilities, the universe in the sleeve. With a mere wave of his sleeve, he could forcibly draw anyone whose cultivation was inferior to his into his sleeve, creating a miniature cosmos within, where time and space lost all meaning. This power was indeed formidable. The truth of this matter must be resolved upon my return. I cannot allow my ginseng fruits to be lost in this manner. Jin Yuanzi murmured as he soared back toward Wukong Temple. Chapter 95. A false accusation. Once Tang Xing was enveloped within Jin Yuanzi's sleeve, he found himself engulfed in darkness. Unable to discern the direction of up or down, nor could he perceive the passage of time. It felt as if he had been exiled to a forsaken realm. In such a circumstance, Tang Sung instinctively summoned the Chaos Pearl, discovering that it was fully operational. In an instant, he entered the world contained within the Chaos Pearl. Gazing upon the authentic mountains and rivers within the realm of the Chaos Pearl, Tang Sen could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Although Jin Yuanzi was a formidable figure of quasi-saint caliber, Tang Sung was no match for him at present. Nonetheless, Tang Sung possessed a trump card. The Chaos Pearl ensured that he could not be entirely obliterated by Jin Yuanzi. However, Tang Xing did not wish to reveal the existence of the Chaos Pearl too soon. Thus, after adjusting to the tumultuous world, he stepped out of the chaotic realm and re-entered the pitch-black sleeve of the universe. Before long, Tang Sung succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered himself bound to a colossal pillar, alongside his companions, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Xuanzang, who were similarly restrained. In the distance, the white dragon horse was tethered, its 4 limbs and head shackled, unable to move. Tang Xuanzang, you have finally awoken, Jin Yuanzi proclaimed from above. Hearing this name, Tang Sung furrowed his brow and inquired, I have clarified all matters. Why have you brought me here and bound me to this pillar? Do you possess any evidence to claim that I have stolen your ginseng fruit? Observing the angry Tang Xing, Jin Yuanzi's expression shifted slightly, and he replied, recently. No one has visited my 5 except for your 4 disciples. The ginseng fruit was stolen during your stay. How can I trust that you were not responsible? Tang Sung scoffed and retorted, do you truly believe that power grants you the right to act as you please? Indeed, you are a quasi-saint level powerhouse, and we, your humble disciples, are no match for you. However, that does not mean you can coerce us into confessing guilt without substantial evidence. I refuse to endure this unjust accusation. His tone was resolute, exhibiting no hint of trepidation even when confronted by a being of such power. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Xuanzang also regained consciousness. Upon grasping their predicament, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and addressed Jin Yuanzi. Why have you brought us to this place? There is no need for you to waste words on him, Wukong. He only relies on his strength to bully us. Although we may not match his might, we are not easily intimidated. Tang Xing interjected disdainfully before Jin Yuanzi could respond. While the truth indeed was that Tang Xing had stolen Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit, it was crucial that he displayed unwavering defiance to convince Jin Yuanzi that he was innocent. Jin Yuanzi's countenance suddenly darkened. How had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Tang Xing's words were akin to accusing him of being a tyrant, disregarding all reason. Do not speak recklessly, Tang Xuanzang. I merely brought you here for questioning. I have wronged you in no way, Jin Yuanzi said with a stern expression. Oh, is this how you conduct yourself? Oh great one. You are so domineering that even a mere inquiry necessitates binding me to this pillar? Do you intend to kill me if I refuse to admit to stealing the ginseng fruit? Your arrogance is truly remarkable, Tang Xing replied, maintaining an air of righteousness as if unperturbed by Jin Yuanzi's threats. You cannot escape your predicament, as all evidence points towards you and your disciples. Even if you deny it, you cannot evade responsibility, Jin Yuanzi asserted, rising to his feet. Then, if that is the case, we have no room for negotiation. Do you intend to take our lives for this matter? Tang Sung replied, meeting Jin Yuanzi's gaze without fear. Tang Xing's fearless demeanor intrigued Jin Yuanzi. After a moment's pause, Jin Yuanzi dismissed him with a wave of his sleeve and said, your lives cannot compare to my ginseng fruit. If killing you would restore it, I would do so without hesitation. However, as the ginseng fruit is lost, killing you would be futile. Return my ginseng fruit, and I shall release you. What say you? Oh great one, your logic is flawed. We have not taken your ginseng fruit. How can you demand it from us? This is clearly a baseless accusation, Tang Sung countered, shaking his head. Since you refuse to yield the ginseng fruit, you shall remain here until you are willing to comply, Jin Yuanzi declared with a cold snort. Jin Yuanzi looked down upon them with disdain, igniting Tang Sanzang's fury. Having entered the world of journey to the west, he had transformed from a mere mortal to a being of divine caliber in a matter of months. How could he tolerate such contempt from Jin Yuanzi? Even if Jin Yuanzi was a quasi-saint, Tang Sanzang felt no fear. Do you truly believe that these mere ropes can restrain us? He asked, glancing at the bindings. Jin Yuanzi, without looking up, replied, these ropes are specially crafted. There is no way you can escape. Since you are so confident in your ropes, let us see for ourselves, Tang Sanzang replied, shaking his head. With that, he summoned his full power to break the ropes, attempting to shatter them. However, as the ropes were tailored to each individual's cultivation level, Tang Sanzang, despite his profound abilities, could not sever them during his initial effort. Observing his futile struggle, Jin Yuanzi smirked and said, do not waste your energy, you cannot break free. After a moment of silence, Tang Sanzang quickly pondered the pros and cons. Moments later, his eyes narrowed as he made a decision. System, activate the Xingtian experience card, Tang Sanzang commanded. As soon as he uttered those words, the system acknowledged his command, and the Xingtian experience card vanished from the system space. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tang Sanzang's body, one that belonged to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The ropes, mere artifacts of the Golden Immortal rank, could not withstand the might of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, once Tang Sanzang utilized the experience card, the ropes shattered completely. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Tang Sanzang stepped forward, casting a slight smile at Jin Yuanzi before stating, how about it, Great One? Do you still believe I lack the strength to break free? Jin Yuanzi was utterly astonished by Tang Sanzang's transformation. Although the aura emanating from Tang Sanzang, now at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, did not pose a significant threat to him, the speed at which Tang Sanzang had ascended from a mere deity to such heights was unprecedented. Seeing Jin Yuanzi's astonished expression, Tang Sanzang secretly rejoiced but did not pause. The ropes binding Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Hashang fell away, granting them their freedom. Tang Xuanzang, your cultivation. Jin Yuanzi hesitated, pointing at Tang Sanzang in disbelief. Tang Sanzang shook his head, his demeanor calm. I had intended to be modest, but it seems you have underestimated me. I am indeed at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Master, you are formidable. Master, you are magnificent. Standing in the presence of Tang Sanzang, Zhu Beiji was immediately stirred by the words he heard. Tang Sanzang turned to glance at Zhu Beiji but chose to disregard him, feeling a deep disdain for such base flattery. Although Zhu Beiji had accompanied Tang Sanzang for some time, he had yet to grasp the essence of Tang Sanzang's subtle praises and would require further instruction in the art of adulation. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi finally emerged from his state of shock and, regarding Tang Sanzang with an air of nonchalance, remarked, even if you are a great Luo Golden Immortal, what significance does that hold? A mere great Luo Golden Immortal is hardly worthy of my attention. Jin Yuanzi's indifferent demeanor greatly irked Tang Sanzang, who had expended a precious experience card yet found himself utterly dismissed. Despite the fact that a great Luo Golden Immortal is indeed trivial when compared to a quasi-saint, Tang Sanzang could not tolerate such an affront. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly produced his golden staff and stood resolutely behind Tang Sanzang, stating, count me in. Tang Sanzang was slightly taken aback. Although he shared a good rapport with Sun Wukong, he had not anticipated that, in the face of an insurmountable foe, Sun Wukong would unwaveringly stand by his side. This display of loyalty left Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk feeling quite awkward, for they were confronting an adversary of quasi-saint caliber, capable of obliterating them with a mere flick of a finger, thus extinguishing any thoughts of opposing Jin Yuanzi. Zhu Beiji, in particular, had intended for Tang Sanzang to relinquish the ginseng fruit to avoid conflict. Had he known earlier that Jin Yuanzi was indeed a quasi-saint level powerhouse, he would not have dared to contemplate stealing the ginseng fruit, even with the boldness of 80 lives. All he wished for now was to surrender the ginseng fruit promptly and depart, but he was taken aback by Tang Sanzang's decision to confront Jin Yuanzi head-on. What astonished him even more was that Tang Sanzang's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. This peak was merely a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, and should Tang Sanzang successfully cross that threshold, he would ascend to be among the most formidable beings in the three realms. However, despite the proximity of their powers, a gap still existed between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the quasi-saint. Thus, while Zhu Beiji's heart leaned towards supporting Tang Sanzang, his body remained obediently rooted in place. In contrast, Sha Monk, displaying an unusual demeanor, stood resolutely behind Tang Song and declared without hesitation, "Count me in as well." Tang Song cast a satisfied glance at Sha Monk and then shot a glare at Zhu Beiji, deciding to remain silent thereafter. Jin Yuanzi, observing the trio, could not help but chuckle. "You three combined may not withstand a single strike from me. Even if you stand united, what can you truly achieve against me? Do not forget, although our cultivation may not match yours, we are not necessarily weaker. The outcome of this confrontation will reveal who prevails." Tang Xing shook his head and replied, "Your words are mere folly. If we can defeat you, will we still require your permission to leave?" Zhen Yuanzi's irritation flared at Tang Xing's retort, and he waved his sleeve, invoking the power of his mystical garment once more. Yet this time, he sought to absorb not just an immortal, but a peak great Luo golden immortal. The disparity in cultivation would yield vastly different results. This time, Tang Xing remained unhurried in the face of Zhen Yuanzi's mystical garment, instead producing the Fire Cloud Pagoda and the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. He then unleashed his spell, the 9 Dragons of Flame. In the blink of an eye, 9 colossal fire dragons, radiating intense heat, surged forth, crashing toward Zhen Yuanzi's mystical garment under Tang Xing's command. Zhen Yuanzi's mystical garment was a top-tier divine ability, and within moments, it effortlessly absorbed all 9 fire dragons. As if Tang Xing's every action were futile against Zhen Yuanzi's scrutiny. Zhu Beiji shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. Despite Tang Xing's previous display of might, the overwhelming presence of the 9 fire dragons was now rendered ineffective, having been absorbed by Zhen Yuanzi with indifferent ease. Nevertheless, Tang Xing's gaze still exuded confidence and determination. Even as his 9 fire dragons were completely devoured, he seemed oblivious to the defeat, fixating intently on the courtyard. As if anticipating something remarkable, "Master, perhaps we should consider." Zhu Beiji began, moving closer to Tang Xing, only to be cut off as Tang Xing turned with a frosty glare, commanding, "Silence." Zhu Beiji, intending to retort, found himself halted by Tang Xing's sudden focus on Zhen Yuanzi's mystical garment, uttering calmly, "Explode." As soon as Tang Xing's words fell, Zhen Yuanzi's sleeve began to tremble violently. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Tang Xing's lips, while Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, attempted to contain the chaos, but to no avail. The tremors intensified. Furrowing his brow, Zhen Yuanzi formed a seal to suppress the disturbance, but it was too late. With a resounding bang, his sleeve erupted, scattering fragments through the air. Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned pallid as he realized that, although the explosion had not directly harmed him, his mystical garment, his life's essence, had been compromised. The bond between a master and their innate ability is profound. They rise and fall together. Dazed, Zhen Yuanzi turned to face Tang Xing, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible. How did you accomplish this? My mystical garment could never be breached." A faint smile played upon Tang Xing's lips as he refrained from responding to Zhen Yuanzi. In that moment, while employing the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan and the 9 Dragons of Flame, Tang Xing had discreetly infused a spiritual mark within the 9 dragons. This mark allowed him to control the dragons remotely, enabling them to either lie in wait or explode at his command. Anticipating that the dragons would inevitably be absorbed by Zhen Yuanzi's mystical garment, Tang Xing had devised a plan to allow the dragons to enter without resistance, only to trigger a simultaneous detonation to unleash a tremendous force upon Zhen Yuanzi. Once the fire dragons were drawn into the mystical garment, Tang Xing carefully sensed their state until he felt their readiness to obey his command, at which point he relaxed. He patiently awaited the moment when the power of the mystical garment diminished before he detonated it. "Great sage, it seems your attire may be too warm. Allow me to cool you down," Tang Xing provocatively suggested. Zhen Yuanzi's expression darkened completely. As the progenitor of earthly immortals, with cultivation reaching the quasi-saint level, he was regarded as a formidable force within the realm of Journey to the West, commanding respect wherever he went. Yet today, he found himself bested by a peak great Luo golden immortal. "Very well," Zhen Yuanzi declared, his face stony, repeating the word "good" thrice. With a serene smile, Tang Xing was nonetheless fully alert. Although he had just embarrassed Zhen Yuanzi, it was merely a moment of unpreparedness on Zhen Yuanzi's part. After all, Zhen Yuanzi was a quasi-saint, a whole realm above Tang Xing. Should Zhen Yuanzi decide to take things seriously, he would not be an easy opponent for Tang Xing to contend with. Under the watchful gaze of Tang Xing, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly struck out with a palm, aiming to suppress the 4 of them with his formidable cultivation. Not one to back down, Tang Xing swung the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan forward, conjuring 9 colossal fire dragons that surged towards Zheng Yuanzi's palm. With a thunderous roar, the 9 fire dragons collided against Zheng Yuanzi's hand, only to be extinguished in an instant. Tang Sanzang's expression shifted as he struggled to comprehend the vast difference in power between them, despite being separated by merely one realm. He had thought that his potent attack, utilizing the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan and the 9 Dragons flame from the Fire Cloud Tower, would hold weight. Yet it was effortlessly dismissed by Zheng Yuanzi. As Zheng Yuanzi's palm descended, Sun Wukong let out a fierce roar, enlarging his golden staff and bringing it down with great force. You shall feel the might of my staff. The impact reverberated through Zheng Yuanzi's hand. Yet the indomitable Sun Wukong was taken aback, feeling as though he had struck an impenetrable barrier, leaving his hands tingling from the shock. Step aside. Let my master take over, Tang Sanzang said gravely, retrieving the Buddha seal he had acquired long ago. He infused it with immense spiritual power, enlarging it before smashing it downwards. The Buddha seal struck Zheng Yuanzi's palm with a resounding thud, sending tremors that unsettled those nearby. After 3 successive attacks, Zheng Yuanzi's hand finally halted. You, merely a casual strike, yet you exhaust all your efforts. What do you possess to contend with me? Zheng Yuanzi scoffed, hands clasped behind his back. Tang Sanzang sighed softly. He had hoped that the experience card of Xingtian would allow him to barely match Zheng Yuanzi. But the difference between the pinnacle of Dao Jingxian and a quasi-saint was indeed staggering. Though only a level apart, the disparity in strength was like that between heaven and earth. While Tang Sanzang was astonished, he refused to yield verbally, fixing his gaze on Zheng Yuanzi. You have cultivated for countless years to reach this realm, while I have merely spent 2 months to attain such heights. Do you still have any dignity left to flaunt before me? Zheng Yuanzi was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, What? Did you just say 2 months? How can that be? Shocked, he sensed the pinnacle of Dao Jingxian within Tang Sanzang. Characters from the original tale were utterly unaware of the miraculous existence of experience cards, leading Zheng Yuanzi to believe Tang Sanzang was genuinely a powerful Dao Jingxian. Initially, he thought Tang Sanzang had merely regained his past life as strength. He could scarcely fathom that Tang Sanzang had started anew and achieved such mastery in a mere 2 months. Is it possible for a mere mortal to reach the pinnacle of Dao Jingxian in just 2 months? Observing the smiling Tang Sanzang, Zheng Yuanzi found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Chapter 98. Xingtian dances with his weapons. The determination remained strong despite the exhilaration. Tang Sanzang maintained an air of composure as he remarked, Why such astonishment? Have you never witnessed the talents of this world? If not, then observe closely, for I am the most extraordinary talent in this realm. Zheng Yuanzi, initially dumbfounded, found himself at a loss for words. He had never encountered such brazen audacity. Tang Xuanzang, do not boast. Do you truly think I would believe such absurdities? I tell you, unless you return my ginseng fruit, you shall not escape unscathed. Zheng Yuanzi declared disdainfully. I have stated it clearly. I have not taken your ginseng fruit. Why must you insist I hand it over? What could I possibly give you? If I could conjure it, would I still engage in this pointless discourse? Tang Sanzang retorted. Though he recognized he was no match for Zheng Yuanzi, Tang Sanzang felt no fear. He was the undeniable protagonist of the journey to the west, with countless powerful beings observing his every move. If he were to be trapped in Wuzhuang Temple, it was certain that someone would come to his rescue. Therefore, Tang Sanzang remained unperturbed, even exuding confidence. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Sanzang suddenly moved, using the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan to send a gust of wind that knocked the 2 young attendants, Qing Feng and Ming Wei, off their feet. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had activated the Xingtian experience card, but now, realizing he could not defeat Zheng Yuanzi, he decided to target the 2 attendants, hoping to gain at least a fraction of merit. With a single strike, he sent both attendants sprawling, rendering them unconscious. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the attendants Qing Feng and Ming Wei. Merit points gained, 5,000. Tang Sanzang blinked in surprise. 5,000 merit points were indeed commendable, at least better than nothing. However, Zheng Yuanzi was utterly astonished, witnessing Tang Sanzang's blatant disregard for him as he attacked his attendants. Although Tang Sanzang had aimed at Qi Feng and Ming Wei, it felt like a slap in Zheng Yuanzi's face. Tang Xuanzang, you have gone too far. I merely demanded the return of my ginseng fruit, never intending to harm you. Yet you have unjustly injured my attendants. It seems you truly wish to engage in a contest with me, Zheng Yuanzi remarked. his expression darkening as he glared at Tang Sung. Tang Sung remained indifferent, casting a dismissive gaze at Zhen Yuanzi, his eyes clearly conveying a challenge. Come, I am not afraid of you. Zhen Yuanzi, shedding all concern for Tang Seng's status, unleashed the full force of his quasi-saint cultivation and charged at Tang Sung. Come, do you think I fear you? Tang Sung scoffed, once more wielding the 5-fire 7-birds fan, sending 9 dragons surging towards Zhen Yuanzi. Without awaiting the outcome, Tang Sung silently recited an obscure incantation, knowing that the 9 dragons would only momentarily stall Zhen Yuanzi and could not produce any substantial effect. He was invoking a powerful divine ability from the Xingtian experience card. Xingtian dances with his weapons. This technique, born of Xingtian's essence, showcased incredible combat prowess even after his head had been severed, wielding his weapons with sheer willpower. Thus, the bloodline of Xingtian had passed down this formidable ability. As Tang Sung completed the incantation in the arcane language, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Standing beside Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Hashan gazed at him in astonishment. Though they had just sensed that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. What emanated from him at that moment was not merely a formidable aura, but also an indomitable spirit ready to battle against the heavens and the earth. Among the three, Sun Wukong felt this fighting spirit most profoundly, as he possessed a somewhat similar disposition himself. Thus, he comprehended the true significance of this momentum and what it ultimately represented. With such an aura, one could unleash twofold or even threefold their actual prowess. If one's foundation were not strong, it would be manageable. However, at this moment, Tang Sung had already attained the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, placing him among the strongest. Therefore, if his power were to double or triple, he would undoubtedly transcend into the realm of quasi-saint. As Zhen Yuanzi extinguished the 9 fire dragons, Tang Sung had already completed his manifestation of divine powers. With a mighty roar, he swung his staff with wild abandon, as if wielding not a staff but an axe. Observing Tang Seng's state, Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew serious. Yet he charged forward without fear. At that instant, Tang Seng's eyes turned crimson, appearing half-blind and ensnared in a stupor, yet he was acutely aware of everything around him, perceiving it with clarity far surpassing that of ordinary sight. Come on, let us fight. Tang Seng could not help but bellow, rushing towards Zhen Yuanzi. Fueled by fury, Zhen Yuanzi and Tang Seng engaged in raw, primal combat without resorting to magical powers, relying solely on their formidable cultivation. Tang Seng's staff swung like a tempest, landing countless blows upon Zhen Yuanzi's protective barrier. The shield Zhen Yuanzi had conjured from the earth scripture, capable of withstanding quasi-saint level attacks, began to tremble and crack under Tang Seng's relentless assault. Remarkably, this barrier, which should have sustained itself against formidable strikes, faltered within mere minutes, illustrating the sheer strength Tang Sung possessed at this moment. Old Taoist, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why do you cower now? Are you a turtle withdrawing its head? Merely enduring blows without fighting back. After utilizing the Xingtian experience card, Tang Seng's mentality was influenced by the fighting spirit of Xingtian, rendering him overwhelmingly arrogant and fervent for battle. Upon hearing Tang Seng's words, Zhen Yuanzi finally felt his anger flare. With a cold snort, he flipped his palm, revealing a formidable treasure, one of the 3 scriptures of heaven, earth, and humanity, the earth scripture. Tang Xuanzang, since you persistently provoke, do not blame me for being merciless. Zhen Yuanzi declared coldly. Chapter 99. The earth scripture. As he uttered the name, he opened the earth scripture. At the moment the scripture was unveiled, the entire world fell into silence, as though time and space had been suspended. Even the speed at which Tang Sung swung his staff diminished. Subsequently, countless earthly energies from the cosmos surged forth, absorbed by the scripture. As these energies poured into the earth scripture, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. The earthy glow emanating from the scripture was so intense that it threatened to blind those nearby. With both hands gripping the scripture, Zhen Yuanzi slowly closed his eyes, channeling all his power into it, causing the pages to begin turning. After a moment, upon reaching a particular page, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Earth Scripture Seal." No sooner had he spoken than numerous earthy threads emerged from the book, initially as fine as a hair, gradually absorbing the earthly energies until they thickened. By the time they approached Tang Sung, these threads had grown to the thickness of a bowl. Tang Sung attempted to evade them, but found the very air around him thick and viscous, as though he had sunk into mud, rendering movement nearly impossible. Struggling proved futile, even with all his effort. He could not shift an inch. The threads then enveloped him entirely, forming a spherical cocoon. Yet this was not the end. The threads continued to layer over him, expanding the spherical mass significantly. Moments later, even Sun Wukong could no longer sense Tang Sanzang's presence, as the threads finally ceased their movement. At that moment, Tang Sanzang had vanished completely, leaving behind only a massive earthy sphere. "What have you done to my master, you old Taoist?" Sun Wukong shouted angrily, pointing his golden staff at Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi merely cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, offering no reply. Although many perceived the peak of the golden immortal realm as insurmountable, to Jin Yuanzi, Sun Wukong was but a mere ant, easily crushed beneath his heel. And thus he paid little mind to him. "Earth Scripture, collect," Jin Yuanzi commanded, and the spherical mass enclosing Tang Sanzang began to spin rapidly, shrinking down to the size of a palm before finally coming to rest atop the Earth Scripture. As Tang Sanzang was about to be completely subdued by Jin Yuanzi, Sun Wukong panicked, charging toward Jin Yuanzi while shouting, "Old Taoist, release my master. If you do not, I shall ensure your utter annihilation." However, before Sun Wukong could close the distance, Jin Yuanzi swatted him away with a casual gesture, akin to swatting a fly, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. To Jin Yuanzi, even a great Luo Golden Immortal was no match, rendering Sun Wukong unworthy of his attention. After dismissing Sun Wukong, Jin Yuanzi turned his gaze back to the diminutive earthy sphere, controlling it with his powers as it slowly entered the scripture, after which he snapped the book shut. Tang Sanzang, once brimming with bravado, was now entirely concealed, sealed within the Earth Scripture. Covered in dirt and disheveled, Sun Wukong rose in shock and rushed over, demanding, "You old Taoist, release my master. Otherwise, you shall not escape unscathed." At this moment, under Tang Sanzang's influence, Sun Wukong had come to understand that their journey to the west was not merely a trivial endeavor for the four of them, but rather a matter concerning many significant figures. Following the onset of calamity, everyone would be engulfed in turmoil, and only through performing virtuous deeds could they slightly alleviate their karmic burdens, allowing them to be reborn into a good family. Sun Wukong, now aware of these truths, was resolute that until their journey to the west concluded, Tang Sanzang would remain unharmed amidst the chaos. "Should you dare threaten me again, I will ensure your capture as well," Jin Yuanzi warned, furrowing his brow, then with a flick of his sleeve remarked, "Monkey, go and devise a means to retrieve my ginseng fruit. Otherwise, you four shall not leave Wuzhuang Temple, and I shall not release your master." "Ah, venerable elder, it appears you have devised such a scheme. I knew you would not dare to harm my master. I shall inform you that I, Sun Wukong, am now off to seek assistance, provided you first release my master and treat him with the utmost hospitality. Otherwise, it will be a case of mutual destruction, and I shall demand an explanation from you." Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow and spoke. Jin Yuanzi, indeed, could not be bothered with him, merely gesturing for him to hurry and devise a plan. Ultimately, he turned and brought Qi Feng and Mingwei into the grand hall of Wuzhuang Temple, disregarding Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Monk. "What shall we do now that our master has been captured by that old Taoist?" Sha Monk rushed to Sun Wukong. Anxiety etched upon his face as he watched Jin Yuanzi's receding figure. "Elder brother, Sha Monk, we have offended such a formidable individual. Surely, our pilgrimage cannot proceed. Perhaps we should divide our belongings here and now. Then, Monkey King, you may return to your flower fruit mountain. I shall go back to my Gao Lao Zhuang, and Sha Monk, you can return to your flowing sand river. Shall we part ways?" Zhu Beiji proposed, a frown marring his features. Upon hearing Zhu Beiji's words, Sun Wukong was infuriated. He stepped forward and struck Zhu Beiji on the back of his head, scolding, "You fool, always talking about parting ways. If you utter such nonsense again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Having not yet quenched his fury, Sun Wukong delivered a kick to Zhu Beiji's rear. "Stop dawdling and come with me to gather reinforcements to rescue our master." Sun Wukong shook his head, addressing Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk. Then, Sun Wukong assigned tasks to the two, instructing them to seek renowned immortals for assistance, while he himself soared directly towards the South Sea in search of help from the Bodhisattva Guanyin. After being bound by the golden threads, Tang Sanzang felt nothing but darkness before him, surrounded by an abyss devoid of anything, as if he were cast adrift in a realm of time and space, without any support or solace.